Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 89, Biting the Female Snake's Neck. Good. 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 Tagriheim repeated the word good 3 times, her face becoming increasingly ferocious. The scale-like cracks became more apparent. The snake pupils showed strong killing intent. The sharp teeth seemed to be about to bite in the next second. She exuded the cold aura characteristic of cold-blooded animals. However, Natsuo's smile remained unchanged as he lightly asked, "May I ask if there is any way for you to help me have a child?" "Are you asking if there is a way?" "The answer is simple." Tagriheim's voice was icy cold. "Just defeat me. When snakes mate, if the female snake is unwilling, the male will bite her neck, forcing her to mate with him. I don't mind reverting back to the characteristics I had when I was still a snake. But only if you can do it." "Do you want me to force you?" Natsuo asked. Tagriheim's mouth slightly opened, her snake-like forked tongue continuously extending and retracting, as if exploring Natsuo's aura. According to snake habits, this was a posture of confirming the enemy and preparing to launch an attack. "Oh, so the rules of Ryuchi Cave are so strict. I offended you before with my words, but as long as I can defeat you, you are willing to accept having a child for me." The white snake sage's training of her subordinates is quite good. Natsuo lightly laughed and nodded. "Of course, I'm willing. Even if you accidentally kill me during the process, it would be my own fault. Is this the sentence you wanted me to say? Then go die." Tagriheim suddenly pounced. Her palms joined together, her sharp nails resembling ferocious fangs, fiercely stabbing forward. However, Natsuo just lightly smiled. In the next second, layers of skeletal structures appeared out of thin air, enveloping Natsuo's body. Clang! With a loud sound, Tagriheim was directly shaken away. "This is Susanoo." Tagriheim has lived for a long time, so she knows many things about the shinobi world. Not only had she seen Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Azuna, but she had also encountered many Uchiha who had awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, so she had seen this technique. That's why she reacted quickly. She clasped her hands together. Sage art, inorganic reincarnation. The earth surged instantly, like a freely transforming ocean. Countless stone spikes suddenly appeared on the stone walls in the sky, fiercely stabbing towards Natsuo. At the same time, the ground under Natsuo's feet surged rapidly, causing a great disturbance, attempting to create an unstable footing. But Natsuo just smiled lightly. Susanoo's arm directly grabbed for Tagriheim. Tagriheim quickly retreated, while countless stone spikes intercepted that skeletal hand. But in the next second, musculature and skin began to be added on the arm that was originally just a skeleton. An armor then manifests that surrounds the entire Susanoo. Almost in an instant, a fully armed warrior appeared above Ryuchi Cave. He stepped on the ground, towering in height. If it weren't for Ryuchi Cave being already tall to accommodate the movements of the giant snake, it might have been crushed by him directly. A normal cave wouldn't be enough for him to stretch his arms. At the same time the giant warrior appeared, his arms continued to extend fiercely towards Tagriheim. Countless layers of stone spikes couldn't stop the giant hand for even a moment, as they were crushed instantly. Susanoo doesn't have any special abilities, except for Itachi somehow acquiring a bunch of strange equipment. Almost all Uchiha Susanoo only have one ability, strength. That incredible strength, like that of a destructive god, is the one thing Susanoo possesses and is most proud of. Boom. Susanoo grabbed Tagriheim's body with one hand. "May I ask, Miss Tagriheim, is this considered biting your neck?" Natsuo chuckled lightly. Damn it. Tagriheim's anger surged. But her strength is comparable to that of a Kage-level expert. This momentary mistake was simply because they were too close at the beginning. Too close to dodge. But she didn't give up resistance. Her whole body slipped from Susanoo's palm, leaving only her clothes behind. She was left naked, showing faint scales on her skin with some slime covering it. "Kid, don't think." Tagriheim's words were cut off as her face suddenly changed. Because behind her, a soft voice came. "I don't like the sticky look, but since you've taken off your clothes, is it convenient for me to bite your neck now?" It was Natsuo's voice. He looked at Tagriheim with a smile, and the two of them were even closer than before. Just one step away. Tagriheim took a deep breath. Then, the scale-like pattern on her body gradually disappeared. The slime on her body also gradually evaporated and dried up, and she returned to her original elegant and dignified female appearance. Just compared to the beginning, she was missing her clothes. Of course. Although she was forced by force, Tagriheim actually smiled. Female snakes do not resist when male snakes bite their necks. Such female snakes who resist are too stupid, they are simply looking for death. Now that you've bitten my neck, I'll let you do as you please. She said with a smile, as if she had no objections at all. After all, I am a snake. Snakes and humans are different. Even if humans submit to violence, there are countless people who still have the will to retaliate in their hearts. But snakes don't. When they are beaten into submission, unless you lose the power that made them submit at that time, they won't resist, and they dare not resist. 7 days later. How did you do it? Tagriheim asked weakly. If I remember correctly, humans do not have the ability to mate for several days like we snakes. Are you not human at all? Fun fact, snakes have extremely long mating times, with a minimum of 6 hours required for fertilization. In general, snakes mate for a whole day, or even several days. And the snake's age is even stronger than ordinary snakes. But Natsuo is clearly a human. Can humans last that long? Even I, as a sage, can't handle it. I just have natural talent, plus a little trick. Natsuo laughed lightly. But I have to say, I may end up becoming obsessed with this path. I almost don't want to leave. Of course, Natsuo was able to defeat Tagriheim mainly because of his trick. The Mangekyo Sharingan technique, Ama no Yuzum, is simply a blessing for any man in a harem. The effect is remarkable, and the consumption is extremely low. It is worthy of being the technique of the Mangekyo Sharingan, which reflects the soul. It is a perfect match for Natsuo. It is worth having. Tagriheim touched her belly and honestly said that she didn't know if she could conceive a human child. After all, in the long history of Ryuchi Cave, there has never been a combination of humans and snakes. But the habits of snakes guarantee that as long as they can conceive, they can definitely give birth to Natsuo's child. Where are you going next? Tagriheim's voice was lazy. Are you going to find another woman? Of course. Natsuo smiled. You're such a heartless man. After lingering with me, you're going to find someone else. Tagriheim sighed self-pityingly, then immediately burst into laughter. Then remember to go this way. The next one is Ichikishimaheim. She may not be as obedient as me, but if you bite her neck, she should also submit. You can give it a try. Tagriheim instigated. She is a snake, how could she be jealous of a woman? If she has any emotions, it's probably just the pleasure of seeing her companions fall into the same fate as her. Natsuo sighed at the habits of snakes. And without hesitation, he chose to follow Tagriheim's advice. Chapter 90, the ability that every man desires. Ichikishimaheim can cast a genjutsu that puts her opponent in a cave with multiple colored gems and a wall with holes that match the shapes of those gems, with the genjutsu being breakable only if the victim fills the wall with the proper gems. But a special technique can forcibly consume that victim's chakra, slowly entering a state of chakra depletion. What she prefers to eat chakra that is weak and on the verge of disappearing. But in reality, whether it's a cave, a stone, or a crystal, they are all illusions of Ichikishimaheim. Which of course cannot be effective against an Uchiha who has awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. You Uchihas are so problematic. Ichikishimaheim pouted, looking dissatisfied. If illusions don't work on you, how can we properly test you? Okay, I'll consider it as you have passed. With deep blue long hair, wearing a golden crown similar to Tagriheim, pure white skin like a white snake, wearing blue-green jade-shaped earrings and wearing a kimono similar to a shrine maiden's outfit. She swings her feet like this, floating in the air, like a little girl sitting on a tree branch, looking innocent and cute. Or you could say that the 3 high-level members of the Ryuchi Cave all look good. But by the way. Ichikishimaheim curiously bends over, almost sticking her face to Natsuo's face. Why did it take you so long to come here? It's not like you were in a standoff with Tagriheim for 7 days and 7 nights, right? In that case, hasn't she violated the rules of Ryuchi Cave? Normal tests in Ryuchi Cave, of course, will not be as easy as the ones Boruto faced in Boruto, Naruto Next Generations. Boruto's special boost from his father and teacher makes even the sages of Ryuchi Cave hesitate to bully him. The real test is much more difficult than what Boruto has experienced, increasing the difficulty by more than double. For example, the test of not eating at Tagriheim's place is not as easy as Boruto choosing not to eat as soon as he enters the door. Instead, it is a semi-forced way of keeping him in the castle for several days, starving him to the point of near exhaustion, to determine if he has a strong will and will remain vigilant, not eating the food she brings out. During this time, Tagriheim will also use her illusions, rhetoric, and various temptations to make him eat. To refuse everything and always maintain enough vigilance is considered passing the test. It's similar with Ichikishimaheim's situation. The efficiency of chakra absorption is much stronger than what Boruto has experienced. After all, he is the son of the strongest man in the shinobi world and the disciple of the second strongest man. Ryuchi Cave had to compromise and accompany him. Of course, there is a certain limit to how strong one can be. Even for a normal person, they would starve to death in 7 days. This obviously exceeds the normal range of the test. No, I actually passed the test a long time ago. It was just that Tagriheim helped me with something and that made me fall behind for a while. Natsuo said with a smile. Oh. Helped you? Ichikishimaheim exclaimed. That person actually helps others. Is she that enthusiastic? No, that's not it. That's why I put in a lot of effort to subdue her and eventually succeeded in having her help me have a child. Natsuo smiled and looked at the petite and cute Ichikishimaheim. Can I ask you for the same favor? To be honest, I want to have a child with you. Ichikishimaheim was stunned, then instantly transformed into anger. She showed sharp snake fangs, extended her forked tongue, her eyes turned into vertical pupils, and snake scales appeared on both sides of her cheeks. This style looks similar to Tagriheim. However, Natsuo just smiled and said, I heard from her that when your snake species is bitten on the neck, you will obediently submit to the opposite sex. Is that true? Of course, it's true. Ichikishimaheim's voice was sharp. But you have to be able to do it. Sage Art, Great Snake. Tsukuyomi. Natsuo launched a genjutsu attack. Countless system rewards had built up his mental strength to an extremely exaggerated level, almost reaching the level of activating the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan with pure mental power alone. Natsuo wanted to try to forcefully break the restrictions of the Mangekyo Sharingan with pure mental power. And not having to resort to strong emotional stimulation. So, as soon as Ichikishimaheim came face to face with him, she fell into the world of Tsukuyomi. Natsuo didn't impose many restrictions on her, unlike Itachi tormenting Kakashi in the world of Tsukuyomi. But with just a moment of distraction, Natsuo was able to walk up to Ichikishimaheim, embrace her from behind, and gently bite the back of her neck with his teeth. Ichikishimaheim was momentarily stunned, her eyes filled with pure surprise. She instinctively wanted to attack Natsuo, but she immediately froze in place. So, it seems, I have also lost. Ichikishimaheim forced a bitter smile. As a snake, with her neck bitten, she had no room for resistance. It's actually not bad. Natsuo gently nipped at her neck, his teeth lightly tapping against her soft skin, as he said somewhat confusedly, your strength is quite good, but your battle experience is too lacking. Judging by your appearance, it's probably been over 100 years since you've had a real fight with an enemy, right? I took advantage of the opportunity and was able to defeat you easily. Upon hearing this, Ichikishimaheim fell silent. They were all sages, possessing formidable Kaga-level strength, and were backed by one of the 3 strongest sages in the current world, the White Snake Sage. Aside from dealing with the toads, who could be their opponents? Not only her, even the 3 great sages were the same. Apart from Katsuyu, who could participate in battles with her clones to gain battle experience, both the White Snake Sage and the Great Toad Sage were in a sluggish state of reaction. Even with a huge age gap and a significant difference in accumulation, they were still not a match for Uchiha Madara. Alright, I admit you're impressive. Ichikishimaheim let out a long sigh, then returned to her playful and cute appearance, saying, but can you handle me? I'm very formidable, unlike you humans. Tagriheim thought the same, but she probably can't even get up now. Natsuo said with a smile. Ichikishimaheim was taken aback, then revealed the seductive charm unique to snakes. Well then, I'll have to experience it for myself. Konohagakure. Uchiha's training ground. 2 men sat on the edge of the training ground, quietly gazing at the sky. So slow. Niji sighed softly. There's still no news from Natsuo-sama. It's been several days already. Yakushi Kabuto smiled as he looked at Niji. This is the first time I've seen someone as mature as you, who doesn't look like a 12-year-old, showing this expression. Are you worried about him? I am somewhat concerned about Natsuo's safety. Niji sighed. But I am also half worried about my own future. After all, I am just a 12-year-old ninja student about to graduate. I am powerless to change my current predicament. In Konoha, I only trust Natsuo, and only he might be able to help me. He's only 12 years old after all, and he doesn't have any special abilities. To change his own life, it's really not something he can solve. Don't worry, Natsuo's strength is recognized even by Orochimaru. Yakushi Kabuto said with a light laugh. I don't think he will be defeated by those snakes. Then why haven't we received any news for so long? Niji was puzzled. Yakushi Kabuto fell silent for a moment. As Orochimaru's student and subordinate, he had a deep understanding of snakes, and naturally knew that snakes have a much longer lifespan than humans. Natsuo, maybe, possibly, very probably. Is he spending his time elsewhere? Huh. Wait a minute. Oh my god. Yakushi Kabuto's face changed slightly. Snakes have such a long lifespan, and the sages are even stronger than ordinary snakes. Can Natsuo really withstand the resistance of the sage serpents? Woo. Suddenly, I kind of understand Orochimaru-sama's exaggerated enthusiasm for research. I even have a bit of a desire to study Natsuo-sama's body myself. Yakushi Kabuto suddenly covers his face. After all, he is a man, and it is natural for anyone to subconsciously desire such formidable abilities. For this, some people are even willing to pay any price. Although Yakushi Kabuto hasn't reached that extent, he really wants to obtain this ability. After all, it's a skill that every man wants. Hey, what are you two talking about here? Sasuke walks over with a dissatisfied expression. If you want to chat, can't you go somewhere else? You have to disturb my training. Niji and Yakushi Kabuto exchange a glance and smile slightly. Sorry, we'll change locations right away. Staying at the training ground is just their instinctive reaction. Any exceptional shinobi spends a long time immersed in the training ground. Many times, they are more familiar with the training ground than their own homes. However, just as they were about to leave, Sasuke's eyes light up. No. Wait. Do you guys have some strength? Do you want to fight me? Sasuke's mouth curls up, looking down on the two. In front of him, one is the top student in the 6th grade, Niji, and the other is an ordinary Konoha genin, Yakushi Kabuto. He felt that as the top student in 5th grade, he had the qualifications and strength to challenge them. Or rather, he had the confidence to defeat them. These two guys have been following Natsuo all the time, but they haven't made any contributions. It's better for me to wake them up with my strength, urge them to train hard, and serve Natsuo in the future. Sasuke showed a hint of arrogance in his smile. Niji and Yakushi Kabuto exchanged a glance, feeling somewhat amused and helpless. They naturally understood Sasuke's thoughts. However, not to mention Yakushi Kabuto, who was already an elite Jonin-level expert. Although Niji was still young, he matured earlier and displayed his true talent. In the Naruto series, he was always resentful and felt that fate had predetermined everything, that everything he did was in vain. Yet, he still became the top student in his grade. Then I'll go. Niji smiled and walked towards the training ground. Yakushi Kabuto had greater strength than him. In such a small situation, it was only natural for him to resolve it. 10 minutes later. Bang. Sasuke was sent flying by Niji for the 7th time and collapsed on the ground. He tried several times to get up but couldn't muster the strength. How is it possible for him to be this strong? Sasuke widened his eyes, unwillingly looking at Niji's figure. Sasuke had a full understanding of his own strength. Although his body didn't develop well and his chakra was very scarce, preventing him from fully utilizing the ninjutsu he learned from Natsuo and his wives, he was still definitely superior to ordinary genin. However, he couldn't even touch the shadow of the man in front of him. This guy definitely had the strength of a Chunin level or higher. And that smiling man who came over to perform medical ninjutsu on him was even more extraordinary. Although Sasuke didn't see Yakushi Kabuto make a move, he saw Niji, who defeated him, showing a respectful attitude towards Yakushi Kabuto. That was the attitude one would have when they needed someone's help or when there was a huge gap in strength. Of course, this was nothing. Konoha Shinobi had numerous hidden experts. For example, Sister Amiri, she was definitely not an ordinary Jonin-level kunoichi. Sasuke didn't forget Yakushi Kabuto's respectful attitude towards Natsuo. That was a more respectful attitude than Niji's attitude towards Yakushi Kabuto. So, brother Natsuo, how strong are you really? Compared to Itachi, who is stronger and who is weaker? Chapter 91, The Sage Arts of Ryuchi Cave. Sasuke looked confused. Natsuo's disguise was very simple. Anyway, he himself didn't really take action. But some people could still perceive some small problems to some extent. But considering the harmonious environment of the Uchiha clan, and the fact that many wives subconsciously believed that the distinguished Uchiha should also have some hidden cards, no one really paid attention to Natsuo's strength. Sasuke was one of them. Not to mention when Natsuo started teaching Sasuke how to fight, and completely crushed him. Natsuo should have the strength of a Jonin, although not as good as Itachi, but definitely not weak. This was Sasuke's original impression. But now, he could easily defeat ordinary genin, and Niji could easily defeat him, which meant that he should at least have the strength of a Chunin. And Niji showed great respect for Yakushi Kabuto, who most likely had the strength of a Jonin, or even an elite Jonin. However, Yakushi Kabuto showed utmost respect for Natsuo. Is Natsuo really strong? But if he is really strong, why didn't he directly seek out Itachi to avenge the clan? Sasuke was a little confused. However, as the son of the Uchiha clan, he quickly regained his determined expression. Natsuo's thoughts were his own thoughts. Sasuke would not force others to help him. Moreover, the idea of seeking revenge against Itachi was Sasuke's own will, and it had nothing to do with whether Natsuo was strong or not. Even if Natsuo was strong and actively wanted to seek revenge against Itachi, Sasuke would feel troubled. Itachi is my enemy, my revenge, and I don't need anyone to interfere. In that case, what does it matter whether Natsuo is strong or not? Bother, Natsuo has already done a great job. Under his efforts, the Uchiha clan's population has gradually prospered. Although there is still some distance from returning to its peak, he has completed his duty. He is working hard for the revival of the Uchiha clan. So, the remaining task of seeking revenge against Itachi should be mine. It's just that I'm thinking of a way to become stronger. Sasuke frowned and sighed helplessly. He had originally planned a complete plan of taking Naruto to the club to stimulate his own sense of shame and advance his Sharingan. Unfortunately, this perfect opportunity was disrupted by Naruto's unexpected actions after only a few attempts. Originally, Naruto was supposed to be a mere onlooker, providing amplification for his own shame. But he was not content with just being an onlooker. He joined in. Yes, Naruto had already started experiencing the beauty of the club. He saved money and, during one of the times when Sasuke took him to the club, he directly paid for the services. Sasuke was stunned. Even he is still a virgin. Yes, although he has been to the club several times, Sasuke is still a virgin. Mainly because Sasuke feels that being a virgin is the easiest way to experience shame. The less experience one has, the more one can feel the sweet and sour shyness. If he really became a regular customer, the club would probably be useless to him. As a result, Sasuke didn't become a regular customer, but Naruto did. He even took Sasuke to the club proactively. In Naruto's words, all the girls there are talented, beautiful, and sweet-talking. I really like being there. Now it's not Sasuke pulling Naruto anymore. It's Naruto pulling Sasuke. And Naruto is even gradually improving, making sarcastic remarks and teasing Sasuke, completely acting like a know-it-all. Maybe it's because Sasuke has accumulated enough shame before, or maybe Naruto's sarcastic remarks have had a great effect on Sasuke. Sasuke's Sharingan has evolved. At just 11 years old, he already has the 3-Tomo Sharingan. If it weren't for his chakra not being able to support it, and unable to fully utilize the advantage of learning ninjutsu with the Sharingan, perhaps not even Neji would be his opponent. What else can I do to become stronger now? Sasuke helplessly looked up at the sky. Should I let that brat Naruto play around in front of me? Meanwhile, at the same time, Natsuo has also successfully passed the test of the third snake princess, Taijutsuheim, in Ryuchi Cave. Of course, just like the previous two cases, he also made a request to have a child. However, unlike the previous two people, perhaps because she is the strongest among the 3 snake princesses, he became too proud. Although they had agreed that if he bit her neck, she would give birth to his child, after Natsuo did so, she abandoned the agreement and instead seemed furious, wanting to eat Natsuo. Natsuo could only gently reprimand her. With a smile on his face, Natsuo put his arm into Taijutsuheim's mouth and said to her, "Come on, eat it. My arm is right here, why aren't you eating it?" Taijutsuheim kept whimpering, tears streaming down her face. Pity her sharp teeth, all scattered around, what will she use to bite? Really, I clearly respect the rules of the game, but some people are just being stupid. Natsuo shook his head. Natsuo is a gentle gentleman, and he will never lay a finger on a woman if she doesn't want it. Except for that one time with Tsunade, which was an accident, he has always upheld this principle. This is his most basic respect for women. But I respect you, can you also respect me? We agreed on the rules, and I have worked hard for it and fulfilled your requirements. But now you suddenly break the rules unreasonably. I'll give you 2 choices, either help me have a child, or I'll send you to death. Natsuo still had a smile on his face. Taijutsuheim, woo-woo. Oh, sorry, I haven't pulled my arm out yet. Natsuo retracted his arm, slightly disgusted, and shook off the slime on it. It's also because they are snakes themselves. Otherwise, if a normal person inserts their arm into someone's mouth, their esophagus would rupture. So have you decided what you want now? Taijutsuheim burst into tears and said, having a child. I choose to have a child. To be honest, I am the best at having children. Natsuo smiled as he looked at Taijutsuheim's submissive appearance. After several days of hard fighting, Natsuo, led by Taijutsuheim, walked into the temple at the deepest part of Ryuchi Cave and met the White Snake Sage. Huh, White Snake Sage, you're using your snake form. Natsuo looked curiously at the coiling White Snake Sage and said, don't you take on your human form when the tests are over? The White Snake Sage often disguises herself as an old lady who is already old, with a short stature, wearing a white long gown and a headscarf. The fact that the 3 snake princesses are usually in human form indicates that Ryuchi Cave seems to prefer taking human form, and the White Snake Sage is no exception. I am worried that you will make a move against me, an old lady. Dayed the White Snake Sage, grinning and dangling a cigarette from his mouth. As an old god, I don't want to engage in a fight with a male and experience the feeling of having my neck bitten. Natsuo. You worry too much. With your appearance, even if you were given to me for free, I wouldn't want you. Natsuo hasn't gotten to the point of becoming so perverted that he wouldn't let an old woman go. He smiled and said, besides, I am just a younger generation. Even if I were to really make a move, I wouldn't be your match. Only when Natsuo stands in front of the white snake sage can he feel the surging and overwhelming chakra, as well as the extremely cold and powerful aura. It seems like an infinite amount of natural energy is pouring into that massive body, but it is effortlessly absorbed without overflowing. Natsuo's chakra is already very strong. With multiple system upgrades, not inferior to the famous chakra-rich ninja clans like Uzumaki and Senju. In addition to the enhancement of the sage body, the only one in the entire ninja world who can compare chakra with him is probably the already deceased first Hokage. However, even so, he doesn't think his chakra can match the person in front of him. The accumulation of hundreds of years is truly too powerful. Of course, chakra is chakra, and battles are battles. The chakra of the three snake princesses cannot be underestimated, but they were easily subdued by Natsuo. Great White Snake Sage, I hope to receive the inheritance of the Ryuchi Cave sage arts. Natsuo said respectfully. Please grant me permission, Great White Snake Sage. Sage arts inheritance. You don't plan on learning my sage mode? Great White Snake Sage keenly caught onto Natsuo's words. Sage arts inheritance is just knowledge, sage mode is the foundation. Yes. Natsuo replied with a smile. I'm not too fond of rigorous training, it takes up too much time. After hearing this, the Great White Snake Sage was speechless. Not fond of training. So how did you become so strong? By having children. The training for sage mode takes at least a few months. Naruto took a long time to train in sage mode, starting off as an incomplete version and gradually becoming proficient. Natsuo didn't think he could learn faster than the child of prophecy. Maybe if he worked hard for a few years, he would eventually achieve a crude, inferior version like Jiraiya, and then he would really cry. With this time, how many children could I have and how many things could I obtain? Perhaps among these children, someone will achieve the reward of sage mode. Whatever, the Great White Snake Sage waved its tail. Tajitsuheim, take him to see the sage arts. Yes, Great White Snake Sage. Tajitsuheim nodded slightly, her eyes showing a hint of unwillingness. The three snake princesses, including herself, were forced by this man to give birth to children, leaving only one Great White Snake Sage in the Ryuchi Cave. Surprisingly, Natsuo stopped, and they didn't fight. It would have been interesting if they fought, regardless of whether Natsuo won or lost. If she won, she would be able to see the White Snake Sage surrendering. If she lost, it would be even better. She could take revenge on Natsuo through the White Snake Sage. It's a pity that nothing happened. In just one day, Natsuo memorized a large number of sage arts, some of which are quite similar to the Hyuga clan's caged bird, or rather, they are exactly the same. Could it be that the ancestors of the Hyuga clan came to Ryuchi Cave in the past and obtained the inheritance of Ryuchi Cave? Natsuo speculated. But now he has a clue to unravel the caged bird. With further contemplation and gradual experimentation, he will soon be able to break the Hyuga clan's caged bird. After recording all the sage arts, he returned to Konoha and began researching with Yakushi Kabuto. Of course, there were also other news during this time. For example, Ringo Amiri finally gave birth. This is the first child born to a Kage-level kunoichi. Chapter 92, the best experimental subject. Offspring +1, comprehensive potential evaluation is 176, you gain chakra +14, wood release, advent of a world of flowering trees. A potential of 176. Previously, the highest was Uzumaki Yoko's child, and it was only 170. Is this the potential of a Kage-level powerhouse? Natsuo's face was solemn. In fact, if it weren't for Uzumaki Yoko's bloodline, it is estimated that he could not compare with Ringo Amiri. After all, there is a fundamental difference in strength between the two sides. It's not in vain that I work so hard to personally educate you and accompany you to see the doctor. Amiri felt like hitting someone after hearing this. Educate me personally. Thank you so much. And it's even more excessive to say that we went to see the doctor. We were just playing a joke on them until they gave in, you didn't suffer any loss. But what did you do when you came back? You used the excuse of having me be close to you because I was about to give birth. I don't need to say what you do every day, right? You make me hear your voice from the next room every day while I sleep. You should act like a person. Amiri gave Natsuo a fierce glare, then couldn't help but look at the child she had just given birth to. That fierce gaze slowly melted away. Natsuo noticed this and smiled slightly. In fact, many of the wives in his family had a change in their eyes when they gave birth. Especially the female spies in the family, no matter what their purpose was, they gradually revealed their true nature after giving birth. Having a child really brings about a big change in women. The most typical example is Yuzuki Yugao. As the first spy to marry into the Uchiha clan, she had been in contact with Natsuo for a long time and knew just as much as Sasuke. But she kept all these things to herself and didn't say a word to the third Hokage. According to Natsuo's knowledge, there had been constant undercover battles due to the turbulent situation in the shinobi world recently, and the third Hokage was short-handed. Therefore, he decided to transfer Yuzuki Yugao out to carry out normal missions. After all, several years had passed, and Yuzuki Yugao had been undercover for so long, giving birth to 3 children, but not a single piece of information had been transmitted back. The third Hokage felt quite regretful. However, after the order was secretly transmitted, Yuzuki Yugao only replied indifferently. "I'm sorry, third Hokage, but I have just given birth to a child and the current situation is not suitable for me to continue serving the village as a shinobi." This was not just a matter of physical discomfort. Her child had been born for a while now, her body had recovered, and her combat power remained the same. In fact, because she married into the Uchiha clan and gained several ninjutsu, her strength might even be stronger than before. But the real focus of this sentence is, not suitable to continue serving the village as a shinobi. Although Yugao didn't say it explicitly, she chose the Uchiha clan over the village. In the end, the third Hokage sighed helplessly and revoked the order. Spies. Uchiha is never afraid of spies. Even the third Hokage, who was the instigator, had to tie up loose ends and clean up everything to truly make Yugao a Konoha shinobi and marry into the Uchiha clan. From the beginning the Uchiha clan had stated that they did not care if the kunoichi married into the clan just to receive the reward of the mission. Anyway, it's just a transaction. They provide money and effort, and you provide your body to have children. Under this tolerant attitude, several kunoichi even voluntarily confessed to Natsuo that they were spies from other countries. And Natsuo just communicated with Konoha a few times, made a report, and treated her as usual. This shows her sincerity. If this matter were to be exposed, Uchiha's attitude towards Yugao would not change. But the title of planting a spy undercover in one's own village and clan would trap the third Hokage. There have been disagreements within Konoha, which have slowly eased due to external pressure. If this kind of scandal were to break out, could Konoha still unite? After Amiri's child was born, several Jonin and Chunin wives also gave birth one after another. But none of them could compare to Amiri's existence. At the same time, Uzumaki Yoko and Kazuhana Koyuki have regained their health and are pregnant again, along with several other wives. Natsuo has high expectations for the children that will be born to these wives, especially Uzumaki Yoko's son. Not only because Yoko has the most powerful bloodline among Natsuo's wives, but also because this group of women became pregnant after he awakened the sage body. Of course, it's not just these two, Anko and the 3 snake princesses are also the same. Although the sage body physique may not be inherited by the next generation, it can enhance their potential, right? There are still 10 months left and I hope to get even stronger. Natsuo silently anticipates in his heart. Another month passed. With the help of information about senjutsu obtained from Ryuchi Cave, the curse mark, caged bird on Niji's forehead was finally deciphered. It really disappeared. Niji stood in front of the mirror, dumbfounded, looking at his smooth forehead. He repeatedly touched his forehead as if to confirm it over and over again. Compared to his mature temperament in the past, he now truly looks like someone his age. Yeah, it's gone. Natsuo smiled and said, I've also told you the method, but currently, besides me, it seems that only the Hokage can break the caged bird seal. Breaking the curse seal is also a technical skill, much more difficult than sealing techniques, requiring extremely strong chakra control to complete the task. Natural energy is not something docile at all. The difficulty of the caged bird seal can be seen from how it has locked the Hyuga branch house for countless years. It is truly a powerful ninjutsu. Natsuo even suspected that even if he handed over the method of breaking the seal to the third Hokage, he might not be able to unlock it. Thank you, Natsuo-sama. Niji took a deep breath, deeply bowed, and said, the Hyuga clan will not forget your contribution. We will definitely keep our promise. Wait until you can represent the Hyuga clan before saying such things. Natsuo smiled. With your current strength, it's a bit difficult to represent the Hyuga clan. Niji's current level is probably equivalent to that of an elite Chunin. Considering his upcoming graduation, he is indeed outstanding. But that is only when compared to younger children. Compared to the Hyuga clan, this level of power is like an ant trying to move a tree. I still need Natsuo-sama's support. Niji lowered his head slightly, as he had long been mentally prepared for this. Yeah, another thing has come up. Maybe you can give it a try. Natsuo looked towards Yakushi Kabuto. Yakushi Kabuto smiled and took out a bottle of medicine, saying, this is the result of my and Natsuo-sama's research. It uses natural energy as its core, condenses the curse seal, and slowly cleanses the body with natural energy, achieving the effect of enhancing mental power. Niji, this medicine combines a large amount of technology and is developed based on your caged bird. Yakushi Kabuto said, sighing heavily. Indeed, this was the initial collaboration between Yakushi Kabuto and Natsuo. A method to enhance the power of Natsuo's wives. Initially, they targeted Orochimaru's curse seal, but then Natsuo discovered that this cursed seal only allowed one to use their strength without restrictions, without enhancing one's inherent strength or potential. So, they turned their attention to developing a plan to permanently enhance the human body. They encountered one obstacle after another until they came across Niji's caged bird, where the medical team found their inspiration. The curse mark, caged bird can store natural energy in the body for a long time, releasing energy while sealing the Byakugan, and continuously absorbing natural energy to maintain balance. What if they modified the structure of the caged bird to release natural energy at an extremely low dosage? Wouldn't that be equivalent to subtly purifying one's body with natural energy? They decisively began their research and, with the arrival of the Ryuchi cave technique, finally achieved results. In theory, we can enhance your power by twice, increase your resilience by twice, and give you a certain ability to resist harsh external environments. Of course, in reality, we have only conducted animal experiments and have not experimented on humans yet. Do you want to give it a try? Yakushi Kabuto smiled and said, this kind of direct enhancement of the body should be most suitable for your Hyuga clan's fighting style, right? The Hyuga clan's fighting style is gentle fist. It's a physical technique. Physical abilities directly affect combat power. Of course, the main reason he recommends it is because Niji is an excellent experimental subject. The caged bird has been in his body for a long time, which has also made his body more receptive to natural energy. He is the most suitable as an experimental subject. And Niji did not refuse. Now that the caged bird has been liberated, he is a free man. But Niji knows that once he leaves this room, he will need to put on the mask again, cover his forehead with a forehead protector, and be cautious and obedient to the main family at all times. Even though he is already free, he is still restricted. This feeling is even more uncomfortable than not being free. Just thinking about it makes him feel uncomfortable all over, wishing to announce the fact of his freedom to the entire shinobi world in the next second. Yakushi Kabuto certainly sees Niji as an experimental subject, but since he dared to bring it out, it is obvious that the success rate of this potion is extremely high. So, Niji directly accepted his kindness. Well, let's start training then. Natsuo smiled and said, I didn't pay much attention to you before because I wasn't sure if the caged bird could be released. But now I can invest more in you. This was also the agreement they had made. So, originally disguised as Sasuke's friend, Niji, who would come to the Uchiha residence almost every day after school, now practically lives with the Uchiha. Externally, he claims that as a student at the ninja school, he coincidentally met Natsuo and thought that the Jonin was very strong, so he wanted to learn ninjutsu from him. Although Hyuga Hayashi thinks that his nephew has poor judgment of people and chose the worst Jonin. But he didn't say anything. Even if Natsuo is the weakest Jonin, he is still much stronger than the teachers at the ninja school. Following Natsuo is better than going to school, right? Originally, Natsuo was only teaching Sasuke, but now he has another Niji. Sasuke was a bit unhappy about this, but he quickly accepted it, because he found that he had great results when sparring with Niji. Perhaps it's the Uchiha's innate will to never accept defeat that makes Sasuke dislike failure, so he naturally values Niji, who has defeated him, and sees him as his rival. So, maybe I should consider taking Niji to the club next time. Sasuke thought to himself. Naruto has already become too predictable and can't have much of an effect on me. But this Niji might be able to. Yes, this is using his competitive spirit against him. After all, Natsuo once told him that the difference between a strong and weak person lies in their way of thinking. Chapter 93, Yuhi Kurenai's hesitation. Today, Kurenai was out shopping with her best friend, Anko. Looks like we have to buy clothes for the child again. Why do kids grow up so fast? Anko complained with a sad face. Every day, I'm buying clothes for him. What about my nice clothes? Kurenai glanced at Anko and said, You're pregnant, what do you want to wear? Without hesitation, Anko replied, Of course, crop tops, fishnet stockings, black stockings, white stockings, pleated skirts, and camisoles. Hold on. Are these things you can wear now? Kurenai was confused. And why does it sound like the things Natsuo likes to see? Of course, Natsuo likes them. Anko confidently said. If we can't catch a man's attention, what's the point of wearing clothes? We might as well not wear anything. Kurenai, but if I remember correctly, you're pregnant. Can you still wear these? Maternity clothes would be more suitable. Maternity clothes don't show off your figure. Anko pouted. You still need to have a figure to show off. Kurenai couldn't help but say. Look at your belly before you speak. Anko was already pregnant, and her belly had grown big. Although she was not at her peak yet, she was obviously not suitable for wearing such clothes. TCH. Anko pouted and tugged at her belly, dissatisfied. Can only look, can't buy. It's really troublesome. It's so uncomfortable to see cute little dresses but not be able to wear them. Kurenai, how about we just go home directly? Let's not buy clothes for the child either, so I don't have to feel uncomfortable looking at all those clothes I can only look at but not wear. Kurenai helplessly covered her forehead. No, you go back if you want. But I made a promise to your baby that I would buy her new clothes. Kurenai. You're so good to his. Anko was shocked. We've known each other for so many years, and you've never bought me a new piece of clothing. Why are you buying his clothes and not me? No, I'm jealous. Kurenai, if you don't buy me a piece of clothing too, then I'll lie on the ground and won't get up. Speaking, she was about to lie down on the ground. Kurenai. She's already a mother, why is she still so unreliable? The Uchiha clan doesn't have to worry about food and clothing, and there are specialized nannies to help take care of the children. But as a mother, it is natural to prepare clothes and food for the children and give them extra care. However, Anko is an exception. She has a big heart and has entrusted her own child to Kurenai. Instead of focusing on raising her child, she is now jealous of the other children. Anko, you're almost like a second mother to the child, can't you be more mature? Kurenai said helplessly, do you know what your child calls me? He calls me Mom Kurenai. But what does he call you? He calls you sister. Anko, what does that mean? Do you understand? After a moment of contemplation, Anko happily said, that means I look younger than you. Kurenai silently stared at Anko's head. She thought about what angle she should start from to hit Anko as much as possible without harming the child in her belly. All right, don't be like this. Anko pouted and said, I came here to buy clothes for the child. If you don't want to give me clothes, can't I give you some? Anko does care about her own child. She also prepares clothes and toys for her own child like any other child. It's just that she herself is like a child who hasn't grown up. Kurenai felt a wave of powerlessness. She not only had to take care of her own two children but also Anko's child and Anko herself. And now, Anko is about to give birth to her second child, and her workload is obviously going to increase again. But at this moment, Kurenai. Anko. Long time no sees, a familiar voice came, and Kurenai frowned. Asuma, it has indeed been a long time. Kurenai said. The person who came was none other than Asuma. He had a cigarette in his mouth, and his smile, which couldn't be hidden by his bushy beard, was revealed as he walked over. Hong, what have you been busy with lately? It feels like I haven't seen you in a long time. Stop. Kurenai couldn't help but interrupt. Put out your cigarette first. Huh. Asuma was taken aback. Sure, what's wrong? Are you blind? Kurenai took a deep breath. Anko's belly is already showing, and you're smoking right next to her. Can't you show a little care for women? She gave Asuma an angry look. Smoking has a huge impact on women. Didn't you see Anko take several steps back after seeing you? Sorry, Kurenai, I really didn't notice this. Asuma felt a bit embarrassed. Normally, with his abilities, he shouldn't have missed this issue. But it had indeed been a long time since he last saw Kurenai, and in his excitement, he overlooked this problem. Don't apologize to me, apologize to Anko. Kurenai sighed deeply. Where has your decency gone? Natsuo has never been like Asuma. Not to mention smoking around pregnant women, he even ensures that every wife of his is happy when pregnant. No matter what the wife does, he never shows any anger towards her. In Natsuo's words, this is called ensuring the physical and mental health of pregnant women in order to give birth to healthy babies. Men should be generous and accommodating in such situations. Look at Natsuo, and then look at Asuma. Truly, a world of difference, thought Kurenai to herself. Asuma frowned, feeling somewhat unwilling. But it was indeed his fault, so he apologized to Anko. It was originally a small matter, so Anko naturally forgave him. However, she still kept her distance. Asuma smelled of smoke, which is not good for the baby, so it's better to stay away. Although she was somewhat dissatisfied with Asuma, they were still friends after all. What have you been up to lately? Kurenai sighed in relief and asked. Asuma made an effort to change the subject and smiled, saying, I recently went to the border of Iwagakure and had a fight with the Iwagakure shinobi. Those guys were no match at all. Once I broke into their ranks, it was a complete massacre. He boasted loudly, trying to enhance his own image. If one didn't know his level, his boasting about the massacre would be comparable to the fourth Hokage. Kurenai cautioned, Asuma, you've said too much. It's better to keep the mission information confidential. Although Asuma's words were mostly self-praise, the remaining information could still be discerned by others. In order to maintain confidentiality, Konoha also has corresponding confidentiality rules. No problem. Asuma waved his hand carelessly. Anyway, the conflict on my side has already come to an end, so there won't be any leaks. However, Kurenai glanced at Asuma with deeper suspicion. Does the end of the conflict mean there can be no leaks? The confidentiality rules for shinobis require that secrets be kept until death. If he was alone with her, it would be fine, since some secrets might be known to other shinobi of a certain level. But now they were in a commercial street. Hey! Kurenai frowned, showing some dissatisfaction with Asuma. Asuma had violated the rules more than once or twice, but obviously no one would specifically blame a child of the Hokage for that. Asuma continued to boast for a while, and then asked, by the way, what have you been busy with, Kurenai? I've been teaching the Uchiha clan genjutsu. Kurenai brought up her initial excuse. Still teaching? Asuma frowned. It's been over 2 years, and you haven't finished yet. Well, now I have more work with the children's genjutsu enlightenment. Kurenai nodded. No, isn't that inappropriate? Asuma furrowed his brow. That's Natsuo. He's a pervert. It's said that he changes wives every day. Kurenai was somewhat dissatisfied and said, those are all rumors. Don't talk nonsense. With Natsuo having so many wives and considering the fertility rate, how could he change partners every day? It's just a rumor. No, Kurenai, you don't understand. Asuma shook his head, with a disdainful expression, and said, that guy has a bad reputation. With so many beautiful women around him, he must have used some shady means. Asuma, don't judge a person's character based on rumors alone. Kurenai said somewhat displeased. How many times have you actually seen Natsuo? I've known him for so long and I haven't seen him use any means. Is that so? Asuma breathed a sigh of relief. That's really good then. But that person's reputation is not good, and it's not suitable for you to continue staying with the Uchiha clan. You've been teaching for long enough, it's better to withdraw. Withdraw. If it was before, Kurenai had indeed prepared herself to withdraw. She even planned to bring her child with her in the form of adopting an orphan. But now, Kurenai seemed to have gradually become accustomed to life within the Uchiha clan. Eating delicious food from the Uchiha, sleeping in warm rooms, listening to Natsuo's gentle and soft words of love, watching the children grow up little by little. Should I really withdraw? Kurenai suddenly felt conflicted. She had gotten a little used to life within the Uchiha clan and her body instinctively didn't want to leave its comfort zone. Asuma continued saying, Kurenai, let me arrange for you to join my team. I feel that the relationship with my previous teammate is not very good, so I will expel him and make you join. If your team isn't performing well, then I won't join. Kurenai replied, her expression irritated. Asuma's action of taking her out of her comfort zone only made her feel more irritated. It's fine, leave it to me. Asuma confidently said. Anyway, I don't like him either. I'll kick him out and bring you in, it works out perfectly. Kurenai became even more frustrated. He is your teammate, can you really do that? Don't bother me, let me handle it myself. Indulging a teammate with a bad relationship, what if there are coordination issues? Asuma snorted, then said to Kurenai, don't worry, I'll start working on it now. I'll have results within a week. I said, I can handle my own affairs. Kurenai became even more frustrated, her voice showing some impatience. This time, Asuma finally heard the tone in Kurenai's voice. His brows furrowed and he couldn't help but say, Kurenai, you don't want to leave the Uchiha clan, do you? Kurenai opened her mouth. Yes, she really didn't want to leave the Uchiha clan. There she felt extremely relaxed. There was the warmth of children, the gentleness of Natsuo. She didn't need to consider anything else. The Uchiha clan seemed to isolate all the bad things from the outside world, leaving only a space that resembled an ivory tower. This made Kurenai feel very content. Asuma noticed the hesitation in Kurenai's eyes, and immediately a surge of anger rose within him. Kurenai, what's so good about the Uchiha clan? Why do you suddenly not want to leave? Kurenai felt even more troubled in her heart but found it difficult to speak. Did that guy, Natsuo, do something to you? Asuma became furious instantly. I knew that guy wasn't a good person. I'll bring the security team and arrest him right now. What reason do you have to arrest someone? Kurenai couldn't help but speak up. Can't your young master temper be controlled? However, Asuma was struck as if by lightning. You dare to insult me? He widened his eyes and stared at Kurenai. You dare to insult me because of him? Damn it. Have you also been deceived by that guy? I shouldn't have let you become a genjutsu teacher. Now even you have fallen for his tricks. Kurenai. What did Natsuo do to make you like this? Asuma glared at Kurenai, as if seeing a traitor. Kurenai noticed his gaze, but it only fueled her anger. What relationship do I have with you? On what grounds do you always interfere in my affairs? On what grounds do you always make decisions for me? The anger broke through the limits of rationality. What did she do to make you like this? Kurenai retorted directly in her anger. I was the one who did something to him. Chapter 94, Uchiha Clan's Secret Technique, Wealth Release Technique. Asuma stood there dumbfounded, as if he hadn't heard clearly. Kurenai, what did you say? I think I didn't hear it clearly. You've always been pushing me to leave the Uchiha clan, right? Well, let me tell you, there's no need anymore. Kurenai coldly snorted. I've gotten used to living in the Uchiha clan. There's no need to move. After all, I have already given birth to 2 children for him. Both me and the children are very comfortable. You don't need to worry about us. Asuma was completely stunned. Although Kurenai had been living a secluded life for the past 2 years and had less contact with outsiders, Asuma never expected this outcome. After all, as a ninja, it was normal to have long-term missions that kept them away from home. When Asuma became a guardian ninja, it was normal for him to not return home for half a year or even a year. Asuma's mission frequency was neither high nor low, but with the ever-changing situation in the shinobi world, many of Konoha's missions were aimed at other countries, inevitably prolonging the time spent away. In addition, other people also took missions and needed to go out. So, it wasn't just him and Kurenai who didn't see each other for long periods of time. Kakashi and the others were also away from the village for long periods of time. But he really didn't expect this outcome. How is this possible, you and him? How is this possible? Asuma took 3 steps back, his eyes filled with disbelief. Wait. The children. 2 children. If they're not twins, then... Yes. Kurenai's pretty face blushed slightly, but she still bit her lip lightly and said firmly, it's just as you think. We've been together for a long time, but it hasn't been made public. And now, I think it's time to make it public. No. Kurenai, how could you do this? Asuma was completely confused and said in a flustered manner, did he force you? No. He must have forced you. I'm going to kill him right now. Who do you want to kill? The father of my child. Kurenai's voice suddenly turned cold. Also, I have already married into the Uchiha clan, so please call me Uchiha Kurenai. Don't casually call me Kurenai anymore. We're not that familiar. Upon hearing this, Asuma felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His expression changed several times, from confusion to incomprehension, and finally turned into anger. Kurenai. Why did you marry him? Asuma became even angrier, his eyes were almost filled with murderous intent. That guy has dozens of wives. How could you be interested in someone like him? What makes me worse than him? Asuma's heart was filled with anger. However, Kurenai simply said calmly, Natsuo is much better than you. At least he doesn't force his decisions on a woman who has nothing to do with him. Asuma and Kurenai eventually parted ways on bad terms. Because of the incident, the news quickly spread. Regardless of Asuma being the Hokage's son or Kurenai being the strongest genjutsu shinobi in Konoha, they were both well-known figures. As expected, this issue was spread and exaggerated. In the midst of all this, Natsuo couldn't help but laugh at this peculiar situation. Because although he knew that Kurenai was becoming more and more accustomed to the lifestyle of the Uchiha clan, she herself had not yet made the decision to truly marry him. She was still hesitating, and although Natsuo had promised Kurenai that once her child was born, she would be free to take the child with her and that he would discreetly support her. However, in her heart, this promise was just a tactic to buy time and convince Kurenai to stay in the Uchiha clan. If Kurenai was still determined to leave, Natsuo knew she would have to come up with a strategy to change her mind, even if it meant resorting to extreme measures. He may be accommodating to his wives, but that doesn't mean he would allow her to leave with his son. In the end, Asuma's pressure made Kurenai decide to accept her current life. At first, it might have been just angry words, but later on, Kurenai did not regret it. Although others may gossip, it is still better than being with a man like Asuma who wants to control everything. This is her idea. On one hand, as an independent woman, she is unwilling to accept polygamy, considering it as a personal inequality. But on the other hand, no matter what others say, she is determined to do what she wants to do according to her own thoughts. Natsuo naturally encourages this. That same day, he welcomed Yuhi Kurenai into the Uchiha clan, and performed a marriage ceremony, without thinking about, since you have given birth to my son, you should stay by my side, there is no need to complicate things. Kurenai looked at the solemn ceremony and felt a little relieved. Perhaps her decision was not wrong. And in her emotional state, Natsuo also received a return gift from Kurenai that day. Because Kurenai had just given birth and her body was still in the recovery period, it was naturally inconvenient for them to share a room. But after all, they were newlyweds. On the day when any wife enters the house, Natsuo would only stay in that wife's room. This is the minimum respect. However, unlike other wives, Kurenai's body was not convenient, and Natsuo himself was prepared to rest obediently for the night. But the result? It's okay. Kurenai blushed and whispered, there are many other ways, not just this one. Natsuo looked at Kurenai, shocked. He didn't expect her to play this way. Are you sure your name is Kurenai? Isn't it Anko? Meanwhile, news of Asuma also reached the ears of the third Hokage. Oh, is that so? Asuma, this child, has grown up and is still jealous of others. He really doesn't understand. The third Hokage listened to the report from the Umbu, shaking his head helplessly. Then he began to deal with other matters. About 3 hours later, the third Hokage held a mission scroll, hesitating. Ah, there are too few jonin in the village, and they are all working hard. The third Hokage sighed softly. But this mission can only be completed by a jonin. Send me the list of jonin who are still in the village. Soon, the secretary brought the list. The third Hokage looked back and forth at the list. He suddenly slapped his head and said, oh, Natsuo jonin hasn't been on a mission for so long. Although I understand the difficulties he faces in reviving the Uchiha clan, the village is currently in a crisis, so please assign him this mission. And so, a mission order from the Hokage was delivered to Natsuo. Rank B mission, assassinate the left guard of the Land of Lightning, Kakishi Motoharu. The position of the left guard is a military position, not a high rank, but it holds local military power. The key is that the location of this, Kakishi Motoharu, is right in the Kimogakure supply depot, and he is constantly surrounded by patrolling shinobis. On the surface, assassinating a low-ranking official may not even qualify as a B-rank mission. But in reality, this mission definitely carries risks close to an S rank. Is this revenge? Anko's chest heaved with anger, her eyes widened. Could it be that even the Hokage would seek personal revenge? Kurenai's expression also turned grim. She couldn't help but remember Asuma's actions when she wasn't part of the Uchiha clan. Changing her teammates, assigning her the same mission as Asuma. It's truly sickening. The only question is whether it was Asuma's doing or the third Hokage's action. Could it be both? I'm sorry, Natsuo, it's all because of my stubbornness. Kurenai's face turned red with embarrassment. This mission is not easy. With Natsuo's strength as a jonin, he might have to risk his life to complete it. Hey, what are you thinking? Natsuo couldn't help but chuckle. It's just a mission. Do you really think I would go to my death? Then are you going to refuse? Anko asked in surprise. As shinobis, we can't refuse the Hokage's missions. Who said I was going to refuse? Natsuo smiled. Don't forget, we Uchiha also have secret techniques. Secret techniques? What secret techniques? The two women looked at him curiously. Our Uchiha clan's secret technique is called Wealth Release Technique. Natsuo smiled and increased the quest reward by double, then handed it to the quest hall. With the generous reward, the shinobis quickly came to claim the mission and went to complete it. Before long, news of the mission's completion arrived, and Natsuo went directly to sign the report for completing the mission. A report that was written by the shinobi himself. Anko. Kurenai. Third Hokage. They never expected Natsuo to do such a thing. After all, shinobis mainly complete missions for money. Who would have thought that Natsuo would simply pay to have someone else solve it? But even the third Hokage couldn't find fault with it. Shinobis are allowed to use external assistance when completing missions. For example, they can spend money to purchase information to aid in completing the mission. Natsuo took it a step further. He directly paid to have the mission completed. This is just. The third Hokage's mouth twitched, but he could only suppress the Uchiha clan within the rules. Likewise, Natsuo also played his tricks within the rules. Everything was reasonable and legal. Next, third Hokage frequently assigned tasks to Natsuo. Natsuo casually outsourced all the tasks. The third Hokage hinted that the village shinobi should not accept Natsuo's tasks. Then, the next second, Natsuo contacted Akatsuki. Third Hokage specifically assigned a confidential mission that should not be disclosed to outsiders, in order to isolate the possibility of Natsuo hiring people. Then Natsuo agreed on the surface, but as soon as he took a step out of the village, he turned back. After wandering the streets for a long time and eating a lot of snacks, he finally went to the Hokage's office to report. I'm sorry, Lord Hokage, the mission failed this time. Ah. Why did it fail? Because as soon as I left, I suddenly discovered Orochimaru's trace, so I had no choice but to retreat. What? There was no trace of Orochimaru at the gate. How would I know? As soon as I saw him, I quickly withdrew. Why didn't I check it carefully? As for why I didn't fight Orochimaru desperately. Come on, I'm just an ordinary jonin. How could I not fear Orochimaru, whom even you couldn't kill? Third Hokage, who was stuck with a set of excuses, had to quickly arrange for other ninjas to take over. Extremely dangerous high-level missions often had significant consequences and could cause great damage to Konoha if delayed. He doesn't know what the third Hokage was thinking with this back and forth, but Natsuo seemed to be having fun. Sasuke, Kurenai, Anko, and others looked displeased. This is targeting us, Uchiha. Sasuke said with a disgruntled expression. Now I understand why my father had several arguments with our clan members in the past. This is clearly targeting us. Although Sasuke was young at the time and didn't know much, even he could sense the atmosphere among the Uchiha. Kurenai also snorted. I thought the third Hokage was a qualified and good Hokage, but now I'm disappointed. Anko was even more direct and said, in recent years, Konoha has been declining. This must be the third Hokage's fault. However, Natsuo chuckled lightly. Why bother taking it to heart? After all, the third Hokage has worked hard and achieved a lot. It wouldn't be surprising if he died at any time. Why do we need to be so calculative? Everyone was confused. What kind of reasoning was this? After a while, due to the increasingly tense situation in the shinobi world, the third Hokage decided to hold a joint Chunin exam to showcase the strength of the new generation of Konoha and maintain the precious peace they had. At this moment, Natsuo, who had grown a little tired of it all, smiled faintly. It looks like something interesting will happen. Chapter 95, Medicine Seduction Showdown. In reality, the conflicts in the shinobi world have been escalating to a point where even the third Hokage finds it difficult to control. It wouldn't be surprising if a war broke out in the next second. However, although all parties are prepared for war, none of them are ready to be the first to strike. That's why this strange war cloud has been lingering without fully erupting. The suppression of the Uchiha clan can only be described as a game, while the third Hokage's focus remains on suppressing the war. He combines external deterrence with gentle persuasion, boosting morale and taking precautions. He has been working hard for this. But there are limits to everything. For example, not long ago, the third Hokage paid a certain price to send away the Kirigakure delegation. Ao is an experienced Kirigakure shinobi with a particularly sharp mind, making him the Mizuki's strongest assistant. He originally came with Terumi Mei's orders, pretending to be strong and then surrendering his eyes if he couldn't do it. As a result, the third Hokage talked tough but was actually scared. After a few attempts, he discovered this fact and became even more aggressive. The third Hokage may not necessarily be unaware of Ao's intentions, but there are too many crazy people in Kirigakure. While Ao doesn't want to go to war and the Mizukage also doesn't want to go to war, who knows if they will suddenly start a war under the influence of a few madmen. Anyway, the Kirigakure shinobis are abroad, so no matter how they fight, it will hardly affect the homeland of the Kirigakure. Even if he can guess Ao's purpose, the third Hokage still chooses to prioritize peace and pays a certain price to reach a peace agreement with Kirigakure. We fought against the Uchiha clan for so long, but we couldn't get any favorable treaties on the battlefield. I never expected that we could actually bring it to the negotiation table. Ao didn't expect things to go so smoothly. Although they didn't get much in the end, it doesn't stop Ao from giving all the credit to Terumi Mei and continuing to advocate for her. However, the third Hokage also feels that he has gained a lot. Kirigakure's financial resources are limited, and extorting a small amount is enough to satisfy him. To exchange a little cost for the growth period of Konoha. In his opinion, it's quite a good deal. However, although the cost is not high, it is still the result of humiliating the country. The third Hokage's prestige has diminished slightly, and other countries have also begun to notice Konoha's weakness. At this time, the decision of the third Hokage is, let's hold a Chunin exam. His gaze is firm. Invite Kirigakure and Tsunagakure to join together and witness the strength of our Konoha shinobi. The essence of the Chunin exam is not created for the promotion of genin, but it is an important occasion to observe the strength of other countries. Although the younger generation is not strong, they represent the future of the village. This itself is an important component of national strength. The third Hokage is well aware that although Konoha's top-level strong individuals are struggling, most of them die in internal conflicts, but there are still many promising talents among the genin, surpassing those of other countries. Send out invitations to all countries. The third Hokage said in a deep voice. The third Hokage's command is not a secret. He had no intention of hiding it, but rather made a big announcement to Iwagakure, Kumogakure, Tsunagakure, and Kirigakure. Of course, the possibility of Iwagakure and Kimogakure participating is very low, but the possibility of Sunagakure, Konoha's former ally, and Kirigakure, who has just signed a treaty, participating, is very high. Participation in the Chunin exam is included in the treaty between Konohagakure and Kirigakure. The Chunin exam requires some time for preparation, contacting various countries, and giving other shinobi villages time to prepare. During this time, Natsuo was not idle. He continued to work hard, impregnating several kunoichi, including some jonin level 1s. Also, many of Natsuo's wives gave birth during this time, although none of them were particularly strong or possessed a Kekkei Genkai, but there were quite a few children with a potential of over 100. In terms of mental power and chakra, Natsuo made great progress. Under the continuous increase of mental power, the last remaining obstacle was finally overcome. A dark and mysterious chakra surged in his mind, making his eyes tingle, then the unique visual patterns of the Mangekyo Sharingan became even more complex. Natsuo closed his eyes and quietly felt it for a while. Then he suddenly opened his eyes. In the mirror, his eyes were unexpectedly a combination of a windmill and a hexagram. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. After working so hard for so long, I finally succeeded. Natsuo looked at the pupils in the mirror, feeling the continuously surging immense power of the eyes, and smiled. The biggest difference between the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and the normal Mangekyo Sharingan is not just that the eyes of the holder do not suffer from the side effect of blindness. It is the even more powerful eye power. The side effect of blindness is meaningless to Natsuo, as the sage body itself can achieve this ability. However, the sage body cannot solve the fundamental difference in the power of the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and the Mangekyo Sharingan. Only by activating the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan can the power of Susanoo truly be exerted. That is, the complete body Susanoo. It's just in time, maybe I can use it soon. Thinking this, Natsuo glanced at Yakushi Kabuto, who was still smiling while adjusting Niji's body with medicine. Then he showed a gentle smile. Niji has already graduated. However, he did not accept the village's arrangement to become a disciple of another jonin. Instead, he stayed in the village, citing the protection of the Hyuga clan as the reason. Hyuga Hayashi is very unwilling to this. He believes that Niji is very talented and should not become the guardian of the Hyuga clan at such a young age. At least he should train himself well and become a jonin before taking on this job. He is not really despising Niji's strength, but sincerely feels that it is a waste of Niji's talent to graduate directly and become a guardian. Niji could have become stronger. However, Niji insisted on this and smiled, saying, "Hayashi-sama, think about it. To become a guardian of the Hyuga clan I need to go out and train for 10 years, but now I can directly graduate and become a guardian of the Hyuga clan. Isn't this saving 10 years of detours?" Hyuga Hayashi was speechless. Is it the same treatment for a jonin to be a guardian and a genin to be a guardian? He suspected that Niji was simply talking big and still harbored resentment towards him, due to him causing his father's death. However, Niji insisted. "I am loyal to Hinata-sama. I will talk about training after Hinata-sama graduates." Eventually, Niji's request was accepted. Anyway, it's only a year, so let's go along with Niji's wishes. However, only Yakushi Kabuto and Natsuo truly understood the true goals of this young man. And his true strength. Physical fitness has improved by 30%, mental strength has improved by 5%. Natsuo-sama, our research has been successful. Yakushi Kabuto smiled and then said to Niji, "Congratulations, Niji. You probably have the physical skills of a jonin now, in other words, you have become a special jonin." A special jonin refers to an elite shinobi who has reached the level of a jonin in certain aspects but has temporarily fallen behind in other areas. Niji originally had the strength of a chunin, and now with the medicine, his physical abilities have been greatly enhanced. His strength naturally skyrocketed. "I still have a long way to go compared to real jonin," Niji said modestly, shaking his head. "Not to mention, there are many jonin in the Hyuga clan. I still need to work harder. Take your time." Natsuo smiled and said, "You're still young, you have time, no need to rush." Then he looked at the potion with a fiery gaze. Niji's experiment has proven that this potion, named Revival No. 1, is truly effective and has no side effects. In other words, the research was successful. However, it is still difficult to become as strong as Niji in such a short time. After all, having the caged bird has imprisoned him, but also allowed him to adapt to the existence of natural energy, making his efficiency much higher. If the same potion were used on Natsuo's wives, the effectiveness might be greatly reduced, and the consumption would be much higher. At the same time, Revival No. 1 is not a limitless enhancement for the body. Although Niji has not reached his limit, according to Yakushi Kabuto's estimate, he can only improve a chunin's physical fitness by 50% and mental strength by 10%. Any more than that would have no effect. However, Natsuo didn't care about that. After all, he didn't have many time restrictions. His only requirement was that it not be harmful. So, he created a bunch of Revival Number 1 and gathered his own wives. Of course, not everyone, only the most outstanding wives. Yukino, Yuzuki Yugao, Yuhi Kurinai, Ringo Emuri, Enko, Uzumaki Yoko, Karama Yukumo. Only these few. The difference in favoritism towards wives by Natsuo was not the most important. What was more important was that although some of the wives were not weak in strength, they had already become accustomed to the comfortable life of the Uchiha clan. They were even lazy in their daily training. If it weren't for Natsuo's strict supervision, they would have completely relaxed a long time ago. They didn't have the intention to become stronger, so why bother putting in effort? Moreover, the current production capacity is very low. Natsuo mentioned the matter of the potion and said, the cost of Revival Number 1 is not low. To see results, you have to drink a bottle every week and continue for 2 to 3 months to see initial effects. The current production capacity can only supply 2 people, but I am expanding the capacity and will gradually arrange it for all of you. So, the main issue now is who goes first and who goes later. After this statement, the women fell silent. Anko's eyes lit up and she said, honey, I really need strength. Please help poor little Anko, okay? As she spoke, she even acted coquettishly and shook Natsuo's arm. She had always wanted to seek revenge against Orochimaru. How could she give up the opportunity to become stronger? Then Karama Yukumo interrupted her. Anko, you should step aside. My strength is even lower than yours. My body is currently weak to the point that having a child could cause my death. I believe ensuring the condition of my body is the top priority. Yuzuki Yugao stood up and said in a deep voice, Yukumo, you don't understand. Becoming stronger also requires gradual progress. Your foundation is too weak, and a sudden increase in strength may affect your control. You can't handle this, let me go first. Although she has accepted the Uchiha lifestyle, she has not given up on becoming stronger. As a kunoichi, one should always strive and persist in training. Ringo Emuri couldn't help but speak up, saying in a deep voice, do you Konoha kunoichi understand what it means to maximize resources? Resources can only be maximized when invested in the strongest person. Shinobis need to make rational judgments. There is no doubt that the strongest person here is her. As a Kirigakira kunoichi, Emuri is not as decadent as those wives who only know how to lie down. She constantly pursues the improvement of her combat power, even during pregnancy, she never forgets to exercise to the maximum extent. How could she refuse a medicine that would help her improve her strength? Uzumaki Yoko coughed. From the perspective of maximizing resources, I think it is reasonable for the strongest person to have priority in resources. However, strength is only one aspect. I think bloodline itself is also a matter to consider. I am already pregnant now. By making myself stronger, I can further influence the child and make the child even more talented. Isn't that the most reasonable method? The bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, combined with the child I am about to conceive, considering all factors, I believe it is the right choice to give me a spot. Anko immediately became anxious. Why do these people always compete with me? You are not in a hurry to become stronger, why do you want to compete with me? Are you forcing me to use my ultimate move? Without hesitation, she directly leaned against Natsuo's chest, husband, please. Anko-chan really needs it. Anko has always followed a sexy and charming route, her words are always seductive, and when she said this, she deliberately added a seductive tone, giving people goosebumps. Yugao took action without hesitation. She knelt behind Natsuo, then began to massage his shoulders and back, and said coquettishly, darling, please. Yoko chose a different approach. She decided to seduce him. Therefore, with her clothes half open, she exuded beauty and tenderness, and said in a sweet voice, husband, you said yesterday that you wanted to experience. Don't you want to try it? I only need a small reward. Emuri snorted coldly. What can you do that I can't? I am a Kirigakira kunoichi, I never give up. Yukumo blushed even more, lowered her head and whispered, I haven't properly served you, Lord Husband. Don't you think this is a good opportunity? Damn. Have you all gone crazy? When did our Uchiha clan become so competitive? Natsuo was dumbfounded. Chapter 96, Snake's Surprise. Natsuo's stealthy smirk. Natsuo originally thought that all of his wives were all very generous, never jealous, and uncompetitive with each other. But now that he thinks about it, they were like that because they didn't need to fight for what they wanted. With the financial and material resources of the Uchiha clan, what can't they get if they want it? In addition, most of the time they are pregnant or in the postpartum period, so there is no situation like the ancient emperor's harem where they fight for the throne. But it doesn't mean that they won't compete. Strength is something that every shinobi needs. When there is something they truly need in front of them, who wouldn't strive to be the first? Even the gentlest Uzumaki Yoko, due to her early experiences, deeply understands that strength is everything. Even she wants to compete, let alone others. Natsuo has enjoyed it for a long time but also struggled for a long time. In the end, he decided to give 2 places, Yukino and Yukumo. Yukino was the first woman Natsuo was with, and her strength was the lowest. But because she was the first to be with his, she had the aura of the main wife. She did indeed manage to not fight or snatch, treating every subsequent woman fairly and maintaining a stable and harmonious atmosphere. So, this time, Natsuo decided to give her a spot. As for Yukumo, her physical condition was too poor, and she was the one among the women who needed the potion to enhance her physical fitness the most. Without taking the medicine, it would probably take a long time for her to have the physical fitness to give birth. But as Natsuo said, he is currently expanding production capacity and increasing output as much as possible. Slowly, all the women will benefit and receive advantages. Actually, expanding production capacity is not complicated and can be resolved quickly. The real limiting factor for output is the problem of high costs. The revival number 1 requires the consumption of 1 bottle per week, in addition to precious materials such as Hashirama cells and auxiliary materials. Taking everything into account, even just considering the cost, each wife would consume 1 to 2 million per month, comparable to an S-class mission. And if it weren't for Niji's body that has adapted to natural energy to a certain extent, it would take at least 3 years of continuous consumption to achieve complete mastery. The cost of this medicine is so high that it could be compared to the reward for Asuma's life, and he has elite Jonin strength and is the son of the 3rd Hokage. Apart from the wealthy Uchiha, who can afford such a high price. Of course, Natsuo and Kabuto are also optimizing the formula, hoping to reduce costs, increase production capacity, and spread the revival number 1 to Natsuo's entire harem as quickly as possible. Natsuo is full of fighting spirit. My wives can become even stronger. Natsuo's wife improvement plan is still underway. During this time, the 3rd Hokage actively contacted other ninja villages. 3rd Hokage's estimate is not wrong, except for Sunagakure, which is already an ally, vassal, and Kirigakure, who has just signed an agreement and feels that they should actively change their closed image. Kumogakure and Iwagakure have both expressed their refusal to participate in Konoha's Chunin exam proposal. However, the 3rd Hokage didn't expect them to participate anyway. As long as Konoha's genin crush the Kirigakure and Sunagakure shinobi, it is enough to demonstrate Konoha's strength and serve as a deterrent. Anyway, the shinobis of Kumogakure and Iwagakure will be actively collecting information about the Konoha Chunin exam, so there is no need to worry about them not finding out. In the end, the participants in the Chunin exam are Konoha and its ally, Sunagakure, as well as Kirigakure and several small rural villages who seek not to win but to participate. However, the 3rd Hokage is unaware that while he is focusing on the outside world, Konoha itself is also in turmoil. In a dark forest in Konohagakure. Orochimaru, why did you summon me? Shimura Danzo still has his body wrapped in bandages. He leaned on his cane and knocked on a tree root beside him. He, long time no see, things are not the same as before. Orochimaru's unique hoarse voice sounded. He slowly walked out of the shadows, a cold smile hanging on his lips. After all, we are old acquaintances. How about we catch up? Orochimaru, I'm not interested in chatting with you here. Danzo's voice was cold. You and I are not that close. Don't tell me that someone like you would actually do such a thing. Tell me your true intentions. It's really cold-hearted. Orochimaru didn't mind, his eyes slightly lowered as he said directly, I want to kill the 3rd Hokage. Danzo's eyelids twitched, but he remained calm. Otogakure in my hands also participated in the Chunin exams this time. Orochimaru said with a smile. We also joined forces with Sunagakure. I believe that with a surprise attack, it won't be a problem to kill the 3rd Hokage. Of course, I need someone to cooperate with me. I need you to leak information at crucial points, so that my subordinates and I can approach the 3rd Hokage smoothly. After all, you know. He smiled. I don't trust you either. With so few subordinates, I really can't venture too deep into Konoha. What do you think? Would you consider cooperating? However, Danzo coldly snorted. I am Konoha's shadow. I won't let anyone who poses a threat to Konoha go unpunished. Orochimaru, if you dare to harm Konoha, don't blame me for being impolite to you. But as for whether or not they would cooperate with Orochimaru, not a single word was said. Or in other words, he will not allow anyone who poses a threat to Konoha to go unpunished. So, if he only targets the 3rd Hokage, would he leave him alone? Although there was no definite response, Orochimaru knew that they had reached a cooperation. But he was still not satisfied. Orochimaru smiled and said, Don't say that, aren't we friendly partners? I think there are many things we can discuss between us. For example. His eyes narrowed, filled with a playful smile. I remember that you and your root have been inexplicably attacked many times. Aren't you curious about who could do such a thing? You know. Danzo's old eyes widened, showing a hint of seriousness. Since the incident at the Shimura clan, he had discovered nothing. And of the attack on Root's base, where numerous valuable samples were lost and precious instruments stolen, in addition to exposing him to the entire village, no clues had been discovered until now. For Root, which is essentially Umbu and focuses on intelligence, this is simply a disgrace. Unfortunately, even if Danzo exhausts all means, he cannot wash away this shame. Do you know who that person is? Were you the one who attacked the base? Danzo suddenly became serious, then immediately shook his head. No, you cannot do such a thing. I have investigated afterwards, and all the members had their minds destroyed by the enemy's powerful illusion techniques. Even their memories cannot be accessed. It is clear that you do not possess this illusion ability. His words were firm and certain. Because the one who knows Orochimaru's situation best in Konoha is perhaps him, who has had multiple dealings with Orochimaru. Although there is no proof, I should know who did it. Orochimaru smiled lightly, a hint of seriousness flashing in his eyes. He also has no evidence. But sometimes, evidence is not really necessary. With a grudge against the Root, exceptional strength, and skilled in illusion techniques. Elder Danzo, you should know that there are not many experts in this world, and others do not have the motive to act. I know of one person, with considerable strength and fully capable and motivated to target the Root. He is. Orochimaru was about to say the person's name. But in the next second, he suddenly stopped speaking. Instead, his pupils contracted, his body stiffened, and a look of disbelief appeared in his eyes. If you look closely into his eyes, you can see the reflection of a young man with a soft smile sitting calmly on a branch above Danzo. The young man had a smile on his lips, with one hand resting on his thigh, and the palm of his hand supporting his face, looking down with great interest at Orochimaru and Danzo. Hey, who is this person you're talking about? Danzo frowned and said discontentedly, didn't you say you wanted to reveal his identity to me? If you really know who that person is, I can consider cooperating with you, and we can also discuss other collaborations. Now, can you speak? Meanwhile, Orochimaru's cold sweat flowed down, and his pupils suddenly contracted. Danzo actually knew nothing about the young man on top of his head. Was it an illusion? Natsuo, you've become stronger again. Chapter 97, The Surprising Benefits of Negotiating with a Snake. Danzo continued to ask Orochimaru persistently, but Orochimaru suddenly fell silent. Are you planning to wait until after killing the third Hokage to trade with me? Danzo frowned but did not think too much about it. Orochimaru seemed to have no intention of speaking, so they could discuss it later. Besides, Danzo did not lack items to trade with Orochimaru. With Konoha's backing, he could obtain infinite resources, and Orochimaru's numerous research projects needed a large amount of them. But what Danzo cared about the most was not the people who destroyed the Root research facility, but the position of Hokage. So, after several failed attempts to get a response, Danzo simply left. The next second, Natsuo appeared in front of Orochimaru. Orochimaru, I always thought we were excellent trading partners. Natsuo sighed softly. I never expected Orochimaru-sama to use my information as an item for trade with Danzo. This is truly. Natsuo's face was filled with pain. Doesn't your conscience hurt? No, because I don't have a conscience at all. Orochimaru had the urge to reply with this, but he did not dare to say it aloud. Because Natsuo was emanating a strong killing intent. The unique Mangekyo Sharingan pattern in his eyes erupted with a chilling aura that seemed to come from hell. Chakra was unleashed from his body like a heavy hammer hitting him hard. His strength has increased again. Orochimaru silently swallowed his saliva, his eyes filled with fear. Natsuo was already strong before, and now he was even more formidable. He was so strong that even though he was so close, he managed to hide his own figure with Jinjutsu. And Danzo, a veteran Kage-level expert, did not notice at all. The pattern in his eyes has changed. Has his Sharingan evolved again? Shun. Suddenly, Natsuo's figure approached, Orochimaru's pupils contracted, and he instinctively prepared to react. But his body sank. The next second, the arm that had been raised half a centimeter was cut off in one fell swoop. Genjutsu control, direct attack. Back then, Itachi responded to his ambush in the same way, but now Natsuo achieved all this more easily and simply. He has improved so much compared to before. Wasn't this guy always obsessed with having children? When he met him before, although the pattern of defeating himself was like Uchiha Itachi's, various details showed that Natsuo was far from being on par with Uchiha Itachi, only taking advantage of his own weaknesses. But now it is different. Orochimaru's face turned ugly, blood flowed from his wrist, quickly wetting the ground. Orochimaru-sama, you have been ignoring me all this time. Does this mean that our transaction is completely over? Natsuo sighed lightly. Yakushi Kabuto will be sad. He probably didn't expect that when you betrayed me, you didn't remind him to leave the Uchiha clan early. After all, if I had known about this, I might have killed him directly. Orochimaru took a deep breath and looked at the men in front of him. He completely ignored the pain in his wrist and revealed a smile. I'm sorry, Natsuo-sama, but I also have my own difficulties here. After all, as you heard just now, I am preparing to lead my shinobi village to launch a surprise attack on Konoha. I need a lot of power, and it is obvious that our trade with the Jonin will suffer as a result. And after I attack Konoha, I will probably be targeted by an angry Konoha for a while, and I will urgently need financial and material support. Only the root can provide me with these resources. I'm sorry about this, but I have no choice. In short, the foundation of the trade between the two sides no longer exists. Although Orochimaru's subordinates can cultivate female Jonin steadily, the growth of a Jonin cannot be completed in just a year or two. The original combat power will probably be greatly lost in the surprise attack on Konoha, making it difficult for him to continue the trade with Natsuo. And after completing the surprise attack on Konoha, he will definitely face the relentless retaliation from Konoha. No shinobi village can tolerate the fact that their own shadow is assassinated by others, especially the person who killed the Hokage, and there is no other ninja village to rely on. Even if Konoha cannot produce shinobis who can defeat Orochimaru in a direct confrontation, using political and economic means to sanction him would be enough to make him suffer. Unfortunately, Orochimaru, who has consumed most of his reserves due to the war, urgently needs sufficient material replenishment. Apart from Danzo, he cannot find enough trading partners. And if he wants to trade with Danzo, he naturally needs to prepare enough bargaining chips, and Natsuo's existence is the most significant one among these chips. Natsuo-sama, now you understand. Orochimaru said, covering his severed hand with one hand, his voice hoarse. The end of our trade is inevitable. I understand. Natsuo nodded and sighed lightly. It's a pity, I always thought you were a good trading partner. Orochimaru has been a great help to him. After Yakushi Kabuto brought in a group of kunoichi, the two sides held 3 rounds of exchange. In total, more than 10 jonin educated by Orochimaru married into the Uchiha clan. And these jonin, on average, gave birth to 2 children, and more than half of them had children with potential exceeding 100 points, bringing considerable gains to Natsuo. Now Natsuo can easily suppress Orochimaru, and one of the reasons is the trade with Orochimaru. However, since reality has already become like this, then Orochimaru, when you betrayed me, you probably prepared yourself to be killed by me. Natsuo sighed softly. I understand your difficulties, but you also need to understand mine, right? Although Natsuo sighed, he wasn't angry. Orochimaru naturally had his own difficulties and the freedom to break agreements. He also respected Orochimaru's freedom. But at the same time, Natsuo also had his own difficulties and the freedom to kill Orochimaru. I respect your freedom, so you should respect mine, right? I hope that we can respect and understand each other. Don't worry, out of our friendship, I won't let you suffer too much. Natsuo sighed softly and said, I will diligently kill the souls within the various seals you left behind. Please rest assured. Orochimaru's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He could tell that Natsuo was serious. Although he didn't know how this guy found out the secret of his seals, the increasingly dense killing intent around him had already told him that this guy really intended to kill him. Wait. He couldn't help but say, his pale face seemingly becoming even paler. Natsuo-kun, can't you let me go? Natsuo softly said, no, Orochimaru-sama, please respect the feelings of someone you betrayed. But Natsuo-kun, even if I betrayed you, with Danzo's strength, he won't be able to defeat you. You won't suffer much loss. It's okay, even if I kill you, with Orochimaru-sama's strength, there might still be some resurrection method that I don't know about. I won't pursue you after you come back to life. That way, you won't suffer any loss either. Natsuo-kun, this is Konoha. If we fight, it will definitely cause a big commotion. Won't that affect your goals? It's okay, I'm actually getting a bit bored of hiding. Let's expose our strengths. If it really doesn't work, I'll just kill Danzo and the 3rd Hokage together. It's not a big problem. Not a big problem, my foot. Are you trying to challenge a whole village of shinobi? Orochimaru couldn't help but think, but he had to admit that Natsuo had the strength for it. Because his eyes were the same as Uchiha Madara's eyes back then. Uchiha Madara was able to make the Iwagakure shinobi bow down with his own power, so why couldn't Natsuo overturn the entire Konoha with his own power? The current Konoha is far from being as powerful as it was back then. And this man, who has been lurking for so long, seems to have prepared himself to expose himself. Or maybe he's just playing around. He can expose himself at any time, but he can also choose not to. Perhaps one day, when some ignorant people come looking for trouble, he will truly reveal his strength. Natsuo smiled and walked slowly towards him. His steps were slow, but every step he took felt like a blow to Orochimaru's heart. Wait. I can pay a price to save my life. Orochimaru reluctantly spoke up. Oh. Tell me about it. Natsuo rubbed his chin, with a playful look on his face. I have a kunoichi with a special bloodline here, her strength is at the level of an elite jonin, and she could even become a quasi-kage level at any time. Orochimaru sighed lightly. She is my capable subordinate, both in terms of strength and management ability, she is unparalleled. She possesses a unique ninja art, the crystal release, although it is not as powerful as Uchiha or Senju bloodlines, it is still quite formidable. The person Orochimaru was talking about was Guren. She was the first backup for Orochimaru's reincarnation vessel. Apart from Kimimaro, who was already ill, and Sasuke, who had not yet met Orochimaru at this time, she was the most suitable candidate. In the future, Orochimaru would also command her to recapture the Three Tails. Although she didn't succeed, she didn't suffer too serious injuries. This shows her strength. Orochimaru's face was full of regret. Guren is a great vessel for reincarnation. If possible, he really doesn't want to hand her over. But there's no other way. If he doesn't produce some genuine goods, Natsuo will really start killing people. Natsuo squinted his eyes, and he at once thought of who Orochimaru was talking about. It has to be said that this is indeed a generous gift. Even among the talented members of Natsuo's harem, Guren's strength is second only to Ringo Amiri and can be ranked second. It's not enough. Natsuo said coldly. I heard that Yakushi Kabuto is helping you develop secret medicine. Orochimaru sighed softly. I have some information here that I can give you. It's still not enough. I don't currently have a use for Yakushi Kabuto. I can lend him to you temporarily, but when the Konoha collapse plan is implemented, I will need his help. It's still not enough. I have another talented kunoichi with a Kekkei Genkai under my command. Although her strength is only at the jonin level, her talent is very high. She is also one of my potential vessels for reincarnation. With a little training, he should be able to advance to elite jonin, or even stronger. Orochimaru's face was full of reluctance, which was very rare for someone accustomed to a cold expression like him. But I can't give her to you now. She is still young and not yet at the age of childbirth. I also need her help in the upcoming Konoha collapse. After the plan is over, I can send her to you. This is already the final price I'm willing to offer. If you still want more, then I can only gamble with you to see if you can kill all the shinobis I've placed under the curse seal. I have cut off my path to resurrection. Orochimaru shrugged helplessly and said, to fight or not to fight, it's up to you, Natsuo. I won't add any more ransom. This is already the last ransom he can offer, and it has made him heartbroken. If he continues to be extorted, he might as well take a gamble with Natsuo and see if he can be completely killed. Orochimaru has been seducing children and deceiving those with special bloodlines. The candidates for reincarnation that he has accumulated over the years are so few, and now Natsuo has taken away 2 of them. It's really painful. Add one more condition. Natsuo finally said. I want to participate in the plan to destroy Konoha this time. As he said that, he revealed a gentle smile. Recently, the third Hokage really made an effort to suppress us Uchiha. All because you acted too much like him. Otherwise, why would the third Hokage pay attention to such a trivial matter out of jealousy? Orochimaru secretly mocked, but still said, I agree. I originally just wanted to see who would participate in the plan to destroy Konoha, but unexpectedly, I ended up gaining a lot from Orochimaru. Natsuo sighed softly. This time can be considered a great harvest. The most talented kunoichi on Orochimaru's side have been given to Natsuo. Originally, he only paid attention to the village's surroundings because of the plan to destroy Konoha, thinking that Orochimaru might come over. That's how he discovered the transaction between the two recently. Unexpectedly, this gain is quite satisfying. Although the extortion was a bit harsh, since Orochimaru won't be able to continue sending kunoichi to him for a while, Natsuo doesn't mind taking advantage of the situation. Furthermore, the plot of the Naruto series can no longer keep up with the pace of changes. Neji has only recently graduated, and the plan for the collapse of Konoha is about to be executed. Who knows how the future will unfold? Well, I should be able to defeat the plot enemies in a fight. Natsuo said with a light laugh. As a transmigrator, should I still trust Naruto and Sasuke to save the world? Isn't that undervaluing yourself? He walked lightly towards the Uchiha residence, clearly walking openly on the street without covering his face, but it was as if everyone ignored him. It's the genjutsu of the Sharingan, reducing his own presence. Natsuo also used this method to get closer to Danzo and not be discovered. Danzo himself actually has no resistance to genjutsu, and the Sharingan on his body has only become a consumable, serving no purpose. Natsuo just hid not too far away, it wasn't that difficult. But as soon as he entered the Uchiha residence, his eyebrows suddenly furrowed. In Natsuo's eyes, the pattern of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan suddenly appeared, and his cold gaze looked towards the ground. There was a strange and vigorous chakra coming from there, and this chakra was still moving around, running everywhere in the Uchiha territory. Although he hasn't caught his true form yet, Natsuo can guess what this strange thing is. White Zetsu. Has Obito started looking for me? Chapter 98, Potions, Plans, and Pillow Talk. Natsuo naturally had to hide his true strength at first. Whether it was the third Hokage or Danzo, they would not allow a strong member of the Uchiha clan to roam freely. After all, unlike Sasuke, Natsuo, as an adult, was not only familiar with the atmosphere within the Uchiha clan before, but if he paid enough attention to detail, he might even discover the true reason behind the Uchiha clan's annihilation. Due to Konoha's importance as a place to gather high-quality kunoichi, Natsuo always presented himself as harmless. Even if he were to take action, it would be Uchiha Itachi who would take action. What does it have to do with me, Uchiha Natsuo? However, as his strength gradually increased, especially after awakening the Mangekyo Sharingan, he began to relax his concealment. After all, with increased strength, the threat posed by Konoha weakened. Now, it has become as Orochimaru speculated. No one cares about me, and I can't be bothered to expose my true strength. If someone has ideas about me, I'll just kill them. Oh, except for the third Hokage, after all, he's about to die, and Natsuo still has some tolerance for the dead. So, when he met Tsunade at that time, Natsuo didn't hide anything. Tsunade couldn't recognize Natsuo immediately because his reputation as an Uchiha who dedicated himself to having children all day was too loud, making her subconsciously feel that their strength did not match. After all, as a medical nin, she knew very well how much effort it took for a woman to get pregnant. And so, Natsuo was almost always working hard, even when not actively working, he was recovering his energy. How could he have the energy to train? Therefore, even though he discovered some clues, in addition to not wanting to face his problems head-on, he abandoned the idea of returning to Konoha and instead turned his attention towards Ringo Emuri, so he headed towards Kirigakure. Obito, on the other hand, was different. Although he relied on White Zetsu's special abilities, the information he obtained after spending a certain amount of time was only slightly better than Tsunade's, not enough to determine the identity of the unknown Sharingan user. But he had a lot of subordinates. With White Zetsu spread throughout the shinobi world, he could easily send a few to investigate the true situation of the Uchiha. This was fundamentally different from Tsunade, who only had 2 people and couldn't even bring herself to tell Shizune. So now, a White Zetsu had infiltrated the Uchiha clan residence. So many women. White Zetsu sighed. By the way, what does it feel like to be involved with a man or a woman? Is there any difference from the feeling of defecation? I really don't understand. Obito is the same. We work so hard, why won't he tell us what it feels like to defecate? As he roamed underground, he sensed the situation above. The Uchiha clan is quite powerful. There are many people with a large amount of chakra. Is she from the Uzumaki clan? Oh, that's Ringo Emuri. She's actually here? White Zetsu was shocked. He had only come here as part of his routine duties. Obito didn't even think that Natsuo would be the person with the Sharingan alongside Ringo Emuri. The main purpose of White Zetsu's arrival was to see if there was any connection between Natsuo and the unknown Sharingan. If Ringo Emuri is here, does that mean Natsuo is really the person who was with her? Wait, where is Natsuo? White Zetsu was suddenly shocked and tried even harder to sense the situation of the people above. And at this moment, the earth suddenly rose and split. A hand calmly reached out and lifted White Zetsu out of the ground. Are you looking for me? Natsuo's gaze was calm as he carefully glanced at White Zetsu. Judging from the chakra, you're at the Jonin level. Obito has really spent a lot. Coincidentally, my laboratory is lacking research materials. He actually took the initiative to bring them to me. Thank you. White Zetsu was about to say something, but the next second, he met Natsuo's eyes. The best way to use captured White Zetsu was as experimental material. They were not normal people. They didn't have emotions like fear or panic. Threats and temptations meant nothing to them. They simply followed Black Zetsu's orders. So Natsuo carried White Zetsu and walked straight into the laboratory, finding Yakushi Kabuto. Natsuo-sama, where did you find this person? After Yakushi Kabuto finished his examination, he was shocked. His physical activity far exceeds that of an ordinary person, his chakra level is also impressive, and he possesses the unique transformation technique and the ability to merge with the ground. These are quite practical shinobi techniques. But why do his cells seem more like wood than human? Yakushi Kabuto was excited. Such a test subject, even Orochimaru-sama didn't have one, right? He couldn't help but ask, what kind of Kekkei Genkai is this? Where did you find him, Natsuo-sama? It wasn't me who found him. Natsuo said directly. Take a closer look, he doesn't have reproductive organs. He is a kind of combat weapon, manufactured in a factory. Humans live with the purpose of reproduction, unless they are deformed, they will have reproductive organs. A combat weapon. Are there better combat weapons in this world than the ones created by Orochimaru-sama? Yakushi Kabuto frowned. Orochimaru also has some clone people under him, like the sons of Uchiha Shin. But even clone people can reproduce. White Zetsu, on the other hand, was created purely for combat. Of course, Natsuo knew the true identity of White Zetsu. He was a combat weapon created by Princess Kaguya to counter the Otsutsuki clan. His original form was someone who had been affected by the infinite Tsukuyomi. Because creating White Zetsu requires the God Tree, Natsuo didn't expect Yakushi Kabuto to be able to study the mass production method of White Zetsu, so he said directly. Yakushi Kabuto, I hope to use this strange life form to create a potion that enhances the physical body. The previous potion we created, Revival No. 1, had limited improvement on the shinobi. But this. Natsuo patted the White Zetsu who was under a genjutsu-induced sleep. The potential of this body is quite impressive. The cells of White Zetsu were almost like wood, similar to a lower-grade version of Senju Hashirama's cells. It also had the compatibility with other human bodies, showing great potential. This can definitely serve as the foundation for a potion that enhances the physical body. Yakushi Kabuto also became interested and pushed up his glasses, saying, I can give it a try. The two exchanged glances and immediately started taking action. The following research was arduous. Meanwhile, the Chunin exams in Konoha village were still being prepared steadily. Yakushi Kabuto needed to participate in the exams to gather information for his plan to destroy Konoha. Niji also decided to participate in this exam. He hoped to gain some fame to facilitate his future plans to change the Hyuga clan. After all, no one would believe a nobody who claimed to save the world. Although teaming up with Yakushi Kabuto would increase his chances of winning, Yakushi Kabuto still had to participate in the plan to destroy Konoha. It wouldn't be good for him to expose himself and potentially endanger Niji. So, in the end, he decided to request permission from the third Hokage to participate alone, considering the reputation of the Hyuga clan. The third Hokage granted his request. Niji had strong abilities and skillfully used his body and gentle fist. It wasn't just a dream for him to defeat a Jonin head-on. By participating in the exam, even without a teammate, he would undoubtedly achieve a fairly good result. On the other hand, Orochimaru's apology had also arrived. Natsuo looked at the woman kneeling in front of him peacefully. She had hair color similar to Conan's and a similar face shape, except for a different hairstyle and without Conan's cold appearance. Or perhaps she should have had a cold personality, but in front of Natsuo, she couldn't be cold and didn't dare to be cold. But she still looked as beautiful as a flower. Natsuo sighed lightly. You know everything, don't you? Yes. Guren maintained her composure, lowered her head, and bowed. Orochimaru-sama has already told me. Her arm trembled slightly, and her gaze seemed lifeless. It was evident that her inner emotions were not as calm as her expression. Unlike those women who only wanted to marry into the Uchiha clan and live a peaceful and happy life, Guren was Orochimaru's loyal subordinate, following Orochimaru with dreams in her heart. For Orochimaru, she was even willing to die. Becoming a backup vessel for reincarnation was also her own voluntary choice. Someone with such an initiative-taking wouldn't want to live a mediocre life as a wealthy housewife for the rest of her life. So, are you willing? Natsuo asked. If you're not willing, I can go talk to Orochimaru. If Guren wasn't willing, he really wouldn't accept her. Well, let's talk about when Orochimaru will die when the time comes. But perhaps Orochimaru had informed her of something in advance, and Guren softly said, I'm willing, you can spare me these words. But I have a request. Whether you agree or not, I will obediently listen to you and become your wife. But, if possible, could you please ask Orochimaru-sama for a boy? There was a hint of anticipation on Guren's face. I hope you can arrange an ordinary job for him, so he can live a life away from the murders. The boy Guren wanted to ask for was Yukimaru. Yukimaru's mother had once treated Guren's injuries, but under Orochimaru's orders, Guren still killed Yukimaru's mother. However, Yukimaru himself was taken in by Orochimaru because of his special ability to influence the chakra of the tailed beasts, and he was protected by Guren. Because of this debt of saving her life, Guren could never let go of Yukimaru. She knew it would affect Orochimaru's plans, but she still made the request to Natsuo. I understand, I will contact Orochimaru. Natsuo nodded. He was just a child, about the same age as Naruto and Sasuke. With the financial power of the Uchiha clan, they could easily ensure that he lived a stable life. Orochimaru wouldn't really treat Amir Yukimaru as a trump card against the tailed beasts. At most, they would trade with money. Orochimaru probably wouldn't refuse. Then I have no problem. Guren let out a sigh of relief, obviously having heard the rumors about Uchiha Natsuo being responsible towards girls. She slowly closed her eyes, relaxed her body, loosened her clothes, and let him have his way. Guren's talent was quite good, second only to Ringo Amiri in strength, and her bloodline was second only to Yoko and Karen. Crystal release was also the strongest among several famous ninjutsu. This is normal. After all, if she didn't have any value, how could Orochimaru treat her as a bargaining chip for his life? Natsuo even felt that the reason why Orochimaru dared to deal with Danzo without any scruples was because he had already prepared for the consequences in case of exposure. He knew that as long as the ransom was paid, Natsuo wouldn't care about such trivial matters. Since everyone agreed, it was time for Natsuo to take action himself. No wonder so many spies can't escape the tenderness of this man. He really understands women. Guren chuckled bitterly. How long had it been since she agreed to come to the Uchiha clan? Her heart had changed so much. Just a short while ago, she was Orochimaru's loyal subordinate, willing to die for him. Chapter 99, Whose child is this? The Chunin exam is about to take place, and ninja from various villages are flocking to Konoha to participate. The Sunagakure shinobi are already in position, and it is the team of the Kazekage's son, whom Natsuo is familiar with. Natsuo has never seen Kirigakure shinobi before, and their strength is quite average. They are probably just a few genin that Terumi may randomly pick to deal with the situation. After all, the land of water itself is relatively closed off. Even if she wants to expand Kirigakure's external communication, it won't be resolved in a short period of time. She needs to first resolve the complex internal issues of Kirigakure. The main goal of these genin in coming here is to cooperate with Konoha and expand Konoha's influence, using Kirigakure's reputation to support Konoha and function as a springboard for Konoha. Their goal is not to intimidate other shinobi with the strength of Kirigakure in the Chunin exam. That's right, Terumi Mei has made a good deal again. The third Hokage is very happy with Kirigakure's understanding. He has relaxed many conditions and has given a good boost to Kirigakure, which has just emerged from internal strife. Of course, the third Hokage is not at a loss. What Konoha needs is not a small amount of money but influence and time. Both sides are satisfied with this transaction. It can be predicted that Konoha, under the leadership of the third Hokage, will definitely shine in the Chunin exam. But with benefits come drawbacks. The influx of shinobi from other villages into Konoha represents an increase in the difficulty of security. There will inevitably be shinobi with ill intentions who will take advantage of the situation and try to cause trouble. Even if the third Hokage takes the risk of a possible outbreak of a major war and has deployed elite patrols, there are still many who escape surveillance. For example, Natsuo glanced at an old man who was treating a child who had fallen on the road. All right, your injury is healed. Be more careful when walking next time, don't hurt yourself again. The old man had a kind and gentle expression, and his smile was very warm. His eyes were full of encouragement. Shino, a medical nin from the land of the sky. He is a doctor whose reputation has spread throughout the shinobi world and is highly skilled in medical treatment. Perhaps he is not as good as Tsunade, but compared to Tsunade, who no longer actively treats others, his value has increased significantly. However, Natsuo knows that this kind and gentle old man was the leader of the land of the sky, which was destroyed by Konoha during the Second Great Shinobi War. Natsuo rubbed his chin. This was an unexpected gain. He simply concealed his presence and followed along. Along the way, many people greeted Shino, perhaps they were people he had helped. Shino always responded with a smile on his face. Shino himself did not live in a hotel, but in a relatively remote residential area. Compared to hotels with large crowds and easy attention from Konoha, staying in an ordinary residential area seemed to be a better way to hide oneself. Shino greeted the owner of the house where he was staying and entered the room, closing the door. Humph. Dirty Konoha. The old man, who had originally had a kind and gentle expression, instantly changed his face. He hurried to the sink, vigorously rubbing his palms. As if his hands had just touched something disgusting. In fact, it was just a child who had fallen down. Damn Konoha, if it weren't for infiltration, how could I possibly help your villagers? Shino's face was filled with anger as he fiercely rubbed his palms, rubbing them until they peeled before finally stopping. But soon, my secret technique will be complete. Just one last step, and soon I will be able to reactivate the land of the sky's flying headquarters, Anchorvanshan. The first to be destroyed will be you, Konoha. Oh. What else do you need to do? There's still the Zero Tails. Who are you? Shino half-heartedly responded and suddenly his face changed drastically. He turned his head and met Natsuo's smiling face. In Natsuo's eyes, Sharingan energy erupted. Shino had just made out the strange pattern when the world spun in the next second, and he lost consciousness. An easy catch. Natsuo clapped his hands. Shino is the main antagonist in Naruto Shippuden the movie, Bonds. He developed the body revival technique, which can repair the user's body and increase its strength by manipulating the destruction and rebirth cycle of the muscles. He is an expert in human body research. It also has the technology of Land of the Sky. Natsuo, without any hesitation, directly used Sharingan on Shino, extracting various medical knowledge from his mind. Then he stopped the genjutsu. Next second, Shino woke up. "You brat. You actually found me, I won't spare you." Although Shino had lost consciousness, he understood very well that he could no longer hide himself. "Although my body revival technique is not yet complete, it's still a piece of cake to deal with an enemy." Next second, he opened the 8 inner gates. Moreover, he went directly from one gate to the 7th gate, very smoothly. Surging chakra poured out from his body, and his old body began to emit a youthful aura. Then, Natsuo slapped him to the ground, completely losing consciousness and ceasing to breathe. This is truly the most miserable time the 8 inner gates have been defeated. Natsuo shook his head helplessly. In the Naruto series, this guy Shino opened the 8 gates, but he was easily killed by Naruto, who had just completed training with Jiraiya, and Sasuke, who hadn't killed Orochimaru yet. He is a complete joke. Where in the world would there be such embarrassing 8 inner gates? Natsuo grabbed Shino's body and instantly disappeared from the house. He still had to find the Sky Ninjas. Although defeating the Sky Ninjas is quite simple. After Natsuo found the hidden stronghold of Sky Ninjas through Shino's memories, he effortlessly wiped them out. Compared to the incompetent Shino, the Sky Ninjas are even more incompetent. In the Naruto series, they deployed countless aircraft carriers, only to be wiped out by Aburame Shino's bugs. Aburame Shino was just a Chunin-level ninja at the time. Even if we consider his strength as Jonin, or even elite Jonin, the performance of the Sky Ninjas is still incredibly incompetent. Of course, this is not to say that Land of the Sky technology has no advantages. Whether it's aircraft carriers, fighter jets or machine guns, they all have impressive technological content. It's just that these guys performed poorly. Natsuo raised the Sky Ninjas' hideout and sent their technology to the Land of Snow. With years of investment and construction, the technological capabilities of the Land of Snow have become increasingly powerful. Under Natsuo's occasional suggestions during his free time when visiting Kazahana Koyuki, they have already conducted preliminary research on gunpowder weapons and invented various types of cannons, landmines, grenades, and other weapons. Land of the Sky's technology is more of a combination of technology and chakra, which is a strong complement to the technology of the Land of Snow. By the way, after so many years, Tono Katasuke's abilities have improved significantly. He successfully achieved the dream of the successive rulers of the Land of Snow, an environmental modifier. However, considering the possible impact of the drastic changes in the Snow Country's environment on the balance of the shinobi world, as well as the greed of other ninja villages, especially Sunagakure, who are in desperate need of an environmental modifier, Kazahana Koyuki announced that the environmental modifier is not yet complete and can only be used for short periods of time and at specific times as an emergency measure. Therefore, Tono Katasuke was unable to gain honor. Fortunately, Natsuo immediately gave him a large material reward and an emotional reward, taking him to meet several Land of Snow girls. Now, Tono Katasuke is completely tied to the Land of Snow. He has married several beautiful noblewomen and has become Minister of the Land of Snow, in charge of a large amount of human and material resources. He can be considered successful and famous. He feels quite satisfied with his life. Natsuo even declared Tono Katasuke dead in Konoha's records, using the excuse of sacrificing himself during a mission. It can be said that he is now a complete citizen of the Land of Snow. Now Natsuo has also packed up a bunch of technology from the Land of the Sky. Perhaps Tono Katasuke will surprise Natsuo in a few years and present him with even more amazing technologies. The matter of Shino is just a small episode. On the other hand, after Konoha discovered Shino's disappearance, they thought that other shinobi villages had acted and deliberately increased their actions, strictly monitoring foreign personnel and strengthening their guard. They also investigated the reason for Shino's disappearance as much as possible. Shino is a well-known medical name. His disappearance in Konoha village would obviously become a stain on Konoha's reputation. It is said that when the third Hokage and the two chief advisors learned about Shino's medical ninjutsu and the partially developed secret techniques, they thought that Danzo's old problem had recurred and that he had targeted Shino. Even if Danzo swore that he didn't do it, the third Hokage and the others didn't believe him. Third Hokage, Danzo says he didn't do it, do you believe him? Udatain Koharu, whether you believe it or not, I don't believe it. Danzo. Meanwhile, Natsuo didn't care about the disputes among the high-level officials of Konoha. He was immersed in the revival of the Uchiha clan on a daily basis. It must be said that Guren gave Natsuo a good experience. Her appearance, which was both aloof and indifferent, made people unable to resist wanting to see the passion behind her coldness. After repeated efforts, Guren became pregnant in less than half a month. This time was almost the same as an epiphany. After all, it takes some time to detect the pregnancy after conceiving. Not only her, but Ringo Emuri also became pregnant. At the same time, there was an unexpected joy that puzzled Natsuo. Offspring +1, the comprehensive potential evaluation is 257, you gain chakra +23, Bakudo number 58, Kakushitsuijaku. Natsuo was shocked. When did the Uchiha clan have another child? Who is the mother of this child? Chapter 100, The Strongest Baby. Natsuo was a bit confused. If he remembered correctly, none of his wives were due to give birth today, right? A top-level expert shouldn't doubt his own memory. But Natsuo still rushed back home and, after careful confirmation, discovered that indeed no one had given birth today. So, who gave birth to my child, and what is this attribute? Offspring +1, the comprehensive potential evaluation is 257, you gain chakra +23, Bakudo number 58, Kakushitsuijaku. Evaluation of 257. Before the birth of this child, Natsuo's most potential child was the one he had with Ringo Amuri, with a potential of 176. When he had children with Uzumaki Yoko and Ringo Amuri, he had not yet received the reward of the sage body and was not as strong as he is now. But he didn't believe that he could have a son with such strong talent. Regardless of the Uzumaki bloodline or the talent of a Kage-level kunoichi, the gap between the evaluations of 170 and 176 with 250 is too big. Perhaps only a woman with both strong strength and bloodline can give birth to this child. Let me calculate the time. Could it be? Natsuo raised an eyebrow. It was just once, how could it be so accurate? At the same time. Within the borders of the land of water. She's born. Lady Tsunade, it's a very cute little girl. Shizen smiled happily. In her arms, she held a tiny baby. It was a small girl, similar to other newborns, small and wrinkled. Her cry was very loud, showing the extraordinary physique of a baby. She's born. Tsunade's face was somewhat pale, and her expression was complicated. She forced a smile. It was just one time, why did he have to get pregnant with just one try? Yes, like an excellent medical ninja, when the signs of pregnancy became evident, she immediately checked it. She, unexpectedly, was pregnant with Natsuo's child. When thinking about the situation of how she became pregnant, Tsunade's first reaction was to abort the baby. However, she still hesitated for a long time until Shizen dissuaded her. Lady Tsunade, although I don't know how you got pregnant, do you really want to do this? Shizen pleaded earnestly. Even if you don't consider it a life, shouldn't you think about the Senju clan? Tsunade was speechless. The Senju clan had already declined, and besides herself, there was no one left with the Senju bloodline. Yes, they had also lost a large number of clan members, but they were not completely wiped out like the Uchiha clan. Rather, it was due to the first Hokage who implemented the policy of integrating the Senju clan into the newly founded village of Konoha and abandoned the use of the Senju surname. As a member of the Senju clan, Tsunade had the responsibility to pass on the Senju bloodline. In the end, Tsunade was persuaded by Shizen and decided to go through with the pregnancy. Pregnant women are not suitable for turmoil, so the two of them settled in the land of water. Although it was chaotic, it couldn't possibly affect the life of a Kage-level powerhouse and an elite shinobi. With Terumi Mei's various means, plus the additional income due to the deal with Konoha, the land of water gradually stabilized. The two did not suffer any accidents and Tsunade successfully gave birth to her daughter. Bring my child over, let me see. Tsunade's voice was weak, as she had just given birth. But she still propped herself up, stretched her neck, and looked over. Shizen hurriedly handed the child over. Tsunade silently watched the newborn baby, listening to its loud cries. The corners of her mouth slowly curved upwards. It's really strange. Clearly, during her pregnancy, she had been disgusted in every way, wishing to beat Natsuo to a pulp. If it weren't for Shizen's persuasion, she probably would have ended up terminating the pregnancy. But now, seeing the tiny baby, a strange wave of tenderness surged in her heart, her eyes filled with affection. Tsunade's trembling hand reached out, wanting to touch the baby's skin, but also worried about hurting the fragile child. Even though she was a medical nin, she should understand that this kind of situation is impossible. Suddenly. Ah! Lady Tsunade. Shizen suddenly screamed. What's wrong, Shizen? Tsunade said unhappily. Lower your voice, don't scare the child. It's not that, Lady Tsunade, there's blood here. Shizen widened her eyes. After all, it was a delivery room, and although the delivery went smoothly, there was still blood on the baby's crib clothes. However, Tsunade, who should have entered a state of hemophobia upon seeing blood, seemed to be completely oblivious, as if she hadn't seen anything at all. Is my hemophobia cured? The child's potential is too high, definitely not something an ordinary person can give birth to. So, after eliminating a series of impossibilities, what remains, however strange, can only be the truth. Natsuo could only smile helplessly and marvel at his strength, unexpectedly hitting the target with just one attempt. Then Natsuo decided to find Tsunade. He began to perform hand seals while saying the words of Bakudo 58. Kakushitsuijaku. A wave of chakra spread out from Natsuo, creating an invisible web that stretched far and wide. Natsuo focused on the mental image of Tsunade. However, something unexpected complicated the task: chakra interference. As the web expanded, the surrounding chakra intertwined with it, creating a chaotic mix of energies. Natsuo could feel the interference, as if a dense fog was hindering the clarity of the search. Tsunade's chakra, although present, was becoming more difficult to discern among the amalgamation of chakras. Natsuo frowned, concentrating even more on the technique. After a few moments, Natsuo noticed a faint flash in the direction of the land of water. Although the interference persisted, he had managed to identify a faint but distinctive trace of Tsunade's chakra. Then, once again, a large number of search tasks were issued to find Tsunade's whereabouts. The rewards when the potential exceeds 200 are quite incredible. Natsuo stared at the effects of using the new technique and sighed in his heart. Originally, the system's rewards were related to the child's own talents. For example, the birth of a child with an affinity to the fire chakra would be rewarded with a fire release jutsu. And when the potential evaluation exceeds 100, the system directly presents talents that are impossible to manifest in this child. For example, wood release, boil release. And now that the potential has exceeded 200, the progress of the system is even more apparent. It directly presents things that do not exist in this world. Bakudo number 58, Kakushitsuijaku. This is a Kido from the Bleach series universe, which senses the opponent's Ryatsu, tracks and captures their location, roughly equivalent to detection ninjutsu in the shinobi world, only a stronger version. Although it is not the top-level Kido, Natsuo is still very satisfied. Until now, he didn't have any reliable detection ninjutsu. This Kido from the Bleach series universe directly makes up for its flaws. Without possessing the Riryoku, and still being able to use the Kido, by replacing it with the chakra. What is the principle behind this? Natsuo was somewhat puzzled. But he doesn't mind worrying about these things, as long as he can use them. Additionally, because it is a technique from a different energy system, it presents some interference with the chakra. But it is still very useful, as long as he continues to get closer to the target. Even beings with special abilities like White Zetsu cannot escape the tracking of Bakudo number 58, Kakushitsuijaku. The difference in power systems makes it difficult for shinobis to understand the principle of Bakudo number 58 tracking themselves, so it is difficult to avoid its detection. For Natsuo, this is good news. At the same time, Kirigakure. Now I can't communicate with White Zetsu. He must have been captured or killed by someone. Black Zetsu sighed lightly. I didn't expect Uchiha Natsuo to actually be so strong. He fooled everyone including me. Although there is currently no evidence to show that White Zetsu fell into Natsuo's hands. But when did true masters care about evidence? White Zetsu's infiltration ability is almost perfect. It is difficult for Kage-level individuals to identify White Zetsu's true form, as long as he is careful around those few individuals. Therefore, gathering information has always been very easy for him. For a long time, the shinobi world has not discovered the existence of White Zetsu. However, White Zetsu inexplicably disappeared in the Konoha village, or rather, in the residence of the Uchiha clan. His sudden disappearance says a lot about Natsuo. If combined with the information that was obtained about a supposed Sharingan user at Ringo Emuri's side when they encountered Tsunade, this shows that there is a problem with Natsuo. It should be him. I didn't expect him to be this strong. It's really surprising. Obito also sighed lightly. Who would have thought that Natsuo, who has been obsessed with having children, is actually a top-level powerhouse? Where did he find so much time to train? Perhaps when he learned about the Uchiha clan's annihilation, he became emotionally agitated and awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Black Zetsu also speculated. After all, the awakening of the Mangekyo Sharingan primarily depends on one's state of mind, not just their strength. There are many elite jonin who cannot awaken it, but Chunin Obito easily awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. 13-year-old Itachi also achieved it, and Shirsue's speed of awakening is not much slower than Itachi's. Perhaps, but I don't know if he will have any impact on our plan. Obito pondered. The power of the Mangekyo Sharingan is very unique. For example, he is wary of Itachi's Mangekyo Sharingan because of Tsukuyomi's mental attacks and Amaterasu's inextinguishable black flames, both of which are difficult to evade. Unless he constantly hides in the Kamui dimension, he is at risk of being ambushed by Itachi. We should find someone to evaluate him. Obito said. I remember Danzo has always been targeting the Uchiha clan. Maybe we should consider revealing this information to Danzo. I understand, I will complete it as soon as possible. Black Zetsu nodded. The relationship between Danzo and Akatsuki was not friendly, and Natsuo's behavior as a playboy was not fake, which made many people think that Natsuo didn't have much strength. Since there is no strong evidence directly pointing to Natsuo, it will require some clever maneuvering to make Danzo suspicious. However, with Black Zetsu's abilities, solving these problems will only take some time. He also feared the possibility of Natsuo possessing the Mangekyo Sharingan and affecting his plan. Do not worry too much. Obito noticed Black Zetsu's thoughts and said softly. We still have Nagato as a trump card. If necessary, we can let Nagato attack Konoha in advance. Why does the Rinnegan always stay with Nagato, but Obito has not taken it back? On the one hand, it was the original plan arranged by Uchiha Madara for Nagato to use the Rinnegan to resurrect himself. Obito didn't want to have a falling out with Black Zetsu, who is the incarnation of Uchiha Madara's will, rashly. But more importantly, it was to let Nagato replace him and gather information about the ninja world, completing the most time-consuming and laborious work. In other words, Nagato is Obito and Uchiha Madara's pawn. Obito's Sharingan is powerful, and Kamui is an extremely powerful life-saving skill, almost invincible, but ultimately not invincible. When Obito was defeated by the fourth Hokage, he understood this truth. Black Zetsu nodded, feeling relieved. That's right, he still has many tricks up his sleeve. It will definitely be fine. Chapter 101, Chapter 101, Natsuo, I smell a snake scent. Uchiha clan training ground. Two children approached with excitement on their faces. Big brother, is this where you usually train? Yes, Konohamaru, my strength has been accumulated here over time. Oh. To have such strength at the ninja school, you must have put in a lot of effort here. Of course. Now that I've brought you here, I will naturally teach you something. Oh. Thank you, big brother Naruto. That's right, it's Naruto and Konohamaru. Originally, these two should have met after Naruto graduated, but as Naruto's strength grew, he learned the transformation technique in advance and naturally developed the sexy technique. With the sexy technique, he defeated the third Hokage and successfully won Konohamaru's heart. Today, I will pass on my secret sexy technique to you, hoping that you will carry forward our seduction school and make it flourish. Naruto said with great emphasis. Yes, big brother. Konohamaru was filled with excitement. Idiots. Can you two find another place if you don't want to train? If you want to play, go somewhere else. Sasuke said displeased. This training ground is located in the territory of the Uchiha clan and was originally used by Natsuo to train Sasuke. However, after Neji arrived, he also started training here. After Naruto came a few times, he voluntarily moved his daily training location here. Sakura and others followed Sasuke, occasionally coming here to have a meal. Yes, they didn't train here, they just came to see handsome guys. Sasuke harbored dissatisfaction towards the aforementioned individuals, believing that they were affecting his own training. In response, Naruto merely glanced at Sasuke with disdain in his eyes, using his gaze to communicate. Do you think I'll tell brother Natsuo that you took me to the club? You. Sasuke instantly lost his composure, tightly gripping his shinobi sword, almost wanting to strike out with it. Although he had mentally prepared himself for the shame of advancing his Sharingan, Sasuke really didn't want Natsuo to know about him secretly going to the club. Or rather, he didn't want anyone to know about it. Why can Naruto know? Well, maybe Sasuke doesn't consider Naruto as a person. You're still teaching students. Sasuke coldly snorted. Beware of misleading the younger generation. Neji, who was beside them, also smiled and said, that's right, Naruto. Teaching others and making oneself stronger are not the same thing. Hey, don't underestimate me. Naruto said in a carefree manner. I have defeated the third Hokage and am destined to become the fifth Hokage in the future. By then, both of you will be under my command. Be careful that Hokage-sama doesn't give you a hard time. Hokage, huh? Sasuke sneered. Although some time had passed, he still felt a bit frustrated whenever he thought about the mission the third Hokage had given to the Uchiha clan. Shaking his head, he approached Neji. Neji, let's practice together. You're about to participate in the Chunin exams, right? I can definitely help you. Sure. Neji smiled slightly, showing his elegance. Although Sasuke hasn't graduated, his strength has already surpassed that of a genin. Practicing with him is like a rehearsal for the Chunin exams. The two quickly engaged in combat. Meanwhile, Konohamaru and Naruto began practicing the sexy technique. As a man who has already been led astray by Sasuke, Naruto's knowledge level has greatly improved. The allure of the sexy technique has also been enhanced. Konohamaru may be the one who understands this best, as he witnessed Naruto use the sexy technique to teach his master Ebisu a lesson. According to Naruto, he didn't even use his full strength to defeat Ebisu. He still has a secret move called Harem technique. Once this move is used, gods and demons retreat. Konohamaru is looking forward to it, and then he starts sparring with Naruto. Transformation. Your chest isn't big enough. Transformation. Do you understand the posture? Posture is important. Transformation. Being completely naked is indeed good, but half-covered is what truly makes a man's heart flutter. Konohamaru, you still need to continue your training. Yes, that's how it is. Although Naruto has not yet graduated from ninja school, but due to the butterfly effect caused by Natsuo, he has learned a series of powerful ninjutsu such as the shadow clone technique and the multiple shadow clone technique thanks to Natsuo's occasional guidance. However, Konohamaru, who is a year younger, is physically underdeveloped and limited in chakra, so he quickly becomes exhausted. Huff, huff. Naruto-Nizan, let me rest for a while. You're really useless. You can't handle a little training. How are you going to inherit the legacy of my sexy techniques in the future? Naruto looks dissatisfied, but still said, fine, go rest. I'll continue training. He can't spend all day with the kid. Sasuke has already completed a training regimen on the side. How can he be decadent? So, he finds a place and is about to start physical training. On the other hand, Konohamaru catches his breath and recovers his strength after resting for a while. He glances at Naruto, then at Sasuke and Neji who are already resting beside him, especially at the uneven ground created by the battles between Sasuke and Neji. The Uchiha clan has an absurd number of ninjutsu, and Sasuke and Neji have been taught many of them. When the two of them fight, it's definitely earth-shattering. But there are fire effects, wind techniques, genjutsu. They have it all. Highlight one word, handsome. Konohamaru is just a kid after all. Although he deeply desires to defeat the third Hokage, when he sees Sasuke and the others looking so cool, he can't help but feel a little envious. Naruto-Nizan, how about you teach me some normal fighting? Sure, I'll fight you using your speed and strength. Naruto casually agrees. He's always been a warm-hearted guy. However, this time Konohamaru gets taught a harsh lesson. Konohamaru, you can't throw a straight punch like that. A straight punch should be straight, not thrown with your eyes closed. Your movements are too obvious. Do you think I'm blind and can't see your little tricks? You are revealing too many flaws. Do you think you can bluff in battle? Do you think the enemy will not attack such an obvious flaw? Konohamaru is just a kid, he doesn't have that much combat thinking. And Naruto used to be just like Konohamaru, or even worse. But he's been beaten up by Natsuo so many times. Although his straightforward nature hasn't changed, his movements have become more subtle, and he has learned the most basic combat techniques. Konohamaru is completely bewildered. He's also a ninja student this year, and although he's younger than Naruto, he's also a genius who is highly regarded. Didn't Ebisu-sensei say he's a genius? Why did he get beaten up so badly by Naruto-Nizan? I'm still number 1 in my class. And Naruto-Nizan didn't use more strength and speed than me, but he completely suppressed me. Is the gap really that big? Naruto-Nizan, are you the strongest student in the school? Konohamaru couldn't help but ask. With equal speed and strength, but you completely dominate me in every aspect. You must be the strongest, right? Konohamaru's eyes are filled with admiration. Hee hee. Naruto laughs happily. He remembers when he used to ask Natsuo for advice, he seemed to have the same expression. Is it my turn to teach others now? This feeling is really great. With the admiring gaze of his little brother, Naruto suddenly becomes excited, feeling light and airy. He immediately waves his hand. Of course. Your big brother here has defeated everyone in the school, and recently even defeated the third Hokage. Doesn't that prove my strength? He laughs heartily, pounding his chest. Let me tell you, in the ninja school, if I, your older brother, rank second, there is no one who dares to rank first. I'm ranked first. An untimely voice interrupts. Sasuke and Neji exchanged a glance, then each added a sentence. Last year, I was still in school, and I ranked first. This year, Neji graduated, and I ranked first. Both of them smiled slightly, indicating that they had reached a consensus. Upon hearing this, Konohamaru's small eyes were filled with great confusion. Naruto. To interrupt me at a time like this, don't you know I'm showing off? Sasuke, aren't you supposed to be aloof? Neji, aren't you supposed to be refined? But in the end, you're both just as arrogant, right? Feeling the doubtful gaze of his younger brother, Naruto suddenly became angry and shouted at Sasuke, "Arrogant Sasuke, if you have the guts, come down and fight me one-on-one." Sasuke didn't hold back either. Alright, it seems like I need to show you the power of the top student in our grade, so you won't keep bragging and affecting the reputation of our Konoha Shinobi School. And so, 3 minutes later, Naruto, who had not activated the Nine-Tails chakra, was hit by Sasuke, who had activated the Sharingan, and fell to the ground. Looking at Konohamaru's disdainful gaze, Naruto felt like crying without tears. Next time, I'll have to avoid these two when bragging. Konoha has prepared so much for the Chunin exams, and it's finally happening. Today is the second round of Niji's Chunin exam. Yesterday's first round of the exam was similar to next year's exam, testing the ability of shinobis to steal information. Although the method is different, it makes no difference to Niji. The second round of the exam today is also the same Death Forest. If the first round of the exam could still have some new elements, the second round of the exam is always the same, and all the Jonin are familiar with it. Although Niji has made progress and has preliminary Jonin level strength, he can easily crush all the candidates. But after all, it's an exam. Niji can't help but become anxious and serious. Don't forget that he's also on a mission to improve his own reputation, which is much more stressful than just having to pass the exam. Otherwise, he wouldn't have teased Naruto before. This doesn't fit his calm personality. But although Niji is nervous, Natsuo doesn't pay much attention to it. With Niji's strength, unless he encounters Gaara who is willing to use the tailed beast, no one is his opponent. In fact, even if he encounters Gaara who has unleashed Shikaku, it wouldn't be difficult for him to escape if he can't defeat the opponent with his strength. So as the team leader, Natsuo is not worried at all. He has no desire to send his own student to the Chunin exam. Instead, during his disciples' exam, he is thinking about how to spend a wonderful night with his wives. However, at this moment, Enko suddenly came to the door, with a serious expression. Natsuo, I smell a snake scent. I want to go to the exam site and take a look. Chapter 102, Chasing Snakes. Enko's relentless pursuit, and a surprise guest. The Forest of Death. It seems like there aren't any outstanding talents in this generation. Although I've heard that Sasuke is a very talented young man, if I were to lay a hand on him, Natsuo and Itachi would kill me, right? Orochimaru wandered in the Forest of Death, his snake-like eyes seemingly seeing through the dense jungle, observing the shinobis fighting. He sighed lightly, his words filled with regret. In fact, the shinobis in this generation are not that bad. Let's not talk about Niji, who has grown stronger. Gaara doesn't count either, as he is a Jinchuriki. But the others are not bad either. For example, Kankuro and Temari from Tsunagakure. Temari was the strongest wind-release shinobi before Naruto in the Fourth Great Ninja War. Although her strength did not reach Kage level, she was among the top elite Jonin. Kankuro was the same. Although he couldn't compare to the genius of Sasori or the experience of Chiyo, as a puppeteer controlling the puppet scorpion, he had the confidence to fight against Kage-level opponents, even though his chances of winning were low. Kirigakure did not send very strong shinobi, but perhaps Terumi-Mae wanted to highlight the importance the new Mizukage placed on shinobi with Keki Igenkai, so she specifically sent a shinobi from the Hozuki clan and a shinobi from the Terumi clan. Both of them had Keki Igenkai and average talent, but that was compared to top-tier geniuses. Kirigakure had to save face, and even if it was just for show, they couldn't let their own shinobis fail to enter the final exam. As for Konoha, there was no need to mention it. A team of Inoshikacho, an Inuzuka, and a Hyuga, all of them were the cream of the crop among Konoha shinobi. The third Hokage had the confidence to hold the Chunin exam with the intention of intimidating other countries. Other small villages also brought out their hidden talents. After all, they were weak in strength, so they needed to showcase themselves on such a stage. Otherwise, they wouldn't even have a chance to compete with the major shinobi villages in other aspects. But these talents were simply not worth Orochimaru's attention. It seems unnecessary to meet these so-called geniuses. Orochimaru sighed lightly, his snake-like eyes narrowing slightly. Then I'll just wait for the third round of the Chunin exam, right? Suddenly, he raised an eyebrow and looked to his side. And a few seconds later, several figures emerged from the jungle. You're really here, Orochimaru. Anko jumped out with a fierce expression, her eyes bloodshot. It seems my intuition was right, you really came. Anko, it's been a long time. How did you find me? Orochimaru was somewhat surprised. With your strength, you shouldn't have been able to detect my presence, right? Anko's face was filled with killing intent as she said, I just smelled your scent. Disgusting snake stench. I followed that scent and indeed found you. Orochimaru fell silent for a moment. This wasn't just a scent. As a Kage-level expert, how could he not know how to eliminate his own residual scent? Not to mention, Anko wasn't from the Inuzuka clan, so she didn't have that kind of nose. Is it intuition? Well, your intuition has always been particularly accurate. Orochimaru sighed softly. You've brought quite a few people with you, huh? You really want to kill me? But do you think you can really kill me with these few cats and dogs you brought? Look at them, they're already starting to get scared. As he spoke, Orochimaru's expression became dangerous, and he licked his lips with his long tongue. Of course, Anko wasn't alone. The reason she sought out Natsuo was because of the promise he made to her, to provide funds to hire shinobi to pursue Orochimaru together. A team of 4 people, with the weakest being a special jonin and the strongest being an elite jonin. Although they weren't particularly famous experts, even Anko, who had trained in the Uchiha clan for a long time, didn't have confidence in defeating Orochimaru. But at this moment, whether it was the special Jonin or the elite Jonin, they all looked at Orochimaru with solemn expressions, secretly feeling bitter. Damn it, I thought it was just a casual search, I didn't expect to actually find Orochimaru. Anko, with the money in hand, naturally immediately went to the third Hokage. Although the third Hokage didn't believe that Orochimaru would come, since the Uchiha clan was willing to pay, there was no need to argue over money. Out of respect for the 5 million Ryo reward that Anko presented, 4 Jonin were assigned. In his opinion, it was just accompanying Anko in her mischief. After all, if they really discovered Orochimaru, Konoha would take action on its own. How could they need Anko to pay a reward? It's because Anko has no evidence at all, purely relying on intuition, that's why payment is required. The Jonin naturally have the same idea, accompanying Anko's antics for a few days in order to earn a rich reward for an S-rank mission. Why wouldn't they do it? But the result? They thought it was just a fishing trip, who would have thought they could catch a great white shark while fishing? But since they encountered it, they are experienced ninjas who have been through countless battles, so naturally they won't back down. The leader, an elite Jonin, took a step forward and shouted, Orochimaru, what is your intention for secretly infiltrating Konoha? Based on your answer, no. No matter what you answer, you will die here today. Fire release, great fireball technique. A surge of flames erupted. However, no one expected this B-rank ninjutsu to hit anyone. The elite Jonin just signaled, hoping to attract support from Konoha. But in the next second, be careful. Anko urgently shouted. Boom. The ground beneath the elite Jonin's feet suddenly cracked. Orochimaru's head emerged from the ground, then he opened his mouth and out came a snake that had a sword coming out of its mouth. The sword directly pierced the elite Jonin. Orochimaru retracted the Kusanagi sword quickly, then the snake released the sword from its mouth, and slid back into Orochimaru's mouth. The Kusanagi sword fell into Orochimaru's hands. The first one. Orochimaru chuckled lightly. In just an instant, the elite Jonin died in Orochimaru's hands. Although he was also at an absolute disadvantage in terms of mentality and had placed his hopes on the reinforcements from Konoha, not fully focusing all his energy on the battle, but he was still an elite Jonin. Damn it. Anko cursed under her breath, swinging her sword and quickly forming hand seals. Fire release, Phoenix Sage Flower Nail Crimson. The flames attached to the flying sword, causing it to release scorching heat like scattered phoenix flowers, attacking the opponent. However, Orochimaru just smiled and clapped his hands. A huge snake suddenly appeared, its thick scales blocking the sword with the attached flames. The snake's head raised high and then slammed down. Boom. Anko and several Jonin immediately jumped back. But in the next second, Orochimaru's figure appeared in front of a Jonin, his hand rising and his blade falling, reaping their life. Anko gritted her teeth and quickly formed hand seals. Fire release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. The roaring fire dragon whizzed by, enveloping both the Jonin and Orochimaru. The accompanying shinobis hesitated to speak, ultimately saying nothing. The Jonin couldn't be saved anymore, all that remained was their lifeless body. So, there was no need to hold back. Even if there was no need to hold back, it might not be able to harm that man. Oh. Still using fire release. Now you don't need my secret technique anymore, do you? Do you prefer the ninjutsu of the Uchiha clan? A cold voice resounded. Orochimaru slowly walked out from the side, still holding a fainted Jonin in his hand, a smile on his lips. It seems like you really obtained a lot from the Uchiha clan, huh? But it seems like the time is still too short. Orochimaru chuckled lightly, looking incredibly sinister. And another person was easily killed by Orochimaru. Abandon the mission, retreat, said the remaining Jonin without hesitation. Then he turned around and ran. The special Jonin hesitated for a moment and shouted at Anko, give up, he is not someone we can manage. Then he immediately turned around and left. Anko did not leave, she continued to stare directly at Orochimaru, her determined gaze unchanged. In fact, the strength of this team is not weak, and they have the ability to protect themselves from me. Orochimaru looked at the two fleeing individuals and casually said, but it seems that, except for you, they are not mentally prepared to fight me. Anko remained silent. Yes, even though Orochimaru has Kage-level combat power, it shouldn't be so easy for him to instantly kill the people she brought. Her team is not weak. The real problem is that this team was not prepared for battle from the beginning. They didn't believe Anko when she said, I smell Orochimaru's scent. They just wanted to deceive her and get it over with. The third Hokage didn't believe Anko either, but the reward of 5 million Ryo is not low. Just by wandering around Konoha, they could earn this reward. Of course, he wanted to keep it for their own ninja clan. Yes, all 4 of them are Sarutobi clan ninjas. But Anko didn't change at all, she just silently tightened the sword in her hand. Orochimaru, even if it's just me, I'd rather die fighting than run away from you. This is my responsibility as someone who used to be your disciple. Swish. A shuriken was thrown. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. Schwa. 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 Countless shuriken were thrown. Orochimaru frowned and stepped back. Don't think you can escape. Anko didn't hesitate and started bombarding wildly. Fire Release, Great Dragon Fire Technique. Fire Release, Great Blaze Ball. Fire Release, Great Fire Annihilation. In an instant, a large sea of fire appeared in the Death Forest. This girl. A hint of anger flashed in Orochimaru's eyes, but under such an attack, he continued to retreat. Not only because Anko was not sparing her chakra, but also because he dared not take action. With Orochimaru's strength, it would be easy to deal with Anko. Even if she risked her life, it would only take a few moves. But the problem is, Anko is Natsuo's wife. Back then, Natsuo was able to chase after him for a spy he sent out. Who knows what Natsuo will do to him if he deals with Anko now? Take a deep breath and quickly calm down. Orochimaru turned and walked away. He can't afford to attack Anko, but he can still hide. But only a short period of time had passed and Anko found him again. Orochimaru, don't think you can escape. Fire Release, Blazing Meteors. Boom. 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 Explosions rang out, wreaking havoc. Orochimaru's mouth twitched, but he had to run away again. However, Anko persisted and kept finding him. This girl had ample supplies, not just chakra replenishing pills, but also high-priced forbidden drugs to enhance chakra, the highest quality supplements. Money may not create a top-level combat power, but it greatly enhances an ordinary shinobi. Relying on the Uchiha's wealth, Anko didn't care about money at all. Even if a battle cost 1 million ryo, it would be reimbursed by Natsuo. Her husband was rich, so she was willful. Meanwhile, Orochimaru could only retreat again. Unfortunately, no matter where Orochimaru ran, Anko could quickly find him, probably due to some kind of intuition, because Orochimaru had no idea how she tracked him down. As a result, all the participants in the Forest of Death that day witnessed occasional large explosions. The commotion was too great and attracted too many people's attention. Over there, there's a master. Gaara squinted, his blood boiling. It's Miss Anko. She's fighting Orochimaru. Niji activated the Byakugan and looked into the distance. Damn, who the hell are they? We're just genin participating in the Chunin exams, and there are guys, so powerful. Other participants were running around, fearing that they would be caught in that battle. Even the third Hokage was alarmed and sensed the problem with the Forest of Death before the retreating ninja reported it. Could it be that Orochimaru has really come? Was Anko right? The third Hokage gritted his teeth, changed into his battle gear, and ordered the mobilization of ninjas, preparing to charge into the Forest of Death. On the other side, Orochimaru was also annoyed by being chased by Anko. If things continued like this, the entire village of Konoha would be put on high alert. Jiraiya and Tsunade might also be summoned back. How could he complete his plan? Moreover, how could he, Orochimaru, be running around like a rat? Anko's expression became serious. She also didn't understand why Orochimaru was so focused on running away without fighting back. If it weren't for her intuition telling her that this person was Orochimaru, she would have thought it was someone pretending to be him. But even though she didn't understand, it didn't stop her from bombarding him relentlessly. Her supplies were still abundant. Orochimaru's face revealed a fierce light, finally erupting. Almost instantly he approached Anko. Anko's expression changed. She had been too relaxed and let her guard down after her previous attacks. Orochimaru's hands moved quickly, and several snakes came out from under his sleeves, lunging fiercely at Anko. Anko, you really are. However, the next second, a voice suddenly interrupted from the side. What is she really? Natsuo appeared next to them, a slight smile on his lips. Orochimaru's mouth twitched, slowly retracting the snakes, and then he forced a smile that was incredibly stiff. You are really too cute. Chapter 103, Anko's Impulsiveness. Orochimaru, oh, but what a pleasant surprise. Natsuo, dear, it's nice to see you. It's refreshing to see two brave young men together. Orochimaru's desire to survive is bursting, spouting all sorts of nonsense. Anko, confused by Orochimaru's sudden transformation, blinked several times before processing what was happening. She was completely dumbfounded, standing there in a daze, staring at Orochimaru's performance. Even Natsuo couldn't help but be a little surprised. He didn't expect Orochimaru's desire to survive to be so high, even he couldn't understand it. Orochimaru was also helpless. My desire to survive is high, but isn't it because of you? I don't have anything to trade with you now. If my desire to survive were any lower, would you kill me? Anko, what are you up to now, Orochimaru? Natsuo remained silent, watching Orochimaru's performance, while the atmosphere around them seemed more tense with every second. Orochimaru, nothing at all, dear Anko. I was just taking a walk and I just got excited seeing familiar faces. Orochimaru sighed deeply, what is this? Alright, stop pretending. Natsuo said helplessly. I see your tolerance, I'm not angry. It's about time for you to go back. His expression calmed down as he looked into the distance. If you don't go back soon, the third Hokage will bring people over. Are you not afraid of being left behind in Konoha because you're not ready? Orochimaru's expression also quickly became indifferent, returning to his initial coldness. Yes, Orochimaru's exaggeration just now was all an act. For a true ninja, what is dignity? Isn't it something that can be thrown away? If acting in a play can avoid losses, he doesn't mind acting every day. But since his goal has been achieved, he retreats without hesitation. He actually wanted to leave a long time ago, but Anko has been relentlessly pursuing him, so he couldn't leave. The air still vibrated with the tension of the recent confrontation with Orochimaru. Anko, with her questioning gaze, turned to Natsuo, whose eyes conveyed a mix between determination and a hint of discomfort. Anko looking at Natsuo in surprise. Do you know Orochimaru? I do. Natsuo smiled and said, I had dealings with him before. Well, those wives with a snake aura that you mentioned, they were all kunoichi trained by Orochimaru. They accepted the mission to have children for the Uchiha clan in the name of Orochimaru. But even so, Orochimaru shouldn't be so afraid of you, right? Anko said in a daze. I've never seen Orochimaru like that before. Well, it's just that, let's say he had an eye-opening experience with me. Natsuo said. Anko asked with narrowed eyes. An eye-opening experience? Natsuo replied, yes, something like the Sharingan illusion to, well, defeat him. Anko blinks in disbelief. Did you just use something like that to defeat him? Anko opened her mouth but couldn't say anything for a while. In Anko's eyes, Orochimaru was definitely the strongest renegade ninja in the ninja world. And Natsuo. Well, even she knew he was hiding some of his strength. But in name, he was just a jonin, and even called himself the shame of jonin. He didn't focus on training every day, but rather which room he should go to sleep in today. How the hell does that look like a strong person? But thinking about Orochimaru's expression. Natsuo, are you really strong? Well, yes, but it's not important now. What matters is that, you should stop being so impulsive, you know. Anko crossing her arms said, impulsive? I'm not impulsive. Natsuo raised an eyebrow. Anko, please, after seeing the jonin team you gathered run away, you still confronted Orochimaru without a second thought. That's almost the definition of impulsiveness. Anko snorted. Okay, maybe you have a point. Look, I understand you. But I won't always be able to appear as a hero to save you from your follies. Hey, it's not crazy. It's risky strategies. Sure, risky strategies that could end very badly. Wouldn't it be better? I don't know, to think a little more before jumping into action. Anko frowned. TSK, are you afraid that I will get hurt? Yes, but I'm also worried that you can't cope with certain situations. Anko sighed. Okay, I'll think about it. Alright, stop thinking about it. Natsuo chuckled lightly, tapping Anko's forehead with his finger. You should think about how to deal with the people coming soon. As he spoke, his figure slowly dissipated, leaving behind a devastated land. Not long after, the examiner in charge of the exam was the first to arrive. Followed by several Umbu members. The third Hokage also arrived fully armed, quickly joining them. Anko, Orochimaru really came. The third Hokage's face was serious. Did you two cause all this commotion? Yes, because the snake really came. Anko glanced at the third Hokage and sighed. The commotion here was caused by our battle, but unfortunately, he managed to escape. He actually came. The third Hokage frowned. Compared to his old self, Orochimaru may not be young and strong, but he definitely maintained his combat power. He didn't have confidence in fighting against him. However. Anko, how are you okay? The third Hokage looked at Anko, furrowing his brows, and asked strangely. I remember I sent an elite squad to assist you, with the weakest being a special jonin. As a result, the captain of the elite jonin team died, but you're fine. Upon hearing this, Anko couldn't help but complain. Third Hokage, how can you say that? I even paid out of my own pocket to hire ninjas to deal with Orochimaru, and you gave me a team of good ninjas. The jonin weren't prepared for battle at all. One was killed with just one blow, and then another lost their courage and was quickly defeated. Finally, the remaining two fled together. When did our Konoha shinobi become so useless? They are not even as good as a chunin. As soon as these words were spoken, the third Hokage's face turned red. Anko wasn't injured, mainly because of Natsuo. The main reason the other two died was because of their own shortcomings. They didn't have the right mindset for battle. Facing a Kage-level expert, how could they not fight to the death and expect reinforcements from the village? If you don't die, who will? The ninjas present were all seasoned warriors, how could they not understand this principle? In addition, in Anko's words, there was a hint of the generous reward she offered, and a trace of understanding flashed in everyone's eyes. It must be the third Hokage who gave the generous reward for the mission to their own ninja. Unfortunately, they didn't expect that Orochimaru would actually be summoned by Anko, and they almost got wiped out. The third Hokage's face couldn't hold up, but fortunately, a few trusted individuals quickly spoke up. Why was Anko unharmed? Why did Orochimaru flee in panic? There is only one truth. Orochimaru feared the strongest Hokage, you, and sensed that you were coming, so he ran away. This conversation finally saved the face of the third Hokage. But whether other ninjas believe it or not, it's up to them. After Orochimaru and Anko caused such a commotion, 1/3 of the Forest of Death is now engulfed in flames. The examinees had to flee to avoid the fight between the two, which led to chaos and many people were injured. The second round of the exam cannot continue. As there are still many shinobis left, the third Hokage waved his hand and decided to hold one last preliminary match, with the winners participating in the final round. Of course, considering that some examinees were affected by the Orochimaru chase, the third Hokage decided to postpone the preliminary matches for a few days and let the Konoha hospital take care of the injured. But all of this has little to do with Anko. After complaining to the third Hokage, Anko hesitated for a moment, but ultimately did not reveal any information about Natsuo. After all, Natsuo has always been secretive, there must be a reason, right? Of course, she is still angry. So, carrying this resentment, Anko returned to the Uchiha clan. Just as she was about to angrily question the relationship between Natsuo and Orochimaru, she saw Natsuo chatting with Yakushi Kabuto. Yakushi Kabuto had a wry smile on his face and said, Orochimaru-sama is willing to pay a greater price, hoping that you can restrain Anko and prevent her from acting like this again. Fight. He can't fight. Run. He can't escape. What do you want Orochimaru-sama to do? However, Natsuo said indifferently, I already talked about this with her and for now she won't attack him again. Anyway, Anko is not that strong, she can't harm Orochimaru, so let him try his best to run, right? Everything aside, I can cooperate with him in his next plan, but if he dares to touch a single hair of my wife, I will not only interrupt his next actions, but I will also kill him. Anko, upon hearing that she was considered very weak, experienced a mixture of anger and surprise, but also sensed Natsuo's genuine affection towards her. Chapter 104, Anko's compensation. Yakushi Kabuto finally smiled bitterly and left. Natsuo's request was simple, he cannot attack or approach members of the Uchiha clan. This time there won't be another chance like when he tried to sell his information to Danzo or sent spies to his house. Anko watched Yakushi Kabuto leave silently, then spoke quietly, Natsuo, I heard you talking when I arrived. Is this another of the spies of that reptile I hate so much? Anko frowned. That guy didn't smell like a snake to me at all. Natsuo said smiling, oh, Anko, if you only knew. But about that, Kabuto isn't exactly a spy, or at least not an ordinary one. Anko asked intrigued. What do you mean by that? Natsuo continued to explain, Kabuto is, how to put it, an ally with quite particular abilities. He is very talented in scientific research. Orochimaru placed him in Konoha and then I called him to help me develop medicines. His contribution to the development of Revival No. 1 is quite great. Anko winking at Natsuo said, I see, so you forgive him for being a spy because it's useful. But why didn't you tell me about Kabuto before? Anko lazily lay in Natsuo's arms, grabbing his collar and lightly reproaching him for keeping her in the dark. Anko lightly hummed, is there anything else you're hiding from me? That expression was just like a girlfriend catching her boyfriend secretly drinking. No, there's really nothing else. Natsuo chuckled. But don't worry, I'll be more attentive to sharing information next time. Although Anko had been with the Uchiha clan for a long time and knew some of Natsuo's secrets, she had never asked Natsuo about her doubts. Shinobi are always used to having hidden cards, so it is normal that Natsuo doesn't tell her everything. Anko was satisfied with Natsuo's answer. After the whole incident with Orochimaru, Anko had calmed down and somewhat vented some of the resentment she had after being suppressed in the village for so long due to Orochimaru's rebellion. Anko said playfully, I don't know if I should forgive you so easily. But of course, she wouldn't let him off easily. Saying that, Anko grabbed Natsuo's collar and dragged him towards the bedroom. Natsuo. Anko closed the door with a soft click, plunging into the dimness of the room. Natsuo looked at her from the bed, his eyes meeting a silence full of promise. She approached slowly, the moonlight dancing on her raven hair with bluish hues. Anko stopped in front of him, her gaze expressing more than words could say. I need to be compensated. She admitted with a soft bite of her lip, the tension between them pulsing in the air. Natsuo stood up, his imposing presence approaching her calmly. His fingers brushed Anko's ponytail, carefully undoing the knot, letting her hair fall freely. I'm here. He whispered, his breath brushing against her cheek. What do you need? Anko tilted her head to the side, her hands finding the hem of the metal mesh blouse, sliding it gracefully over her shoulders. Compensation. She repeated, her eyes shining with suppressed desire. Natsuo captured her lips in a slow, deep kiss, her bodies moving closer with a complicity that spoke louder than words. The soft sound of her synchronized breathing filled the room, mixing with the soft touch of her exploring hands. Anko turned away from him, her breath ragged, meeting his gaze. Natsuo. He nodded understandingly, passion reflected in her light brown eyes. His fingers caressed the curve of her neck, leaving a trail of tickles on her skin. I know. He responded softly, his voice thick with complicity. I will compensate you. Anko laid back on the bed, her eyes searching the depth of Natsuo's. Without saying a word, her lips met in a soft kiss, full of longing and tenderness. Each caress was a whisper of contained desire, a silent language that only they understood. Time seemed to stop while their hands explored each other's skin, searching for that unique connection that united them beyond the physical. Each contact was a sigh of contained passion, an intimate melody that only they could hear. With a soft whisper, Anko turned, seeking Natsuo's closeness in a new way. She stretched gently, feeling the soft breeze caress her skin, a whisper in the night that intensified the passion they shared. A scream escaped Anko's lips, not of pain, but of ecstasy, an echo of the connection between them. The trust between them was palpable, as if their souls met at that precise moment. In a soft, emotion-filled whisper, Anko let out a suppressed moan, her voice revealing a mix of pleasure and longing as they both immersed themselves in the intensity of that unique and special moment. After a long time, Anko lies lying in Natsuo's arms, enveloped in a serene calm, as if the soft caresses of contentment have brought her to a state of absolute stillness. Her skin, now bathed in the soft light of the room, glows with a serene glow. Natsuo, I know that I don't have the strength to face Orochimaru now. Besides, you were right, I was reckless when I faced him before. All right. Natsuo reassured her. Orochimaru won't attack you or the rest of the family. Just don't be reckless again. Anko was very satisfied with this answer, then she thought for a moment and spoke. By the way, Natsuo, since that Yakushi Kabuto is also Orochimaru's subordinate, doesn't that mean Orochimaru knows about our Uchiha's secret medicine? It's nothing. Natsuo smiled. Although Yakushi Kabuto will report to Orochimaru, the secret medicine we research is mainly prepared for you, it is an absolute requirement that it does not cause harm, but Orochimaru does not care if it is dangerous, he only pursues effectiveness. Our objectives in research are inherently different. The amount that Natsuo must spend to make the secret medicine is too high, to upgrade a person to the Chunin level, it requires an amount equivalent to Asuma's reward. Orochimaru can't bear to spend so much money. Perhaps it could be used for his more talented subordinates like Kimimaro, but for shinobi like this, the Chunin level improvement is meaningless. Oh. But since you're stronger than Orochimaru, could you teach me how to train? Anko's eyes lit up, I really want to defeat Orochimaru. Then you need to learn more ninjutsu and increase your supply of chakra. Natsuo smiled and said, I mainly rely on my bloodline, but I can teach you ninjutsu. You can't become a shinobi like me, but it's possible to be like the third Hokage, a shinobi who doesn't rely on bloodline but on ninjutsu to make an impact. Natsuo's main combat power comes from the Sharingan, which Anko finds difficult to replicate. For ninjas without a bloodline, the third Hokage, a shinobi who relies on ninjutsu, is the real target to catch up with. Don't underestimate the aging third Hokage. Even in his prime, he was the top combat power among the Kage level, the number one person below the gods of the shinobi world. In the Naruto series, even though he was old, in poor physical condition, and had scarce chakra, he was able to forcibly take Orochimaru's arms and seal the two Hokages who had been summoned with the impure world reincarnation technique. Despite the reasons for the poor condition of the first generation and second generation, his combat power is really not weak. Danzo, Uchiha Kagami, Uchiha Koharu, Mitokedo Hamura, and Akimichi Torafu all submitted to him not just because of the second Hokage's orders. Danzo, Uchiha Kagami, and Akimichi Torafu are Kage-level powerhouses. Uchiha Koharu and Mitokedo Hamura may be useless now, not even as good as a Jonin, but they were almost Kage-level experts back then. I understand, I will study hard. Anko said seriously. So, Anko became the third person to be guided by Natsuo, after Sasuke and Neji. Anko is excited after her confrontation with Orochimaru and starts bragging during breaks in training. Guys, you don't know what happened. I faced Orochimaru and almost defeated him. Not even the mighty Sannin could withstand my fire release, he had to flee. With a single swing of my sword and my body flicker technique, I made him lose his way. That snake thought he could compare to me. Simply delusional. Sasuke and Naruto's eyes lit up, applauding continuously. Although they didn't know Orochimaru before, it doesn't matter, Anko can describe him to them. For students who haven't graduated from the Ninja Academy, Anko's real-life examples are much more interesting than listening to stories. Really? That's great, Anko-ne. Naruto couldn't contain his excitement. What happened next? What else happened next? Anko waved her hand. Oh yeah. The third Hokage was late to back me up. If he had been on time, we would have caught Orochimaru easily. And to top it all off, the third Hokage assigned me a team of incompetents. Anyway, it was all just boasting. No need to feel embarrassed. Neji was also listening from behind, smiling and applauding. Although with his Byakugan, he had long seen Anko chasing Orochimaru from a distance, until Orochimaru was about to make a move, then Natsuo appeared. If he didn't know that Anko was definitely fine, how could he continue to participate in the exam calmly? After a round of boasting, Anko was satisfied and had enough fun. She patted Niji's shoulder and said, Niji, this time it was sister who affected your exam, but with your strength, passing the exam shouldn't be difficult. Go on, beat up all the other trash for your sister. Yes, Anko-ne. Niji smiled gently. I will do my best. Anko left contentedly. Naruto also encouraged Niji a few times. And then there was Sasuke. He pondered for a moment and said, Niji, are you nervous about participating in the Chunin exam? It's all right. Niji smiled. Although I'm not weak, I'm still alone. I can't say for sure that I can win the championship in the Chunin exam. I still get nervous occasionally. For example, in the Forest of Death exam this time, there were also some strong teams among the Chunin. If the opponent set up an ambush or teamed up with others to target him, he couldn't guarantee 100% victory. The winning rate. It's about 95%. It still made people worry about unexpected situations. Sasuke, on the other hand, didn't think too much. He felt that although Niji had a strong psychological resistance, he would inevitably feel some nervousness. So, out of concern for his comrade, Sasuke pulled Niji along. Come on, Niji, I'll take you to relax. Chapter 105, Sage Mode Surprises and the Unlucky Raza. Sasuke is completely sincere. Although his goal of going to the club was always to improve his Sharingan, in the end he is still a regular at the club, so from time to time he hears the customers who are about to enter talking to their colleagues. Let's go, I'll treat you to some relaxation, guaranteeing that you'll be full of energy tomorrow. Honestly speaking, Sasuke hasn't fully decided to let Niji help him evolve his Sharingan. So, his current request is the purest consideration for Niji. Niji participated in the Chunin exams. Niji is a bit nervous. Niji needs to relax. So, he invited Niji to relax. This is what true brothers should do. Sasuke said seriously. Compared to that idiot Naruto, someone like me, a real man, is worthy of friendship. I'm really great. So, Sasuke took Niji and ran to the club. At first, Niji didn't quite understand what was going on. After all, he didn't think that Sasuke's relaxation meant coming here. He thought Sasuke was planning to take him on an outing, fishing, to ease his mood. As a result, even Niji, who remains calm in any situation, was left speechless. Sasuke, you want to relax here with me? Niji opened his mouth, looking at Sasuke as if he were a monster. Who at this age would come to a place like this? Not to mention Sasuke, even Niji, who is 1 year older than Sasuke, shouldn't come to a place like this, right? Everyone says that this place has the best relaxation effect. Niji, don't worry, tonight's expenses will be covered by me. Sasuke said seriously. Let's go, don't loiter at the entrance. Saying that, he pulled Niji and walked away. Of course, they both transformed as they did before. After all, the club doesn't cater to people their age, and it's not easy for the girls to handle them. Niji was dragged in by Sasuke, feeling confused, and looked at Sasuke talking to the manager with a skilled tone. You're a regular here? Niji exclaimed. How old are you? You're already a regular. Yeah. Sasuke said calmly. Does Natsuo know that you come to a place like this? I was brought here by Natsuo the first time. It gave me a good experience. Well, I came here specifically to enhance my mental strength, please don't misunderstand. But Niji obviously misunderstood. He looked completely bewildered, with his mouth wide open and his eyes staring straight ahead. Did Natsuo-sama bring Sasuke here? But he's just a child. However, Niji had no doubts about whether Natsuo would do this. After all, his own master had a total of more than 50 beautiful wives. For someone like that, bringing his younger brother to a club is normal, isn't it? The two of them entered a private room, and the charming escorts all gathered around. Take good care of my brother and you'll be generously rewarded. Sasuke waved his hand grandly. Yes, sir. The charming escorts responded sweetly. And so, Niji, with a bewildered expression, found himself surrounded by women. As the young master of the Hyuga clan, although he belonged to the branch and not the main family, Niji, like Sasuke, was never short of attention. With his handsome face, exceptional strength, and the bloodline of the Hyuga clan. Especially in contrast to Sasuke's aloofness, Niji was gentle and refined, making it easy for female classmates to approach him. However, even though he was like this, he was still a pure novice and couldn't resist so many charming women. He was instantly overwhelmed. Sasuke, who was watching from the side, nodded silently. Niji had already started working, and it was clear that he would gradually become as skilled as Naruto, making it impossible for him to provide enough embarrassment for himself. For the sake of my brother, I even gave up the opportunity to stimulate my own advancement in the Sharingan. I am indeed a selfless man. Niji will definitely be moved by our friendship. Because of Sasuke's friendly help, Niji, who had just tasted the forbidden fruit, seemed a bit uncertain for the next few days. Regardless of whether one is male or female, the first time is always the most memorable, and it may even affect one's future view on choosing a partner. Although Niji is calm, he is not calm to this extent, so it is natural for him to be mentally absent-minded. As a result, a few days later in the preliminary round, Niji almost got overturned by an examinee whose strength was far inferior to his own. Fortunately, there was a fundamental difference in strength between the two, and when Niji realized it, the opponent quickly lost. Of course, Natsuo didn't know about Niji and Sasuke's situation. Natsuo only thought that Niji attached too much importance to this Chunin exam, thinking that this was an important occasion for him to demonstrate his strength and gain prestige, which made him a little too nervous. He couldn't help but give a few reminders, causing Niji to look at him silently. Master, it's because of your younger brother that I was influenced. And the root of all this is in you. Of course, Natsuo couldn't guess his disciple's thoughts, and he didn't bother to guess. He was immersed in the joy of the newborn baby. Uzumaki Yoko has given birth. Offspring +1, the comprehensive potential evaluation is 191, you gain chakra +17, Sage Mode. 191's evaluation is already close to 200. Obtaining Sage Mode as a reward is understandable because the current evaluation is the highest at which you can obtain skills that belong to the shinobi world. In the Naruto series, although the protagonist learned Sage Mode with a little effort, it is actually the only technique that can confront the power of the Six Paths. Its essence is very high and is not inferior to the secret techniques of the Six Paths. Natsuo tried it immediately and the unique characteristic marks appeared on his face. He also noticed that there was no problem like partially transforming into a snake or a toad. This technique was perfectly adapted for humans. Since this technique is not the inheritance of Mount Maiboku or Ryuchi Cave, it can be called human Sage Mode. Natsuo's eyes lit up. Natural energy does not have attributes, it only petrifies people, and does not deliberately turn them into toads or snakes. Whether it is Mount Maiboku, Ryuchi Cave, or even the Shikatsu forest that Natsuo has never seen before, the way they use natural energy has obviously evolved based on his identity as a toad or snake. Adapting to the body of a toad does not mean adapting to the body of a human. Although Natsuo has not yet fought against shinobis who have truly practiced the Sage Mode of these sacred places, he vaguely feels that his Sage Mode may be superior to these shinobis. Because what he is using is the human Sage Mode. Then several wives gave birth to children one after another. Offspring +1, the comprehensive potential evaluation is 133, you obtain chakra +11, wood release, wood dragon technique. Offspring +1, the comprehensive potential evaluation is 111, you gain chakra +13, scorch release, extremely steaming murder. The increase in the potential of Natsuo's newborn children is quite large, mainly because their life essence has undergone a qualitative leap due to the Six Paths Sage body. Natsuo then continued to diligently strive to revive the Uchiha clan. On the other hand, according to calculations, the 3 snake princesses should have given birth. However, when Natsuo went to Ryuchi Cave, he found that there was no movement. It's probably because their reproductive cycle is different from humans. Natsuo thought to himself. The original body is a snake, transformed into a sage, so there will naturally be some changes. The Chunin exams continue. Since the finalists have already been determined, invitations are naturally sent to various factions. From the invitation to the actual start of the fights, there is a whole month of free time. This gives the leaders of various factions enough time to reach Konoha. The daimyos and high-ranking nobles of the Land of Fire naturally eagerly come, and there are also many high-ranking nobles from the Land of Wind. People from all over, including wealthy merchants and officials, gather here. Not only ordinary people but also shinobis will come in droves. The Kazekage is also preparing to attend, stating that he will bring some high-ranking officials and hopes to reach some agreements during the exam. Among the kages of the participating villages, only Terumi-mei does not plan to participate. Although there are 2 Kirigakure shinobi who have advanced this time, that is only one less than Sunagakure who is fully committed to the exam. But the actual strength of these Kirigakure shinobi is quite average, and their reaching the finals is probably the result of the 3rd Hokage's intervention. In the current finals, the Kirigakure shinobi who go on stage will only become stepping stones for the Konoha shinobi. She doesn't want to see this kind of scene. This news has put many people at ease. Especially Raza himself. It seems that we no longer need to worry about reinforcements from Kirigakure. With the power of Sunagakure and Otogakure, there is hope for a successful surprise attack on Konoha. Raza let out a sigh of relief, and the dark circles under his eyes, caused by years of pressure, seemed to ease slightly. I just don't know if my alliance with Orochimaru is right or wrong. Raza leaned back in his seat, his face filled with loneliness. This is a high-stakes gamble. Given the current state of the shinobi world, after this gamble, a great shinobi war will immediately break out. But he has no choice. Compared to other countries, Sunagakure has the poorest accumulation and the weakest strength. Even the daimyo does not support Sunagakure much, and even openly entrusts missions to Konoha. As the Kazekage, he actually needs to mine and pan for gold day and night to support the village's military expenses. If he wins this gamble, it will be fine. The daimyo will witness Sunagakure's strength, and a surprise attack on Konoha will also help Sunagakure recover. If he loses the gamble... Raza let out a long breath and began to pack his belongings, preparing to depart. As the Kazekage, he naturally had to bring more followers with him. Even the high-ranking members of Sunagakure have brought many followers, in order to bring enough combat power and increase the chances of success for the plan to make Konoha collapse. Although meager, they are all working hard. Of course, to avoid Konoha's surveillance, the high-ranking members of the village have already departed, and now only the Kazekage himself remains. Raza put on the Kazekage hat, brought some members of the Shadow Guard, and left Sunagakure. With the speed of a Kage level, they naturally advanced quickly. However, when they were about to reach the border of Konoha, it seems like I lost the bet. Raza sighed inwardly, then his expression became serious, and the sand surged beneath his feet. Orochimaru, haven't we been cooperating well? Why did you attack me? 2 figures slowly emerged, Orochimaru in front, and Kimimaro silently standing behind the giant snake. Orochimaru let out a hoarse laugh. Of course, Orochimaru didn't really intend to destroy Konoha. Couldn't you see that? Raza was taken aback, and so was Orochimaru. Because Orochimaru didn't say that. The figure of Natsuo slowly appeared, a smile on his lips. Orochimaru only intended to give his teacher an honorable death. Why would you think he would want to destroy Konoha through your hands? Wouldn't it be better to directly provide you with the information about Konoha that he knows in order to achieve this goal? You couldn't see that. No wonder your manipulation of the tailed beast is so crude. Did you become a fool from mining? Raza gritted his teeth, a hint of shock and anger flashed in his eyes. Another formidable opponent. However, what he didn't expect was that Orochimaru was even more shocked than him, exclaiming in surprise. Natsuo, what are you doing here? Chapter 106, Chapter 106, Sand, Bones, and Bad Ideas, Sunagakure's recruitment drive. He is an expert. Raza's face was solemn, his gaze intense. Being so close without even noticing, what else could this person be if not an expert? Who is this guy? How come I have no information about him at all? However, I have a feeling that his face looks somewhat familiar. Natsuo, what are you doing here? Orochimaru exclaimed, his face showing surprise. I remember this time I didn't even inform Kabuto. Natsuo, how did you know I was here? Previously, Natsuo had been too accurate in capturing him. First, there was the deal with Danzo, then the battle with Anko. He appeared by his side every time, making Orochimaru even suspect Kabuto, who was familiar with his actions. Although he didn't believe that this subordinate would betray him, just in case, he didn't inform Kabuto and only brought Kimimaro, who would never betray him. But in the end, Natsuo still caught him red-handed. How did he know that I was going to attack the 4th Kazekage? Natsuo said while laughing, long time no see, Orochimaru. Our paths are truly destined to meet. How did Natsuo know? Of course, it's the plot of the Naruto series. Natsuo deliberately came over and specifically seized this opportunity. Wait. Natsuo. Suddenly, Raza reacted and looked at Natsuo's face in shock. Are you that Uchiha Natsuo? How could you be so strong? He looked shocked, his mouth slightly open, filled with disbelief. He was really familiar with this Natsuo. Due to the Uchiha's frequent actions showing off their wealth, it directly attracted poor Tsunagekyu's attention to Natsuo himself. The fourth Kazekage, Raza, even sent out kunoichi spies one after another, intending to combine internal and external forces to reap a large fortune from the Uchiha clan. But the kunoichi sent out were all wasted. Raza also considered sending kunoichi over in a normal mission manner. After all, the initial standard set by Natsuo for the Chunin kunoichi was a minimum of 10 million ryo, and it increased several times later on. But thinking about it, those kunoichi would not allow him to earn the difference in the price of the mission. They might even choose to accept the money directly and stay in the Uchiha clan. In the end, Raza completely gave up. For Natsuo, who had once been the center of his attention, Raza had also seen his photo. After shedding tears of envy, Raza could only throw away the photo and continue searching for Tsunagekyu's promotion. However, he was clearly just a guy who got carried away with the pleasure of women. Why was he so strong? Even the long-famous Orochimaru looked wary. Natsuo, what is your purpose for coming here? Orochimaru took a deep breath, his gaze serious. Don't tell me you want to help me. Of course not, I really believe in Orochimaru-sama's strength. Natsuo smiled lightly. I just want to keep him alive. As he spoke, he pointed at Raza and said, anyway, he's not your main target. I will imprison him and release him after the collapse of Konoha. It won't affect your plans. Why? Orochimaru couldn't help but ask. I remember you don't seem to have any connection with Tsunagekure, right? Of course, I have no connection, but his daughter is very beautiful. Natsuo said confidently. I saw her when I was shopping some time ago, and I was immediately attracted to her. I feel like maybe I can develop a good relationship with her. Then, at least he will be my father-in-law. That being the case, do you think I can let him die easily? That's right, Natsuo is the one with this intention. Raza's life does not matter, but Temari is a relevant character in the Naruto series. Compared to some of Natsuo's current wives, Temari is relatively normal. But that's because she's still young. Throughout the Naruto series, Temari proved to be a highly skilled and powerful kunoichi. She also demonstrated tactical and leadership skills. Additionally, being part of the Kazekage clan and Gaara's sister, she has a special bloodline. During the Boruto era, Temari proved to be a loving, attentive and very beautiful mother, with a somewhat distant feel, instantly becoming an excellent choice as a wife. With all this, shouldn't I try something with such a beautiful girl? That's why Natsuo came. Orochimaru. Kimimaro. How should I put it? Orochimaru didn't know what to say. Although he has long known that Natsuo has a personality no less scandalous than that of a certain toad sage. But even Jiraiya, that big-hearted and straightforward person, wouldn't argue with a Kage-level expert of the same rank just because of a woman who has nothing to do with him, right? But Natsuo actually did it. I don't know if he's fearless or just overly lustful. Orochimaru hasn't spoken yet. On the other hand, Raza instantly became furious. What are you joking about? He gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with anger. What do you think I am? Natsuo, my father-in-law. I am the fourth Kazekage. Raza angrily shouted, his anger boiling over. I am the esteemed Kazekage, and in your eyes, am I just a bargaining chip to be killed or saved? I am a Kage-level powerhouse. The next second, a surging wave of sand gold rushed out madly. Covering the sky and earth, it came crashing towards the three of them. Swish. 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 The three of them jumped at the same time, avoiding the onslaught of the sand gold waves. Orochimaru-sama. Kimimaro reached out his hand, his palm bones protruding, with a hint of sharpness. Natsuo-kun, what do you say now? Orochimaru calmly said. Natsuo chuckled, if it's my father-in-law, then of course I have to save him. If it's not, then it seems like it has nothing to do with me. I understand. Orochimaru nodded calmly. Kimimaro, take action. Yes, Orochimaru-sama. The curse marks emerged on Kimimaro's body. Facing a Kage-level expert, he couldn't be careless, and he didn't dare to be careless. What do you understand? Raza was furious. What do you think I am, the fourth Kazekage? I am a Kage. A man standing at the pinnacle of the shinobi world. Holding the power of one of the 5 great shinobi nations, Tsunagekure. Why is it that when you speak, it feels like you're treating me like disposable trash? Swish. Kimimaro pressed his hand against the ground, and chakra surged wildly. Dance of the Seedling Fern. CRRRK. 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 Countless bone spurs rose from the ground, almost instantly covering the entire ground. The fourth Kazekage's shadow guard was almost instantly swallowed by the forest of bones. Only Raza, relying on the sand shield, held off this attack. This kid, is he also a Kage-level expert? Raza was surprised. But so, what? There are differences between Kage-level powerhouses. A mere brat dared to compare himself to a seasoned Kage-level. However, the next second, countless snakes surged towards him. Orochimaru was lying on the ground where a countless number of summoned snakes came out of his mouth. Formation of 10,000 snakes. Don't underestimate me. Raza roared. He forcibly gathered chakra, and a large wave of sand surged, swallowing the sea of snakes. So, what if it's 2 against 1? I am an elite. The next second, Kimimaro transformed into his second state of the cursed seal. Like an enraged dragon, he broke through the sea of sand and charged towards Raza. Holding a sharp-boned spear, he fiercely stabbed, unstoppable. Raza was directly pierced through. Damn. What's going on with this kid? Raza's mouth twitched. Is he really this strong? Kimimaro raised an eyebrow. But he saw Raza, who had been pierced, turn into sand particles. Sand clone. Raza emerged from the sea of sand. This is the biggest difference between us, the difference in experience. But before he could finish speaking, Orochimaru swung his sword of Kusanagi towards him. Then Kimimaro, without hesitation, held his bone spear and joined the battle. After 3 rounds, Raza's face was filled with anger, not angry but imposing, because he shouted. Son-in-law, save me. The battle ended. Natsuo sat on the ground, smiling and said, Orochimaru-sama, then it is resolved. My father-in-law the 4th Kazekage will be freed from my control after he finishes the plan to destroy Konoha. Don't worry, killing the 3rd Hokage is something we all agree on. I don't want any surprises either. Natsuo had a smile on his face. It seems that one of the kunoichi with the strongest wind release in the shinobi world is about to be captured. As one of the top 3 future Sunigekure experts in the Naruto series, Temari's future combat power is no weaker than that of a high-level Kage-level expert. During the 4th Great Shinobi War, his powerful wind release is second only to the protagonist Naruto. Natsuo decided not to waste her talent and let her help with the rebirth of the Uchiha clan. But compared to Temari's talent, Kimimaro's talent is truly strong. Natsuo glanced at Kimimaro. This boy is only 14 years old now, and in the Naruto series he should die next year when he would only be 15 years old. And at this age, he can already participate in battles between Kage-level experts, assisting Orochimaru in killing the 4th Kazekage almost unharmed. He can even take a poison antidote to save himself, dragging his sick body, and almost killing the Jinchuriki Gaara. This talent is not much worse than Itachi's. Even the 2 main characters of the series are not stronger than him at his age. Raza gasped for breath, a hint of coldness appearing in his eyes. He glanced fearfully at Orochimaru and Kimimaro. Orochimaru, needless to say, is an old Kage-level expert, and his combat power is still within expectations. But that boy named Kimimaro, who is about the same age as his own daughter, why is his strength so terrifying? If the 2 of them join forces, they might really be able to kill him. They might not even get hurt. No. This young man's talent is not the most terrifying thing. What's truly terrifying is... Raza couldn't help but look at Natsuo. This man is truly terrifying. When he shouted his last words just now, his life was hanging by a thread. However, at this critical moment, Natsuo was able to intervene instantly, lightly grabbing Orochimaru and Kimimaro's arms, while his pair of Sharingan eyes could suppress their ability to fight back. In other words, if he wanted to attack me, I'm afraid he could determine the outcome in an instant. According to the information, this guy is a big pervert. Apart from wanting to have children all day, he doesn't want to do anything else. Does he have so much time to take care of having children and training? If it weren't for Natsuo saving me just now, claiming that he is my future son-in-law, it would be obvious that he is a pervert who is very interested in women, and there would be no deviation from the information. Raza might even suspect that Natsuo found a group of women who were already pregnant and falsely claimed their children as his own, pretending to work hard on procreation while secretly practicing. But the fact is right in front of me. Even if Raza doesn't want to believe it, he has to admit Natsuo's talent. So. You're called Natsuo, right, Uchiha Natsuo? He reached out without hesitation and said, would you like to come to our Sunigekure? As long as you're willing to come, I'll immediately arrange for all the eligible kunoichi in the village to meet you. Whether it's my daughter or any other kunoichi, whoever you like, I'll arrange for you. Want women? We have plenty in Sunigekure. Come to our Sunigekure. There should be a place for you here. Raza's face was serious as he extended an olive branch. Our Sunigekure needs talents like you. Chapter 107, Konoha's collapse plan begins. Although Raza's idea was sudden, it was sincere. However, already possessing such strength, Sunigekure on the other hand is facing a serious shortage of high-level combat power. In all of Sunigekure, apart from him and the retired Chiyo and Ebizo, there are no other Kage-level shinobi. It can be said that Sunigekure is quite miserable. In the Naruto series, after Raza's death, the position of Kazekage remained vacant until Gaara reformed and became the 5th Kazekage. So why did Gaara, who caused trouble from a young age and damaged Tsunagakure many times, causing the loss of many lives, become Kazekage before the protagonist Naruto, simply because he reformed? No, it was because Tsunagakure could not find a successor for the position of the 5th Kazekage. Kage itself is the title of the leader of the 5 major shinobi villages. Kage level represents the strength of the 5 leaders. Because the 5 major shinobi villages have a complete and large-scale talent training system, with geniuses constantly emerging, they can always ensure that at least their Kage possesses sufficient strength. However, after Raza's death, Tsunagakure completely lacked successors. It was not easy for Gaara, whom the entire town resents, to rise to the position. Therefore, Raza is truly the only prominent shinobi in Tsunagakure during this time period, even though his strength is not considered strong among Kage-level shinobi. In the ever-changing shinobi world, can he guarantee that he won't die? Orochimaru wanted to kill him right now during this incident. That's why Raza gave Natsuo that invitation right now. Compared to such top-level strong individuals like Natsuo, what can a few women mean? Natsuo, come to our Tsunagakure. Raza extended an invitation again. You must feel uncomfortable living in Konoha, unnoticed. I promise you that you will enjoy all the glory in Tsunagakure, plus you will be able to choose any kunoichi in the village. After me, you will be the 5th Kazekage of Tsunagakure. Tsunagakure needs talents like you. It must be said that Raza's offer is quite tempting. However, Natsuo smiled lightly and shook his head. Tsunagakure. How many kunoichi can you have in Tsunagakure? There are some Tsunagakure kunoichi in the Uchiha clan. So, I know a little about the situation in Tsunagakure. Even if you, as the Kazekage, forcefully command it, how many highly skilled kunoichi can Tsunagakure produce? Kunoichi are already a minority, and highly skilled kunoichi are even rarer. Furthermore, the environment in Tsunagakure is quite harsh, with the village's funds extremely scarce, and the number of shinobi is the lowest among the 5 great shinobi nations. And yet, the proportion of Tsunagakure spies in the Uchiha clan is the largest among all the great shinobi nations. What does this mean? With this situation, do you still need to give orders for the Tsunagakure kunoichi to go to the Uchiha clan? Of course, Tsunagakure definitely still has some kunoichi with great talent and strength who, due to their pride and other reasons, have not come to the Uchiha clan. But the problem is, these kunoichi definitely possess Jonin-level combat power and belong to the upper echelons. Would such people be willing to sacrifice themselves for the words of a Kazekage? Raza also thought of this problem. His face turned red, but he still said, so what? If the quality is not enough, we'll make up for it with quantity. If Jonin is not possible, then Chunin. If Chunin is not possible, then Genin. There are plenty of ordinary women in the land of wind, even if you want a noble woman, I can knock her unconscious. What's the use of that? Natsuo sneered. Do you really think I don't know the principle of quantity makes up for lack of quality? My Uchiha clan is wealthy and powerful. Even if I have to use money, I can find thousands of women willing to bear my children. The problem is, I lack the ability to choose. Nowadays, the Uchiha clan has an abundant number of wives. Natsuo even hesitates and evaluates when it comes to selecting a Jonin-level kunoichi. Why would he choose an ordinary person? Alright, father-in-law, please stop talking. Natsuo sneered. Contributing one daughter is enough. It's a pity your wife is dead, otherwise. Raza. The Chunin exams have finally begun. Today, Natsuo specifically gathered all his wives at home, and spent a lot of money to invite Kakuzu back from Akatsuki. Don't worry. Kakuzu patted his chest and guaranteed, for the sake of money, I promise that not a single person in your Uchiha residence will die today. You can go and do what you want with peace of mind. I will handle all the problems for you. Based on the amount of money Natsuo provided, Kakuzu felt that even if the leader personally came to kill, he would be willing to handle it, at least delay it until tomorrow, so I can earn this money. Are you kidding? As long as you pay enough money, even if a god arrives, Kakuzu will kill him for the reward. Then I'll leave it to you. Natsuo smiled lightly. Leave it to me. Kakuzu patted his chest and then leaned in closer. Boss, during this time, I actually found another powerful expert. Although she hasn't reached Kage level yet, she has a strong bloodline limit. I accidentally let her slip away before, but I'll see if I can bring her to you in a while. Kakuzu said. Natsuo's eyes brightened at his words. As the most proactive mercenary, this old man always managed to surprise Natsuo. The price is negotiable. Natsuo responded. The two exchanged a glance, understanding each other. With reliable Kakuzu, Natsuo didn't have to worry about the safety of his wives. Actually, there was no need to worry in the first place. His wives were definitely stronger than most of the shinobi clans, especially Ringo and Muri. Being Kage level, she could easily wipe out a whole clan by herself. However, if it was just a matter of spending money, he preferred that his wives and children not run the risk of being involved in a fight. Amiri was also pregnant, and Natsuo didn't want to risk harming the baby. That's why he brought in Kakuzu. Not only his wives and children, but even Sasuke and Naruto, at Natsuo's request, took a day off from their studies under the pretext of watching Niji's Chunin exam, making their fellow students like Kiba, Choji, Shikamaru, and others extremely envious. The safety of the Uchiha residence and its properties was entrusted to ordinary mercenaries from Akatsuki. Kakuzu was in charge of the Uchiha mansion, while others were responsible for the regular properties. It can be said that Natsuo prepared himself thoroughly. Natsuo led Sasuke and Naruto straight to the competition venue. The Chunin exam began, and after the third Hokage's usual nonsense, the match began. To be honest, although this generation of shinobis is not as outstanding as Naruto's generation, they are still qualified elites, much stronger than ordinary Chunin. After all, every shinobi village is supposed to show their strength before the nobles, merchants, and high officials present, therefore, ordinary shinobi cannot reach the finals. Various flashy ninjutsu were thrown, although Sasuke, after training with Natsuo, was no longer inferior to ordinary Chunin, he was still very excited watching. Naruto was even more so, wishing he could personally join the fight. Listening to the cheers of the surrounding audience, he excitedly said, "So cool, so great, I also want everyone to cheer for me, then they will definitely acknowledge me, right?" Sasuke also said, "Natsuo, if there's a Chunin exam, is there a Jonin exam? Fighting as a Jonin should be more exciting, right? There is no Jonin exam." Natsuo smiled and said, "The reason there is a Chunin exam is because the level of Chunin cannot have too much influence. If there were a Jonin exam, I estimate that after the competition there would be less than half of the audience left alive." Although in Natsuo's previous life, fans of the Naruto series jokingly commented that when the Jonin fought, pots and pans would fly, but when the Genin clashed, the heavens and the earth would shatter. In reality, Jonin battles are already at a level where ordinary people would die just by being close to the battle. When they fight, they won't hold back, releasing all kinds of powerful ninjutsu, and the audience would be gone. In fact, even during the Chunin exam, there are always elite guards patrolling the spectator stands. Hosting a Chunin exam is not cheap, even the wealthy and powerful Konoha can't afford it. Otherwise, they wouldn't have to wait for a month after selecting the finalists, until high-ranking officials and nobles from various countries gather, to officially conduct the final round of the exam. Isn't it just to earn more ticket money? After several rounds of battles, Niji entered the arena. He was wearing a standard Hyuga clan loose kimono, with a gentle smile on his face, walking at a steady pace, and wearing the Konoha forehead protector. As soon as he entered the arena, he attracted the attention of a large number of spectators. Is this the genius of the Hyuga clan? I heard that in this Chunin exam, he is the only one in his own team participating in the exam. One person in a team. No teammates. Even teammates are not needed. Are people from the Hyuga clan that confident? Shouldn't it be 3 people in a team? How did the Hokage agree to let him participate on his own? Who knows, maybe it's a privilege of the Hyuga clan. Most of the spectators, especially the shinobis, were first surprised and then somewhat indignant, feeling that this kid was being treated too favorably. Shinobis act according to the rules, and those who break the rules have always been despised. It is the rule for 3 people to participate in the Chunin exam as a team, so why did you break it? As a result, the shinobi began to whisper, saying things like, "It's because he's from the Hyuga clan, the Hokage has to give him certain privileges. I heard that this boy is the nephew of the leader of the Hyuga clan, no wonder they treat him so well. Having connections is always good." Words like these filled the crowd. Naruto frowned, and Sasuke looked angry. On the other hand, Natsuo shook his head with a smile. In the shinobi world, regardless of whether breaking the rules is good or not, first of all, you must have the ability to be able to break the rules. Niji was able to do this not only because of the influence of the Hyuga clan, but also because he directly approached the Hokage that day, demonstrating strength comparable to a Jonin. Before he could even speak, the third Hokage invited him to participate. Even if Niji firmly refuses his teammates, the third Hokage is willing to make an exception for him. Because he also knows that someone with absolute dominance in combat can bring great honor to Konoha in the Chunin exams. Unfortunately, most people in this world don't look for reasons within themselves. When others succeed, they like to find various excuses to cover up their own incompetence, such as having a better family background, better timing, or receiving money. Most have a mentality of, "I'm not recognized for my talent anyway, all because these bastards stole my opportunities." In reality, most people who hold on to this kind of thinking are just useless. Even if they are given opportunities, it's all in vain. True strong individuals never complain about the unfairness of the world. Instead, they take the initiative to change the world. That's why these shinobis will always be trash, at most slowly accumulating achievements to become chunin, but they will never reach a prominent position in their lifetime. When high-level jonin experts see Niji entering the arena, their expressions instantly become serious. Because they know that if Niji can make the third Hokage relent, he must have exceptional abilities. And indeed, that is the case. After the examiner's signal to begin, Niji charges straight towards his opponent. After evading the opponent's fire release with 2 quick changes in direction, he closes in and defeats the enemy with a single strike of gentle fist. So fast. Even the jonin among the audience were astonished. To be able to participate in the finals of the chunin exams means that each one is among the best of the chunin. But Niji defeated him so easily. Even Orochimaru disguised as the Kazekage couldn't help but be impressed. Orochimaru said to himself, "A 12-year-old jonin, Natsuo, has truly trained an extraordinary genius. It's a pity that he is from the Hyuga branch. If he were from the main family, even if he offends Natsuo, he might try to snatch it away from him." The third Hokage, of course, is unaware of Orochimaru's thoughts. But upon noticing his surprise, he showed a proud smile and said, "I heard that the Kazekage's son is also participating in the competition. He's younger than Niji. I'm sure the Kazekage has high hopes for him." In the midst of the conversation, the next round of the competition has already begun. Gaara stood in the arena and started forming hand seals. Orochimaru smiled slightly. "Yes, I do have high hopes for Gaara. Just like now." Third Hokage frowned. The next second, a huge amount of chakra surged from the chunin exam arena. At the same time, Orochimaru grabbed third Hokage, and his subordinates simultaneously threw smoke bombs. The plan to destroy Konoha begins. Chapter 108, Chaos Unleashed and the Fascinating Uchiha Club. Roar. Shikaku let out a thunderous roar, the chilling chakra unique to the tailed beast soared into the sky, and the wild waves of energy swept through the entire venue. Some fearful high officials and nobles were knocked unconscious by the force of that impulse. This is a tailed beast. Why is the tailed beast of Sunagakure here? Damn it, are the Sunagakure shinobis planning to attack Konoha? Countless Konoha shinobi were shocked. At the same time, Orochimaru grabbed the third Hokage and ascended to the rooftop, followed closely by his subordinates, the Sound Four, Sakan and Yukon, Tayuya, Kidamaru, and Jirobo, who all removed their disguises and formed hand seals. For invisible barrier walls enveloped the entire area where the two were about to fight. The sudden eruption of the battle between the Hokage and the Kazekage caught everyone present off guard. Some nobles instinctively shouted and tried to escape, causing the exits to become congested. Other guests from different shinobi villages also gathered together without hesitation. Realizing that this attack was orchestrated by Sunagakure and Otogakure, they immediately retreated to protect the nobles of their own countries while avoiding a clash between the shinobi of Sunagakure, Otogakure, and Konoha. They wouldn't let Konoha use them as cannon fodder. However, Yakushi Kabuto quickly launched a genjutsu, hypnotizing all the spectators. "Hey, what's going on?" Because Kabuto deliberately avoided Naruto, so he was not affected by the genjutsu. But his mental state at this time was obviously not so calm and he was somewhat nervous. The shinobis of Sunagakure and Otogakure are preparing to attack Konoha. Sasuke widened his eyes, his Sharingan appearing. Compared to Naruto, he was much calmer. His pair of 3 Tomo Sharingan accurately captured the enemy's figure. "What should we do, Natsuo?" he calmly asked, but there was a hint of excitement in his eyes. These were enemies. Although he had sparred with Niji, Naruto, and others, he had never fought against enemy shinobis before. Although he was asking, his eyes were eager for battle. "Then let's play around with the shinobis of Sunagakure and Otogakure at the edge of the battlefield." Natsuo chuckled lightly, seemingly unconcerned. This level of battlefield was only suitable for these 2 little ones to treat as practice. "Should we retreat first?" Sasuke calmly said. "We can't defeat that monster across from us, can we?" He was referring to Gaara. Although Sasuke has made significant progress in strength, he now understands the opponent's strength and won't recklessly charge forward. "It's fine." Natsuo smiled and said, "Someone will take care of it soon." The next moment, both of them saw Niji, who was sitting in the participants' seats, running forward. He arrived in front of Shikaku along with Kakashi and Might Guy. The latter, being Jonin elites, naturally carried the heaviest responsibility. The moment Shikaku broke out, they did not hesitate to move forward and tangle with this colossal creature. "Are you a genin participating in this competition?" Kakashi noticed Niji's actions and frowned. "Are genin these days also reckless?" "Kid, this big guy is not an opponent that a genin can handle. You retreat quickly. Leave this to us." Suddenly, Shikaku roared in anger, and his arm rushed downwards. Kakashi, Might Guy, and the others were about to take action. Suddenly, they saw Niji rushing forward, directly meeting Shikaku's arm at the forefront. He twisted his body and used the 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven. Bang. Shikaku's arm was forcefully pushed away. As a Konoha shinobi, I can also help protect the village. Niji stopped his figure, a smile on his lips. At this moment, there are countless high-level Konoha shinobi here. Niji, who wants to gain reputation. Would he find any other occasion more suitable than this? Niji's action seemed dangerous, but in fact, there was no risk at all. Although Shikaku is a tailed beast and is difficult to control when it goes berserk, at this time, it is still under Gaara's control and won't go on a rampage. There are high-ranking officials and nobles everywhere, and Gaara is not crazy enough to want to eliminate them all, which would cause everyone to hate him and bring disaster to Sunagakure. Gaara will cooperate with the shinobi of Konoha and voluntarily leave this place to truly unleash his fury outside the examination grounds. Not only Gaara, but also the shinobi of Sunagakure and Otogakure, after they go berserk, will gradually move the battlefield outside the examination venue while cooperating with the Konoha shinobi. To think there is a Jonin level. Kakashi was stunned. He didn't expect this examinee, Niji, to be so strong. Then he decisively said, "All right, you take care of yourself." The Jonin level experts can now no longer make the excuse of holding back the tailed beast and have to try to rescue the third Hokage. They can't say they have to stay to protect the younger generation. However, despite everything, Kakashi also decided to pay more attention to this genius and if possible, prevent him from dying prematurely here. Not only Kakashi, but even Hyuga Hayashi, stopped from luring the enemy out of the examination room when he saw Niji's actions. He decided to annihilate the enemy here and take care of his nephew at the same time. Meanwhile, Natsuo was pulling Sasuke and Naruto to level up in the outer ring, while his gaze was directed towards the outer side. Sure enough, he's back. It's within my expectations, but he appeared a bit early. Why is he coming this way? Shouldn't he be dealing with the enemies on the outskirts? Never mind, I'll go and take a look. At this moment, Konoha was in complete chaos. The attacks from the shinobis of Sunagakure and Otogakure were not limited to just the examination hall. Several giant snakes were summoned and forcefully broke through the outer walls of Konoha. The shinobis of Sunagakure and Otogakure entered through the breach, but the Konoha shinobis quickly reacted and confronted the enemies, buying time for the evacuation to the shelter. For a while, there was a constant roar of various ninjutsu in Konoha village. Some outsiders who were visiting Konoha during the Chunin exams couldn't help but start looting. However, there were always unlucky individuals who targeted people they shouldn't provoke. "You old geezer, hand over your money quickly, or else." A rough-looking old man with white hair grabbed the head of the unknown wandering shinobi and slammed it hard against the wall. Bang. A muffled sound. The wandering shinobi immediately passed out. "Orochimaru, is this your plan? Are you really going to attack our teacher?" Jiraiya looked at the exam site, his eyes filled with a mixture of complexity and sadness. He hesitated for a moment, feeling the uncontrolled snakes inside Konoha and then looking at the exam venue not far from him. In the end, he decided to run towards the exam venue. Konoha has a deep base. He was surprised this time, and the snakes were allowed to wreak havoc to buy time for the villagers to evacuate. Once the evacuation was over, expert shinobi would immediately come to the rescue. A few snakes were nothing to worry about. And he really wants to see Orochimaru again. And see his master for the last time. Without hesitation, he headed straight for the venue, occasionally encountering some Konoha shinobi along the way. Some young shinobis instinctively wanted to attack this person of unknown origin, but before they could act, they were stopped by older individuals. "This is our Konoha's Sannin, Jiraiya-sama. What are you trying to do, kid?" "Jiraiya-sama has returned to Konoha." "That's great. With him here, Konoha will be safe and protected." As the master of the fourth Hokage, Jiraiya, even though he has been away from Konoha for a long time, still commands great respect. With a serious expression on his face, he headed straight to the exam venue. But he hadn't arrived yet. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks, his eyes showing a hint of seriousness. "You're actually here too. Judging from the direction, you were originally planning to go to the Uchiha clan's residence, but changed course midway to come here. Well, there are several new clubs there. With your style, of course you would want to experience them first." "That was my mistake." Natsuo approached with calm steps, while speaking. In the Naruto series, during the Chunin exams, Jiraiya was led astray either by traces left by Orochimaru or by a girl playing in the mountains. It was not until Konoha was in total chaos due to the attack of the shinobis of Sunagakure and Otogakure that all the shinobi clans realized that the situation was getting out of control and their experts began to act. Only then did Jiraiya rush over and suppress several large snakes in one fell swoop. But now, the renowned Uchiha club seems to have caught the attention of even this sage, causing him to intervene in the conflict prematurely. This disrupted Konoha's plan for collapse. Others may not be able to break through the 4 Violet Flames formation's barrier, but he might. It's all because of our captivating Uchiha Club. Who are you? Jiraiya's face turned serious, and his eyes narrowed. But he soon noticed the unique Akatsuki uniform on Natsuo. His face is partially hidden by the high collar of his coat and a bamboo hat that covers his head, casting a subtle shadow over his features. Despite this, 2 crimson-red eyes are visible through the shadow. Wait, that outfit, and those eyes. Are you Uchiha Itachi? That's right. Once again, Natsuo disguised himself as Itachi again. Jiraiya's pupils contracted. He had once tracked Orochimaru and naturally knew about Orochimaru's affiliation with Akatsuki and the information about Itachi. But he quickly calmed down. No, you're not Uchiha Itachi. So, who are you exactly? Jiraiya's expression was serious. He didn't know the true relationship between Itachi and Konoha, as he had been away for many years when the Uchiha clan was annihilated. But as a skilled shinobi, he could see the traces of transformation technique on Natsuo. Although he couldn't discern the true identity beneath the transformation technique, it also denied the fact that he was Itachi. I am Uchiha Itachi. Natsuo smiled. Or would Jiraiya-sama like to verify it personally? In the next second, his pupils changed. The pattern of a windmill appeared in his eyes. The Mangekyo Sharingan. Chapter 109, Chapter 109, I've wanted to kill the 3rd Hokage for a long time. Mangekyo Sharingan. Jiraiya's face changed, his expression becoming more serious. As a Kage-level powerhouse, he naturally could sense the opponent's aura and immediately recognized them as a formidable enemy. But Mangekyo Sharingan. Isn't that an ability only possessed by Uchiha Itachi? Could this person really be Uchiha Itachi? I clearly noticed traces of transformation technique on him. Could it be that I'm getting old, and my eyes are deceiving me? However, do you think that with just your eyes, you can defeat me? Jiraiya remained fearless, facing him directly. Being an Uchiha doesn't mean you're invincible. When I led my troops against the shinobi of Iwagakure, there were no shortage of Uchiha clan members among my subordinates. He subtly moved his posture, showing the confidence that a Sannin should have. In reality, the Sannin were undoubtedly the top powerhouses in the shinobi world. In the Naruto series, when Uchiha Itachi and Kisame tried to capture Naruto while he was traveling with Jiraiya, they only acted when they managed to get the latter away from Naruto. In fact, Itachi and Kisame commented that in a fight against Jiraiya they would at best kill him but end up dead as well. Even Pain admitted that his victory over Jiraiya was largely due to his ability to summon multiple bodies through the 6 paths technique. This gave him a crucial advantage over Jiraiya during their confrontation, otherwise he would not have been able to defeat Jiraiya. This shows how powerful the Sannin really are. If Orochimaru had not been with his health deteriorating and his body beginning to fail due to his experiments and continuous use of forbidden techniques, which made him much more vulnerable in combat, he could have defeated the young Uchiha Itachi and taken the Mangekyo Sharingan from him. So facing Natsuo, Jiraiya naturally had no fear and proudly said, I participated in 2 of the 3 great shinobi wars. I've seen all kinds of grand scenes. So what if you're an Uchiha? You're just a coward. Let me measure your worth. Don't underestimate me. Even if this plan to destroy Konoha was probably orchestrated by Orochimaru, this person in front of me is either Orochimaru's subordinate or an ally brought in by Orochimaru. But even if Orochimaru personally made a move, I am confident that I can hold him off. The next second. Crack. The surrounding space suddenly fell silent, turning into black and white. Then, a series of cracks and breaks appeared. The monotonous and cold aura of the Tsukimi world came forth. Jiraiya was directly bound to a cross, unable to move. He had never seen this scene before. Jiraiya was a bit dumbfounded. Did I just fall into a genjutsu? Splatter. Natsuo calmly stabbed Jiraiya, then turned his head to look at him. Jiraiya-sama, what did you just say? Oh my god, it hurts. At the same time. Konoha village, Uchiha residence. Among the Uchiha clan today, aside from the young children, the remaining wives are all skilled kunoichi. Additionally, some of the most trusted wives have received information from Natsuo. When the alarm sounded in Konoha, the Uchiha residents immediately reacted. A large number of rogue and wandering shinobi recruited by Akatsuki appeared and firmly protected the Uchiha residents. They were not protecting Natsuo's wives, but rather the ordinary customers. After explaining the current situation in a friendly manner, all customers, merchants, and service personnel calmly sought shelter and constructed temporary defensive structures using earth release. Due to Natsuo's presence, Orochimaru deliberately did not allow the giant snakes to break into the Uchiha residence and even deliberately arranged for the shinobi of Sunagakure and Odogakure to avoid that direction. Of course, during the chaos of war, it was inevitable that some shinobi would get out of control. However, they were quickly killed by shinobi brought by Akatsuki. Grandpa Kakuzu sat firmly in the main house, and several masked creatures had already been summoned, giving off a murderous aura, giving a feeling of invincibility. In coordination with the shinobi brought by Akatsuki who came and went, the Uchiha clan's residential area, which was of considerable size, surprisingly gave the feeling of a paradise amidst the chaos of war. Many Konoha residents who were near the Uchiha clan's residential area also gathered there, hoping to seek refuge. The person in charge of the residential area, Yukino, of course, did not refuse. Warmly, she arranged for the residents to welcome people while quietly promoting the Uchiha clan. At least they have obtained the protection of the Uchiha clan, and the residents of Konoha are grateful. Even the Konoha shinobi who lived nearby hesitated for a moment and chose not to go with their families to the Konoha shelter, which is a bit far away, but instead sent their loved ones to the Uchiha clan area. The defensive power of the Uchiha clan is so strong that it may be safer than going to Konoha shelters. It can be said that even though there is only one adult, Natsuo, left in the Uchiha clan, they have miraculously become the anchor for all the residents of Konoha. Some merchants who have settled in the residential area of the Uchiha clan couldn't help but feel grateful for the protection provided when they saw this scene. Even the expensive rent they had to pay is no longer a reason for dissatisfaction. However, there are still some internal problems within the Uchiha clan. I'm going to find Natsuo, Kurenai said seriously. According to intelligence, this Sunagekure and Otogekure operation is centered around the Chunin exam site, and Natsuo and Sasuke are inside the site. What if something happens to them? That's right. Yugao also said. We have enough manpower here, so why not provide some support to Natsuo? Other wives also expressed, exactly, those women who are pregnant should not take risks, but those of us who do not have any physical impediments are still combat forces who can go and help our husband. The problem is that your husband doesn't need your help. Anko thought to herself, but she persuaded everyone together with Yukino. She couldn't directly mention Natsuo's strength, so she could only say, Natsuo bears the great responsibility of the Uchiha clan's revival, and he definitely won't recklessly fight to the death with others. He will definitely be safe, so you can rest assured. But such statements are of no use at all. Even the recognized elder sister, Yukino, couldn't suppress the emotions of her sisters. In the end, Amiri suddenly drew her sword and stabbed it at the door. Stop wasting time, whoever wants to go save Natsuo, if you can defeat me, I'll let you go. All right. Kurenai, starting to get impatient, accepted Amiri's challenge. Kurenai knows that Amiri is a kunoichi who has hidden her identity. She is clearly a wandering shinobi, who was lucky enough to meet Natsuo and was eventually accepted into the Uchiha clan. She's just a wandering shinobi, how could she be my opponent? Of course, she is also pregnant, so I should spare her. Crackling. Kurenai was stunned when Amiri easily tackled her to the ground in 3 moves, despite Amiri's belly showing signs of pregnancy and preventing her from moving easily. With your appearance, it seems like you haven't seriously trained in a long time. Are you even qualified to participate in this kind of big battle? Amiri looked disdainful. Are you asking for death? Be a good girl and wait for your husband to come back. He's much safer than you. Amiri remembered the scene where Natsuo defeated her back then and her mouth couldn't help but twitch. Even though she had been training diligently since then, she did not feel the slightest chance of winning. Although Natsuo was at the site of the Chunin exam, facing many expert shinobi from various villages. But she still felt that she and the other women, who were being protected by the shinobi brought by Akatsuki, were in greater danger than Natsuo. With his strength, I'm afraid no one in the entire village can kill him, right? Amiri thought in her heart, and without mercy, said, if you can't beat me, just stay here. Then she mercilessly knocked to the ground another of the women who was screaming that she wanted to go save Natsuo. They all began to doubt their lives. As kunoichi who could marry Natsuo, even the weakest among them were Chunin, and some even had Jonin-level strength. However, they were all defeated by Amiri, a pregnant woman. Could it be that I really haven't practiced well for too long and my strength has greatly declined? No. I have to work hard to train in the future. Otherwise, when a dangerous situation occurs again, I will only be able to stay at home honestly like now, and I will be of no use at all. Then, one by one, the women said goodbye to their quiet life, which had become idle due to the wealth of the Uchiha clan, and began to work hard and practice again. The strength of a shinobi can improve. A strong kunoichi can obviously give birth to more outstanding children. Natsuo has always encouraged his wives to practice hard, but unfortunately, the results were not significant. Except for a few like Amiri, most of them gave up on becoming stronger and became idle. In short, under Amiri's suppression, the Uchiha clan stabilized. On the other side, Jiraiya collapsed weakly in the corner. Damn it, how did it end up like this? Of course, he wasn't directly overturned by Natsuo's Tsukuyomi. In the Naruto series, even Kakashi, after being hit by the Tsukuyomi, was barely able to hold on until Might Guy arrived before finally collapsing due to letting his guard down. Jiraiya is much stronger than Kakashi. Even if he was hit by Natsuo's Tsukuyomi, he managed to forcibly break free from the illusion and still maintained a certain level of combat power, able to counterattack. But the time he stayed in the illusion was enough for Natsuo. In a Kage-level battle, even a small flaw can be seized by the enemy and become a crucial factor affecting the outcome. Furthermore, Jiraiya was attacked by the Tsukuyomi, which affected him, leaving him as if he had stayed awake for several days, exhausted and without strength. Jiraiya gritted his teeth, supporting his tired body. He tried to summon the two great sage toads. But Natsuo, who was familiar with Jiraiya's techniques, would never give him this chance. Taking advantage of the fact that he was weakened, he quickly defeated him. Of course, Natsuo didn't really intend to kill Jiraiya here, and Jiraiya also had some tricks up his sleeve. So, with Natsuo's deliberate performance, Jiraiya finally managed to escape, but was unable to participate in the current Konoha battle. Damn it, who uses the Mangekyo Sharingan before even starting the battle? Jiraiya leaned against the corner, panting heavily, with a helpless expression. Normal shinobis would evaluate each other first and seize the opportunity before revealing their trump cards. But Natsuo acted against common sense, starting with Tsukuyomi, and Jiraiya, who was unfamiliar with the Mangekyo Sharingan technique, fell into the trap and lost outright. Damn it, where did these Mangekyo Sharingan come from? Could it really be Uchiha Itachi? Has he come to seek revenge on Konoha? Exam venue. Inside the four violet flames formation, the idle chatter between Orochimaru and the third Hokage was already over. In the eyes of others, the fierce attacks that could kill at any moment were not even worth a test for the two Kage-level individuals. They could only serve as idle chat for them to play with. The next second, the two finally got serious. The third Hokage revealed his armor and Orochimaru took off the Kazekage robe he was wearing, revealing his usual attire. And at that moment, just in time, Natsuo walked onto the roof in his regular attire, as if taking a leisurely stroll. Looking at the two who were still not completely serious, he smiled immediately. This is really great. Luckily, I acted fast, otherwise it might have been too late. Orochimaru and the third Hokage's eyes both narrowed at the same time. Natsuo. You're Uchiha Natsuo. The shadow guards next to him saw Natsuo and were first stunned, then without hesitation said, "What are you doing here? This is not a place where a jonin like you can stay. Hurry up and go down, find an opponent you can handle. Leave this to us." Their words were full of impatience. However, they didn't see the solemn look in the third Hokage's eyes and the furrowed brow of Orochimaru. "Natsuo, how did you end up here?" Orochimaru's eyes drooped slightly. "I remember I brought Jiraiya here. Didn't you run into him?" "Oh. You mean him?" Natsuo was taken aback, then laughed. "So, it was you who brought him here. I thought it was our Uchiha clan's clubhouse that was too attractive and made him go out of his way. Come to think of it, even if he likes women, a shinobi of that level wouldn't be delayed by women when it comes to important matters. It seems I was being presumptuous." Saying that, Natsuo laughed self-deprecatingly, as if mocking his own overestimation. He slowly walked up to the barrier and looked at the four violet flames formation. He then looked at Tayuya, whom he found beautiful, and smiled, saying, "Miss, can you let me in? To be honest, I've wanted to kill the third Hokage for a long time. I really don't want to leave it to someone else." Chapter 110, Reckoning with the Third Hokage. Natsuo gave a kind smile as he spoke. "Would it be possible for me to be allowed in, please?" But in the instant when Natsuo's words fell, the three Umbu guards launched their attacks without hesitation. "He is Orochimaru's accomplice. Kill him. We can't let him influence the Hokage inside." The three Jonin-level experts arrived in an instant. Holding ninja swords and kunai, they directly aimed to kill Natsuo. However, Natsuo just smiled lightly. He grabbed the hand of a Jonin who was holding a kunai, and using the kunai, he killed the shinobi who was about to stab him with a ninja sword. Then, using the manipulating attack blades technique to control the kunai, he stabbed another Jonin who was heading towards him. Finally, he threw the remaining Jonin, whose wrist he had grabbed, onto the body of the last Jonin who had just been stabbed, manipulating the kunai so that it cut his neck. Blood flowed instantly, dyeing the roof tiles blood red. In just an instant, all three Jonin were wiped out. This guy. The expressions of the shinobi of the Sound 4 team changed. The shadow guard of the third Hokage was not weaker than themselves. Natsuo could kill the shadow guard in an instant, just as he could kill them in an instant. "It seems that you guys don't want to let me pass." Natsuo sighed lightly, looking at the four violet flame formation. In the next moment, a huge purple arm appeared next to him. At first, the arm was just bones, but then muscles emerged, and it was covered in armor. The arm extended out forcefully, directly piercing the barrier with a violent twist. Crack! The seemingly absolute defense of the four violet flames formation was directly opened by a long and narrow crack, which then began to spread across the entire barrier. Rumble. A huge crack actually opened in the four violet flames formation. The Sound Four's scalps went numb, their entire bodies tensed up, their hair standing on end, and their hearts seemed to stop beating. Stay calm, stabilize your chakra output. Natsuo said with a light laugh, dispersing the Susanoo arm while taking a light step forward, walking into the crack. As Susanoo's power dissipated, the Sound Four chakra surged madly. Finally, the four violet flame formation stabilized again. But their hearts were pounding, in a panic. That incredibly tough barrier, which even Kage-level experts needed to take seriously, seemed like a piece of paper in front of this man. With a casual swipe, it could be torn open. Is this barrier really useful? Orochimaru-sama, is this four violet flame formation your modified ninjutsu? It's quite impressive. Natsuo exclaimed, as if he had seen something novel. Orochimaru's mouth twitched. You could say that. This is a modification I made from the Uzumaki clan's four red yang formation when I was still in Konoha. Although its power has been greatly reduced, the four red yang formation requires four Kage-level experts, making it too difficult. This one is more practical. Orochimaru-sama truly lives up to his reputation as the #1 scientist in the shinobi world. He's amazing. Natsuo raised his thumb. The four violet flames formation has its merits. Don't underestimate the four violet flames formation, although its power is dozens of times less than that of the four red yang formation, but the problem with the latter is that you still need to find four Kage-level experts to activate it. Under normal circumstances, even Konohagakure might not be able to produce four Kage-level experts at once. Even if they were able to produce them and trap the enemy, can they afford to allocate manpower to enter the formation and kill the enemy? Has no sense. So, although the four red yang formation seems powerful, its practicality is almost zero. On the other hand, Orochimaru's improved four violet flames formation is quite good. Currently, the Sound Four have trapped the third Hokage and are blocking the Umbu outside. However, Orochimaru, after hearing what Natsuo said, couldn't help but twitch the corners of his lips. The merit is that it can heal itself after being torn apart. That's not the merit I had in mind when I made the improvements back then. Natsuo, you're Uchiha Natsuo, right? The third Hokage's face became serious. So you've been hiding so deeply all this time. The so-called revival of the Uchiha clan, the so-called having children, the so-called spending a fortune to have children. Are you hiding from me and avoiding Danzo's attention? Hello, Lord Third Hokage, long time no see. Natsuo smiled and said, but you're wrong about one thing. I really do want to have children, and the children I have are real. However, the third Hokage didn't believe it at all. A person who indulges women every day and has had so many children in a few years, can he still have so much strength? Shouldn't those who train every day just bang their heads against the wall and die, to save themselves from showing their stupidity? Natsuo, what do you want by coming here? The third Hokage stared at Natsuo with his old eyes. Is Uchiha really planning to betray Konoha? Hey. Isn't Konoha the one who betrayed the Uchiha? Natsuo laughed and said, Third Hokage, have you forgotten that it was you and Danzo who deceived Uchiha Itachi and joined forces to exterminate the Uchiha clan? I also found the eyes of the former clan leader, Fugaku, and those of his wife, Mikoto, in Danzo's research laboratory. It turns out that you are the one responsible for that incident. The third Hokage's face twitched. In fact, the moment he saw Natsuo, he thought of the root attack case and the attack on Danzo. Although Danzo denied the existence of the research lab in front of other clan heads. But in a later private conversation with the third Hokage they discovered what the missing materials were. Who knows if the culprit would use those items against Konoha? Anyway, something was lost, and in this regard, he wouldn't hide it. So you knew. The third Hokage hesitated, saying, Natsuo, there are some misunderstandings. It wasn't me and Danzo manipulating Itachi, but rather your Uchiha clan plotting a rebellion. Itachi tried to dissuade his father several times but couldn't resolve it. He had no choice but to. Yes, just like how you watched Danzo kill Shisui, just like how you decided to eliminate all the weak and sickly Uchiha, not sparing even newborn babies, and had the Uchiha's Sharingan dug out to be used as research subjects. Natsuo said, full of sarcasm. The third Hokage choked and couldn't speak for a while. Besides someone like Itachi, who was manipulated, who else would firmly stand on the Hokage's side if they knew about this? When you first came back, Danzo suggested that I get rid of you. Maybe I should have listened to him then. The third Hokage took a deep breath, his gaze incredibly serious. You indeed know too much. Hey. It's not that you didn't want to get rid of me, but I never left Konoha, right? Natsuo smiled and said, if I had left Konoha, I don't think you or Danzo would have simply watched as the Uchiha's great wealth was used by me. The corner of the third Hokage's mouth twitched. Yes, both he and Danzo had tried to manipulate Natsuo to leave the village. But in the end, he stayed in the village, never stepping out. So, are you here for Uchiha's revenge? The third Hokage took a deep breath. Are you accumulating power for revenge with those eyes of yours? No, I'm not that close to the Uchiha clan. I didn't awaken my Mangekyo Sharingan because of that. Natsuo chuckled. Actually, although there may be some issues, Itachi's act of eliminating the Uchiha did me a great favor. It was because of his actions that I easily obtained a large fortune and live happily every day. From that perspective, I should perhaps thank you. Then why do you still want to kill? Third Hokage was about to speak but was interrupted by Natsuo. Third Hokage, have you forgotten about your actions against the Uchiha clan recently? Have you forgotten about forcing me to carry out difficult missions? Have you forgotten that because of Asuma's jealousy you attacked the Uchiha clan? So now I want to kill you, what's the problem with that? Third Hokage was dumbfounded. Yes, he did target the Uchiha clan and caused them some losses. But just because of this small matter. Just because of this small matter, you want to kill the leader of your own village. Orochimaru sighed lightly. Yes, this man may seem gentle and easy to talk to, but he is not magnanimous. The fact that he was almost extorted clean is the most obvious evidence. Regarding the plan to destroy Konoha, Orochimaru and Natsuo hardly discussed it, because they both knew each other's intentions, to kill Third Hokage. Orochimaru also brought Jiraiya specifically to prevent Natsuo from taking action, but unfortunately, this arrangement did not have any effect. Natsuo-kun, can't you let me have Third Hokage? Orochimaru sighed lightly, his voice hoarse, his gaze serious. Although I don't have anything to trade with you right now, I promise to give you a satisfactory reward in the future. Killing Third Hokage is my responsibility. Natsuo silently looked at Orochimaru. From a utilitarian perspective, it would be the same no matter who made the move. But Orochimaru took the initiative. Or rather, he still had strong feelings for Third Hokage, otherwise, with his personality, why would he bother with the plan to destroy Konoha? When has Orochimaru ever cared about the village or power? He only cares about immortality and power. But Orochimaru eventually took action because he wanted to give his teacher a perfect ending. The third Hokage became increasingly old, yet he was unwilling to relinquish power. He endured humiliation from external forces and used a heavy hand internally. During the Third Great Shinobi War, Konohagakure clearly defeated Iwagakure, but in the end, they signed an equal peace agreement. The things he had gained on the battlefield were unexpectedly given away on the negotiation table. This weakness made all the Konoha shinobi dissatisfied. So Namikaze Minato, at a young age, took over and became the Hokage. Had he not taken office, the third Hokage would have been the first Kage to be removed. And now, with the death of the fourth Hokage, the third Hokage has returned to power, and the resentment towards him has been accumulating. Especially after Natsuo attacked the Roots Research Lab, it completely angered all the shinobi. If it weren't for the imminent danger of a great shinobi war, forcing the shinobi and the higher-ups to quiet down for the sake of Konoha, the third Hokage would have already stepped down. But is the fourth great shinobi war really an opportunity for the third Hokage? Not necessarily. Or perhaps, one mistake in the fourth great shinobi war could be the time when the third Hokage loses all his honor. So before that happens, Orochimaru wants to allow his teacher, the third Hokage, to retire with the honorable status of a deceased Hokage. This is the principle behind Orochimaru's actions. Natsuo has always known this because if it weren't for this reason, Orochimaru really had no reason to kill Raza. Raza is also a Kage-level shinobi, and even though he may be considered the weaker among Kage-level shinobi, he could still cause greater casualties to Konoha. However, this goes against Orochimaru's plan. He wants to see his master retire with honor, to see the old men in his twilight years still fighting him to the death and protecting the safety of the Konoha village as a hero. And not the culprit who lost incompetently to the enemy, causing Konoha to be leaderless and suffer heavy losses. Who made him attack me and the Uchiha clan? Natsuo smiled and said, I'm sorry, Orochimaru, I don't have the habit of passing up the opportunity to finish off my enemies. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, his face filled with killing intent. His palms opened and closed, as if hesitating about something, yet also seemingly eager to take action. But he hadn't taken any steps yet. The third Hokage couldn't help but be filled with anger. Orochimaru. Natsuo. He shouted angrily, you two seem to be having a great time chatting. What do you think of me, the Hokage? Do you think I'm some random shinobi that you can easily kill? Suddenly, an enormous amount of chakra emanated from him, his aura imposing, as if he had returned to the peak of his ninja prowess. With such an imposing presence, he could easily overwhelm weaker shinobi. You two brats, come at me together. As the third Hokage of Konoha, I will send you both to hell. He was full of aggression. However, Orochimaru let out a sigh. Natsuo even smiled slightly, Hokage-sama, you're right. We really regard you as some random shinobi that we can easily kill. Before the third Hokage could get even angrier, Natsuo looked over and carefully examined the third Hokage's armor. The ninja armor he wore was of the Sengoku period style. Protecting oneself with armor became the first choice for shinobis, and even the early shinobis of Konoha preferred wearing armor rather than the lightweight ninja attire used nowadays. However, Natsuo smiled faintly and said, "Third Hokage, you don't often wear this battle armor, do you?" The third Hokage was surprised. He didn't expect Natsuo to suddenly mention his outfit. But what he said was not wrong. As the third Hokage, he hadn't engaged in combat with anyone for a long time, so he naturally didn't need to wear battle armor. This armor had been stored at the bottom of a box, and if it weren't for the news of Orochimaru's attack, he probably wouldn't have put it on today. Natsuo's eyes carried a hint of mockery as he looked at the shiny new battle armor worn by the third Hokage and said slowly, "Ninja attire has never been as clean and tidy as yours, Hokage-sama. It should be stained with sweat, mud, and blood. It should look tattered, that's how a shinobi should look. Third Hokage, you have become old, very old. The brave shinobi of the past died a long time ago. What remains is just an old man who relies on past glory, monopolizes interests, and suppresses newcomers. With such a mindset, how can you possibly defeat us?" Even Natsuo, who now enjoyed a comfortable life, had fought to the death in his early years, engaging in life-or-death battles with enemies multiple times. Even now, whenever the system rewarded him with a new ninjutsu, he would immediately find time to sweat and work hard to thoroughly digest and incorporate the ninjutsu into his own battle style. Not to mention Orochimaru, who had defected from Konoha and had fought with others more than once. In our eyes, you are truly just a useless waste that can be killed with a flick of our hands. Chapter 111, How can you have wood release? The third Hokage's face immediately turned pale. But he couldn't say a word in retort. Because he also understood that what Natsuo said was right. Or rather, any ninja would understand that if they give up fighting and spend a long time in administrative positions, their strength will gradually decline, and they may eventually be defeated by enemies who are far inferior to themselves. So many ninjas persistently carry out missions, even someone like Hyuga Hayashi, who holds a high position and can constantly mobilize his clan members to protect himself as the clan leader, will occasionally undertake a combat mission. Orochimaru let out a light sigh. He formed hand seals and finally clasped his hands together. The third Hokage's expression changed. This ninjutsu is. Natsuo also cast a faint gaze over. Bang. Two coffins slowly rose. The first one had the character 1 written on it, and the second one had. "Natsuo, let me handle this one," Orochimaru calmly said. "I owe you a favor. If you insist, I don't mind competing with you," Natsuo replied. Bang. Bang. Two coffin lids fell to the ground, revealing two men wearing the Konoha forehead protector. Summoning, Impure World Reincarnation. Shodai, Nidame. The third Hokage widened his eyes. "Orochimaru, how dare you desecrate the souls of the deceased?" However, Orochimaru remained silent. It was Natsuo who showed a hint of surprise in his eyes. The physical bodies affected the combat power of the characters summoned through the Impure World Reincarnation. Originally, Orochimaru used the bodies of two failed participants in the Chunin exams, Kintsuchi and Zakuabumi. From this, it can be seen that Orochimaru was really desperate. How much power can two genin bodies summon for the Hokage? The third Hokage fought against 3 opponents at once, achieving the title of the strongest Hokage in the hearts of Hokage fans. A moment of great glory. But this time is different. Natsuo keenly felt the surging chakra coming from those two bodies. Elite Jonin-level bodies, it seems you've made quite a preparation. Natsuo chuckled lightly. Have you been ready to face me for a long time? The first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, glanced at the third Hokage and revealed a smile. Long time no see, monkey. Monkey, you've also grown old. The second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, swept his gaze across the battlefield. So the one who called us now is this young man, right? Senju Tobirama's gaze fell on Natsuo. He almost instantly saw through the third Hokage's level, and without hesitation, locked his gaze onto Natsuo, who had activated his Sharingan, with a hostile expression. Did the evil Uchiha ultimately harm Konoha? Tobirama, I told you not to say such things. Hashirama frowned but couldn't help but glance at Konoha. But young Uchiha, are you still a ninja of Konoha? Clearly, Orochimaru's relaxation of control and strengthening of power had greatly enhanced the abilities of the two Hokage. They even displayed agile thinking and their conversation flowed smoothly, without the dull and awkward feeling of the battle that resulted in the death of the third Hokage. Of course. Natsuo smiled and said, I am Natsuo, the Uchiha clan head of Konoha village. It is an honor to meet the two Hokages. He lightly laughed and bowed, then said, but haven't the two of you realized? This is a three-way power struggle. Orochimaru and I were both summoned here to kill Sarutobi Hiruzen, the so-called strongest Hokage. He summoned you both just to argue with me about who should kill the third Hokage. Who should kill the third Hokage? Is the evil Uchiha finally betraying the village? Tobirama's eyebrows furrowed, and he glanced at the third Hokage beside him, then said coldly, if that's the case, then I'll eliminate you first. Seemingly ordinary words, but they concealed a hidden agenda. The third Hokage's shiny armor and aging body had already proven his level of strength. Although he is now not far from his power when he was still alive, Senju Tobirama did not believe that he could resist Natsuo, who emanated a dangerous aura, and Orochimaru who performed the summoning, in pure world reincarnation, of himself and his older brother. So it would be the best choice to let Orochimaru and Natsuo face each other first. No, no. I haven't betrayed the village. Natsuo shook his head. Why are you planning to attack the Hokage? Isn't that considered betraying the village? The third Hokage couldn't help but angrily say, Natsuo, if you still consider yourself a ninja of Konoha, you should unite with me and drive away the thieves who attacked Konoha first. Don't speak so self-righteously. Natsuo sneered at his words. You are the one who killed our entire Uchiha clan, causing only 2 adult Uchiha members to be left. Oh, no. I forgot that it was Uchiha Itachi who massacred the clan and then defected. There's only 1 adult Uchiha left, and that's me. You keep talking about unity, but why didn't you think about uniting the Uchiha clan and presenting a united front back then? He is the only adult Uchiha left. The first and second Hokage's expressions changed. What's going on, monkey? The first Hokage's face turned pale. Why did the Uchiha end up like this? It's not me, Shodai, it has nothing to do with me. The third Hokage's face turned white, as if he were a student being called out by his teacher. He said, the one who killed the Uchiha clan was Uchiha Itachi. Natsuo added with a smile, well, it's true that you didn't do it yourself, but you incited Uchiha Itachi, didn't you? You ordered the Umbu not to interfere, and after the Uchiha were wiped out, you recovered the Uchiha clan's Sharingan, right? It wasn't me. The third Hokage angrily said, the Sharingan was collected by Danzo. Natsuo said, so, you're saying the other 2 things were done by you. The third Hokage opened his mouth but ultimately couldn't refute. The Senju brothers were dumbfounded. So, it was really the monkey who did it. Why did it turn out like this? Why did he do this? Senju Hashirama took a deep breath and said seriously to Natsuo, the situation with your Uchiha clan, it is not something that should have happened. But no matter how angry you are, now that the village is under attack, as the shinobi of Konoha, we must unite and face the external enemies. Brothers of Konoha should not continue to shed blood. His words were filled with deep emotion, perhaps remembering his situation with Uchiha Madara, with a touch of melancholy on his face. But Natsuo still shook his head. I'm sorry, first Hokage, I am not as great as you. And I am not seeking revenge against the third Hokage for the sake of the Uchiha clan, as you think. There was a hint of disdain in his eyes. I just want to kill him myself, it has nothing to do with the Uchiha clan. No. You can't do anything. Tobirama suddenly formed hand seals. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. A giant water dragon rose out of nowhere, roaring as it pounced towards Natsuo. Hashirama also sighed lightly and quickly took action. Orochimaru breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this. Regardless, anyone who poses a threat to Konoha is an enemy of the Hokage. This was the common understanding of the Senju brothers. From this perspective, the actions of the 2 Hokage were clear and subjective, greatly reducing Orochimaru's difficulty in manipulating them. He didn't need to exert much effort to suppress their resistance. Of course, after killing Natsuo, the 2 Hokage would probably start to resist. But that can be dealt with later. Natsuo laughed and leaped up, avoiding the attack of the water dragon. The next second, he encountered Senju Hashirama. Fists, knee strikes, elbow strikes, kicks. Various physical techniques were used by him, full of strength, as if he was constantly in a state of chakra-enhanced strength. Natsuo also fought back without hesitation, relying on the observation of his Sharingan, striving for every opportunity. Both sides exchanged punches and palm strikes. Then Hashirama was kicked out by Natsuo. Of course, this was not because Senju Hashirama's physical techniques were weaker than Natsuo's, but because Orochimaru didn't dare to give Senju Hashirama too much freedom. He also knew the drawbacks of this forbidden technique. When impure world reincarnation is used to revive someone, and if this person was strong enough, there is a chance that they will break free from the summoner's control. Once the 2 Hokage break free from his restraints, it would be troublesome. However, although Natsuo took out Senju Hashirama with a kick, Senju Tobirama's attack appeared again. Bringer of Darkness technique. Are you underestimating Uchiha by using Genjutsu in front of them? In Natsuo's eyes, the Sharingan rotated rapidly, and the power in his pupil burst out. Before darkness could descend, it was shattered by the formidable power of his eyes. Then, with a casual strike, he killed the large number of snakes that were rushing towards him. This time, Orochimaru took action. When the two Senju brothers were making an effort to suppress Natsuo, it was easier for Orochimaru to act. However, he still worried about Natsuo's Sharingan, so he attacked from a distance, throwing a pile of snakes. That's enough. Orochimaru smiled. Beside him, the first Hokage clapped his hands, and an immense chakra surged forth. The earth shook, and one after another, tree roots gradually grew and twisted. This is Shodai's unique wood style. The third Hokage's eyes lit up from a distance. From the very beginning, he stayed far away, allowing Natsuo and Orochimaru to fight each other. After all, both of them were his enemies, so let's let them fight each other like dogs. It would be best if Orochimaru killed Natsuo, and then the impure world reincarnation went out of control, and they killed Orochimaru himself. Yes, he didn't want to kill Natsuo after Orochimaru was killed by him, but rather wanted to see Natsuo die first. Compared to Orochimaru, whose intentions he had already guessed, the third Hokage hated Natsuo even more, who openly mocked his old age. Now that he saw the first Hokage's would release, he naturally felt great joy. Great. This should be enough to teach that ignorant Uchiha a lesson. The third Hokage's face showed anticipation. The wood release of the first generation was a powerful Kekkei Genkai that pacified the chaotic world and suppressed Uchiha Madara. Is this all? However, Natsuo looked at the small sapling that had just emerged and was gathering power at his feet and sighed lightly. It seems that the impure world reincarnation cannot fully unleash your true power. If others were to see this, they would doubt your strength and mock the fact that Uchiha Madara of that year couldn't even defeat opponents like this. Should I be the one to show them the true power of wood release? As he spoke, he clapped his hands. At the same time as the first Hokage. Would release secret technique, nativity of a world of trees. A large number of trees grew, the branches and roots twisted. In almost an instant, the entire barrier was filled with them. However, everyone present exclaimed in unison. How is it possible? How can you use wood release? Chapter 112, Goodbye Third Hokage. Wood release. That's wood release. Only the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, mastered it. Even his brother, the second Hokage, Senju Tobirama, couldn't learn it. For the sake of this wood release, the second Hokage did not hesitate to sacrifice a large number of Senju clan members, which indirectly led to the decline of the Senju clan. Danzo still has cells from the first Hokage and has transplanted them into himself. Orochimaru wasted the lives of many children, but the only result was Yamato. And this is an irreplicable achievement. Thinking about it this way, Yamato may have some special characteristics. And now Natsuo is using him so skillfully. And the power difference with Hashirama is huge. Although both sides used the same ninjutsu at the same time, the branches summoned by Senju Hashirama were easily twisted and forcibly swallowed by Natsuo's branches. In almost an instant, Natsuo crushed Senju Hashirama's wood release. The rapidly growing trees filled the entire barrier in almost an instant. Even the barrier began to shake, which scared the Sound Four, causing them to desperately increase their chakra production. This attack almost caused the barrier to collapse. Orochimaru and the others simultaneously moved their bodies, slashing their weapons to cut off the trees, their faces showing astonishment. How is this possible? This is the real wood release. Senju Hashirama widened his eyes. Kid, aren't you from the Uchiha clan? Since when can you use my wood release? Tobirama, I remember you researched wood release. Did you succeed? Senju Tobirama looked confused. No, at the time, all of my research results were failures. Could it be that after my death they succeeded in replicating the wood release? After finishing speaking, Senju Tobirama along with Senju Hashirama turned to look at the third Hokage. No, we were unable to replicate it. Although we have made some achievements in our research, we do not have such a strong wood release. The third Hokage was also bewildered. The difference in power between Natsuo's wood release and Yamato's is too great. While dodging the attacks from the trees, he began to ponder, then said, the person responsible for investigating the wood release at that time was Orochimaru. Orochimaru, have you achieved any results during your defection? After speaking, the third Hokage looked towards Orochimaru. Orochimaru. It's not me. Orochimaru's voice was hoarse. I have indeed conducted some experiments, and I have gained some results, but so far, there are no practical achievements that can be used in combat. So, where did Uchiha Natsuo's wood release come from? Oh, I understand. Senju Hashirama's eyes lit up. It must be the combination of our Senju clan and the Uchiha clan. Natsuo carries the bloodline of our Senju clan, which is why he awakened wood release. Ha ha ha, the marriage policy back then is still effective. I didn't expect that the Uchiha clan could also produce a member with Senju bloodline. If I meet Madara in the Pure Land, I must make amends with him. He laughed heartily, as if he had seen his own success. When Konoha was first established, so that all shinobi would truly become brothers, Senju Hashirama strongly ordered the abolition of the rule prohibiting members of the shinobi clan from marrying strangers. Although stubborn clans like the Hyuga have been resisting this policy in secret, it seems that this policy has already shown its effectiveness. However, the third Hokage coughed and said, First Hokage, Natsuo's parents are Uchiha, not Senju. Well, even his grandparents were Uchiha. In fact, he really wanted to say that your policy has actually failed. Even now, the Hyuga clan still maintains the practice of intermarriage within the clan. Although there is nothing obvious on the surface, it has always been forbidden for clan members to marry outsiders in secret. Other shinobi clans have similar situations to varying degrees, just not as intense as the Hyuga. The clan that truly implemented your policy thoroughly is the Senju clan. As a result, most of the Senju clan members have integrated with other bloodlines in Konoha, combined with his and Danzo's suppression, resulting in Tsunade being the last remaining Senju. Ah. The first Hokage was stunned, then stubbornly said, could it be that his mother or grandmother made a mistake when they were young and had relations with our Senju clan, and then kept it a secret, ultimately leading to the current situation? Natsuo became more and more helpless as he listened. In order to not let his ancestors be wrongly accused, Natsuo directly said, I'm sorry, I don't have Senju bloodline. This would release is achieved through other means. But what does all that matter now? The problem now is whether you can defeat me. The next second. Countless tree roots twisted and surged up, accompanied by various branches and trunks, further compressing the already narrow space. The Sound Four frantically outputted chakra, sweat dripping from their foreheads, their faces gradually turning pale. However, the four violet flames formation still flickered, as if it could break at any moment. And this is just the result of the aftermath of the battle. The ones who are most miserable are the third Hokage and Orochimaru, who have to endure the aftermath of the wood release. They are being chased by wood release, constantly evading and struggling to deal with the endless trees. Soon, the Senju brothers are the first to be captured by the trees. Oh, being caught by my wood release, it's the first time. Senju Hashirama laughs, but there is no hint of bitterness in his smile, instead it is filled with the novelty of experiencing this situation for the first time. Damn, if it weren't for this guy suppressing me all the time, with my speed, how could I be caught? Senju Tobirama looks unconvinced. The bodies of the impure world reincarnation greatly limit their strength. Even though Orochimaru has carefully prepared elite Jonin-level bodies, it is still far from enough. Otherwise, how could Senju Hashirama's would release not even withstand a single blow? Yes, not only you, second Hokage, in fact, if we only talk about wood release, I admit that I can't defeat the first Hokage. Natsuo smiles and says, whether it's combat experience, familiarity with wood release, or the abundance of wood release ninjutsu, there is still a gap between me and Shodai. Of course, if facing Senju Hashirama at his peak, Natsuo wouldn't foolishly only use wood release. After all, he is an Uchiha. Why not use Susanoo? Meanwhile, Orochimaru was cutting down the surrounding trees as he headed towards the barrier. His subordinates were in charge of the barrier, and with a single order from him, they would definitely release it. What he wants is to get away from the battlefield between Natsuo and Hashirama and create opportunities for himself. But the problem is that Natsuo also knows this, so the trees spreading towards Orochimaru's side are the most numerous. He is using wood release to force Orochimaru to leave the outskirts and come to the core, slowly strangling him. Orochimaru understands Natsuo's purpose but does not dare to order his subordinates to release the barrier. Otherwise, if the barrier is released, wood release will expand unrestricted, and it will be impossible for him to escape from the battle. As for the third Hokage, countless trees surged out, even though the third Hokage unhesitatingly summoned Monkey King, Enma, transforming into a golden staff, constantly smashing the surrounding trees. But the next second, even more trees surged out. Is this the first Hokage's wood release? Hiruzen, what have you done? What enemy have you attracted? Enma shouted loudly while smashing the surrounding branches. Yes, this is the first Hokage's wood release. I never thought I would have the opportunity to experience wood release. The third Hokage bitterly smiled. No wonder the first Hokage could suppress the ninja world. Who can withstand this? Incredibly powerful chakra that can continuously create tree attacks. With a sudden eruption, the entire battlefield is within the range of wood release's attacks. The sky, the earth, all around. Wood release attacks can appear at any time. One wrong move, and it's over. The third Hokage spewed flames fiercely, burning the trees, showing impressive momentum. But he understood that this was just a desperate move. Wood release itself has the ability to absorb chakra, and all the captured lives in the field will become a boost for the trees to grow rapidly. Even if you don't take this into account, he can't compete with Natsuo in terms of chakra. So the third Hokage gritted his teeth, formed hand seals while shouting, "Natsuo. You want to kill me, don't you? Then come. Or is it that you don't even have the courage to face an old man like me?" Saying that, instead of retreating like Orochimaru, he moved towards the core. "Aren't you making fun of me for being old? What's wrong? You don't even have the courage to face an old man now. You fear me." At the beginning of the battle, the third Hokage moved away from the center of the battlefield. He had the idea to take advantage of the opportunity once Natsuo was defeated by Shodai and Naidame. It wasn't until he was included in Natsuo's attack that he started to exert his strength, summoning Enma and fighting hard. "Third Hokage, you have indeed grown old." Natsuo's voice came, "Do you really think that this kind of provocation can anger me? It's true that I said that whether it's Orochimaru or me, killing you is not difficult. But I must also admit that you may have a chance to take someone with you before you die. Or should I say, you know that you are very old, so you have deliberately prepared a trump card, intending to risk your life for the village in the end. Your finishing move before dying is the dead demon consuming seal, which you keep as a top secret. Although I trust my own strength, I wouldn't go at you foolishly when I know you have this technique, right?" He actually knows. The third Hokage's pupils contracted, and the forming seal stopped. This is his last killer move that he has saved. Even knowing that he may not be Orochimaru's opponent after defeating Natsuo, he insisted on getting rid of the latter first. The reason was that if Orochimaru gave him no other option, he would use this move to take Orochimaru with him. This is his last gift to Konoha. "Oh. Sensei still has a killer move." Orochimaru's eyes flashed with seriousness. All the details have been exposed, and the killer move can no longer be considered a true killer move. And from their conversation, it can be seen that this is probably a close-range sealing technique for sure kill. But the problem now is that Natsuo's would release keeps everyone at a distance. Where can this killer move be used? The third Hokage's face turned even paler. The reason why a trump card is because it is hidden, it is a last resort. Once exposed, it can no longer be considered a trump card. But who leaked it in the end? Clearly, this trump card was taught to me by the fourth Hokage, and besides me and him, no one else knows about it. The third Hokage's face showed a look of despair, and he shouted in anger. "Damn it. Natsuo. Do you dare to fight me? If you have the ability, let's have a real fight. What kind of men are you, relying on Shodai's would release? What about your Uchiha's Genjutsu? What about your Mangekyo Sharingan? Use them against me. I'm right here, why don't you dare to come and see me? Come on. Why don't you come, damn it?" Although the voice was full of provocation, Orochimaru could only sense endless sadness from him. But in the end, Natsuo did not appear in front of the third Hokage. He simply used a simple would-release move, relying on his immense chakra, and finally caught the third Hokage off guard, spinning him around and catch him. And after desperately struggling, the third Hokage exhausted his chakra, then had his bones twisted by the trees, and finally broke his neck, sending his soul to the Pure Land. Chapter 113, The Strongest Kazekage. The battle is over. Natsuo watched the corpse of the third Hokage in silence. He was once a heroic shinobi who was willing to sacrifice his life for the village, but later became a mediocre person who monopolized the village's interests and suppressed those who did not obey him. Perhaps this is the most fitting way for him to die. After killing the third Hokage, Natsuo did not relentlessly pursue Orochimaru, but instead stopped his attack, burned the trees created by wood release, and let him go. Honestly speaking, this time he was a bit unscrupulous. Orochimaru has been planning for so long, just to give his teacher a perfect ending. But in the end, Natsuo took away his chance to kill his master. It may be that due to his transmigration he does not feel much for the genocide of the Uchiha clan, and the third Hokage's manipulations may not have caused him any harm. But if he had not been strong enough, he could have been killed by Danzo or the third Hokage at the slightest carelessness. The death of the third Hokage is necessary for both Natsuo and Konoha, that is why he never thought of interfering with the Orochimaru plan, but that does not mean that he will let the third Hokage become a hero like in the Naruto series. So, it's time to wrap things up. He smiled slightly and left the place. Because both the Konoha shinobi and the Sunagekure and Otogekure shinobi did not want to harm the fainted nobles in the audience, they were somewhat restrained, and the intensity of the battle was low as they moved away from the audience. Just as Natsuo expected, with the deliberate indulgence of Kakashi and others, as well as the intentional cooperation of Gaara, the battlefield moved away from the place where Orochimaru and the third Hokage clashed. At this moment, Gaara, who used the full Shikaku form, and those who left the exam site, are wreaking havoc within Konohagakure. At the same time, the evacuation of the Konohagakure villagers is almost complete. This allowed the Jonin of Konoha to begin using their full forces without fear of collateral damage. Kakashi wielded the Chidori and slashed a long scar across Shikaku's arm. Might Guy opened the fifth gate and began attacking Shikaku, causing him to retreat repeatedly. Niji also skillfully took advantage of the situation and used the 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven to protect his fellow ninjas multiple times. However, although these annoying attacks couldn't completely harm Shikaku, they greatly angered Gaara. He ignored the original plan and directly used the feigning sleep technique. It's finally happened, finally. Freedom is mine. A sharp cry sounding a bit neurotic. The Shikaku form's pupils began to spin, finally revealing a look full of ferocity and cruelty. The ominous aura of violence accompanying it quickly spread, causing the faces of the surrounding shinobis to change. It's Shikaku. The real Shikaku. After venting, Shikaku began to launch attacks while laughing maniacally. Wind release, sand buckshot. Wind release, drilling air bullet. A frenzy of explosions turned the surrounding buildings into ruins in an instant. The shinobi scattered and fled, hastily dodging. In the face of a true-tailed beast, they could only temporarily avoid its sharpness. However, Shikaku became more and more excited as it continued to attack. Finally, it began to gather its ultimate move. The tailed beast ball. The positive black chakra and negative white chakra are compressed into a spherical shape in a ratio of 8:2, possessing tremendous power capable of vaporizing entire mountains easily. Whether intentional or not, the target direction of Shikaku's tailed beast ball is the Uchiha clan's residential area. Haha, Gaara, you specifically warned me not to attack in that direction. Now I insist on attacking there. Even if I attack, what can you do to stop me? Shikaku's voice is high-pitched, revealing a sense of satisfaction. Not good. Niji's expression changed and he intended to intervene forcefully. But he is stopped by Hyuga Hayashi. What are you thinking, Niji? Hayashi grabs his nephew and angrily says, what are you, even if you risk your life, can you really stop a tailed beast ball? Also, in that direction is the residence of the Uchiha clan, not the residence of our Hyuga clan. So what if Shikaku attacks? Uchiha and Hyuga have always been rivals. Although Hyuga now believes that Uchiha is no longer worthy of being their opponent, there is obviously no need to sacrifice their own genius to save them. However, Niji doesn't care about any of that. What a joke. If Shikaku really destroys the Uchiha clan residence, it is possible that Natsuo in a fit of rage will eliminate everyone present. It might even involve Konoha and Tsunagakure. After all, his entire family is now in the Uchiha clan's residential area. But just when Niji was about to use his chakra to free himself from his uncle Hayashi, he suddenly calmed down. Because his Byakugan has detected a unique chakra standing in front of Shikaku. Gaara must have his reasons for not allowing you to attack that side. Natsuo appeared in front of Shikaku, and an arm of the Susanoo appeared at his side. Shikaku widened his eyes and was about to say something when. The next second, Susanoo's arm forcefully grabbed the tailed beast ball and stuffed it into Shikaku's mouth. Boom. Shikaku's body begins to swell like a colossal balloon. Cracks appear on the surface of his skin, almost as if it is fracturing from the inside out. The energy blast distorts her corporeal form, causing Shikaku's mass to stretch beyond its usual limit. His skin now appears deteriorated, as if it were marked by the aftereffects of countless blows and attacks. But all this chaos and agony are just the outward reflection of the anguish that Shikaku endures within himself. As his body swells and heaves, the pain within is incomparably more intense, an amalgam of torment that echoes through his core. Before he could howl in pain, Natsuo decisively grabbed him and threw him in the direction of Raza, who had just been freed by Natsuo. His originally fierce and crazy look now seemed completely lifeless. Raza, you better control him otherwise I'll kill him. Natsuo said calmly. I understand. Raza forced a smile. Waves of sand and gold surged up, trapping Shikaku to contain him. As someone who often deliberately provokes Gaara, he is quite experienced in controlling Shikaku. After seeing this, Natsuo's figure disappeared using the body flicker technique. Everything happened so suddenly that the Konoha shinobi barely reacted. Who was that person? Was it a Konoha shinobi? I don't know, I was too busy dodging the attacks and didn't have time to see the person clearly. Now is not the time to think about that. Kakashi took a deep breath, his face serious. Look at the person over there, that's the 4th Kazekage. 4th Kazekage? Shouldn't he be fighting with the Hokage? Why would he appear here? Could it be? The Hokage was killed by the Kazekage. The faces of the crowd changed, showing a solemn expression, and even some individuals had a sense of panic in their eyes. They did not know that the 4th Kazekage who attacked the 3rd Hokage was actually Orochimaru in disguise. They only knew that the 4th Kazekage and the 3rd Hokage had started fighting. Did the Hokage lose so quickly? Isn't the 4th Kazekage on the opposite side known as the weakest Kage? However, the opponent's clothes were clean as if he had not received any injuries. Judging by his expression and his abundant chakra. Damn. Our Hokage can't even inflict a little damage on the weakest Kage. Is the Hokage really that weak? The current problem is who will stop the fourth Kazekage. Although he is known as the weakest Kage, his gold dust is the most suitable for use on the battlefield. Each move has a large coverage area and has a great killing effect on non-Kage level ninjas. It seems that it's time for me to contribute to the village. Might Guy's face showed determination. If I open the 8 gates, I should be able to kill him. Kakashi hesitated to speak, but his strength was not enough, he was only an elite jonin. What else could he say? Now there are only 2 choices left. Use the lives of everyone around to pile up against the fourth Kazekage. Or use only Might Guy's life. Kakashi hated this kind of multiple-choice question. However, while the Konoha shinobis were tense for a long time, Raza did not continue to attack Konoha. On the contrary, while suppressing the Konoha shinobis with gold dust, he shouted loudly, "The third Hokage is dead. Sunagekure shinobis, we have achieved our strategic objective. In the name of the fourth Kazekage, I order everyone to retreat. Konoha shinobis, the next time we meet will be on the battlefield. Prepare to have your heads chopped off." He proclaimed loudly, full of spirit, as if he himself had just killed the third Hokage. Furthermore, while retreating with the shinobis from Sunagekure, he launched a fierce attack on several route bases according to the map provided by Natsuo. He stood out with confidence and a heroic posture. Seeing this, the Sunagekure shinobis became extremely excited. Indeed, Raza-sama is amazing. He easily defeated the Hokage. Raza-sama is the true strongest Kazekage, even stronger than the third Kazekage. The Sunagekure shinobis were full of spirit, and the morale of the Oto-gekure shinobis also rose. But it was a bit strange that even though they had such a big advantage, why did they retreat from Konoha? Wouldn't it have been better to keep fighting? Perhaps Raza-sama was worried that if they cornered Konoha, they would in a desperate act use some means of mutual destruction. The crowd whispered to each other. What they didn't know was that Raza didn't want to stop fighting, on the contrary he was the one who wanted to continue the battle the most. Since the powerful Konohagakure was founded, when has it suffered such a disastrous defeat like this? This is truly the happiest moment of his life. But he really doesn't dare to continue fighting. Leaving aside the issue of whether they managed to defeat all the Konoha shinobi. It is impossible for the Suna and Oto shinobi to occupy the Uchiha clan area. Trying to do that is practically a death sentence. As Raza retreated, because on his escape route he began destroying route spaces, Danzo became completely enraged and actually took the initiative to fight Raza. And then Raza defeated him easily. Although Raza is considered the shame of the Kage level. But he is actually a standard Kage level combat power, with considerable strength. And Danzo himself is already older than the third Hokage. Furthermore, they are still close to Konoha, making it impossible for him to use his Anaji and wood release. He can only rely on his own wind release, which is really no match for Raza's Kekkei Genkai magnet release. As a result, the Suna and Oto shinobi managed to escape from Konohagakure without further obstacles. When has Konohagakure ever been so badly beaten? And not only were they beaten, but in the end, they let the enemy leave so arrogantly. The shinobis remained silent for a long time. In the face of defeat and loss, the pre-existing conflicts converged here, combined with resentment, and finally erupted completely. Chapter 114, Seeking a New Hokage. The recent attack exploded all the contradictions that had accumulated in Konoha. The weakness and incompetence of the third Hokage had caused many shinobis to lose faith in him. During the Third Shinobi World War, after Minato single-handedly stopped an invasion consisting of 1,000 IWA shinobi, the third Hokage actually established a policy of reconciliation to end the fighting with an unprecedented offer not to seek reparations for part of IWA. This caused the war advocates to oppose Hiruzen's seemingly weak decision and, to keep the discontent in the village under control, he decided to resign as Hokage. Otherwise he could have been the first Kage to be removed from office. However, with the death of the fourth Hokage, the third Hokage returned to power. The incident between the Kimogakure delegation and the Hyuga clan, the massacre of the Uchiha clan, Root's theft of the corpses of the Konoha shinobi. One event after another deepened the resentment of the village towards the third Hokage. During the last incident where Root's laboratory was exposed, if it weren't for the third Hokage guiding everyone's opinions, making them believe that the fourth shinobi world war was about to break out, the ninja clans would have already started causing trouble. The ninja clans ultimately chose to compromise because it was undeniable that there was no successor to the Konoha village. The only ones remaining in the village with Kage-level combat power were the third Hokage and Shimura Danzo. And the third Hokage was at least a bit more reliable than Shimura Danzo. Furthermore, although the third Hokage was confused about many things, his reputation as a great ninja from the past was still significant. He was always considered a powerful shinobi second only to the first Hokage and the second Hokage in terms of power. Faced with the impending war, the ninjas ultimately chose to suppress their anger. However, now they can't bear it anymore. Amir Raza actually killed the third Hokage. The ninjas were furious. When did we have such a weak Hokage in Konoha? The first Hokage suppressed the ninja world. The second Hokage created countless secret techniques and his strength was only surpassed by the first generation. The fourth Hokage also held the record of stopping an invasion of nearly 1,000 Iwagakure shinobi by himself. Only the third Hokage. Did he really die at the hands of Raza? That's not all, Raza didn't even receive a scratch. What did you, as Hokage, even do? Of course, everyone believed that the fourth Kazekage killed the third Hokage because the barrier blocked the outsider's view. It was difficult to see the situation inside without getting closer, and the shadow guard who approached was killed by Natsuo. At the same time, Natsuo deliberately erased the traces of wood release and instead used his magnet release to cover it. Due to the third Hokage's intentional guidance, most shinobi now considered him to be the strongest Hokage in history, which is why they tolerated his various policies. However, as a result, he was defeated by the enemy without much effort, plus his policies ended up greatly damaging Konoha's strength. And currently, there is no suitable successor for Hokage because all the shinobi who could have been the next Hokage were suppressed. White Fang, 4th Hokage, Nawaki, Kato Dan. There were so many excellent successors, and their deaths were more or less the responsibility of the 3rd Hokage and Danzo. The fact that Konoha, once the strongest village in the shinobi world, has fallen to the point of being humiliated by Tsunagakure, is mainly the responsibility of the 3rd Hokage. The people were full of righteous indignation and exhaustion, but their eyes were full of resentment. The ninja clans began to contact each other, showing signs of unrest. The members of Konoha Council were in a panic. Hiruzen died, and Danzo was injured. There was only Uchiha Koharu and Mitokato Hamura who immediately went to find Jiraiya. But as soon as they saw him, they were stunned. Jiraiya, what happened to you? Did you encounter an enemy? They asked. Well, it was a man who called himself Uchiha Itachi. But from what I saw, he might not be Uchiha Itachi. Jiraiya said with bandages on his body, forcing a bitter smile. But his Mangekyo Sharingan is real, and I was defeated by him. Konoha still has enemies. The two old men exclaimed. And Uchiha Itachi? Mangekyo Sharingan. Jiraiya, there's something you might not know. Uchiha Koharu hesitated for a moment, then revealed the whole truth and added, Itachi actually remains a Konoha shinobi, probably someone else with the Mangekyo Sharingan impersonated him. Jiraiya wanted to curse at that moment. I mean, how could the Uchiha clan be easily wiped out by a young man? So it was the village's doing. Why is it that after hearing what you said, I feel like the possibility of that person being Uchiha Itachi is even higher? You technically forced him to wipe out his entire clan. Due to pressure and other mental factors he may have allowed himself to be manipulated at that time. But with time he will definitely understand the reason for everything, and when that happens, he will definitely cause trouble for Konoha again. Jiraiya finally forced himself to say those words without exploding with anger. Uchiha Koharu and Mitokato Hamura looked embarrassed. They knew that the shinobi of the village were dissatisfied with Konoha's upper management, and now that Hiruzen was dead it was normal for them to take action against them. That is why it was necessary to resolve the matter of the new Hokage as quickly as possible. They exchanged glances and immediately made a decision. Without hesitation, Uchiha Koharu said, Jiraiya, now that Hiruzen is gone, the village cannot be without a strong man, you should become the Hokage. Yes, now only you are the most suitable. Mitokato Hamura also agreed. Jiraiya sat awkwardly in front of the two old men and then interrupted them. Wait, do you really think I'm fit to be Hokage? Mitokato Hamura and Uchiha Koharu looked at each other, both revealing helplessness. The point is not whether Jiraiya is the best fit for the position, but they know that if someone who has a connection to the Hokage line does not come forward as a candidate soon, the resentment built up by the shinobi clans will definitely explode. This resentment is not only directed at Danzo and Hiruzen. It is also directed at the two of them. If there is no new generation Hokage to suppress the anger of the village's shinobi, who knows what the enraged shinobi might do? I am not suitable for the position. Jiraiya sincerely said that he didn't want to be Hokage. A hero like him should belong to the entire ninja world, so how could he be trapped in a small office? I will go and find Tsunade. Jiraiya sighed lightly. Now she is the most suitable to step forward. Jiraiya also understands the current situation of the village. It can be said that after the misdeeds of the 3rd Hokage and Danzo, the level of trust between the village and the shinobi clans has dropped to an all-time low. And Tsunade, the granddaughter of the 1st Hokage, is the only candidate who can convince both sides. Okay, as long as you can bring Tsunade back and persuade her to become Hokage, we will support her. But if you can't do it, you will obediently become Hokage. Uchiha Koharu and Mitokato Hamura said in unison. Jiraiya looked at the two of them, his eyes filled with disgust. These two people, even now, still haven't taken responsibility to salvage the situation. Instead, they are trying to rely on the new Hokage to help them. Honestly, although Danzo is ruthless, the 3rd generation is weak. but they are both much stronger than these two idiots. However, Jiraiya didn't say much, he just closed his eyes and said, okay. Then you should leave quickly. Uchiha Koharu said. Konoha village cannot be without a Hokage. The Jonin are already restless, the village has just shed blood, we cannot have internal strife. I'm still injured. Jiraiya's mouth twitched, not wanting to waste time with them. Fine. In fact, the hidden currents in Konoha are clear to everyone. Even Natsuo, the Uchiha clan leader who is completely obsessed with having children, has received numerous contacts. Many shinobi have sent invitations, ostensibly as guests, but in reality, they are discussing the matter of the Hokage. Konoha needs a strong Hokage, the third Hokage and Danzo are simply not worthy. This is the common understanding of the shinobi clans. But the specific situation still needs to be studied. Many shinobi who have dreams of becoming Hokage have started to take action. For example, the reason why Hyuga Hayashi generously sent an invitation to the Uchiha, their former enemies, is because he wants to see if he can compete for the position of Hokage and prove his own strength. Other shinobi also have their own thoughts and are making moves. But Natsuo didn't care at all. During this attack, the Uchiha clan has also revealed some of its strength, as the Uchiha residential area was one of the few areas that was not affected by the unrest. Although the members of Akatsuki were hired, the fact that no one in the village, including merchants and residents, was injured already demonstrated their abilities. If Natsuo's reputation wasn't so bad and most men disliked him, perhaps someone would have asked him to run for the position of Hokage. After all, Hokage is everyone's dream. At the same time, Natsuo also exposed some of his strength during this attack, as after the situation calmed down some recognized that the shinobi who stopped Shikaku from destroying the Uchiha clan's residential area was him. This information attracted the attention of many people. Not only him, but many previously unknown ninjas also emerged during the destruction of Konoha. For example, Niji gained a lot of fame this time. At only 12 years old, he had combat power at the Jonin level and was able to participate in the battle against Shikaku, rescuing a large number of shinobi and civilians. This extraordinary talent made him the brightest star of the new generation of shinobi. Even Naruto and Sasuke couldn't help but envy and admire Niji. Niji, you're really strong. Naruto exclaimed excitedly. I can even hear people talking about you when I go to the supermarket. That's great. If I had that kind of strength, I would quickly gain people's recognition, right? No wonder you're Natsuo's disciple, Niji. You must have known Natsuo's strength early on and sought his guidance. Sasuke smiled. You two really hit it well. One has Jonin level strength right after graduating, and the other is an expert who can stop Shikaku's tailed beast ball. But we're not inferior either. Sasuke proudly said. After I graduate, I'm definitely not going to lose to Niji in terms of strength. No. I will definitely defeat you. That's right. Naruto nodded vigorously. Chapter 115, The War Begins. The internal conflicts within Konoha brought great convenience to the evacuation of Sunagakure. Don't be fooled by the fierce fighting that Gaara and others displayed in Konoha. But the time they had was very limited. Which is why they quickly retreated towards the border with Land of Wind, while Sunagakure's main force on the border also launched a counterattack. In fact, it is very difficult to launch a desperate attack on a ninja village. It is not only a question of whether it will succeed, but also the problem of subsequent evacuation. Because Konoha has more ninjas and a more comprehensive deployment of manpower. In the original plan, Raza even considered evacuating with some elites in the Shikaku, sacrificing the lives of other Suna shinobis. However, the chaos in Konoha gave Raza a great opportunity. Clearly, Konoha had more people and was relying on several defensive fortresses. Even if they could only delay them for a few days, he would cause heavy casualties to the Sunagakure shinobi. However, Konoha was unable to exert its strength at all. Even if Kakashi and other elite Jonin tried to coordinate, and even risked personally chasing and killing the Suna shinobis, they still couldn't stop Raza from forcefully breaking through Konoha's defense line and finally joining the main force of Sunagakure at the border. We're still alive. Countless shinobis were dumbfounded. They had rushed into Konoha with the mindset of certain death. But in the end, they broke through Konoha and returned home. After realizing this, they were extremely surprised. We're back. We're going home. Hooray! Hooray! Long live the Kazekage! The Suna shinobis cheered loudly, tears of joy streaming down their faces, some even with an expression of disbelief. That was Konoha. The strongest ninja village in the world. And yet, we violently broke it. Not only that, we also broke through Konoha's defense and came back. This credit should definitely be attributed to our great Kazekage-sama. The fourth Kazekage is definitely the strongest Kazekage. Even the third Hokage is no match for our fourth Kazekage-sama. Kazekage-sama, I am willing to die for you. The deafening shouts filled the air. Looking into the eyes of the shinobis of Sunagakure, there was a deep sense of reverence. Even the high-ranking officials leading the Sunagakure forces looked at the fourth Kazekage with admiration. This completely exceeded Raza's expectations. It was really a pleasant surprise. He originally lacked prestige, he had insufficient strength and Sunagakure had a poor economy, he could only rely on mining to obtain a certain amount of funds, now he has become the spiritual pillar of Sunagakure. Kazekage-sama, what should we do next? The high-ranking official's eyes were filled with fanaticism. Kazekage-sama, should we launch a direct attack on Konohagakure? The pressure is too great. I suggest we first stabilize the surrounding defenses to prevent a counterattack from Konoha. Fool. Even the mighty third Hokage died at the hands of our fourth Kazekage. Are we Sunagakure shinobi afraid of Konoha shinobi? Coward. That's right, with the great fourth Kazekage, we are guaranteed to win this war. Yes, that's the fourth Kazekage who killed the third Hokage. The crowd discussed excitedly. Raza opened his mouth, hesitating to speak, wanting to say something but stopping himself. It's possible that I'm not the one who killed the third Hokage. However, the hopeful eyes of the surrounding Suna shinobis made it impossible for Raza to speak the truth. The plan to destroy Konohagakure was actually just a desperate counterattack by Sunagakure, which could no longer support the dwindling funds and gradual decline in the number of missions. But now, everyone's eyes were filled with hope. The fourth Kazekage is invincible. Don't even mention that dog Hiruzen, what about Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara? They were just born earlier, otherwise the Kazekage would have taught them a lesson. Damn. Raza couldn't hold back anymore. Insulting Sarutobi Hiruzen was still acceptable, and maybe even Senju Hashirama, but when it came to Uchiha. They may not know how the third Hokage died, but doesn't he know? Cough. Everyone, please refrain from speaking recklessly. Raza said with a serious expression. I actually have great respect for Uchiha Madara from back then, and I greatly admire his feat of suppressing the shinobi world with his power. He is my idol. Uchiha Madara may not be Raza's idol. But after Natsuo easily defeated him and Orochimaru, and then watched from a distance as he quickly killed the first Hokage, the second Hokage, and the third Hokage, with only Orochimaru escaping alone, Uchiha became his idol. After hearing Raza's words, everyone immediately remembered the popularity of Uchiha Madara's catchphrase back then and nodded in agreement. That's right, I remember that Raza-sama admired Uchiha Madara. Yes. He even said, the harsh environment of the Land of Wind has forged our resilient character. Every Suna shinobi will not be as weak as the first Hokage. We will only become determined warriors like Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara wanted to unify the shinobi world through force, and that is also the goal of our great fourth Kazekage. Our great fourth Kazekage is the inheritor of Uchiha Madara's will. Raza shouted in his mind, did I ever say that I wanted to learn from Uchiha Madara and conquer the shinobi world? Don't randomly add settings to me. But as he looked at the expectant gazes of the many Suna shinobis, Raza silently swallowed his saliva. Morale can be boosted but not leaked, and he is well aware of this. He suddenly pounded the table with a fist, his face determined, like the most steadfast warrior. What you all said is right, that's exactly what I think. It's time to let the weak Konoha shinobi see the resilience of our Sunagakure. A surge of spirit rose in their hearts, causing every Suna shinobis to speak at the same time. Let the weak Konoha shinobi see the resilience of our Sunagakure. Although Raza is known as the worst Kage, he has been the Kazekage for many years, so he is still a qualified politician. Furthermore, his strategic level is not low either. He took the lead in raising the banner of the war and formally declared war on Konoha. Under Raza's leadership, Sunagakure launched a relentless offensive, quickly capturing many strongholds on the border of Konoha. Although there were also many Konoha shinobi who defended themselves fiercely, they ultimately were unable to stop the Sunagakure army's advance for long under Raza's Kage-level force. If others don't know the real situation, can't he know it? To boost morale, he took advantage of Konoha's slow response and launched a major offensive. However, after the initial attack, he immediately began to withdraw his forces without hesitation and create defensive lines. Honestly, this completely contradicts the quick and decisive strategic policy set by Sunagakure in previous wars due to limited resources. But under Raza's high prestige, the Suna shinobis all found reasons to support him. We want to conquer and occupy one place. Raza-sama wants to focus on a long-term goal while carefully observing and considering the immediate situation. Konoha is too big for us to swallow alone. We need other major nations to act as well and divide Konoha together. Raza-sama is just confusing Konoha. He is looking for an opportunity to completely crush Konoha. Although the reasons for Raza's decisive actions vary in the eyes of different people. But the Suna shinobi firmly believe that their great fourth Kazekage definitely has a perfect strategic plan. They just have to shut up and carry out the orders. Raza, no, I'm just being cowardly. Konoha will never be destroyed as long as that man is there. Raza knew this deep in his heart. As an Uchiha with countless wives from Konoha, Natsuo would definitely not stand by and watch Konoha being swallowed up. That man had just killed the third Hokage, defeated the first and second generations who were under impure world reincarnation, drove away Orochimaru, and could easily treat Shikaku as a doll. Even though his strength might not be on par with Uchiha Madara, it wouldn't be too far off. However, Raza was also very decisive and sent messengers to constantly instigate Kimogakure and Iwagakure, trying to draw both sides into the battlefield. He even tried to lure Kirigakure using the results of the attack on Konoha. If they were lucky, completely annihilating Konoha might not be possible, but occupying a small piece of land was not without hope. Kimogakure. What a joke, is Konoha really this weak? The fourth Raikage said. The third Hokage, being beaten up by a little Kazekage. During the Third Shinobi World War, Raza had personally led the Suna Shinobis against the Kimo Shinobis. And they were defeated miserably by the AB combination. And yet, this Raza had managed to overthrow Konoha. Konoha has become completely weak, they don't deserve to occupy such fertile land. The words of the fourth Raikage were filled with excitement. We, Kimogakure, should take action. Boss, should we wait a bit? Darui hesitated for a moment. Konoha has suffered greatly in this war, and I can't help but feel that something is off. Who cares if something is off? Konohagakure can't possibly destroy itself, right? The fourth Raikage looked disdainful. This is already enough to prove that Konoha is at its weakest moment. If we don't move now, when will we? Since we have been preparing for war for so long, we can directly launch an attack. Kimogakure declares war on Konoha. He slammed the table with force, showing a resolute attitude. Everyone stood up solemnly and said, "Yes, Raikage-sama." Good. The fourth Raikage nodded, paused for a moment, and continued, "Speaking of which, now is a good opportunity. Konoha is currently in chaos, which may be convenient for our espionage operations." He looked in the direction of Konoha village, his eyes filled with anticipation. The Uchiha clan. I have long heard about the reputation of the Uchiha clan. Iwagakure. Is it true? The little brat from Sunagakure actually killed the third Hokage. The third Tsuchikage, Anoki, widened his eyes and said, "Although I heard that Hiruzen is becoming less powerful, he shouldn't be able to be killed by that Sunagakure brat, right? Tsuchikage-sama, what should we do?" Akatsuchi tilted his head and looked at Anoki. Anoki remained deep in thought and finally said, "Let's wait for now. We don't need to risk the lives of the IWA shinobi due to temporary changes. The war has already started and cannot be ended in a short time. We can wait." He said but sighed. Waiting sounds simple, but shinobi prefer to take the initiative and create opportunities rather than wait for them. But the problem is that Iwagakure is also facing a serious shortage of powerful shinobi. Even the position of Tsuchikage needs to be supported by Anoki, who is older than the third Hokage. The financial resources of the village are not sufficient. With insufficient family assets, who dares to gamble recklessly? Is that kid Deidara still playing house with Akatsuki? Maybe it's time to call him back. The third Tsuchikage thought to himself. Kirigakure also received a message from the Sunagakure. This is really troublesome. I thought the Chunin exams would give us a lot of time to develop. Terumi sighed lightly. I didn't expect Sunagakure to directly start the war. Ao looked at the fifth Mizukage Terumi seriously and asked, "Mizukage-sama, what should we do? Let's not act rashly for now." Terumi pondered for a moment and finally decided. For Kirigakure, occupying new territories is meaningless. First, we need to deal with the internal issues of the village, which is the real priority. Kirigakure is located in the middle of the sea and can remain stable even if the shinobi world is in crisis. Without this advantageous geographical condition, Kirigakure would have been annexed by other major nations due to its continued internal conflicts. It's good that you can think like this. Ao breathed a sigh of relief. It was clear that he also agreed with Terumi-Mei's words, but, Mizukage-sama, there are quite a few people within our village who want to start a war. They even made decisions pretending to be the Mizukage. I find it hard to believe that they won't take advantage of this opportunity to gain power. I see. Terumi nodded, her eyes showing a hint of sharpness. But so what? If it really gets out of control, I wouldn't mind using war to unify our internal forces. As she spoke, a murderous intent emanated from her. The high-ranking officials around her all became solemn upon hearing her words. Understood, Mizukage-sama. As soon as the war began, Konoha was attacked by Sunagakure and Kimogakure. Sunagakure entered a defensive stance after launching a major attack. However, Kimogakure launched an all-out attack and annexed a large amount of Land of Fire territory. Fortunately, the warning about the start of the possible Fourth Shinobi World War was issued almost a year ago. Relying on Konoha's wealth and power, the third Hokage concentrated a large number of troops and resources at the border. With the fierce battles fought by the ninja forces, although there were significant losses and territorial concessions, they managed to barely withstand the initial attacks from both countries. However, Konoha was still at a clear disadvantage. Without a Hokage that everyone could trust to coordinate and decide on the mobilization of troops, it would be difficult for Konoha to manage to mobilize all the shinobi clans. Konohagakure was not lacking in resources or shinobis. What Konoha lacked was a Hokage everyone could trust. As soon as Jiraiya finished recovering, he left the village in search of Tsunade. Due to the crisis that Konoha was facing, Jiraiya used all available means and quickly discovered the inn where Tsunade was staying. And without any hesitation, he burst into the room. Tsunade. Emergency situation. Konoha needs you. The village needs you. The position of the 5th Hokage is reserved for you. It's no longer the time for you to wander around, you know. Bang. A familiar fist landed on Jiraiya's face, sending him flying out. Stop making a fuss. Tsunade's expression was unfriendly. You scared my daughter. Although the punch was heavy, Jiraiya was already used to it. Wiping away his nosebleed, Jiraiya stood up and said, "Oh, sorry, but I'm serious about what I said. Konoha needs." Wait. Daughter. Jiraiya suddenly widened his eyes, looking at the little baby in Tsunade's arms. Your daughter. Jiraiya said each word slowly. Tsunade nodded, confirming Jiraiya's words. My daughter. Chapter 116, Tsunade decides to return to Konoha. Jiraiya looked confused and could only ask, whose child is this? It's mine. Do you have a problem with that? Tsunade's face was filled with killing intent, her fist clenched tightly, as if it was about to strike at any moment. No, what I meant was, who is the child's father? Jiraiya quickly interjected. Who is it? It just can't be. Jiraiya silently swallowed his saliva, his eyes filled with disappointment. Orochimaru. Tsunade was silent for a moment due to Jiraiya's nonsense. But seeing Tsunade's lack of response, Jiraiya seemed to have gotten his answer. So it really is him. I guess it makes sense. Orochimaru had so many girls who liked him back then, and in the end, you became one of them. Jiraiya looked lost and lifeless, his eyes devoid of spirit. When did they get together? Why didn't I know anything about it? And you two didn't even send me an invitation. He forced a bitter smile, his expression complicated. Well, I guess it's for the best. Even if you did send me an invitation, it would only make me feel uncomfortable. Bang. Tsunade couldn't hold back any longer and slapped Jiraiya across the face. It has nothing to do with Orochimaru. Tsunade trembled with anger. It's a detestable brat. Thinking back to what happened in the past, Tsunade's hatred surged within her. A brat. Tsunade, are you a cradle stealer? It turns out that women, just like men, also like inexperienced young men. Bang. Jiraiya was thrown backwards, flying more than 10 meters before landing with a painful cry and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Perhaps because the sound was too loud, it disturbed the child. The child burst into tears, causing the new mother Tsunade to panic. Shizune, who was beside her, also became flustered. They had to sing and play with toys, exerting a lot of effort to calm the child down. However, it seemed that Jiraiya had finally snapped out of his own fantasies. He quickly noticed Tsunade's resistance towards the child's father. Yes, resistance. Jiraiya thought. Resistance is good. But was it just a result of drunkenness or was she under the influence of something? Jiraiya didn't dare to ask. He decisively returned to the topic he came looking for. Tsunade, the village hopes that you can return and take on the role of the 5th Hokage. The village's situation is very unfavorable now. Kumogakure and Sunagakure have already launched an attack on Konoha. We don't know when the other two countries will make a move. Tsunade, the village needs you. Tsunade hesitated for a moment, but finally answered, I understand. I will return to the village. I will also consider the position of Hokage. I know you still have reservations about the village, but now that our teacher has passed away, what else is holding you back? Jiraiya said seriously. This village was established by your grandfather. Don't you want to protect it? You're the granddaughter of the first Hokage, huh? You. You're willing to return to the village? Jiraiya widened his eyes in shock. Tsunade was very resistant to the village. Although there was no direct evidence, the death of Nawaki and the numerous internal conflicts made her bluntly refer to the Hokage as dog shit. He remembers a few years ago when he occasionally met Tsunade, she was still drunk and said that only fools would want to be Hokage. So why is she willing to return to the village now? Actually, Jiraiya-sama, even if you didn't say anything, we were planning to return to the village. Shizune said helplessly beside them. Taking care of a child is really difficult. Tsunade-sama and I have no idea how to do it. When it comes to delivering babies, they are both top-notch. The problem of children getting sick is nothing to them. But the child is just too difficult to soothe. Shizun still remembers that at the beginning, they didn't know how to use diapers, which made the child uncomfortable. The child cried loudly, and even after Tsunade-sama tried to soothe her for a long time, she couldn't figure out the root of the problem. She tried countless methods but couldn't solve it. In the end, she got annoyed and handed the child over to Shizun. Tsunade then went straight to defeat a group of bandits to vent her frustration. Soothing a child is much harder than killing Jiraiya. This phrase has almost become Tsunade's catchphrase. By the way, not being able to take care of the child is only one of the reasons they returned to Konoha. The other is that Tsunade decided to confront Natsuo and at least hopes that her daughter can grow up in a better place, instead of wandering with her and having to constantly protect herself from attacks from wandering shinobi or shinobi from other villages. Shizun silently glanced at Jiraiya and couldn't help but say that Jiraiya's timing was perfect. Because Tsunade-sama doesn't want to have anything to do with Natsuo and with the excuse of being busy with the Hokage's duties, she could ask a specialized nanny for help. It was also difficult for her to convince Tsunade that she will face Natsuo and her past in Konoha just with the excuse of, Lady Tsunade, this is your own daughter and making her suffer with you is not good for the child. Is that so? Jiraiya said. That's quite a coincidence. After all, they were teammates. After listening to a few words from Shizun, he understood Tsunade's state of mind. However, although Tsunade decided to return to the village, whether or not she would become Hokage was another matter. So Jiraiya took advantage of the situation and said, Don't worry, Tsunade. The Konoha shinobi will absolutely welcome you. Many people are looking forward to me bringing you back to the village. Konoha cannot lose Tsunade, just like people cannot lose the sun. Although the village is facing some difficulties now, the workload may be greater, but there are also many rising stars among the Konoha shinobi who can completely share the work with you. Without further ado, he began to persuade. For example, Niji, the genius ninja of the Hyuga clan, who is only 12 years old but possesses Jonin-level strength. Kakashi is reliable and capable, with outstanding abilities. He is the perfect candidate for the position of Hokage's assistant. And then there's the Uchiha clan leader, Natsuo. He has been hiding his true strength all this time, and now he has revealed, shocking everyone. Wait. Tsunade suddenly looked up, her eyes sharp. Who did you say has been hiding his power? It's Uchiha Natsuo. Jiraiya hesitated and saying, honestly, no one in Konoha village ever thought he would be this strong, considering he was known as the weakest jonin in history. He spends his days either with his wives or marrying more wives. Such an enviable life. Cough. I mean, a life that leads to ruin. How can he have time to train? But when Konoha was under attack, he single-handedly stopped Shikaku's attack, instantly surprising countless people. When the news of his achievements came out, others thought it was a mistake. They had to verify the information repeatedly before confirming its authenticity. Many people know about Natsuo's life. After all, the fact that he has so many wives and how he spends his nights has piqued people's curiosity. And Natsuo's wives satisfied everyone's curiosity, openly stating, of course, we take turns. How could one person defeat Natsuo? Then there was talk of a fierce battle lasting a day, with Natsuo taking on 7 opponents. A cold light flashed, and an hour later, 1 billion elite soldiers surged forward. Infinite power, making the enemy's limbs go weak, filled with awe. This is simply something that men fear, and women tighten their legs in response to, a formidable fighting force. Many men wondered how on earth he can have so much strength when he is busy with his wives every day. Seeing this, women even took Natsuo's achievements to confront their own husbands. Natsuo fights hard every night and still improves his strength, while you only do normal work. Why are you too tired to provide for the family at night? Stop pretending to be dead. Get up quickly for me. This is really. The men of Konoha have suffered from Natsuo's hardships for a long time. It seems that Natsuo is no longer hiding his strength. Tsunade and Shizun thought at the same time. One way or another Tsunade had decided to return to Konoha, so sooner or later she was going to face that guy, so she told Shizun to pack her things and they would return to Jiraiya. Chapter 117, The Uchiha District. Uchiha Clan Residence, Laboratory. So Orochimaru actually let you continue staying in Konoha? Natsuo asked curiously. Isn't he afraid that you will be recognized after appearing several times in the plan to destroy Konoha? Yes. Yakushi Kabuto smiled faintly. Orochimaru-sama ordered me to continue staying in Konoha and continue collecting information for him. As for the issue of exposure that you mentioned. Yakushi Kabuto smiled faintly, his smile carrying a hint of confidence. I don't think anyone can discover my true identity. Natsuo rubbed his chin. In the Naruto series, Yakushi Kabuto's concealment was very successful. If it wasn't for Orochimaru ordering him to test Sasuke and even go as far as pretending to assassinate Sasuke, exposing himself in front of Kakashi, he wouldn't have been exposed. In fact, even during the exposure in front of Kakashi, the main reason was that Yakushi Kabuto didn't hide anything, which allowed Kakashi to discover him. After all, his mission was already completed and he didn't need to stay in Konoha anymore, so naturally he didn't care about being exposed. However, Natsuo understood that Yakushi Kabuto's background was in Danzo's records. As a former member of Root, his identity and background were arranged by Root. Or rather, his existence was one of the trade-offs between Orochimaru and Danzo. He continues to stay in Konoha. Could it be that Danzo still has some kind of deal with Orochimaru? But the plan to destroy Konoha has already ended. Oh, come to think of it, Danzo seems to have taken a beating too. Natsuo suddenly remembered some good news. As Raza retreated from Konoha, following the map provided by Natsuo, he devastated Root's bases along the way. Which completely enraged Danzo, and in a fit of rage he confronted Raza, only to receive a beating. And Danzo himself is a person who attracts extreme hatred. It is not an exaggeration to say that everyone wants to beat him up. At this moment, when the shinobi clans and the high-ranking officials are hostile towards the third Hokage and Danzo, he has long been voted out of the decision-making circle by the Konoha shinobi. If it weren't for the injuries he sustained from Raza's beating, he would have been sent to the front lines to fight the enemy to the death. So it is obvious that his goal of becoming the Hokage's successor cannot be achieved. Even if the village cannot retrieve Tsunade, they will retrieve Jiraiya. This has been stated by Uchiha Koharu and Mitokato Hamura and has gained support from many shinobi clans. In this situation, can he still continue trading with Orochimaru? His reflections were interrupted by Kabuto. Natsuo-sama, may I ask you something? Kabuto pondered for a moment and said, I have received information from Orochimaru-sama, saying that when you killed the third Hokage, you used wood release. Although I trust Orochimaru-sama's information, may I ask if this is true? Yes, that's true. Natsuo nodded calmly. In fact, if I hadn't deliberately eliminated the remnants of wood release afterwards, there would still be a pile of wood on the battlefield right now. You already have wood release. Then, do you also possess the legendary first Hokage's sage body? Yes, I do. Yakushi Kabuto looked shocked. In fact, Orochimaru had felt something was off afterwards. Although the first Hokage's power under impure world reincarnation was far below that of his peak, he should not have lost so quickly in the wood release competition. The gap shouldn't be this big. But if Natsuo had the sage body, then it would make sense. The immense amount of chakra brought by the sage body is the foundation for the extraordinary power of wood release ninjutsu. Would release again, and Mangekyo Sharingan too. Is Natsuo really this strong? Isn't this equivalent to the combination of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama? Kabuto looked shocked. It's not as exaggerated as you think. Natsuo glanced at Kabuto and instantly guessed his thoughts and said, I don't have as many wood release techniques as the first Hokage, and there are still many powerful ninjutsu that I don't know yet. Although I can use Susanoo, I still have a lot to catch up with him in terms of applying ninjutsu. Although Natsuo can quickly integrate ninjutsu into his own fighting style after using cheats, there is still a big gap in battle experience between him and Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. He doesn't have a good opponent to accompany him step by step in adapting to high-level battles. Kabuto's shock did not diminish because of this. Even if he can't surpass Senju Hashirama in wood release or Uchiha Madara in ninjutsu, Natsuo, with the combination of wood release and Mangekyo Sharingan, wouldn't lose to either Senju Hashirama or Uchiha Madara, right? He silently swallowed his saliva and casually asked, Natsuo-sama, how did you achieve wood release? You don't have the bloodline of the Senju clan, do you? His voice was light and faint, as if he was just chatting casually. But when Natsuo heard this, he stared at Kabuto with a meaningful gaze. Kabuto felt a tingling sensation on his scalp from the gaze. So, Orochimaru left you behind for me. Natsuo suddenly laughed. This is not about a deal with Danzo. It's just that Orochimaru is curious about how Natsuo can use wood release. Yes, there is that aspect. Kabuto swallowed his saliva and felt immense pressure. Of course, you don't have to say anything. Orochimaru-sama doesn't expect me to extract any information from you. Of course, if you don't mind, you can tell me. The combination of the wood release and the Sharingan could help with the development of your new medicine. Maybe I can get some inspiration. It's useless. Natsuo said indifferently. The way I obtained wood release cannot be replicated. Don't even think about learning from it. Is that so? Kabuto nodded. He didn't think Natsuo had any reason to deceive him. After all, this man could easily kill him if he wanted to. So what Natsuo said is probably true. Cannot be replicated. Could it be due to the Mangekyo Sharingan's unique technique? Kabuto thought to himself, but on the surface, he said, I see. However, Natsuo-sama, since you already have the sage body and have obtained wood release, can you share some cells with me? The combination of wood release and Sharingan might bring about even more unique changes in the cells, which could enhance the effectiveness of the medicine we are developing. Of course, you can rest assured that I am prepared to never leave the Uchiha laboratory. Your cells will never leak out. If I want to go out, I will submit an application in advance, and you can personally inspect whether I have stolen your cells. He genuinely intended to help Natsuo. Although the main reason was to make up for his previous audacity, Kabuto really didn't have the intention of giving Natsuo's cells to Orochimaru as research material. Even if Kabuto dared to give them, Orochimaru might not dare to accept them. What if Natsuo came knocking on the door? Natsuo also understood this and nodded. All right. The Uchiha clan's residential area was originally the busiest shopping street in Konoha, and with the end of the plan to destroy Konoha, it became the place where everyone in Konoha wanted to live. During the recent attack on Konoha, the Uchiha clan area is the only area that has not experienced any attacks. Whether it's the shinobi from Otogekure or the shinobi from Sunagekure, it's as if they can't see him. The large army would rather go around and avoid this place. The coordination of the shinobi brought by Akatsuki was also amazing. They directly crushed the scattered enemies and arrested all the looters who wanted to take advantage of the chaos. Kakuzu even personally took action and killed an elite Jonin-level wandering ninja who tried to rob during the chaos. During the entire war, whether merchants or guests, not a single person was injured. This security force is simply invincible. Capital will naturally gather in the safest place. After this battle, Konoha's prestige has greatly diminished, its strength has weakened, and people doubt whether it can protect the residents of Konoha. Many traders are worried about this and have withdrawn their investments in other areas to invest in the safest area of Konoha, the territory of the Uchiha clan. Due to the outstanding performance of the Uchiha clan, even the price of residential buildings outside the Uchiha clan's territory has increased. After all, during the attack, the Uchihas also accepted civilians and provided them with protection. Seeing this, Natsuo made a decision. He hired some of the mercenaries brought by Akatsuki and continued to employ them. Patrol and security tasks in the commercial area would continue. This has given countless people great confidence. Therefore, even though the major shinobi clans have reduced their expenses and invested more resources in weapons and equipment due to the start of the war, they have reduced their expenditures in entertainment. But instead, the Uchiha residence is even more prosperous than before the war. Uchiha's signature beauty salons, massage parlors, and clubs are bustling with people and traffic. Chapter 118, Changes in the Akatsuki Organization. In a deep cave with rock formations that resemble irregular peaks and columns, a faint light can be seen coming from an unknown source, barely illuminating the place. In the center of the cave, a kind of glowing seal or circle appears on the floor, surrounded by strange symbols and characters. Suddenly, blurry and distorted figures begin to materialize within the luminous circle. The outlines of the figures are blurred and poorly defined, as if they were distorted by some kind of technique or illusion. As the figures solidify, Akatsuki's distinctive black coats with red clouds are revealed. The members sit or stand around the projection, their appearance remaining blurred, without clearly revealing their facial features or specific details of their bodies. Pain, the leader, said indifferently, "Since we are almost all there, let's start today's meeting." Deidara was a little surprised. But Kakuzu hasn't arrived yet. It doesn't matter if it doesn't appear, what's important is the information he just sent. Pain's tone remained the same. The information I received was that Orochimaru and Sunagekure managed to escape after attacking Konoha, and the third Hokage was killed. I need some of you to go to Konoha and take advantage of the confusion and chaos that Konoha is in to obtain information about the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and if it is possible to capture him. After Pain briefly introduced the purpose of today, he waited for everyone to speak. Itachi opened his eyes, revealing a pair of scarlet Sharingan, and a trace of unease flashed in his heart. The third Hokage is dead, so no one knows that he is a spy sent by Konoha. Furthermore, Sasuke has also lost his protection, Danzo could. I'll go. Itachi said. With a calm expression, Itachi continued, "Kisame and I are in the country of fire, which is more convenient." Kisame also smiled and added, "Exactly, I'm also looking forward to seeing Mr. Itachi's hometown. It sure is an interesting place." Seeing that both of them agreed, Pain handed over the task to them. Since Itachi's Amaterasu directly killed the Three Tails, there are still a few years before it can be resurrected. When that happens, that will be the day Akatsuki will show its fangs. After talking about things, Pain dismissed the meeting. Itachi's consciousness returned to the body, and his eyes looked in the direction of Konoha. "Sasuke, I don't know how your life is going," Itachi said to himself in his mind. Kisame has been observing Itachi's expression and asked tentatively, "Mr. Itachi has another purpose for returning to Konoha, right?" Although he is Itachi's partner and respects Itachi, he is also an undercover agent sent by Uchiha Madara. And Itachi was well aware of this and gave his own explanation. I just want to see the situation of the Uchiha clan. After all, I still need Sasuke to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan before he can face me one day. After listening to his explanation, Kisame asked no more questions and the two walked towards Konoha. The next day, a thick fog appeared in Konoha. Under Sharingan's illusion, Itachi and Kisame passed the guards at the door smoothly. Then they stood on the city wall. Itachi looked at the familiar but unfamiliar village and felt a wave in his heart. Kisame said coldly, "Unfortunately, there are no strong people in such a large village, and sooner or later it will be destroyed." Itachi frowned slightly. "Kisame, I was born in this village, so I am very aware of the horror of Konoha, and I am not completely sure, don't mess around." Hearing this, Kisame didn't say more. Normally Itachi is the brain of this team. Let's go and gather some information first. In front of a meatball shop, Kakashi is reading silently with a book of Ika Ika. "Kakashi. What are you doing here?" A surprised voice rang out, and when he looked up, it turned out to be Yuhi Kurenai. "Good morning, Kurenai." Kakashi greeted first and then continued, "I was just relaxing after everything that happened recently." "How is your life in the Uchiha clan?" However, when the Uchiha clan was mentioned, Kakashi keenly noticed that a person in the store had an obvious reaction. He silently gestured to Kurenai, and she also understood. "I'm doing very well, now I'm very happy. I went out for a walk and took the opportunity to buy some dango for Anko. As you know, that's her favorite food and she especially likes the ones from this store." Kurenai pretended to be distressed. While the two exchanged information with gestures. They looked inside the store but found that the two suspicious people who were sitting at the table had already disappeared. Immediately Kakashi and Kurenai began to chase them. But before leaving, Kurenai asked Kakashi to send a message to Natsuo, so he called Pakken to be in charge of sending the information. After Itachi and Kisame left the dango shop, they arrived at the bank of a river. "Mr. Itachi, why are we leaving?" Kisame was a little taken aback. The dango in that store was surprisingly good. Itachi took it away before he finished eating. "Just now that person is Copy Ninja Kakashi, and he discovered that something is wrong with us," Itachi said lightly. "Just a Kakashi, Mr. Itachi, don't say you're afraid." Kisame laughed wildly. Itachi shook his head. "It's not that I'm afraid, I just don't want to cause unnecessary problems. Also remember what our mission is." Swish. Just then, Kurenai and Kakashi appeared in front of them and blocked their way. "Then, can you tell me what your mission is?" S-rank missing Nin, Uchiha Itachi. While speaking, Kakashi had already raised the forehead protector and watched Itachi vigilantly. "Mr. Itachi, it seems that people in this village are not very welcoming to you." Kisame, who was carrying same hata, grinned. Kakashi was unmoved, still watching Uchiha Itachi warily. In the face of a person who can kill his family at the age of 13, he cannot be careless. "Our mission. We are here for the son of the fourth Hokage." Itachi's voice was indifferent, but unknowingly revealed key information. Kurenai's pupils constricted. It was for Naruto. She thought it was Sasuke or Natsuo that she had come for. "Kakashi, Kurenai, please step back, I don't want to kill you." "It should be us who said this, they are in Konoha now." Kurenai didn't like Itachi because of what he did to the Uchiha clan. And now he was ignoring her and Kakashi, which made her even more angry. Kisame was already a little impatient and now the three of them didn't pay attention to him. "Remember, my name is Hoshigaki Kisame." Kisame's hands were sealed, and the calm lake was restless. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. Almost at the same time, Kakashi launched the same technique as Kisame, and they collided with each other. "So this is the copy ninja. Interesting." Kisame's eyes showed excitement. Demonic illusion, tree binding death. Kurenai also took the opportunity to attack Itachi. At the same time, an ancient tree with roots grew behind Itachi, and the branches that spread out bound him firmly. Kurenai's body emerged silently from the tree trunk, holding a kunai in her hand. "It's over, Uchiha Itachi." A hint of surprise flashed in her red eyes. The process went surprisingly smoothly. However, in the next moment, she found out that it was herself who was bound in the tree. This is illusion rebound. Kurenai's heart was terrified, and the illusion bounced back, which could only be achieved if the illusions of both sides were not at the same level. How strong is Uchiha Itachi's illusion? "Use illusions on me, who possess the Sharingan." Itachi shook his head. Then Itachi slowly pulled out a kunai, not at all worried about the illusion breaking. Seeing the kunai getting closer and closer to her neck, Kurenai bit her lip hard and finally freed herself from the illusion using pain. As a result, in reality, Itachi's kunai is still approaching. In desperation, Kurenai was barely able to dodge the attack, but her long hair was still cut off. Itachi was relentless, he kicked Kurenai hard, and she fell into the river. Kurenai. Kakashi felt a little anxious when he saw Kurenai injured, meanwhile Kisame took advantage of his distraction to attack him with the same hata. Kurenai struggled to stand above the water using her chakra, but before she could stabilize herself Itachi's voice came from behind. That's it. Just as Kurenai closed his eyes in resignation and was about to accept death, a very familiar voice came from behind her. As soon as you came back, you made such a big noise, as expected of you Itachi. When she opened her eyes and looked behind her, she realized that Natsuo was standing behind her, holding the kunai that Itachi was about to stab. Natsuo. We meet again. Itachi also recognized the person in front of him. It was Natsuo who had taken over the Uchiha clan. Chapter 119, Recruiting Kisame. Whenever Itachi thinks about Konoha, other than Sasuke, he most often thinks about Natsuo. Not because of how deep his feelings are, but because he was the only one besides Sasuke who survived the clan massacre. Mr. Itachi, do you know this guy? Kisame saw Itachi stop and abandon Kakashi and came to him. The five formed a confrontation situation. On one side, Natsuo was the leader, and on the other side, it was Itachi. Be careful of his illusions, Kurenai just got caught. Kakashi reminded, looking at Kisame with dread. Uchiha Natsuo, leader of the Uchiha clan, was hiding his strength until the recent attack on Konoha where he managed to stop Shikaku's tailed beast ball. Itachi briefly introduced Natsuo, making Kisame a little surprised. Natsuo spoke calmly, that's just a small achievement compared to your actions. Being able to kill everyone in the clan, even your parents. As expected of the number one filial son in the shinobi world. The words are full of irony. Itachi felt a pain in his heart, but his face remained calm and replied, I only did it to test my ability and let Sasuke awaken the same eyes as me, only then will I have an opponent. Natsuo, as a member of the Uchiha clan if you can't even understand this, you are not worthy of standing in front of me. Itachi can only pretend again and then told them, you guys retreat now, I can pretend that nothing happened. Stop your nonsense, I've wanted to beat you up for a long time. Natsuo got tired of his performance, so he decided to end this farce directly. He had already secretly made a seal with one hand and performed ninjutsu in seconds. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. The current begins to riot, and a giant water dragon appeared, heading towards Itachi and Kisame with great momentum. There I go. Kisame is excited, he hasn't encountered such a strong water release in a long time. Water release, water bullet technique. After Kisame released the ninjutsu, the powerful torrent of water directly impacted the water dragon. A mysterious smile appeared on the corner of Natsuo's mouth. Burst. Shadow Clone, who was hidden in the water dragon, rushed out and exploded in front of the two of them. The loud explosion caused Kisame to be thrown several meters in a pitiful state and suffer minor injuries. But Itachi was just a clone. It's very easy for you to abandon your teammates, isn't it Itachi? Natsuo looked at a tree on the shore, and Itachi's figure also appeared there. Only then did Kakashi and Kurenai realize where Itachi was. I believe in Kisame's strength, that's why I let him face you alone. Kisame, who was a little dissatisfied, doubted his explanation. Just as he was about to continue, Itachi stopped him. If this drags on it could affect our plan, so let me do it. As he spoke, Itachi's pupils transformed into the Mangekyo Sharingan, and Kakashi immediately went on guard. Tsukuyomi. Natsuo had no intention of resisting at all. His consciousness was pulled directly into Tsukuyomi space. In fact, with Natsuo's current mental power, even without using his Mangekyo Sharingan, he can forcibly resist the power of Itachi's Tsukuyomi. It's just that he wanted to see the difference between his own and Itachi's Tsukuyomi space. In a blink of an eye, his body was tied to a wooden stake, and Itachi stood in front of him with the kunai. This is a space that is completely controlled by me. Even if 3 days have passed here, in the real world only a second has passed. Natsuo, I hope you can bear the pain that continues in silence. Natsuo was unmoved and looked at the entire space before shaking his head regretfully. It's all the same, boring, no different. Forget it, I'm tired of playing. Before Uchiha Itachi could figure out what Natsuo meant, he realized that his pupils had also changed to Mangekyo Sharingan. Then, the entire Tsukuyomi space shattered. Arg. The side effects of the illusion backlash made Uchiha Itachi cry out in pain. Kisame quickly supported him. Mr. Itachi, are you alright? I'm fine. Uchiha Itachi said reluctantly, covering his left eye. Let's go, my illusion has been devoured. Now he has too many doubts in his heart. How come Natsuo has the Mangekyo Sharingan, and why is it stronger than his? Kisame also noticed that the situation had become complicated, so he decided to leave with Itachi immediately. Meanwhile Natsuo made a seal and summoned 2 shadow clones, which rushed towards Itachi and Kisame before they could escape. Bringer of Darkness technique. A deep darkness covered the sight of everyone present. Natsuo discovered that many of the techniques developed by second Hokage were aimed at the Uchiha clan. This technique was born to limit Sharingan's illusion. Itachi frowned slightly. With his Mangekyo Sharingan, he could barely capture Natsuo's movements, which would barely allow him to defend himself. Just as Kisame was about to use full-scale ninjutsu to get out of the Bringer of Darkness technique's range, Natsuo began his own plan. Tsukuyomi. Kisame's movements froze, and his consciousness fell into the space of illusion. In the illusion space, there was nothing under his feet. Just an infinite emptiness. The feeling of being alone could drive people crazy. But Kisame's face was not afraid at all, instead he smiled savagely. Is it the same illusion as Mr. Itachi? I've wanted to experience it for a long time. If you think that by trusting Same Hada you can escape the illusion, let me tell you, you will be disappointed. Kisame's face changed slightly. Natsuo appeared above the void without warning, and a throne appeared behind him. Natsuo just sat up and looked down at him condescendingly. After you entered the illusion space, Same Hada also fell into illusion. Hoshigaki Kisame, an S-class missing nin from Kirigakure, defected after trying to overthrow the Land of Water government and assassinate numerous influential figures in power. Kisame didn't flinch. All this information is public, anyone who wants to find it can do so. But what was said next shook his heart. For the sake of the mission, you have to keep killing your companions. Your life must be very hard, right? These familiar words reminded him of someone involuntarily. The kunoichi who smiled and invited him to have a meal together before the mission but was killed by his own hands in the end. This was the last word the other party left him. Also from that time, he fell into confusion. The so-called excellent shinobi is nothing but a murderer who betrays his companions. He sacrificed his life for the village but couldn't find what he was fighting for. How do you know this? Forcing himself to remain calm, Kisame knew that since Natsuo didn't act immediately, he must have another purpose for bringing him here. Kisame, I appreciate you, you have worked hard for so many years to create a world without falsehood. But did you ever know that all this is false in itself, and even the man who calls himself Uchiha Madara is just a pawn? Natsuo stepped off the throne and came to Kisame's side. The words he said made Kisame unable to stay calm anymore. His reason for joining the Akatsuki organization was his hatred towards this world filled with falsehood and betrayal everywhere. As long as the nine-tailed beasts are captured, the Tsuki no Mi project can be executed, completely reshaping the world. This is what he has been fighting for. But now. Natsuo said that all this was false, he just went from one lie to another. Kisame suddenly felt that the world was not worth it, and the world was always full of malice towards him. A smile spread across Natsuo's face, and his voice sounded very illusory. Do you want to find the meaning of your life? Do you want to be able to really live? Kisame calmed down quickly. Why should I believe everything you say, even if what you just said is true? How can I be sure that your path is not one full of lies and betrayal? Natsuo's smile didn't change. You can rely on your own eyes to confirm everything I said in the future. There's nothing more real than your own experience. Kisame's heart moved a little, but he still asked, what about the price? There is no goodwill for no reason in the world. What is Natsuo's purpose? Why are you so serious? Natsuo waved his hand. I just think you're a qualified person and I want you to work for me. After all, there are not many people in the entire shinobi world who are as honest as you. Kisame. However, this is a condition that he cannot refuse. Since he has the opportunity to get closer to the so-called truth, he is not afraid even if his body is shattered. As long as you can prove that what you said is right, it doesn't matter if I give you my life. As expected of a pure shinobi, Kisame made a decision without the slightest hesitation. Natsuo also smiled brightly. No problem, whatever you want to know, feel free to ask. Kisame thought for a while, then raised his head and looked at Natsuo firmly. I want to know the true purpose of the Eye of the Moon plan, and the identity of Uchiha Madara. Chapter 120, An Interesting Night. 3 hours later in Tsukuyomi space. Kisame's worldview was smashed to pieces, and then reshaped a little bit. So, Project Tsuki no Mi is just an illusion to immerse everyone in a false world created by Uchiha Madara, aka Obito. After so many twists and turns, Project Tsuki no Mi turned out to be fake. Okay, what else do you want to ask? Natsuo spoke for more than 3 hours, and even he felt tired from the sight of the infinite void of Tsukuyomi space. Kisame thought for a moment and shook his head. Not for now, but I will verify everything you said. If what Natsuo said was true, then his life belonged to him. That's good. Natsuo smiled, and a kunai appeared in his hand, then several clones surrounded Kisame. To avoid any type of suspicion, we have to be as careful as possible. Kisame started to panic. Actually, my acting ability is not bad, it's not necessary, The reality, an instant later. Kisame fell to his knees in pain, his shark-like face contorting. Kisame. Itachi also sensed the change on Kisame's side and complained inwardly, I'm a Konoha spy, why do you hit so hard? But he couldn't say those words, so he had to use his last resort. Susanoo. A huge red skeleton emerged, dispelling the darkness. A skeleton arm stretched out and grabbed Kisame from the ground. Itachi took the opportunity to use fire release, great fireball technique, blocking Natsuo's attack, and then escaped. Kakashi wanted to chase but was stopped by Natsuo. Don't worry about them, go see Naruto first. Kakashi remembered Itachi's words from just now and hurriedly left. He also has to report today's intelligence to the two advisors without delay. Only Kurenai and Natsuo were left at the scene. Are you okay? Seeing Kurenai's bruised red arm, Natsuo used the mystical palm technique to treat her and soon the bruise disappeared. Kurenai stared at Natsuo who was treating her carefully. Natsuo said with concern, how are you feeling, honey? The wounds are not serious, but it is better to treat them as soon as possible. Kurenai looked gratefully at Natsuo. Thank you for saving me, my hero. As Natsuo finished treating the wounds, he said, you're welcome, honey. Don't worry, you'll be fine in no time. Kurenai with a suggestive look and a mischievous smile said, you know, after a rescue like that, I think I deserve something special today. Something exclusive. Natsuo was a little surprised at Kurenai's flirtatious smile and insinuation. Natsuo raised an eyebrow and said with a mischievous smile, exclusive, you say? I have a couple of options, but I think I know what you mean. Kurenai said as she approached, yes, I want your exclusive attention today. I don't want to share you with your other wives. Oh, honey, you're a constant temptation. Are you sure you want to deal with me alone tonight? Kurenai replied, I think I can handle it. Natsuo leans towards her, a mix of amusement and desire in her gaze. So, it'll be a interesting night. A forest outside the town. Itachi fled here with Kisame and seeing that Natsuo did not catch up with them, he dispersed the Susanoo. Although it was only used for a short period of time, there was also a piercing pain in his body. Itachi-sama, are you okay? Kisame was panting heavily, supporting his body with same hada, cursing Natsuo constantly in his heart. It's no big deal, we have to abandon the mission about the Nine Tails, now we have to go back and tell the leader what happened. Itachi felt a little relieved, Akatsuki wouldn't be going after the Nine Tails Jinchuriki for a while. But Kisame, uncharacteristically, did not listen to his advice. Itachi-sama, we are so embarrassed today because of Natsuo. Wait for me to recover for a few days and I will take revenge on Konoha before returning. No. Itachi's face changed, and he said almost subconsciously. He immediately realized that his performance had been a bit exaggerated and returned to his indifferent face. It is certain that the people of Konoha will now be alert to intruders, if you return you may find yourself surrounded by enemies. I used to be a Kirigakura-umbu, so I have no problem seeking revenge on the few remaining members of the Uchiha clan in Konoha. Kisame was unmoved. That won't work either. Itachi collapsed in his heart, why did everything end like this? Now Kisame wants to seek revenge against the Uchiha clan, what if he ends up attacking Sasuke? Everything about the Uchiha clan belongs to me, so you can't touch them. Deliberately emphasizing it, Itachi walked towards the distance. They can't stay in the land of fire anymore, God knows what trouble they might encounter if they stay. Kisame must stay away from Konoha. What Itachi couldn't see was that behind him, Kisame showed a playful smile. Residents of the Uchiha clan. In the dim light of the bedroom, the soft light of the candles danced on the walls, coloring the room with warm, golden tones. Kurenai sat on the edge of the bed, her short skirt rising slightly as Natsuo approached her with an intense gaze. His lips met hers in a kiss that was like a burning whisper, his strong hands holding her face tenderly. The rustling sound of silk brushing against her skin mingled with the calm rhythm of her labored breathing, an echo of the tension building between them. The deep, dark tones of the bedroom enhanced the intimacy of the moment, creating a separate world where only the two of them existed. Kurenai closed her eyes, letting her senses flood with sensations. She shivered slightly as she felt Natsuo's hand slide under her blouse, seeking the warmth of her skin. His fingers explored with a gentle touch, caressing the softness of her stomach, a journey that awakened pleasurable sensations. The atmosphere was filled with barely audible whispers, the rubbing of the fabric against her skin, her contented sigh as she felt her breasts being caressed with passion. Natsuo, giving in to desire, ripped the blouse without breaking it completely, revealing suggestive nudity. The rustle of her torn fabric mixed with the rapid beating of her heart, creating a private melody in the middle of the room. Kurenai felt a surge of emotions. The contact of Natsuo's lips on her skin unleashed a cascade of sensations that ran through her body, a dance of caresses that ignited the fire of their shared passion. Kurenai pushed Natsuo onto the bed. A playful smile graced her face as she folded the hem of her skirt, transforming it into a suggestive belt that showed off the curves of her body as she sat on it. Kurenai felt intoxicated by the tension-filled atmosphere, a tingle of anticipation running through her body as she settled on top of Natsuo. With a hasty gesture, she removed the last piece of clothing that prevented their connection. Kurenai, with a mixture of longing and expectation, bit her lip lightly as she lowered her hips, a dance of emotions in her gaze as tension and desire intertwined within her. In the darkness of the bedroom, the atmosphere was permeated with a palpable intimacy. Kurenai was on top of Natsuo, a fiery embrace uniting them tightly. Her labored breathing and glances full of complicity spoke of a shared desire and a deep connection. The silence was filled with barely audible whispers, the touch of their bodies, the rapid beating of their hearts. Kurenai let out a shaky breath, an echo of the pleasure that coursed through her being, as she gently lay down on Natsuo's chest, exhausted but completely given over to the intimate moment they had shared. In the dim light of the bedroom, the atmosphere was charged with an intimate connection between Kurenai and Natsuo. With a playful gesture, he hugged her, and, in one smooth motion, they rolled together. A sincere laugh escaped her lips as she found herself beneath him, a moment of complicity that added warmth to the moment. The rustles of silk and the faint sound of her shared breathing intertwined in the air. Burning desire flowed between them as he moved gently, seeking to make the experience more exciting. With a playful touch, Natsuo took a bottle of wine and spread some over Kurenai's skin, tracing a tantalizing path from her neck to her chest. The atmosphere was filled with the intoxicating aroma, adding a sensual nuance to the atmosphere, as Natsuo explored the contours of Kurenai's softness, each caress igniting the passion between them. With increasingly faster movements, Natsuo sought to deepen the connection they shared. They embraced each other passionately, letting desire grow in the warmth of their union. Their lips met in a passionate kiss before they took a brief pause, breathing deeply into each other. Natsuo forcefully turned Kurenai, continuing their intimate connection. The barely audible whispers of her breath filled the room, mixing with the rapid beating of her heart. A moment of ecstasy was reflected on Kurenai's face as she, with a suppressed sigh, experienced pleasure beyond words. Natsuo held her as she surrendered to the intensity of the moment. After a pause, Natsuo had her turn on her side, allowing them to maintain the connection as he slid into her with passion. Natsuo's passionate caresses on Kurenai's breasts added a nuance of complicity and desire to his encounter with her. A sigh of ecstasy escaped Kurenai's lips as her pleasure washed over her, manifesting in a moment of complete surrender and connection with Natsuo. Natsuo then gently turned Kurenai's face as she stood with her back to him. Their gazes met, their lips touching in a soft dance of tongues that expressed the deep connection between them. They shared intimate moments throughout the night, until Kurenai passed out from exhaustion. Chapter 121, Return of the Slug Princess, Tsunade's Fury Unleashed. A few days later, Konoha Gate. Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar place, Tsunade took a deep breath. This is the village that her grandfather built, the dream of her younger brother. And today, the purpose of his return is to become Hokage and confront the bastard Natsuo. Konoha, I'm back. One of the Sannin, Konoha's slug princess Tsunade, had returned. This news has undoubtedly calmed the growing undercurrents in Konoha. Some people are excited for her return and other people can only grit their teeth in hatred towards her. Although Tsunade has miraculously brought a daughter. But the position of Hokage has never relied on a healthy personal life, but on real power and prestige that surpasses countless others. And Tsunade is obviously the most advantageous competitor for the position of Hokage. With the blood of the first Hokage and second Hokage flowing in her, if she hadn't left Konoha on her own during the fourth Hokage's election and had participated in the election instead, then the position of the fourth Hokage might not have fallen to Namikaze Minato. From this perspective, the deaths of Nawaki and Dan have many questionable points. The Senju clan's background was too strong for a one-eyed old man who was going crazy wanting to be Hokage. So after Tsunade arrived in Konoha, almost everyone supported her, pushing her towards the position of Hokage. They talked to her about giving her daughter a bright future, hiring the best nanny in the land of fire full-time to take care of her. They also mentioned to her about how, after becoming Hokage, she could use the power of the village to better protect her daughter. After a long series of words, Tsunade finally accepted the position of Hokage. Or rather, she never intended to refuse in the first place. After all, this village was protected by the first Hokage and second Hokage at the cost of their lives. Now she was needed to set things right. However, after a series of complex inauguration ceremonies, Tsunade did not immediately deal with the attacks from the Kumogakure and Sunagakure. Instead, without hesitation, he opened the intelligence database and began searching for the information about Natsuo. Tsunade looked at report after report. After reading all the information about Natsuo, the anger she had been holding back erupted within her. Without hesitation, she smashed open the window and headed straight to the Uchiha residence with determined steps. Bang! Tsunade kicked fiercely, breaking the door of the Uchiha clan residence into pieces. Her eyes were filled with anger. Natsuo! Die, you bastard! the base of the root. Crash. Danzo, who was still recovering from his injuries, pushed away the teacup in front of him and cursed angrily. Since you left the village, you should never have come back. Why do you want to go back and fight for the Hokage seat with the old men? Now that both Tsunade and Orochimaru had left the village, and Jiraiya does not want to be Hokage, sooner or later the position would belong to him. Unexpectedly, within a few days, Jiraiya brought her back. This shattered his Hokage dream again. Jiraiya. In the dark room, Danzo's wailing like a ghost was heard. Land of Rain. Uchiha Itachi and Kisame have returned to Akatsuki's base. When they saw the embarrassed appearance of the two, some of the members who stayed at the base all showed expressions of surprise. Katsukatsu. Isn't this Itachi, a simple task and you ended up like this? Deidara is enjoying Itachi's misfortune a little. He disliked Uchiha Itachi's arrogant demeanor the most. However, Itachi was unmoved. I met a more troublesome opponent and suffered a loss. Is it from Konoha? An indifferent voice came, and everyone followed the voice and looked. It was Pain. The purple Rinnegan stared at Uchiha Itachi. Pain was also curious. In the existing information, it seems that the current Konoha has no one who can make them suffer. Something must have gone wrong. While gathering information about the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, we encountered Uchiha Natsuo. Itachi said softly. Konan, who had been silent, also raised his head. Pain's expression changed a little. Uchiha Natsuo. According to Kakuzu's information, he is strong, but he shouldn't be able to defeat both of them. But Itachi gently shook his head. He possesses the Mangekyo Sharingan, and apparently his illusions are more powerful than mine. Hearing this, everyone present was shocked. Apparently he was hiding more than we thought. He is a master of several powerful ninjutsu and forbidden techniques, in addition to possessing the Mangekyo Sharingan. Itachi said the information, and everyone's eyes flickered. In Konoha, there is no shortage of geniuses at any time. Sasori's rough voice was heard among the group. Pain also stopped considering Natsuo alone with an employer without any strength. But that's all. In his eyes, even the most talented ninja would not be the opponent of God. The crowd dispersed, and Kisame returned to his room. It's just that there is already a man in a vortex mask waiting for him. Seeing this person, Kisame was not surprised at all, but his eyes became playful. Is what Uchiha Itachi said true? The masked man, Obito, said in a low voice. He suspected that Itachi had other purposes for returning to Konoha this time, but fortunately he had placed a spy beside Itachi. Although he already knew that Natsuo was hiding his strength, but the news that he possesses the Mangekyo Sharingan made him a little worried. Only those who personally possess the Mangekyo Sharingan know what terrifying force it can bestow. Of course. Kisame grinned. Itachi-sama and I were stopped by Copy Ninja Kakashi and another Konoha Kunoichi as soon as we entered Konoha, and then that guy defeated us. After speaking, Kisame carefully observed the only Sharingan that the mask revealed. And although they were small, he perceived changes. Kisame began to laugh in his mind. Uchiha Obito, you make my job very easy to confirm some of the things that Natsuo told me. Chapter 122, Chapter 122, a 10-hour battle, Tsunade's confrontation with Natsuo. Tsunade-sama. What a surprise. Natsuo said. He looked up and saw Tsunade, who couldn't contain her anger and fiercely threw a punch at Natsuo's face. He raised his hand and easily caught Tsunade's full power blow. Bastard. Tsunade's eyes burned with anger. You are stronger than Kage level. You really are good at pretending. Tsunade said sarcastically. Being able to casually block her punch like that, Natsuo was obviously not as simple as an ordinary Kage level. In the end, she still didn't know how to feel about what happened. She feels great frustration about the situation as well as deep anger towards Natsuo. But she also feels pain and sadness since her daughter and being back in Konoha remind her of the people she lost in the past, like her brother and Kato Dan. Well, circumstances forced me to do it. Natsuo responded, relaxed and unconcerned about what was to come. Internally he was surprised, but he was not intimidated by Tsunade's unleashed fury. Well, Tsunade, although I'm glad for your visit, I don't think it's good for the new Hokage to break into the Uchiha clan like this. Natsuo said with a smile. Tsunade, who was going through a series of emotions at this moment, shouted, Natsuo, don't you dare speak so flippantly. You know perfectly well why I'm here. Don't tell me you've forgotten what you've done. A pair of fists fiercely smashed over. Natsuo sighed helplessly. Even though the great ninja war had already begun, why was this Hokage still so idle? Tsunade threw punches with both fists, each punch carrying a gust of wind, and just one punch was enough to seriously injure an elite jonin. Natsuo defended himself while retreating. Fight back. Tsunade shouted angrily as she continued to strike. You had the guts to take advantage of me while I was drunk, but you don't have the guts to fight back. Natsuo could only smile helplessly. Although he was innocent, he was still in the wrong. How could he possibly fight back in a situation like this? You won't fight back, huh? Tsunade's eyes narrowed. Alright, then I'll just kill you today. With that, she became even more ferocious in her attacks. Natsuo's eyes narrowed. Although he felt responsible for what happened to Tsunade, that doesn't mean she can go too far. Natsuo said to himself, it seems that I must show some strength, otherwise Tsunade will not be able to calm down and this situation may get out of control. And so. Bang. 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 Their figures intertwined, fists hitting flesh. The more Tsunade fought, the more excited she became, as if she wanted to vent all the anger, frustration, shame, guilt, pain, and sadness that she had accumulated during her year of pregnancy. Seeing her like this, Natsuo decided to first let her vent, so he only focused on stopping and evading her attacks, retreating step by step. The main residence of the Uchiha clan was being destroyed by Tsunade's strong blows. The earth was cracking, covered in the footprints left by Tsunade's footsteps. Trees, flower beds, and buildings. All turned into ruins. Fortunately, the Uchiha clan had a large estate, with plenty of space, otherwise they would have ended up attacking someone else's home. Tsunade suddenly leaped up, towering above, and fiercely threw a punch. However, in the next second, her expression changed. Not good. Perhaps the noise here was too loud. Anko, holding her little son, curiously peeked out from behind the wall. But this position happened to be near Tsunade's attack. Although it didn't hit her directly, even the residual force from the battle was not something a baby could resist. Tsunade quickly restrained her power. Although she wanted to vent her emotions by hitting Natsuo, that didn't mean she wanted to harm others because of it, much less a baby. And at this moment, Natsuo's expression became serious, his pupils suddenly changed. Susanoo's figure quickly appeared and stood directly in front of Anko. Bang. Tsunade's punch heavily struck Susanoo. However, Susanoo didn't even sway and directly withstood this punch. Anko, what are you doing here? Natsuo frowned. It's okay if you're curious, but bringing a baby. Do you really think that with all this commotion this is a safe place? Alright, I'll leave now. Anko stuck out her tongue, knowing that she had made a big mistake by accident. In fact, she had already received Natsuo's notification saying, don't come near, no matter what noise you hear. But she couldn't resist her curiosity. Especially when she heard that the fifth Hokage was coming with the appearance of catching a bastard, her inner spirit couldn't help but stir, completely forgetting that she still had a baby in her arms. She is probably the most fearless mother of the Uchiha clan. That her son could survive safely until now, he was considered to be a child favored by heaven. Anko quickly ran away, knowing from Natsuo's expression that he was truly angry with her this time. Seeing her leave, Natsuo tried to calm down and then turned his head to look at Tsunade, his eyes flickering with a dangerous light. Hokage-sama, it seems you've been a bit too reckless. Maybe I should spank you hard to make you behave. Tsunade. She suddenly felt a sense of danger. Just as she was about to take action. Suddenly, she met Natsuo's eyes. The next second, she felt dizzy, and before she could react, her body was firmly grabbed. Natsuo's patience had run out at this point. He understood Tsunade's anger, so he had been giving in all along. But that didn't mean he was going to let her continue like this as long as she wanted. Furthermore, she is a medical need. If she had not wanted to have the child, she would have been able to take action right after the incident. But now that her rampage almost involved his son, although much of it is Anko's fault, it's time to stop this charade. So Natsuo directly used the Genjutsu, Sharingan, taking advantage of the moment when Tsunade was suppressed by the Genjutsu, he rushed forward and tightly bound her. Tsunade quickly regained consciousness from the Genjutsu, her face full of anger. You have a lot of nerve, daring to attack the Hokage. Not only do I dare to attack the Hokage, I dare to do other things too. Natsuo snorted, Hokage-sama should be careful, don't beg for mercy later. Beg for mercy. Tsunade seemed to have heard a particularly funny joke, are you talking about me? Do you think the esteemed Hokage would beg for mercy from you? Natsuo, how would you know if you don't try? Tsunade, delusional. Natsuo, very good, I hope you can maintain that attitude until the end. Saying that, he carried Tsunade into the bedroom. Wait. What do you want to do? Tsunade became a little panicked and shouted angrily, bastard. Let me go. 1 hour later. You dare to attack the Hokage. It's treason, I will kill you. 2 hours later. Kid. I will definitely kill you. Kill you. 3 hours later. Damn evil Uchiha. Grandfather was right. When Uchiha Itachi was killing people back then, how could he forget about you? 5 hours later. Damn it. Are you a beast? 10 hours later. Udatain Koharu, Mito Kato Hamura, Jiraiya, Kakashi, and others wanted to see Tsunade urgently, but they didn't see her at all. They waited for a long time and did not see Tsunade return, so they actively followed Tsunade's footsteps and tracked her to the Uchiha clan residence. When they were about to enter the main residence of the Uchiha clan, they heard the sounds of gasping and stifled moans. The sound was melodious and pleasant. Everyone. After a while Tsunade met the people who came to look for her at the Uchiha clan residence. Tsunade was so upset her teeth were gnashing. But after her daughter was born, she had also considered the situation, so although she felt various emotions towards Natsuo, such as anger, it was more of a superficial resistance. Deep down in her heart she had accepted Natsuo, although she wouldn't admit it easily. But when she felt Natsuo's gaze, she instinctively stepped back, while saying to herself, this was too much. Fighting for 10 hours straight. Is this guy an animal? Who wouldn't panic when facing such an enemy? However, as Hokage, she finally forced himself to maintain a dignified and elegant demeanor, looking at Natsuo from a high position and said, you have great fighting strength and, in this war, please serve Konoha well and don't do anything like hide your true strength. Do you understand, leader of the Uchiha clan? Natsuo said, nodding. Ah, yes, everything Hokage-sama said is correct. I was petty before. Tsunade was still feeling uncomfortable with the situation, so after discussing some trivial matters, she dismissed Kakashi and the others. Today, she didn't plan to leave. Mainly because her body was weak, and she felt truly exhausted. And she did not want to continue dealing with the affairs of the village. So she planned to use the excuse of, Konoha village lacks military funds. The 5th Hokage is preparing to have a night-long conversation with the Uchiha clan leader, hoping that the Uchiha clan can lend a hand to the village. However, after everyone left, her expression changed, and she solemnly spoke to Natsuo. Was it you who took action against the 3rd Hokage? Natsuo smiled faintly, took a sip of tea, and remained silent. I see. Tsunade sighed bitterly. As expected. A powerful Kage-level expert and the leader of a clan, why would he hide his true strength? How could someone like him not be able to uncover the true situation behind the destruction of his own clan? Almost everyone at the Kage level is decisive and ruthless. How could a man like him not have any thoughts after discovering the plan to destroy Konoha? But I suppose it was his own doing, right? Tsunade sighed lightly. Killing the Hokage is definitely wrong, but you also have to consider the person's identity. As the Hokage, Tsunade has the right to know the true circumstances of the Uchiha clan's annihilation. You killed his entire clan, and now he has only killed you. Tsunade can only lament that her own teacher brought this upon himself and cannot live, and then figure out how to use Natsuo's strength to protect the village. After all, she can understand Natsuo's actions towards the 3rd Hokage. When Nawaki died back then, she almost really went after the 3rd Hokage and Danzo. And now, if she weren't the 5th Hokage and couldn't do certain things for the sake of the village, she would directly go after Danzo. Tsunade shook her head, her twin ponytails swaying with her head. Her fine hair carried a captivating fragrance as it scattered in the wind. Tsunade took a deep breath, her eyes no longer filled with anger. Or rather, as the Hokage, Tsunade understands very well what she should do now. Natsuo, the village needs funds. Tsunade said in a deep voice. 10 billion, I won't hold you accountable for what you did before. It is unclear if she is referring to the incident in which Natsuo killed the 3rd Hokage or the incident in which Natsuo imposed himself on her. Tsunade smiled slightly. Tsunade seemed fierce and aggressive. But as the Hokage, she never prioritized personal matters over official duties. In the end, compared to her personal honor and disgrace, she valued the village that the 1st and 2nd Hokage were proud of more. All right. Natsuo nodded. I will begin to mobilize the funds, but it is too large an amount, so I will give you the funds in parts in a reasonable time. So readily. Tsunade blinked her eyes. She had already made a big demand, and she thought there would be a negotiation, but Natsuo agreed without hesitation. It seems that I underestimated the financial resources of the Uchiha clan. Did I set the price too low? But since they had already agreed, she wouldn't go back on her word. If I still want to obtain funds from the Uchiha clan, is that possible? Tsunade asked tentatively. The village had a large funding gap, including compensation for the ninjas, funds for village reconstruction, and military funding for external wars. Although Konoha was really rich, but when she took over the village, the first thing she noticed was that the finances were a disaster. She still doesn't know how much is the fault of her master and his group of friends. Natsuo replied, that's possible, but it won't be without conditions. Tsunade asked, what do you want? On behalf of Konoha, I hope to receive another 10 billion in financial assistance. Natsuo didn't hesitate and said, I want you to bear my child. Tsunade. Is he trying to force the Hokage to sell herself? Chapter 123, Tsunade's luck for betting. Tsunade, of course, did not agree to Natsuo's request. Konoha hasn't fallen so low as to sell out the Hokage. Tsunade's self-esteem also does not allow her to do such a thing. Well, let's try a different approach. Natsuo blinked his eyes. How about this? If you stay at my house for a day, the Uchiha clan will support Konoha with 100 million ryo, as long as you don't take the initiative I won't do anything to you. How about that? Upon hearing this, Tsunade's eyes lit up. So, if I don't initiate it, you won't make a move. Of course. Natsuo said matter-of-factly. You're trying to give me money, aren't you? Tsunade burst into laughter. I'll take this bet. That I take the initiative. Natsuo, you must be daydreaming. She may not be able to control others, but can she even control herself? Although it's a bet, can she really lose this bet? Natsuo also knew this very well, but he did intend to give Tsunade some money. Mainly because Tsunade is the mother of his child and so far she hasn't received any support from him. The current bet, just like the 10 billion compensation earlier, can be considered as compensation for Tsunade. He even planned to bet a few more times, lose more money, to appease his conscience. After chatting for a few more sentences, they went their separate ways. Natsuo had a mindset of just wanting to give money and didn't care about anything else. On the other hand, Tsunade, looking at Natsuo's calm appearance, started to feel a bit uncertain. He shouldn't have any way to make me take the initiative, right? Tsunade thought for a moment. No, that can't be, can it? What can he do to shake my determination? This bet has a high chance of winning, so there shouldn't be any problems. As long as she didn't agree, the situation would be a guaranteed victory. Wouldn't the winning rate be 100%? But considering her strange gambling luck, Tsunade felt a bit anxious. Maybe I should play it safe. Tsunade pondered for a moment and called her secretary, Shizun. Shizun, bring me my medicine bag. Tsunade-sama, what do you need it for? Shizun asked curiously. Tsunade whispered, I'm planning to drug Natsuo. Ah. Tsunade-sama, why do you suddenly want to? Shizun panicked. Last time, Tsunade was a victim of the effects of drugs. Why are you thinking about drugging someone again? Shizun, you don't understand. Tsunade whispered. Did you know that after a man has an orgasm, he has a refractory period? In theory, as long as Natsuo is in his refractory period, my bet with him will be absolutely safe. Even if Natsuo really has some means to make her take the initiative, as long as he is in his refractory period, those means will have no effect at all. This is a double insurance. Tsunade praised her own cleverness. You make it sound like it makes sense. Shizun pondered for a moment and said, I'll prepare it for you. Good, when it's time for dinner, I'll find an opportunity to drug Natsuo. This round of gambling will be a guaranteed victory. Tsunade also had a determined look on her face. Gambling against me, Tsunade. Natsuo, you're still too young. Soon it was time for dinner. Various delicacies and exquisite ingredients are served on the table. Tsunade and Shizun silently swallow their saliva. Although the Senju clan's wealth is not inferior to the Uchiha clan, the problem is that Tsunade has already lost it all. They now owe a large sum of money. Although they have no worries about food and drink and traveling is also easy for them, they can forget about eating these precious delicacies and rare ingredients. Their appetites are instantly aroused, and they enter a ravenous mode. But the Uchiha clan's generosity goes beyond just abundant food. This is the famous Katsura Crown, a specialty liquor from the land of rivers. Tsunade's eyes light up. It is said to incorporate the fragrance of the Katsura tree leaves unique to the land of rivers into the liquor, making it the finest sake. Yes, indeed. Natsuo nods. Consider it a gift for Hokage-sama. After all, the Uchiha clan has offended Hokage-sama in many ways. I hope Hokage-sama can forgive us. This also includes Natsuo's apology. Tsunade's heart is instantly moved, because of her pregnancy and the crying of her child, she hasn't had a good drink in a long time. Now is the perfect time to satisfy her craving for alcohol. Tsunade immediately takes action. Shizun is also the same. How could Tsunade, a petty woman, let her loyal follower drink alone? Both of them have been craving alcohol for a long time. They start drinking heavily. Meanwhile, Natsuo sips his drink slowly, one small cup at a time. Drinking alcohol is a big taboo when trying to conceive, and he rarely touches a drop of alcohol on normal days. However, since it's a way to make amends, he decided to accompany her and drink a little less. Tsunade started drinking heavily as a form of revenge, not even bothering to eat, and started chugging straight from the bottle. Shizun, who does not have a high tolerance for alcohol, was the first to get drunk. Tsunade soon became dazed as well. Oh, right, I still need to drug Natsuo. Tsunade tried to maintain some clarity and started taking action. But she only ended up drinking another glass of alcohol. Why does this alcohol taste strange, like it's medicated? And then Natsuo noticed that Tsunade suddenly got closer to him. Natsuo. Tsunade blushed. The esteemed Hokage herself had made such a serious mistake. She accidentally drugged her own drink. It's all because Uchiha's alcohol is too good. Natsuo, you despicable person. No, this won't do. Konoha is in urgent need of funds, so I must take advantage of Natsuo's mistake and make a fortune. Of course, as a dignified Kage-level expert, I will never repeat the same mistake. Shizun, I'll leave the drugging to you this time. Tsunade said seriously. Shizun also vowed earnestly, yes, Lady Tsunade, I will do my best. Tsunade continued to eat and drink excessively. Since she had entrusted the drugging to Shizun, her only responsibility was to keep Natsuo's attention. And so, after 3 rounds of drinking, Shizun should have taken action by now. Natsuo, let's see what chance you have to win against me this time. In the midst of confusion, Tsunade maintained a hint of gambler's pride in her heart. In a game where victory was certain, how could I, Tsunade, have a reason to lose? Then she took a sip of her drink and realized after swallowing it that something was off. This taste doesn't seem right. Oh my god. Did Shizun trick me? Tsunade mustered all her strength to turn her head and found Shizun already heavily intoxicated. And she herself was also quite drunk. And so, Natsuo discovered another warm and fragrant body in his embrace. Natsuo. Damn it. Why am I so unlucky? Tsunade's face turned red with anger, even suppressing the flush on her face. I'm sorry, Lady Tsunade, I accidentally made a mistake. Shizun said with a face full of shame. But this was also inevitable. Shizun's strength was already inferior to Natsuo's, so if she wanted to drug him in front of Natsuo, she naturally had to wait until he was a bit drunk. But since Tsunade was already showing signs of being drunk, Shizun had naturally also had quite a few drinks. In addition, Tsunade herself had to focus on keeping Natsuo's attention and creating opportunities for Shizun, so she naturally couldn't devote too much energy to Shizun's side. Who could have expected that Shizun would actually make a mistake with the wine bottle and end up drugging Tsunade? Tsunade discovered the crux of the problem. Actually, if I think carefully, without the assistance of drugs, as long as I have a strong will, I won't be the one taking the initiative at all. It was because I initially wanted to be foolproof that I ended up being clumsy and creating a huge loophole. The battle continues. On the next day, during dinner, Tsunade let loose this time, eating and drinking freely. Anyway, I won't drug you anymore, can you still make me fall for it? But after 3 rounds of drinks, after Tsunade finished a glass of wine, she felt a familiar taste again. Why? Why is it like this? Tsunade became angry and began to investigate the problem. She quickly caught the culprit, Ringo Emiri. Why did you drug me? Tsunade's face was full of anger. Did you plan this with Natsuo? Plan? Ringo was puzzled and said strangely, no, I was just helping you guys. Earlier, you took drugs to create an opportunity with Natsuo, right? Well, considering that you treated me before, I definitely wanted to help you. Natsuo was too lazy to care about Tsunade and Shizun's actions, one way or another he wouldn't lose out. Even if by some divine luck they managed to give him some drug, with the sage body nothing would happen to him. Besides Natsuo, another person who noticed the actions of the 2 drunk women was Emiri. After thinking about it, Emiri believed that it must be because Tsunade was too proud to admit that she wanted to be with Natsuo, so she deliberately used medicine as an excuse. Although Emiri herself thinks that Tsunade is a formidable Kage-level expert, making excuses is really embarrassing and not decisive enough. But she feels grateful to Tsunade and Shizun for their medical treatment, and she feels guilty for accidentally causing trouble for Tsunade at that time. She decides to take the initiative to create an opportunity for her life-saving benefactor. Why are you blaming me instead? Emiri feels very wronged. What the hell did you help me with? Tsunade's anger rose as she drank. She almost wanted to take action. If Emiri wasn't pregnant, she would probably have started hitting people already. Emiri also opened her mouth in confusion after hearing Tsunade's words. This is during dinner the next day. Although what happened yesterday was a misunderstanding on Emiri's part. But since Tsunade made her stance clear, there will definitely be no problem this time. However, unlike the previous special meal prepared specifically to entertain Hokage-sama, today's food was made by Yukino and a few wives who love cooking. As wives, although their culinary skills cannot compare to those of professional chefs in hotels, how can a housewife let her husband not taste the food she cooked? Therefore, although the Uchiha clan employs high-level chefs, every few days, Natsuo's wives will perform a cooking with love. Tsunade and Shizun are determined to prepare for today's battle. This time, there will definitely be no accidents. Tsunade said firmly. But as soon as she picked up her chopsticks. Why doesn't this dish taste right? Tsunade cried out, Natsuo. What did you do? Natsuo furrowed his eyebrows and took a shallow taste, and he also realized that something was wrong. He couldn't help but ask Yukino, did you make this dish? Did you put something in it? Put something in it? Yukino looked puzzled. No, I didn't. Why would I do that? But I did add some seasoning that Tsunade brought, the powder in the small bottle that Shizen brought 2 days ago. She said it's Tsunade's favorite flavor. She doesn't like dishes without these seasonings. Did I do something wrong? Yukino asked timidly. Shizen opened her mouth but couldn't say a word. When Yukino saw the small bottle around her waist, she did say the word seasoning. After all, she couldn't say in front of Natsuo's wife that she and Tsunade were planning to drug Natsuo, right? Who would have thought that Yukino actually remembered it, and in order to satisfy Tsunade's taste, she added Tsunade's favorite seasoning. This. But it has to be said that as a product of Tsunade, the medicinal effect is quite good. And so, a family reunion began. Natsuo. After a whole night. Tsunade wailed and rolled on the ground. I will never gamble again. I don't want the money anymore. I don't want it. Even Natsuo fell into silence. Even though he came up with a surefire gambling method for Tsunade and even cooperated with her to prepare to lose money. The result was such a huge victory, yet it still collapsed under the cause and effect law of Tsunade's gambling defeat. Perhaps this woman is naturally unlucky when it comes to money. Chapter 124, Jiraiya visits the Uchiha district. Tsunade finally escaped from the Uchiha clan's residence. Not to mention the agreed gambling afterwards. Even the money from the initial 10 billion Ryo transaction, she didn't want it. This made Natsuo very helpless. He really intended to honestly pay the money and make Tsunade happy. Who could have expected? But it has to be said, Tsunade's body is really weak. Ahem. Although Tsunade really can't win money. But Natsuo still planned to send a subsidy of 12 billion Ryo. This made Tsunade, who had escaped back to the Hokage Tower in Konoha, breathe a sigh of relief. Konoha is really in need of money, it's not bad at all. This helped her a lot. Just why is it 12 billion? Tsunade was a bit confused. 10 billion can still be considered as the previous transaction between herself and Natsuo, so what about the remaining 2 billion? Is it because of what happened at the Uchiha clan residence? Tsunade's expression suddenly turned unfriendly. Land of Rain, Omega Kure. The start of the 4th Shinobi World War is inevitable, we just have to watch as all the shinobi villages attack each other. When they are exhausted, we will collect the 9 Biju. Obito took a deep breath. This will make our actions much easier. Pain nodded slightly. The ones who benefit the most from war are mercenaries like them, right? In the original story of the Naruto series, the main reason why the 4th Shinobi World War did not start immediately was because of Orochimaru's manipulation. He decisively killed the 4th Kazekage, leaving Tsunagakure without a leader and unable to start a war. Since they were unable to start a war, they had no choice but to submit to Konoha. At that time, Tsunade, who had just taken office, was also decisive. Knowing that Konoha was weak, he did not take advantage of Tsunagakure, preventing them from betraying them again. Instead, she loosened the noose around their necks and improved their political relationship. Her actions turned the strained relationship between Konoha and Tsunagakure during the 3rd Hokage era into a true alliance. Although Konoha and Tsunagakure suffered heavy losses in terms of combat power, after the 2 major nations formed an alliance, Iwagakure and Kumogakure did not dare to start a war even if they wanted to. Even if they united, it would be the same. Kirigakure were still in a period of internal recovery and would not take the initiative to act. This delayed the outbreak of the 4th Shinobi World War until Obito and Nagato could no longer bear it, and Akatsuki took the initiative to start the war. In reality, if they could watch their enemies wear each other down, who would be willing to strike first? But for now, the scale of the war is still small. Only Konoha, Tsunagakure, and Kumogakure have taken action. Iwagakure and Kirigakure have not yet moved. Obito squinted his eyes and thought to himself, perhaps I should add some fuel to the fire. Offspring +1, the comprehensive potential evaluation is 186, and you have gained chakra +16. Kekii Genkai, would release. Uzumaki Yoko gave birth. With the lineage of the Uzumaki clan and Natsuo's sage body, the baby's comprehensive potential has increased once again. This reward further complements Natsuo's potential, plus he can now use would release at the same level as Hashirama. If we don't count the accident with Tsunade, Yoko is probably the woman who has given Natsuo the greatest rewards among his wives. Of course, Uzumaki Yoko is not the only one giving birth. There are also many kunoichi giving birth, contributing to Natsuo's strength. Furthermore, during this time, with hard training and the help of the restorative potion, Revival No. 1, Yukumo's body has finally recovered. Although she is still far behind a Jonin, she is no longer inferior to an average Chunin. Yakumo's face turned red, but there was a gleam of excitement in her eyes. Natsuo-sama, please be gentle. Yes, leave it to me. Meanwhile, on the other side. The Fourth Shinobi World War was in full swing. Although Tsunade had stayed with Natsuo these past few days, she still issued some decrees and replenished the front line with a large amount of manpower. And most of these reinforcements were sent in the direction of Kimogakure. Don't be fooled by the fact that Tsunagakure launched the first attack. After occupying a piece of land, they strangely began to build fortresses and improve their defenses, as if they were determined to defend it. The territory they occupied was not very large and posed little threat. But Kimogakure was different. Under the leadership of the Fourth Raikage, Kimogakure launched a fierce attack, with an extremely rapid offensive. Even elite shinobi like Kakashi, who were sent over, were seriously injured. If it weren't for Might Guy unleashing the Seventh Gate in a battle and injuring the Fourth Raikage, their offensive might have been even greater. However, Tsunade's actions have not provided much support to the front line. After all, she has just taken office. On the one hand, she needs to familiarize herself with the functions of the Hokage, and on the other hand, she needs to control the manpower under the control of the previous Hokage so that she can easily mobilize the overall force of the village. To defend against external threats, one must first ensure internal stability. Although this statement is somewhat biased, it is not without reason. Whether it's Jiraiya or Natsuo, she tightly held onto these trump cards and didn't dare to play any of them. After all, although Kimogakure is very aggressive, it is just the power of a single country. The front line can still hold on, and there is still a chance of victory. At least delaying time is still possible. During this time, she used the funds provided by Natsuo to expand her own power while guiding the relationship between Konoha and the shinobi clans, gradually gaining control over the village. However, as the situation deteriorates bit by bit, she will eventually play the card of a Kage-level expert. Jiraiya also knows this, knowing that he may have to go to the battlefield at any time. So he takes advantage of this last moment of peace to take a good look at the new Konoha. After all, it's been a long time since he last visited the village. Jiraiya takes out a copy of the Konoha News and reads its contents. An old man was taking a walk and accidentally fell into the nearby river, shouting for help. Two root shinobi passed by, pretending not to see, and continued walking while chatting. The old man, in a desperate situation, shouted loudly, "Overthrow Shimura Danzo." The two root shinobi, upon hearing this, were shocked and quickly jumped into the river, dragging the old man ashore and arresting him. Jiraiya bursts into laughter, slapping his thigh. Ha ha ha. This newspaper is really interesting. It's just like Danzo's style. Since the newspaper is out, there's no need to guess, it must be Natsuo's doing. Of course, it's not just about satirizing Danzo, he didn't hold back when it came to the third Hokage either. Jiraiya looked at it and couldn't help but laugh and shake his head. But the third Hokage shamelessly changed the teaching materials and boasted that he was the strongest Hokage in history. Before, the third Hokage had some prestige, and more importantly, he held the power of the Hokage. And now, the esteemed third Hokage was defeated by the fourth Kazekage. He instantly became known as the most useless Hokage. There are several jokes, Jiraiya is almost laughing his head off. It seems that Konoha has really gained a lot of new and interesting things. Jiraiya wiped away the tears of laughter, so this hermit should also gather some materials. I heard that the Uchiha Clan's club has a great reputation, excellent service experience, and a proper attitude. Well, I'll go criticize them first. Saying that, he walked towards the Uchiha Clan's territory. The Uchiha Clan district is even more prosperous than before. People come and go in an endless stream. Jiraiya headed straight for the entertainment street, where it was even more bustling. This is Jiraiya's main observation target. As a hermit who travels the world, I must thoroughly investigate how decadent these Uchiha have become, and whether they can still serve Konoha on the battlefield. Jiraiya said with a righteous face. Then he looked around and suddenly found that his eyes were not enough. The Uchiha Club is undoubtedly the most famous, but there are also many similar places located in the Uchiha Clan district. At the entrance of each club, there are two attractive girls standing, charming and alluring. A mischievous smile, with endless charm. Jiraiya silently swallowed his saliva, that swaying whiteness was too tempting. And this is just an ordinary storefront, what kind of scene is the Uchiha Club, which is regarded as a holy place by countless fans? It's simply disgraceful, tarnishing the Uchiha Clan's reputation. No, as a ninja, I can't make such a simple decision. I need to go into the club and carefully investigate before making a judgment. Jiraiya found a reason for himself and forcibly averted his gaze, heading straight for the Uchiha Club. His time was limited, and he didn't know when Tsunade would call him to the battlefield. If you want to criticize, you should start with the one with the biggest reputation. However, just as he was about to enter the door, suddenly, he made eye contact with a fellow fan who was also about to enter the door. Is this the transformation technique? Jiraiya was taken aback. To visit a club, one must transform. Who is this person? Meanwhile, Sasuke, with his transformed appearance, looked strangely at the white-haired old man next to him. I've never seen this face before, he must be a beginner. Are you staring at me to see how I do things and then imitating a seasoned veteran? I understand. Sasuke thought about his own embarrassing state when he was brought in by Natsuo and couldn't help but smile. He suddenly thought of his past self and felt a sense of camaraderie. He grabbed Jiraiya's hand and said, "Brother, don't worry, we're men, there's nothing to be shy about. Big brother will take you to experiment." Saying that, he pulled Jiraiya directly inside. Jiraiya. Chapter 125, Chapter 125, Kirigakure joins the war. Jiraiya was dumbfounded. At first, he thought it was a salesperson from a club, and then he thought it was someone pretending to be familiar with him. But when Sasuke paid for everything and acted like a big brother taking his little brother out, Jiraiya finally realized. Was he being treated like a newbie? Jiraiya burst into laughter on the spot. A newbie? I, the mighty pervy sage, have roamed the 5 great nations clubs, experienced countless styles, conquered thousands of women, and have an immeasurable amount of experience. You think I'm a newbie? You really? You think highly of me, brother? Jiraiya shook Sasuke's hand excitedly. To be honest, this is the first time I've experienced such a wonderful feeling. Right. Sasuke laughed and said in the voice and appearance of a middle-aged man. Let me tell you, Uchiha Club is definitely the best among all service establishments. Indeed. Jiraiya sighed deeply. I've lived for so long and never tried these kinds of activities. It's a pity that time is limited, and so is my energy. Otherwise, I really want to fully experience those projects with names that sound great. Jiraiya was filled with emotion. He now felt that his decades of romantic experiences were nothing compared to this. No wonder Uchiha has such a prestigious reputation. It's because Uchiha is really awesome. But brother, why haven't you played? Jiraiya looked at Sasuke strangely. Is there something inconvenient? The previous entertainment was very fun for him, but this brother by his side. Well, I have my reasons. Sasuke pondered for a moment, sighed lightly, and shook his head. Although these things are fascinating, I still want to save my first time for the person I love the most. There's no way. Sasuke can't just say that he's trying to stimulate his emotions in order to promote his Sharingan, right? It's easier to be seen as incompetent if he finds other reasons. It's better to find a pure reason, even if it's forced. I see. Jiraiya suddenly realized. He has actually had a good impression of Tsunade, but Tsunade has always rejected him. Perhaps if I were more innocent, not flirting with other women, would she have accepted me long ago? However, this does not mean that he is doing it for this reason. With Jiraiya's insight, after such a long time with Sasuke, he has naturally noticed the slightly immature complexion hidden beneath Sasuke's transformation technique. Although Sasuke's true age is uncertain, his young age is certain. But among wolf friends, why care about age? Jiraiya sighed, you really are something, my brother. But since you've decided to remain pure, isn't this a bit too much? It must be uncomfortable. Sasuke waved his hand and said, no matter how many escorts come, they won't be able to break my resolve. What is there to be afraid of? Truly, he is my good brother. What else could Jiraiya say? He could only silently give a thumbs up. The two of them became more and more excited as they communicated, truly enjoying each other's company. Although they had just met today, there was a feeling of meeting too late. They became true iron brothers. Because Natsuo already gained enough strength, for now the criteria for accepting wives has become much stricter. Because Natsuo revealed his strength during the Konoha collapse plan, or perhaps it was because the war had already broken out, many kunoichi were trying to escape an increasingly dangerous job by marrying into the Uchiha clan. However, the Uchiha clan is no longer like before where even Chunin-level kunoichi were accepted. After several years of accumulation, the number of wives in the Uchiha clan is quite abundant. Although it's not to the extent that Natsuo can't handle it, but it's enough now. Unless a Kage-level kunoichi arrives or possesses a powerful Kekkai Janaki, Natsuo no longer plans to accept any more wives. After all, Natsuo encourages his wives to become stronger, do whatever activities they like, and even allows them to intervene in the administration of the Uchiha clan, so any wife's expenses are not a small amount. Now, Natsuo has to defeat 3 or 4 women every day to complete his daily tasks, which is indeed not easy. If Natsuo had not obtained the Sage Body and did not have his Mangekyo Sharingan technique that greatly aids his recovery ability, he might have had some difficulty persevering. After all, not even Natsuo can spend all day fighting for the revival of the Uchiha clan. Occasionally, he also needs to exercise, maintain his skills, master ninjutsu, and research new medicines. Natsuo then looked at the only kunoichi he accepted as a wife during this time. Although he had imposed restrictions on accepting more wives, he couldn't let the female characters from the Naruto series pass when they arrived at his door, right? Sigh, I've really sacrificed a lot for the Uchiha clan. Natsuo sighed. With a cold expression, fair skin, and hair that shone like the sun, especially with a proud chest that almost looked down on everyone. In Natsuo's impression, it seemed that only the fifth Hokage of Konoha village, Lady Tsunade, could firmly suppress this woman. She is Samui from Kimogakure. Another spy. But Natsuo has also gotten used to it. After all, in the vast Uchiha harem, 2/3 of them are spies. Samui is an elite jonin of Kimogakure, with exceptional talent, truly a valuable asset. Natsuo decided to show more favor to this person in the near future. Meanwhile, Samui quietly entered the house and observed the Uchiha clan's mansion out of the corner of her eye. There are so many children and many newborns. If we move the Uchiha clan to Kimogakure, we will be able to obtain great combat power within 10 years at the latest. Reikage-sama, I will not disappoint the village's expectations. The Fourth Shinobi World War broke out. Fifth Hokage Tsunade was busy dealing with matters. Today, news came from the coast of Konoha that Kirigakure suddenly attacked the border. Tsunade immediately called on many jonin to come and discuss. This attack is very strange. Narashikaku, the intelligence officer of Konoha, frowned. Given the current situation, even if Kirigakure declares war directly, we are unable to provide much support to the coastal areas. But they chose to attack Konoha at this time. Considering Kirigakure's previous behavior when the Chunin exams were held, I believe this may be the action of individual Kiri shinobi and has little to do with Kirigakure. Before the Chunin exams, Kirigakure threatened Konoha with the excuse of Ringo Amuri's disappearance, as if they were going to declare war. At first, Konoha was nervous. But the subsequent visit of Ao and others, and the ultimately signed treaty, gradually made the people of Konoha realize that perhaps Kirigakure did not want to fight with them, and this was only the action of individual lower-level Kiri shinobis. And this time is similar to that time. After all, even a clear declaration of war cannot give Konoha enough time to send reinforcements. Kirigakure has no reason to play a sneak attack and lose the trust of a major ninja village for such a small benefit. It should be. Tsunade also nodded. But that doesn't matter anymore. Kirigakure and Konoha can't back down on this matter anymore. Now she can't claim that this is just the action of her subordinates either. Rather than letting the shinobi world know about Kirigakure's internal conflicts, it is better to go ahead and actually get involved in the war. After all, Konoha is currently surrounded, and Kirigakure has a geographical advantage, so they won't lose too much. Furthermore, this could be an opportunity, managing to transfer internal conflicts to external conflicts, which could help integrate Kirigakure. Yes, but our country's coastal defense is weak, unlike the inland areas. The third Hokage signed an agreement with Kirigakure, so the coastal defense was reduced. Narashikaku sighed softly. It's the third Hokage again. A jonin muttered under his breath. What was he thinking when he revoked the coastal defense? The jonin next to him snorted. Maybe he's just getting old. He's just seeking personal glory. Another elite jonin shrugged. After all, the agreement with Kirigakure can be considered his accomplishment. The expressions of the crowd turned unpleasant. This is another problem that the third Hokage overlooked. And now, they need to help fix it. The third Hokage's prestige has greatly diminished. If it weren't for the fact that the fifth Hokage, Tsunade, is his good disciple, people would probably have even harsher things to say. Tsunade remained silent. Although the third Hokage is their own teacher, his actions have made it difficult for people to have a favorable impression of him. Not to mention that the third Hokage has been in control of Konoha for many years, with his influence spreading throughout the village. The Sarutobi clan is also numerous and holds many important positions. Some scattered public opinion actually makes it easier for her to grasp power. Bang. Danzo slammed his cane heavily on the ground, making a crisp sound. The defense line of Kirigakure needs support, so let me handle it. Danzo opened one eye, half closed, as if just waking up from a dream. After all, there shouldn't be any stronger support than me. He couldn't let the public opinion continue to spread like this. After all, his relationship with the third Hokage was too significant. Indulging others in despising the third generation was simple, but it would definitely backfire on him in the end. Oh. Are you willing to go? Tsunade was somewhat surprised. If Danzo took charge of the defense line, the power that originally belonged to him within Konoha could be in his control. She didn't expect Danzo to take the initiative. After all, it was Hiruzen's mistake, so let this former teammate help him clean up the mess. Danzo sighed lightly, as if reminiscing about his relationship with the third Hokage. But then he added another sentence. Of course, I am alone and weak, and I am also seriously injured. I need a skilled person to help. Uchiha clan head, would you be willing to lend me a hand? As he spoke, he looked at Natsuo with one eye. Tsunade was taken aback, then quickly realized. So he's targeting Natsuo. She instinctively wanted to refuse. However, she heard Natsuo's clear and cheerful voice. Sure, I'm willing to accompany Danzo-sama and make some waves. Chapter 126, Chapter 126, Taking Wives to the Battlefield. Danzo doesn't need to say it. Almost in the instant he spoke, Tsunade understood what he was thinking. Was he planning to kill Natsuo on the battlefield? Almost instinctively, she wanted to refuse. But the next moment, Natsuo spoke, all right, I'm willing to accompany Danzo-sama and have a go. Tsunade was shocked, then immediately put her hand to her forehead helplessly. Neither of these two have good intentions. No, Danzo is already old and not suitable for the front lines. Tsunade said without hesitation. If Danzo and Natsuo were to face off, who would die? Although it was clear that Danzo was also an experienced Kage-level ninja and had studied the Kekkei Genkai of various major clans for many years, he definitely had some powerful cards up his sleeve. But just thinking about her own encounters with Natsuo, Tsunade had no doubt that Danzo would definitely die at Natsuo's hands. Of course, Tsunade thought that Natsuo wasn't guaranteed victory either. The specific outcome would depend on their battle. But regardless of who wins or loses, it would be a huge loss for Konoha. This meant that Konoha would lose a Kage-level combat power at the beginning of the war. If it weren't for considering the stability of the village, how could Tsunade still tolerate such an annoying guy? So, for Konoha's sake she couldn't allow the two to fight recklessly. Sarutobi Hiruzen was able to fight Tsunade, so why can't I? Danzo paused and leaned on his cane, saying. Tsunade, don't underestimate us old folks. But the third Hokage was killed by Tsunade. Tsunade couldn't help but say, how about we replace Natsuo with someone else? Someone who can provide you with more support. What about the leader of the Hyuga clan, Hyuga Hayashi? Hayashi's face twitched. He didn't want to be teammates with Danzo, it was too dangerous. Having the leader of the Uchiha clan is enough, Danzo calmly said. Tsunade, Iwagakure is still inactive, and the village must retain a certain level of strength. The situation with Kimogakure is also dangerous. I only need the leader of the Uchiha clan to assist me. Natsuo also smiled and said, I am willing to do my best to help Elder Danzo repel Kirigakure. He glanced at Tsunade and spoke with great emphasis. I know Hokage-sama may think that Elder Danzo and I have grievances and is worried that it will affect the battle situation. But you have to believe in our loyalty to the village. For the sake of the village, I believe that Elder Danzo will be willing to resolve our conflicts. Yes, you will definitely resolve them properly. Isn't it enough for one of you to die? Tsunade, helpless, could only try to find a solution. She indicated that Elder Danzo's combat power was insufficient, as he was easily defeated by Raza. It was not enough to stop Kirigakure. Perhaps they should consider having Jiraiya join the battle. On the other hand, Danzo stated that he could lead the elite members of the route to act together. On Tsunade's side, she argued that the Uchiha clan has contributed a lot of money to the village and their contribution is significant. They should not be deployed casually. On the other side, Natsuo argued that the fate of a ninja is to fight, and the Uchiha clan has never hesitated to shed blood for Konoha. On Tsunade's side, she argued that Elder Danzo is familiar with Konoha's political landscape and should not leave at this time. Over there, Danzo said, having Mitokado Hamura is enough. Furthermore, I am willing to shed the last drop of blood for Konoha. Are you two really determined to kill each other? Tsunade was so angry that she wanted to curse. She could only continue to persuade them tactfully. She came up with countless reasons, but Danzo countered with various facts. In the end, even Danzo was a little annoyed and couldn't help but say, Tsunade, I am also a Konoha shinobi. Why do you want to stop me from contributing to Konoha? I'm trying to stop you from throwing your life away. Tsunade was furious. But not only Danzo, even high-ranking officials like Nara Shikaka felt that Tsunade's reaction was a bit excessive. Isn't it better to send Danzo out? If he stays in the village, we will be constantly worried that he will suddenly drag our children to the route. Let him go to the front, it is convenient for Tsunade to consolidate her power, allowing Konoha to fight the enemy freely. Why don't you agree? Some people even thought that Tsunade wanted to keep Danzo in the village to find a chance to get rid of him. Faced with everyone's confusion, Tsunade couldn't explain herself. In the end, she could only nod. Alright, then I will follow Elder Danzo's suggestion. You and Uchiha clan leader, Natsuo, go to the front lines together. It's difficult to persuade a stubborn ghost with kind words. Besides, she was only worried about the general situation of the village and didn't want to cause more internal turmoil. Now he's just cutting off his path of survival. Danzo, you're asking for it. But this kind of thing cannot affect Konoha. Then, after the meeting, Tsunade pulled Natsuo tightly and said firmly, Natsuo, in this battle no matter what I say you will not listen to me, and you will still do something to Danzo. Looking at Natsuo's smiling face, Tsunade smiled bitterly. Then she became serious. All right, maybe you will do something, and I can't control that. But I have a bottom line. That is to say, no matter what you two want to do to each other, you must first push back Kirigakure. Understood. Saying this, her expression was extremely serious. There is absolutely no room for negotiation in this matter. Understood. Natsuo smiled slightly. My fifth Hokage-sama. At the same time. Kirigakure. These guys really made a move. Terumi may kick the table in anger, smashing it to pieces. Kirigakure's finances, minus 5,000 Ryo. Well, following the clues left behind this time, we should be able to eliminate all the influence left by that mysterious person. Ao said in a deep voice, from this perspective, it is a good thing for our village. Anyway, Kirigakure is far away from the mainland. Even if we lose the battle, as long as we don't lose too badly, to the extent that we can't even use the advantage of the sea to block the enemy, then we will be safe and sound. I know. Terumi May took a deep breath and nodded, but as the Mizukage, being manipulated like a puppet on a string really makes me angry. Now that I think about it, when we killed the third Mizukage back then, the third Mizukage might have felt the same way as I do now. No. His mood should have been worse than mine. So in that battle, the third Mizukage exposed many flaws, creating opportunities for us to kill him. Ao sighed lightly. The third Mizukage was also a ninja who had gained the recognition of countless Kiri ninjas, but unfortunately, he was eventually manipulated and became more and more cruel, turning Kirigakure into a blood mist. All of this is the fault of the mastermind behind the scenes. Unfortunately, although Kirigakure has been making every effort to investigate the mastermind behind the scenes, the village has just emerged from internal strife, and it will take some time to restore the rule of the Mizukage. They are unable to provide much assistance to the investigation team. As a result, they still cannot obtain any information. Mizukichi-sama, I think Konoha has probably taken action by now, so what should we do now? Of course we should take action. Terumi May raised her head high, her gaze determined, although I don't mean to, Kirigakure cannot afford to lose this battle. What about the Ninja World War? As long as we don't join the main battlefields, as Kirigakure ninjas, what should we fear? The high-ranking village officials looked at the woman in front of them with respect. This is our Mizukichi-sama, the leader of our village. I will command the battle. Ao, Tonari, Yugo, Kengo and Koda, follow me into battle. Yes, Mizukichi-sama. Konoha Village. Uchiha Residence. Seriously, what is that bastard Danzo thinking? Why does he have to send you? Enko complained. Yeah, this is delaying the revival of our Uchiha clan. Sasuke also looked displeased. There are so many skilled shinobi in Konoha, couldn't he choose someone else? Karen nodded repeatedly. That's right, that's right. That guy named Danzo is going too far. Although my birthday is in half a month, thanks to Danzo, Natsuo-sama won't even be able to celebrate it with me. Damn, Danzo, you're a nasty old man. But even as Natsuo's wives curse Danzo, they also helped pack up Natsuo's belongings. Although they curse a lot, they are actually mentally prepared. Sasuke hesitated for a moment and said, Natsuo, how about I go in your place? My current strength is already enough to graduate. Except for that idiot Naruto, the other students in the school, even if they join in, are not my opponents. We made a deal back then. You revive the Uchiha clan, and I restore the Uchiha's reputation and seek revenge against that man. The battlefield should be my mission now. Natsuo smiled and patted Sasuke's head. Stop messing around. I'm much stronger than you. Let's revive the Uchiha's reputation when you grow up and become even stronger. Sasuke turned his head and escaped from Natsuo's hand. Then what about your mission? Sasuke complained, we agreed on our roles, but now you want to back out. Yeah, Natsuo, don't you want to bear the burden of reviving the Uchiha clan? Enko seized the opportunity and ran over, her seductive eyes giving Natsuo a meaningful look. Why not work harder while you're still here? Natsuo just smiled. Who said that once you're on the battlefield, you can't strive for the revival of the Uchiha clan? Huh. Everyone was stunned. The next day. The main force is about to depart, and Danzo's trusted aide is inspecting the personnel and supplies. Danzo still had that closed-eyed, calm demeanor. After a moment of silence, he spoke softly. It's time. Mobilize the members of the route. By the way, where is our sub-leader, that Uchiha boy? In order to facilitate operations during the war and prevent Danzo from forcing the entire army to attack Natsuo, Tsunade directly issued an order, appointing Natsuo as Danzo's deputy. From this, it can be seen that she actually wanted Natsuo to overthrow Danzo. Otherwise, there would be no need for so much trouble. Danzo-sama. A root ninja appeared in front of Danzo in an instant. However, his normally expressionless expression was extremely strange at this moment. What's wrong? Danzo slowly opened his eye. Don't tell me that kid didn't come. No, he came. The root ninja said with a strange expression. But he didn't come alone. Huh. He brought 7 wives. The root ninja's mouth twitched. What? Danzo couldn't help but open his eyes wider. Not only that, in the short time it took for the army to regroup, he used a storage scroll to release a large tent and is currently resting with his wives inside. I've never seen someone go to the battlefield like this. Bringing wives to the battlefield. Are you treating it like a picnic? Chapter 127, Natsuo arrives on the battlefield. Natsuo. What are you doing? Danzo arrived with a furious expression. Bringing your wives to the battlefield. What are you thinking? On the battlefield, it's a place of desperate struggle. Although shinobis are slightly different from regular military forces, the difference on the battlefield is not that exaggerated. They must also respect military discipline. Natsuo, as the deputy leader, brought his wives. It's like a general leading a group of maidservants on a military expedition. Who said you can't bring wives to the battlefield? Natsuo blinked his eyes and smiled. Elder Danzo, do we have such a rule in Konoha? Of course not. Because before Natsuo, no one had ever done such a thing. Laws that have never been violated naturally have no meaning. Uchiha Natsuo. Have you completely lost the honor of the Uchiha clan? Danzo snorted angrily. I order you to send these people back. You may not care, but you can't affect Konoha's reputation. However, Natsuo shook his head. No, Elder Danzo, you don't have the right to do that. And besides, I brought them for the sake of the war. War is fought with manpower, and having an extra pair of hands means having an extra glimmer of hope. What will we do if the war continues, and we have insufficient reserves of shinobis? Besides, I cannot leave aside my responsibility to revive the Uchiha clan. Are you really planning to impregnate your wives on the battlefield? Danzo couldn't help but widen his eyes. What if they actually get pregnant? That's a battlefield. Okay. I will make arrangements to get manpower to protect my pregnant wives and send them back to the Uchiha main residence in Konoha. Natsuo said calmly, clearly that's what he had in mind. A mere war, and you think it can hinder the path of Uchiha's revival? Don't even think about it. Danzo was dumbfounded, and the other ninjas were also confused. There were rumors in the village that the Uchiha clan leader, Uchiha Natsuo, had been driven mad by the scarcity of population and had become obsessed with having children, almost to the point of paranoia. Now it seems that this is actually true. Natsuo. Do you understand at all that we are going to the battlefield next? Danzo's voice was filled with anger. He didn't care about Natsuo's life, but he cared about the reputation of Konoha. Looking at Natsuo hugging Samui, and then seeing the frustrated expressions of the Konoha shinobi around them, it was clear that they were quite dissatisfied as well. Anyone would feel the same when their teammates were having fun, eating, drinking, and flirting while they were fighting for their lives. You want to have a child on the front lines? Why don't you bring a bed to the front lines then? Danzo scolded. Natsuo, I already did. Ah. Danzo was taken aback. Then he saw Natsuo take out a storage scroll and unseal it. The next second, a magnificent wooden bed appeared out of thin air. It came with soft pillows, clean sheets, and warm and comfortable bedding. You even brought a bed. Danzo was dumbfounded and couldn't help but say, why didn't you bring some food while you were at it? I did bring some. Natsuo replied. Ah. Natsuo unsealed another storage scroll. There were braised pork elbows, fragrant duck products, peanuts, candy pudding, jelly drinks, and everything else you could think of. Danzo asked, as he started to feel his head hurt, what else did you bring? Natsuo thought for a moment and said, a lot of things, like clean clothes, tables and chairs, alcohol and medicine, razors, facial cleanser, toothpaste, toothbrushes, and bedroom toys. Wait. Danzo widened his eyes. You even brought toys? Yes. Natsuo nodded and said, but that's more private, so I won't show it to you directly. I didn't ask you to show them. Danzo and the surrounding shinobis were all dumbfounded. Is this man going to the battlefield or on an outing? Although Danzo was filled with anger inside. But in the end, he did not send Natsuo back to Konoha. Even in the face of dissatisfaction from other shinobis, he defended Natsuo and forcefully suppressed everyone's objections, leading the troops to the front lines. Of course, his reason for defending Natsuo was simple, anyway, this guy won't live much longer. As long as he disappears early, the impact on morale will naturally be gone. It can even become an example in Konoha's military regulations. Young masters don't see the battle as an excursion, people can really die. The Uchiha clan has set an example for you. But in reality, before making this matter a true military regulation in Konoha, he couldn't really control Natsuo. Shinobis carry their unique ninja tools, which is a custom of war. After all, shinobis have different styles of ninjutsu. For example, the Akimichi clan needs a lot of food to sustain the consumption of their family's secret techniques. So is it reasonable for them to bring more food? Should the Inuzuka clan prepare dog food and chew toys for their ninja dogs? The Abirame clan's individual insects' food is honey. Can you say they shouldn't bring honey as a dessert to the battlefield? Natsuo used the reason, "The things I brought are my unique ninja tools," to argue that even Danzo couldn't forcibly order him to put them down. As for women, that is naturally the privilege of the deputy leader. Which superior doesn't have a few direct subordinates? Although the role of Natsuo's direct subordinates is different from others. In short, Danzo was only able to quickly bring reinforcements to the battlefield against Kirigakure. It must be said that Danzo's reputation as the darkness of the shinobi is quite loud. Not only are the shinobis within the village fearful of him, but even the shinobis outside the village tremble at the mention of his name. After Danzo arrived, Kirigakure's aggression decreased noticeably. Danzo is also an experienced veteran who has been on the battlefield since the First Shinobi World War, never missing a single one. In terms of deploying troops, he is experienced and not inferior to the Nara clan's shinobis. Under his several deployments, Konoha launched a counterattack to a certain extent, causing some damage to Kirigakure. However, with the arrival of the Mizukage, Terumi-mei, Kirigakure was able to stabilize her position. Natsuo, on the other hand, worked hard during this time. Perhaps due to the novelty, Samui successfully conceived after a series of battles and was sent back to Konoha by Natsuo. During this time, Danzo did not take action. Although he wanted to kill Natsuo, even someone as rough as him knew the importance of discretion. It would be too deliberate to make the Uchiha's death public at the beginning of the war. Wait. Just wait a little longer. Danzo looked at the map and thought to himself. Once the war has been going on for a while, I can send him out and let him die directly in the hands of Kirigakure. Before that, I'll endure a little longer. On the other hand, since Kirigakure already joined the war, Terumi-mei would naturally not foolishly attack Konoha head-on. So she began contacting the other villages, sending messengers to Kimogakure, Sunagakure, and even Iwagakure. Sunagakure frontline base. Kazekage-sama, our Kirigakure has already taken action. What are you waiting for? The Kiri Shinobi messenger said with great emphasis. We have already attracted the attention of Danzo, the darkness of the shinobi, and the 5th Hokage has deployed a large amount of forces to defend against Kimogakure's attack. This is the perfect opportunity for you. He said it with great regret, as if he wished to become a Suna shinobi and advise the Kazekage-sama. In reality, the enemy that Sunagakure led by the Kazekage faced was indeed the weakest. Even Kirigakure, who had just acted, had Danzo leading his elite forces, along with most of Konoha's forces. He really was the most suitable person to take action. However, what the Kirigakure messenger did not expect was that as soon as he spoke, he was overwhelmed by the numerous shouts of the Suna shinobi. Shut up. Are you, a Kiri shinobi, teaching our village's Kazekage-sama how to do things? Our Kazekage-sama has his own considerations. Why do we need to explain to you? You, a mere Kiri shinobi, just obediently follow our Kazekage-sama's arrangements. Don't even think about influencing our Kazekage-sama's decision. Kiri shinobi messenger. Are these Suna shinobis crazy? However, upon seeing the admiration in the eyes of the Suna shinobi towards the Kazekage, the Kiri shinobi could not help but raise his evaluation of the Kazekage. Due to Kirigakure's isolationist policy, the Kiri shinobis did not have much interaction with Sunagakure and its Kazekage Raza. The only time they had interacted with Kazekage Raza was probably when Raza betrayed Pakura. Although the agreement at that time made Kirigakure very happy, in reality the Kiri shinobi despised Raza's behavior of selling out his comrades. However, looking at the enthusiasm of the Suna shinobis now, the image of Raza in the heart of the Kirigakure envoy immediately became much more unpredictable. About the act of killing the 3rd Hokage, attacking Konoha, and retreating with the Suna shinobi, the Kiri shinobi refrained from commenting for now, without obtaining precise information. But being able to get the Suna shinobi so excited clearly indicates that the Kazekage has already fully integrated the power of Sunagakure and has supreme prestige within the village. Obviously, Raza is not an ordinary person. Thinking about it, the Kirigakure envoy's voice lowered a few degrees, and his attitude became more respectful. 4th Kazekage, please consider my suggestion. Currently, Konoha is severely lacking in manpower that can support them. 5th Hokage Tsunade has not fully integrated Konoha's power, and most of their power is in Danzo's hands, being entangled by our Kirigakure. Sunagakure are currently in the most suitable period to take action. Upon hearing this, Raza smiled slightly, with a hint of sarcasm. Most of their power is entangled by you. Yes. Although the Kirigakura envoy felt that Raza's tone was strange, he still said, Danzo and his root shinobis are all on the battlefield against Kirigakura. Isn't this enough to prove my words? And not only Danzo, but also the likes of the Aburame clans Aburame Toryan, the Nara clans Nara Shikaku, the Inuzuka clans. The Kirigakura envoy mentioned several names in succession, all of them being elite with considerable strength. But before he could finish, he was interrupted by Raza's cold laughter. Aburame Toryan. Nara Shikaku. No major clan leader from Konoha has been mobilized yet, and you have the audacity to say that Kirigakura has drawn most of Konoha's power. The face of the envoy instantly turned red. Yes, although the names he mentioned had considerable strength and were considered elite, they were still a bit inferior to those clan leaders. In terms of the number of people, it is an exaggeration to say that most of Konoha's power is on the battlefield against Kirigakura. However, since he was able to be assigned as an envoy, he naturally has thick skin. He pretended to be indifferent and said, it's not true that the leader of a large clan is not present. For example, the leader of the Uchiha clan is serving as Konoha's deputy leader on our side. Then, words full of disdain were heard from the crowd, the leader of the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Natsuo, who is busy having children every day. Oh. Looks like this guy stopped one of Shikaku's attacks during the Konoha collapse plan. But that's it. In the end, Kazekage-sama left with Shikaku and left Konoha without any injuries. However, before the Suna shinobis could say any more nonsense, Raza suddenly stood up. What did you say? Say it again. Huh. The envoy was stunned and said, the leader of the Uchiha clan is serving as the deputy leader of Konoha on our side. I see. Raza's eyes lit up. It seems that you, Kirigakura, have really attracted most of Konoha's power. Now I will gather the Suna shinobis and launch an all-out attack. Did Natsuo really go to the battlefield against Kirigakura? If we don't act now, when will we? Chapter 128, Chapter 128, Triplets. The Kirigakura envoy looked confused, instinctively thinking that Raza was angry at his shameless words and was speaking sarcastically. But unexpectedly, Raza really started mobilizing troops. He actually took action. The envoy was stunned. Why? It couldn't be that my words moved him, right? How is that possible? After all, what I said was completely empty. Any mature ninja can tell that what I said was just political rhetoric. So why did Raza decisively start taking action? Not only the envoy thought that, but the Suna shinobis also had the same thoughts. The Kazekage must have discovered some opportunity and decisively launched an operation. Praise the Kazekage. We are foolish and lack strategic thinking. We can't even begin to understand the reason behind the Kazekage's sudden decision to take action. Well, the Kazekage has great foresight. As long as we obey, what's there to hesitate about? That's right. With 4th Kazekage-sama present, we Suna shinobis are invincible. Every Suna shinobi is filled with fighting spirit, and under the command of Raza, they quickly take action. It must be said that the words spoken by the envoy are quite precise. Konoha's defense forces on the front line against Sunagakure are the weakest, especially since Kimogakure put Konoha in a dangerous situation and Sunagakure are just stubbornly holding onto his position. This led Tsunade to decide to mobilize some of the forces from the Sunagakure front to support the battlefield against Kimogakure. At that time, this was the correct decision. Konoha itself had limited manpower that could be mobilized, so it was enough to send a few elite shinobi to confront the Suna shinobis. However, this time, Sunagakure suddenly took action, catching Konoha off guard. They pushed the front line forward for dozens of miles, defeated Konoha's defense forces, and expanded their territory significantly. It must be said that Konoha is indeed a powerful village, with abundant supplies for the front line. But under Sunagakure's rapid attacks, they couldn't even destroy the supplies. All of these supplies became the spoils of war for Sunagakure. This battle gave them abundant war spoils. This made the Suna shinobis couldn't help but cheer up. Truly worthy of being the Kazekage. The Kazekage-sama, with his strategic cunning, reveals weaknesses as a supreme being would in battle. Seizing the opportunity and striking with a single blow, our losses are minimal, but the victories are particularly great. This is the strategy of our 4th Kazekage, Raza-sama. Meanwhile Raza roared in his mind, I was very cowardly at that time, but now that Natsuo is gone, I dare to take advantage of the situation. Stop imagining things. However, Raza is still worried about Natsuo's whereabouts. Although he doesn't know under what circumstances Natsuo will take action against Sunagakure, the tactics he launched emphasize a blitzkrieg. Quick attack, quick end. After the fight, he changed his fierce offensive tactics and started building fortifications in place again. I occupy only a small area, Konoha shouldn't make a big fuss to attack me, right? Raza thought. After all, the fight against Kimogakure and Kirigakure is more intense. They shouldn't send Natsuo. Jiraiya, Tsunade, Danzo. Although they are all well-known experts, Raza believes that he can hold his own in a one-on-one fight against them. After all, if it weren't for Orochimaru relying on Kimimaro, who was at the Kage level, it wouldn't have been so easy to kill him. And Orochimaru has the loudest reputation among the Sannin, so he shouldn't be weaker than Jiraiya and Tsunade in comparison, right? As long as Natsuo doesn't make a move, everything else is fine. Raza calmed himself down and walked towards the nearby house. After entering the house he met Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro. When Temari and Kankuro saw Raza arrive they immediately greeted him. Kazekage-sama. Temari, how is your training going? Raza showed a gentle smile. Temari raised her head confidently and said, please rest assured, Kazekage-sama. My wind release has been prepared and ready for battle. I can fight when called upon, and I will surely win. Please consider me for the next battle. Wait, who asked you about that? Raza couldn't help but interrupt, I was asking about your training as a bride. Huh. Temari was a little confused. Training as a bride? Come to think of it, father did ask me to undergo bride training before. But now that the war has started, who cares about bride training? Hey, with you like this, how can I feel at ease? Raza looked at Temari's appearance and couldn't help but feel distressed. Even if a world war breaks out, you're still a girl. Bride training should be your top priority, everything else is secondary. That's right. Getting married is the most important thing. If it weren't for Natsuo taking a liking to you, I might have been killed by Natsuo. Raza thought. Kazekage-sama. Temari hesitated. Just call me father. Temari, Kankuro. Their upbringing in Sunagakure has always been strict, even on informal occasions, they had to address Raza as Kazekage-sama. Although it is normal. After all, he is a father who can be ruthless and play tricks with his own child. Temari and the others have gotten used to Raza's style, but is something wrong with him? In any case, bride training must be done well, especially in the arts of seducing your husband. If you can't control your husband, just pretend to be innocent and obey him. Raza kept reminding a few times. It would be best if you could master the art of seducing your husband to the point of convincing Natsuo to move to our village. If you can't do it, then pretend to be a good girl and make Natsuo fall completely in love with you. After a few more instructions, Raza hurriedly left. The war has started, and as the Kazekage, his work is actually very heavy. Being able to take the time to give a few reminders was already the limit. He left as if nothing had happened, leaving Temari and the others confused. Hey, father has his eyes on some powerful shinobi and wants you to marry him. Kankuro said strangely. But do we have eligible young people in Sunagakure worth considering? How would I know? Temari said helplessly. It seems like there aren't many people who can withstand a hit from my fan. I actually think it might be because my father doesn't like me and wants to marry me off quickly. That's also a possibility. Kankuro pondered seriously. Beside him, Gaara's body stiffened, he slightly lowered his head, and his body trembled slightly. He suddenly remembered the plan to destroy Konoha back then. When he regained control of his body, he discovered that Shikaku's entire body was trembling. It even indirectly led to him having a good night's sleep for several days. And at that time, when he confided everything to Shikaku, although he didn't know much about the situation back then, according to Shikaku, the men who defeated him easily and made him swallow a tailed beast ball seemed to be quite young. Perhaps, it might not be someone from the village. Gaara suddenly spoke up. This surprised Temari and Kankuro, who then looked at Gaara with astonishment. Gaara was actually interested in their own sister's eccentricities. It was simply a miracle. Sunagakure launched a lightning-fast attack and greatly invaded a piece of territory. But Tsunade, apart from angrily cursing 3 times, couldn't do much. Although she had done her best, the influence of the Sarutobi clan and the Shimura clan had prevented her from completely dominating all the power in Konoha. Especially with the deteriorating situation on the Kimogakure side, Tsunade had to send Jiraiya to support the battlefield against Kimogakure, further dispersing the power in her hands. On the other hand, although Sunagakure had expanded significantly, they once again assumed a defensive posture. Therefore, Tsunade only sends more supplies and a small group as reinforcements on the battlefield against Sunagakure. But that's about it. After all, 4 of the 5 major nations have already started fighting among themselves. No one knows if Iwagakure will launch a war against Konoha at some point. We must be prepared for defense. Even if Sunagakure has gained some advantages, Tsunade is unable to allocate too many troops to deal with it. Sunagakure is just a minor annoyance. Even if they occupy more territory, so what? Tsunade understands clearly. Once Konoha defeats the other shinobi villages, we can easily drive them out. In comparison, Kimogakure, with its aggressive offensive, and the Mizukage personally joining the battle, are the real threats. That's why Konoha's response is minimal, while the morale of the Suna shinobis is high. Look, even Konoha is unable to handle our fourth Kazekage. Long live the fourth Kazekage. Meanwhile Natsuo stays quietly at the camp, working hard to revive the Uchiha clan. In the tactical meetings, Natsuo almost completely renounces his right to make suggestions, and implies, since Danzo-sama has experience in battle, we should follow his example. It makes people wonder if Natsuo has even looked at the nearby maps. It's also unclear if it's a reciprocal gesture, but Danzo doesn't give Natsuo any special orders either. Most of the orders are usually about patrolling the camp, which is a safe and easy task. A small portion requires going out, but not too far. And now. Danzo glanced at the confidential information sent by the root, took a deep breath, and a touch of arrogance flashed in his eyes. The Uchiha clan should not exist in this world. Then he gave Natsuo a mission that was far away from the camp. Natsuo didn't mind and accepted it directly. After setting off with his own wives, he squinted his eyes and glanced at the several figures he sensed behind him. It seems that Elder Danzo can't hold back anymore. Natsuo immediately smiled. Perfect. He was also tired of pretending. Together with his wives they continued to advance. Suddenly, Natsuo stopped in surprise. Offspring +1, the comprehensive potential evaluation is 195, you obtain chakra +17, Kekkei Genkai, Rinshu no Kankiai. Offspring +1, the comprehensive potential evaluation is 209, you obtain chakra +18, breathing style, Hinokami Kagura. Offspring +1, the comprehensive potential evaluation is 191, you obtain chakra +17, Mangekyo Sharingan technique, Yumenso. Why are so many outstanding offspring suddenly appearing? Who gave birth to them? Natsuo was a little confused. Chapter 129, Ryuchi Cave is truly my blessed land. Triplets. The average evaluation of babies is close to 200 points. Who is the goddess behind this remarkable achievement? Even with the enhancement of my sage body, the requirements for the mother's body must be very high to give birth to a child with 200 points. So it was Emiri who did it. Natsuo was stunned. Unlike Natsuo's other wives, she was born in Kirigakure and has always had a strong attachment to her village. When she married Natsuo, on the one hand, it was because of Natsuo's overwhelming strength and on the other hand, she had a strong desire for the lightning blades. Although it hasn't been long, little by little she accepted Natsuo and has dedicated herself completely to the Uchiha clan. But her love for the Kirigakure has remained unwavering. So this time, despite her imminent childbirth, she insisted that Natsuo take her to the battlefield, mainly to be able to face the moment of the Kirigakure's destruction. So she gave birth to triplets. Natsuo thought for a moment and decided to use the excuse of forgetting something to return to the camp. This decision was abrupt, leaving Yugao and others bewildered. It also made Danzo, Abirame Torian, and others who were following behind him tremble. Could it be that he has discovered our arrangement? Danzo's face slightly changed. Does he have a spy in the Kirigakure too? This time, Danzo intends to use the power of Kirigakure to kill Natsuo. Now that the Uchiha clan is rich, they have the ability to spend a lot of money to uncover any conspiracy within the village. Therefore, Danzo decided to use the mist shinobis to deal with Natsuo as much as possible. But Natsuo wanted to return as soon as he left the camp. Danzo's heart suddenly tightened. Immediately changing his course, he then walked through the camp as if he had just left the center. What are you doing, Natsuo? Natsuo smiled and said, oh, I forgot to bring my ninja tools. I'm going back to get them. Don't worry, it will be quick, just 10 minutes. Danzo. Are there still ninjas who forget to bring their ninja tools these days? And what is in the ninja tool pouch around your waist? But he didn't say much. As long as Natsuo was unwilling to carry out the mission, he would immediately exercise his authority as the leader of the army to force him to execute the orders. However, Danzo was overthinking. Natsuo had no intention of wasting Danzo's goodwill. He went straight to his own room and saw Emiri. Why are you back? Emiri quickly changed her expression and looked hurt. You suspect that I'm passing information to Kirigakure, so you pretended to go out on a mission to test me. To be honest, Natsuo did have the right to suspect. After all, they were both well aware of Emiri's feelings for Kirigakure. But for some reason, Emiri still felt a little betrayed. Even though I'm pregnant with your child, are you still suspicious of me? Hey. Natsuo couldn't help but say, you're pregnant, why would you want to leak any information? Besides, I don't think you're stupid enough to believe that some information can change anything. Emiri opened her mouth. It seems to be like this. With Natsuo's strength, regardless of what information Kirigakure has, he could easily defeat them. So why are you back? Emiri asked curiously. Natsuo honestly replied, I felt that my child was born and thought it was yours, so I came to take a look. What kind of answer is that? Emiri was left speechless. But Natsuo didn't pay much attention to it. He just frowned and pondered who gave birth to his child. Amiri was still pregnant, obviously it wasn't her. But no one else should have the ability to give birth to such highly potential babies. And it's triplets, which is really... Wait. Natsuo's eyes lit up. Triplets. For normal humans, having one child is usually the norm, and twins are already a rare occurrence. Natsuo had only encountered it 4 times in his life, so triplets, which are even rarer, were the first time for him. But if it's not normal humans, then it makes sense. Without hesitation, he used the reverse summoning technique and arrived at the Ryuchi cave. The result was as expected, it was the snake princess who gave birth. The one who gave birth was Tajitsuhime, the last snake princess who Natsuo had subdued. It's really you. Natsuo let out a sigh of relief. You're really amazing, actually giving birth to triplets. What's so special about that? Tajitsuhime looked at Natsuo strangely. For us this is quite common. The number of snake eggs laid by snakes varies depending on the species and size of the snake, but generally ranges from around 20 to 100, with some laying only 2 eggs. Of course, snake sages are not real snakes. They are close to the definition of demi-humans. Even their method of reproduction is not oviparous like snakes, but viviparous like humans. But even so, they are much stronger than humans by far. Listening to Tajitsuhime's explanation, Natsuo's eyes lit up. Ryuchi Cave is truly my blessed place. It might be the most suitable place for me. If Tajitsuhime has such power, what about the other 2 snake princesses? White Snake Sage. Oh, forget about White Snake Sage, Natsuo doesn't care about her. The rewards for the birth of these children are extremely generous. The Kekkei Genkai, Rinshu no Kankei, although it did not appear in the Naruto series, is something extremely useful for him. This bloodline manifests itself through a physical and mental link between 2 individuals. By having physical contact with another person, the user of this bloodline can transfer part of their vital energy and mental energy, strengthening the recipient permanently. This process can only be achieved as long as 2 people share a mental link, and as this link is strengthened, the strengthening becomes much easier and more powerful, and even if a perfect mental link is established, it can transmit other bloodlines. Then there is the Mangekyo Sharingan technique, Yumenso. This technique would allow the user of the Mangekyo Sharingan to access his opponent's dream world and insert a specific idea into his subconscious. They could manipulate dreamscapes, introducing scenarios, people, or events that would influence the target's future decisions without the target being aware of the manipulation. This ability is highly powerful, as the line between reality and dream would blur, and the target could be influenced by an idea that they perceive as their own, but that has been implanted by the user of the Mangekyo Sharingan. The Yumenso technique of the Mangekyo Sharingan would be a way to subtly influence the actions and decisions of others by manipulating their subconscious. And although it is not as powerful as Shirsui's Koto Amatsukami, it is still a very useful ability, since the restriction period for each use is only 1 year. Lastly is breathing style, Hinokami Kagura. This ability comes from the world of Demon Slayer, Kimetsu no Yaiba. And although it is not a very powerful ability overall for his current strength, it can be a very useful way to strengthen his wives, especially Yuzuki Yugao and Ringo Amiri, who are very talented sword users. And this confirms again that once a child's score exceeds 200, the rewards are not just limited to the current world. Natsuo was very excited about this and almost couldn't resist having a battle with Tajitsuhime again. For now he can only wait for her to recover, and he is also very excited about the birth of the children with the other snake princesses. I can only hurry up and take care of Danzo's annoyance, then take the newborn children back to Konoha. Natsuo thought. These 3 children have great talents, but even with the protection of Tajitsuhime Princess, in the cruel environment of Ryuchi Cave, they might suffer calamity before they grow up. Considering the cruel nature of the snakes, it is still a question whether she will protect the children. So Natsuo returned to the Konoha camp, brought his wives, and set off again. This made Danzo slightly relieved. Natsuo's mission was to attack a remote coastal port and burn as many Kirigakure ships as possible. It can be considered a supply line attack mission. However, considering that destroying the ships would directly paralyze the transportation line, it is much easier than cutting off the transportation line on land. The mission is classified as S rank, but it belongs to the lower difficulty level within the S rank category, which is just right for Natsuo. So it is considered a normal mission. Natsuo arrived at a forest near the port with his wives. They stopped. Natsuo noticed the movement of Danzo and others behind him. In that case, the knife that Danzo wants to use to kill people is nearby. Natsuo thought. Although Natsuo has proven to be strong enough during the attack on Konoha, this level of strength is obviously not something impossible for Danzo to overcome. He has several elite Jonin subordinates, such as Abirame Toryun and Yamanaka Fu. Furthermore, he himself is an expert at the Kage level, so he is not at all worried that they cannot kill Natsuo. But now that it stopped, it's obvious that Danzo is on guard against people ambushing Natsuo. From this perspective, it can also be seen that the strength of these people is quite impressive. Even Danzo is not willing to take the risk of facing them. But, while considering Danzo's character, it is most likely that he is waiting for an opportunity to kill Natsuo without suffering any casualties and then stab his helpers in the back. Then let me see who this sword that Danzo used to attack me is. Natsuo smiled slightly, then closed his eyes. The next second. I found it. Let's take care of this side first. When I was playing with the third Hokage, it was fine, but now that so many people have seen me leaving the village, it would be embarrassing if I couldn't complete the mission. Natsuo smiled slightly and let go of Yugao's hand. What's wrong, Natsuo? Yugao's eyes sparkled, asking, is it an enemy? She was excited, eager to try. Since she became disillusioned with the third Hokage when he sent her as a spy to the Uchiha clan, she didn't have much motivation to continue training. But after spending this time with Natsuo and under her sincere care of her, little by little she changed from her cold personality to someone freer, in addition to Natsuo helping her train her genjutsu. She discovered that she really liked the battle. During this period of time on the battlefield, she even took on several missions on Natsuo's behalf, and each mission would keep her excited all day long. Yes, it's an enemy. Natsuo smiled slightly. Let me help, okay? Yugao immediately said. Sorry, this enemy is still a bit too difficult for you. Natsuo said with a slight sigh. Then he walked out of the jungle and came to the makeshift dock. Although it was just a remote makeshift dock with few people, the Kiri shinobis who struggled out of the Bloody Mist era were all highly vigilant. They instantly noticed Natsuo's figure. Who's there? Is he a Konoha ninja? Enemy attack. Quickly inform Mangetsu-sama. At the same time, many Kiri shinobis rushed towards Natsuo, wielding sharp blades and a murderous intent on their faces. Natsuo simply formed hand seals. Fire release, great fire annihilation. The next second. A surging sea of fire surged up. Chapter 130, Obtaining the Hiramakerii. Fierce flames surged and rushed forward. Transforming into a raging sea of fire, it completely enveloped the entire pier. Several large ships were instantly devoured by the flames, and the intense fire even burned on the sea, creating obvious steam that lingered above the sea of fire. Damn Konoha bastards! With a roar, a huge wave quickly approached. A wave as tall as a small mountain swept over the burning ships. The giant wave extinguished the flames, but by this time, the wooden ships were already completely destroyed. Damn it! A thin man with white hair, pointed shark-like teeth, and a bandage around his neck jumped out with a grim expression. Hozuki Mangetsu. The older brother of Hozuki Suigetsu, the peerless genius of the Hozuki clan, a member of the strongest generation of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist who was skilled in the use of the 7 ninja swords and was known as the second coming of the demon. It's him, the sword that Danzo relies on. If it's this guy, who is one of the most powerful shinobi ever produced within Kirigakure, he would be a decent target. Natsuo looked at the displeased Mangetsu and smiled faintly. Mangetsu is an expert at the Kage level. Not only is he proficient in the hydrification technique and water gun technique, which are characteristic techniques of the Hozuki clan, but he is also proficient in the use of silent killing. In all of Kirigakure, the only person who can compare to him is Terumi Mei. The shinobis of Konoha. Mangetsu's face turned ugly. Daring to disturb my rest and ruin my mission. Are you prepared to die as compensation? A thick killing intent spread from him. The expression of Yugao and other of Natsuo's wives became serious. From this man, they felt an unparalleled sense of oppression. This man was very powerful. Mangetsu's eyes were filled with killing intent. Suddenly, he noticed the clan emblem on Natsuo's back. Looking at that emblem, you're a ninja from the Uchiha clan. Mangetsu squinted his eyes. As far as I know, the only remaining adult Uchiha in Konoha seems to be Uchiha Natsuo. You have quite the audacity. Mangetsu revealed shark-like teeth and his eyes flickered with a dangerous gaze. Does the Sharingan you possess give you enough audacity to attack the fleet I'm protecting? Well, there was actually no information about you in the intelligence. Natsuo smiled faintly. But I have received a mission to destroy the dock and ships here. It seems like you've been abandoned. Mangetsu paused for a moment upon hearing this, then immediately smiled. The internal conflicts in your Konoha village are not much different from those in our Kirigakure. Mangetsu, a Kage-level expert who emerged from the village of the Bloody Mist, had witnessed too many dirty things. Although this is a port location selected by Kirigakure, it has not actually started construction. Mangetsu's mission is to accompany the transportation of building materials. Although the amount of building materials is large, they are not valuable and do not belong to war supplies. Even if they are destroyed, it would only affect the battle for a short period of time. The ninjas of Konoha have had dealings with Kirigakure before, and their leaders must know what the newly established dock looks like. But they still sent Natsuo, a vice leader, to take action. Did you offend Danzo? Mangetsu chuckled lightly. Yes. Natsuo nodded with a smile. Mangetsu laughed heartily. It's really pitiful. You know nothing and yet you encountered me. He touched his chin. Perhaps I should let you go back and watch you fight Danzo to the death. But unfortunately. Mangetsu's expression changed, and his sharp teeth revealed a hint of ferocity. You actually attacked directly, causing my mission to fail. If I don't return with your eyes to the village, how will the people in the village see me? He suddenly lunged straight towards Natsuo. At the same time, his arm muscle swelled, becoming thicker than his thighs. Water release, great water arm technique. Hozuki Mangetsu leaped high into the air, his fist the size of a sandbag coming down fiercely. With a fierce momentum, it was like a giant stone falling. The faces of Yugao and the other Natsuo wives changed. Although they were not delicate flowers on an ivory tower, how could they resist the killing intent of a Kage-level expert? In an instant, their legs felt weak. And the most important thing was that, although Hozuki Mangetsu was yelling at Natsuo, his attack was directed at Yugao and the others. Prioritize the removal of the weak. Otherwise, in a battle with a strong opponent, the weak could cause unexpected trouble. Although Mangetsu was arrogant in his words, his actions were ruthless and completely calculated. He followed the most standard tactics of a ninja. Seeing that his fist was about to fall, suddenly, a hand firmly grabbed his wrist. Hey, they're just spectators, why involve them? Natsuo sighed lightly. Let's fight each other, can't you let them be a spectator? I brought them here to experience the aura of a Kage-level expert. But not to actually fight you. This guy. Hozuki Mangetsu's pupils contracted, he exerted force on his wrist, forcefully breaking free. He took 3 steps back before looking at Natsuo with seriousness. Whether it was the extremely powerful fire release from just now or his strength with which he casually grabbed her wrist, this guy. He wasn't as useless as the rumors said. But listening to Natsuo's words, Mangetsu's expression slightly changed. Uchiha Natsuo, are you saying that they won't attack me, so the only one attacking will be you alone? That's right. Natsuo smiled. It's just me. Do you think you're my equal? Mangetsu couldn't help but laugh. Even if you joined forces with those kunoichi, you wouldn't be able to escape from my hands. With just your fire release. Do you really think you can defeat me? His voice suddenly grew louder. Who do you think I am? Mangetsu roared in anger. He suddenly pulled out a scroll. The next second. Bang. Great twin blades, Harem. One of the mystical swords of the 7 swordsmen of the mist that has been passed down from generation to generation amongst the group's members since the first Mizukage's era. Although it is called twin blades, it is actually a single blade with 2 handles, making it convenient for dual-handed use. Surging chakra flowed out from Mangetsu's hand, enveloping the entire body of the Harem in a pale blue chakra, forming a shape resembling a large sword. However, in the next second, a chakra-covered hand gripped the Harem tightly. Mangetsu's face changed instantly. But before Mangetsu could react, Natsuo threw a punch. Then his figure was thrown into the air as he spit out blood. After his body fell heavily to the ground, the immense force caused him to slide across the ground until he finally fell into the water. Natsuo waves his hand, casually waving the Harem, then smiles towards the beach. So now can you tell me who you think you are? Escaped, huh? Natsuo raises an eyebrow. Impressive for a Kage level, very decisive. He's not stupid. With the ninja sword taken away and himself being so easily suppressed, what's the point of fighting now? Too bad, but it seems like he left his sword. Oh well, I'll give it to Emiri later. Natsuo sighed lightly, then sealed the Harem and put it in a storage scroll. Everything happened so fast that Yugao and the others only had time to react. Natsuo, that Kiri shinobi. He escaped. Natsuo shrugged. Natsuo could sense Mangetsu's location, but according to Emiri, both Mangetsu and herself belonged to Terumi Mei's group and were loyal to Kirigakure, so Natsuo deliberately showed mercy. Other Kiri shinobi didn't matter, but Mangetsu was a Kage-level expert. If he died in Natsuo's hands, it would be a huge blow to Terumi Mei and Kirigakure. Of course, Emiri's plea came at a price, although there was nothing she could do now that she was pregnant. But this debt would be repaid with interest after she gave birth. Furthermore, after he obtained the last rewards for the birth of the triplets, a new plan for Terumi Mei and Kirigakure began to form in his mind. Did he escape? Yugao widened his eyes. Don't idealize Kage-level experts. Natsuo shook his head. Kage-level experts are also human. They can feel fear, hatred, failure, and lust. Furthermore, reaching that level means that they have gone through countless battles, so when it comes to avoiding danger they are the most decisive. Natsuo's wives were stunned for a while by what had just happened, but then they recovered and talked among themselves for a while. Okay, the mission is complete. Yugao said to reassure the women increasingly excited by Natsuo's strength. We can go back now. However, upon hearing her words, Natsuo showed a slight smile. Go back. No, it's still early. We still need to deal with the people behind us. At the same time, Danzo was waiting calmly with Aburame Toryun and Yamanaka Fu in the forest 3 kilometers from the dock, awaiting the outcome of the battle. Fu, is there still no result? Danzo asked. Danzo-sama, the distance is too far. With my abilities, I can only faintly sense some residual waves. Yamanaka Fu hesitated. But it seems that the battle has already calmed down, the energies have become much softer. Aburame Toryun pondered for a moment and then asked, Danzo-sama, should we get closer? If the distance is too far, even Yamanaka Fu, a top-level sensory ninja, cannot obtain much information. Don't rush. Danzo remained calm, closed his eye and rested, his voice calm and unperturbed. Hozuki Mangetsu is a Kage-level expert, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. His strength should not be underestimated. If we get closer, there is a risk of being detected by him. Stay calm. Yes. Yes. After a pause, Aburame Toryun said, but Danzo-sama, we shouldn't have any problems with using others to kill Natsuo, but what about the Sharingan? Shouldn't we get it back? After all, that is a dojutsu belonging to Konoha. Don't worry about such trivial matters. Konoha doesn't need a pair of Sharingan. Danzo slowly opened his eye, his voice calm. He didn't actually have any personal animosity towards Natsuo. In fact, he didn't feel much about Natsuo. His dislike was only directed towards the Uchiha clan. At this moment, apart from Natsuo, he didn't even think about gaining any benefits for himself. He already had too many Sharingan, most of the eyes of the Uchiha clan during their heyday, ending up in his hands after the clan massacre. Just a simple pair of 3 tomo, although it was not something common and ordinary, but he had several only on his arm. And at the root headquarters he had many more in reserve. It wasn't worth taking risks just for a pair of Sharingan. As for after using all the Sharingan in his possession, there are still many Sharingan in Konoha. Danzo's old face revealed a smile. There are a lot of children within the Uchiha clan, and their talents seem to be quite good. Although the evil Uchiha should all die, the young children are very suitable to join our root. The younger the child, the easier to brainwash. Currently, aside from Natsuo, the oldest Uchiha is Sasuke. After that, there are Natsuo's children who haven't even reached the age of going to ninja school yet. Aren't they the best options to join the root? Toryun, make a note of it. After the war is over, we can try to use the children of the Uchiha clan to see if they can accommodate the cells of the first Hokage Senju Hashirama. Danzo's old face showed a hint of anticipation. If the Senju and Uchiha combine, the strength would be incredible. Although there will definitely be sacrifices in the experiment, Natsuo has quite a few children. A small sacrifice, it's worth it. It's all for Konoha. Before he could continue speaking, his expression suddenly changed. At the same time, Yamanaka Fu's expression also changed. Aburame Toryun wanted to ask his companions what was happening, but suddenly realized something was wrong and looked towards the coast. A giant figure in armor appeared out of nowhere on the dock. He was tens of meters tall and wielded a sword. With both hands gripping the sword, he fiercely swung it down. A sharp sword energy pounced towards them. Chapter 131, Confronting Danzo. Boom. A massive sword energy swept across everything in its path. Danzo, Aburame Toryun, and Yamanaka Fu panicked and tried to escape, but they were one step too slow and were injured by the impact of the energy. What's going on? What is that? Toryun and Fu's faces changed drastically. Especially Yamanaka Fu, he felt an unparalleled amount of chakra from the other side. Danzo, on the other hand, exclaimed directly, that is Susanoo. How is that possible? How can the Mangekyo Sharingan appear here? Danzo couldn't possibly not recognize the giant in front of him. As a man who deeply hated the Uchiha, he was too familiar with this powerful giant. Or perhaps, this was also the power he had longed for. The next second, the giant took a big step forward. The tens of meters tall giant, step by step, caused the earth to tremble slightly, as if it could not bear its weight. In just a few steps, a fully armed giant samurai appeared in front of Danzo and the others. The giant's entire body featured a deep purple almost black color, like a black demonic god. And Danzo immediately saw the familiar figure within the body of the Susanoo giant. Natsuo. You actually awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Danzo's expression changed drastically. Well, long time no see, Elder Danzo. Natsuo's mouth curled up, his voice carrying a hint of coldness. I originally wanted to greet you in a different way, but after hearing your words from afar, I thought this way of chatting with you would be more appropriate. By the way, Elder Danzo. As Natsuo spoke, the giant Susanoo's body tilted slightly, instantly blocking the sunlight. What did you say you wanted to do with my children? Danzo and the other two were shocked, their faces filled with disbelief. The enormous figure and the fresh sword mark left by the slash put immense pressure on them. But Danzo quickly calmed down, then opened his seemingly half-closed eye and stared at Natsuo. Susanoo. Mangekyo Sharingan. Uchiha Natsuo, you've hidden it very well. You're the one who destroyed my laboratory, right? The attack on the root laboratory had caused an excessive reaction from Konoha, ultimately leading to the Fourth Shinobi World War. And the mastermind behind all of this, despite the investigations by the Umbu and Root, remained elusive. Danzo had also suspected the shinobi within the village, but whoever it was seemed to lack the ability to attack the root laboratory, take away a large amount of scientific equipment and research materials, and leave without a trace. The Uchiha had always been the least suspected, as at that time, Uchiha Natsuo was known as the shame of the Jonin, with his strength considered to be at the level of a Chunin, making him the weakest Jonin. But now. It's you, Natsuo. Danzo angrily exclaimed. Not just that attack on the root lab. Natsuo said calmly, with a hint of mockery in his eyes. Do you remember when you were bombed in the Shimura clan? Was that also you? Danzo widened his eyes, that was still an unsolved mystery. It's just that the scope of the impact was smaller. And upon closer inspection. It seems that right before I was attacked, there was an assassination attempt against Natsuo. Well, I didn't expect you to have already acted against me. You really are an evil Uchiha. Danzo narrowed his eye, a hint of killing intent flashing. I should have strangled you long ago. Like how you incited Uchiha Itachi to annihilate my Uchiha clan. Natsuo retorted. Danzo remained calm. So you know about that too? Well, with your abilities, it's normal to discover some things. The reason why the third Hokage immediately dismissed Danzo after the Uchiha clan massacre was mainly because, although the Root and Uchiha Itachi had both worked to eliminate any traces, time was so tight that any action they took would be noticed by the shinobi. Ninjas don't need to have evidence to act, they just need to find suspicion, motive and reason, and that's enough to convict someone. Unfortunately, Hiruzen never wanted to listen to my advice and get rid of you from the beginning. Danzo said, with a face full of regret. If it weren't for the third Hokage's words, Danzo, I am the Hokage. Rejecting his suggestion to directly send Ninja to kill Natsuo. How could he let the Root suffer such a great loss? Natsuo just smiled. At first, he was not as powerful as Danzo had imagined. Returning to Konoha was actually a gamble, betting that the third Hokage wouldn't dare lay a hand on him nor allow Danzo to do so. But he won the bet and even won the entire Uchiha clan's inheritance, which allowed him to gain such power in just a few years. Elder Danzo, rest assured. Natsuo's voice turned cold. I will send you to accompany the third Hokage, just as I sent him back then, but you still have to stay alive for a while. It was you who killed the third Hokage. Danzo's expression drastically changed. Fu and Toryun's expressions also changed greatly. No wonder I felt that Raza shouldn't be able to achieve this level. Even if Hiruzen is weak and old, he wouldn't be unable to inflict any injuries on Gaara. Danzo muttered slightly, his eyes filled with complexity. So, it was you who did it. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen had a strange bond with Danzo, almost like Sasuke and Naruto. Although Danzo would always complain about how weak Hiruzen was, upon hearing the news of Hiruzen's death, he trembled and had a complicated expression on his face. Hiruzen was also quite mysterious. Despite often being at odds with Danzo, whenever others wanted to propose removing Danzo from his position, Hiruzen would always be the first to stand up and oppose it. This was probably the unique relationship between the two of them. Then, let me avenge Hiruzen. Danzo took a deep breath and opened his clothes, revealing an arm firmly trapped by metal. Fu, Toryun, protect me. His right arm has been transplanted with a large number of Sharingan and Senju Hashirama's cells. Whether it is the Sharingan or Hashirama's cells, they are both highly unstable and consume a great amount of energy. If they were constantly activated, Danzo would have been exhausted to death long ago, so they were sealed away. In a real battle, he needs his subordinates to open the seal for him to unleash his full power. Fu and Toryun also understand this, so they didn't hesitate to say, yes, Danzo-sama. The next second. Both of them attacked together. Abirame Toryun took off his gloves, revealing his purple-black palm, the color of nano-poison insects. It is a secret technique of the Abirame clan, an ability that only Abirame Toryun can master. Once it touches you, even if you are at Kage level, death is inevitable. Bang. He fiercely punched towards Natsuo. But Natsuo just glanced at him indifferently, and the next second, Susanoo kicked him. However, after all, he is an expert at the elite Jonin level, and although he was already injured by Natsuo's previous attack. Torian desperately grabbed Susanoo's foot as blood began to flow from his mouth and nose. He probably won't survive after the battle. The part of his palm that made contact with Susanoo suddenly started to change color. The originally deep purple Susanoo chakra slowly turned black and gradually crumbled away. The insects of the Harem clan have the ability to devour chakra, so even a Susanoo constructed purely with chakra can be eaten away by their venomous bites. However, Natsuo just glanced at it and didn't pay any more attention to this matter. After all, phew, it's difficult for my venomous insects to devour a chakra mass of this size. Torian's mouth twitched, and he said, I'm really not suited for fighting against enemies like this. It takes a certain amount of time for the small nano-sized venomous insects to erode an arm. Although the insects of the Harem clan have the ability to devour chakra, it is really too difficult for them to devour a giant Susanoo that is tens of meters tall. As Torian held onto the Susanoo, Yamanaka-fu took the opportunity to quickly move behind the Susanoo. Mind-body switch technique. Yamanaka-fu sent his consciousness through the technique, but when he was about to enter Natsuo's mind, he saw two deep red eyes. Puffed. Yamanaka-fu spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed weakly. What's wrong, Fu? Torian, who took advantage of Natsuo's pause due to Fu's technique to get away from the Susanoo, had a slight change in his expression. He used his protective suit to support Yamanaka-fu and asked, this guy. Yamanaka-fu, while spitting out blood, looked at Natsuo with a terrified expression and said, as soon as my consciousness attempted to enter his mind, I was directly suppressed by his formidable mental power. How can he have such terrifying mental power? Chapter 132, Chapter 132, he's not dead yet. However, regardless of how shocked the two of them were, it had no effect on Natsuo's actions. With a blink of his eyes, Susanoo brandished a giant sword and brought it down. The wind pressure from the huge blade directly enveloped the two of them. The sharp edge of the sword created a gust of wind that felt like razor blades, causing pain on the faces of the two. With one strike, Natsuo intended to kill the two of them. And at this moment, summoning jutsu, Baku. Danzo finally couldn't sit still. Torian and Fu had very little time to engage in combat and were almost instantly defeated. This meant that Danzo barely had time to remove the seal from his arm before being forced to participate in the battle. So Danzo acted decisively. He summoned his personal summons and sucked fiercely towards Susanoo. In legend, Baku is said to be able to devour dreams and nightmares. When he opens his mouth and inhales, he can create a powerful suction force that inhales everything in his path, unaffected by the debris he inhales, while at the same time exhaling through his trunk. As soon as Baku appeared, he opened his mouth wide and emitted a powerful suction force. However, this force was unable to shake the Susanoo. But at the same time, Danzo also made his move. He moved quickly behind the Susanoo, and Danzo's right hand suddenly opened, and with the fluctuation of chakra, sharp wooden awls stabbed at the Susanoo. Bang! The wooden punch hit Susanoo fiercely, making a loud sound. But it couldn't even break through Susanoo's defense. Although the attack couldn't break through the Susanoo's defense, it was still able to shake it a little. Intense vibrations came, causing Susanoo's sword to deviate and fall beside Yamanaka-fu and Harem Torian. But they were still affected by the aftershocks of the sword attack, with countless wounds all over their bodies, covered in blood. They were barely alive. Natsuo then turned to Danzo. Because he knew that Danzo had trump cards yet to be used, he had to control him as quickly as possible. Otherwise, when he realizes that he can't escape using the Izanagi, he might explode here and turn the scene into a full-scale explosion and affect Yugao and the others. If Izanagi is used together with reverse 4 symbol sealing, wouldn't it mean that he can make unlimited explosions? When it explodes, do you use Izanagi, get close to someone, and then explode again? In the end he might end up catching Danzo, but his wives might end up dying. Natsuo, do you want to kill me? Danzo has never been a person who would let others handle him. Anyone who wants to touch it will pay a high price. You think you can kill me just because you possess the Mangekyo Sharingan? You're so naive. Danzo quickly turned his steps and ran directly towards the coast. Danzo, who normally had to be supported by a wooden stick when walking, was like a ghost swaying in the wind at an incredibly fast speed. Natsuo instantly understood Danzo's plan. He wanted to use his wives to restrain him and even force him to die. They were all ninjas, and there was no distinction between honorable and dishonorable actions. Danzo makes a quick decision and quickly walks away. Natsuo quickly killed Baku, who was holding back the Susanoo, with a single slash, and then immediately chased after him. Ninjas moved at an extremely fast pace. But the enormous Susanoo, although seemingly slower than a ninja in movement, with its massive size, each step covered the distance of 100 steps for a ninja. With each step he took, the distance began to close rapidly. Damn Uchiha. Upon noticing this, Danzo cursed inwardly, but his steps did not slow down at all. the moment Natsuo reached him, black flames suddenly lit up on Danzo's body. Mangekyo Sharingan Technique, Amaterasu. Ah! Danzo cried out in pain, but soon his figure began to fade. Sharingan Kenjutsu, Izanagi. At the cost of consuming a Sharingan, it could make unfavorable events that happened to oneself within a certain period of time disappear as if they never occurred, only choosing favorable outcomes to become reality. This was the most powerful weapon Danzo possessed. Danzo's figure appeared in the direction of the coast. As long as he manages to capture Natsuo's wives, he will be able to get out of this dangerous situation. The coast was right in front of him, and Danzo's cold heart became warmer. He was almost done, he had almost succeeded. Splat. Susanoo thrust out a sword, directly piercing through Danzo. Sharingan Kenjutsu, Izanagi. Danzo once again used the forbidden technique, and his figure faded. Danzo, suffering so many losses, lost his patience and appeared in front of the Susanoo. Would release, spontaneous tree summoning. Huge vines seemed to grow from Danzo's right hand and rolled towards the Susanoo, the vines quickly turning into a large tree that could almost block the path. At such a close distance, the power that Danzo's half-skilled would release can unleash is very powerful. Natsuo has been guarding against this move of his. As soon as Danzo showed signs of raising his right hand to face him, he quickly avoided it, leaving Danzo no chance to counterattack. Damn Uchiha. Danzo cursed under his breath, waved his right hand and moved away from the large tree in his hand. He prepared to head towards the coast again. Suddenly, Natsuo's Sharingan moved rapidly. Danzo, who was familiar with Uchiha illusions, his eyelids twitched, and he quickly lowered his head. Especially the intact left eye was tightly closed for fear of being accidentally hit. Swoosh. Splat. Danzo looked at his chest in disbelief. Blood gushed from his wound, reddening his clothes. Swoosh. Natsuo took out the ninja sword that pierced Danzo's heart, turned around and swung the sword at lightning speed. Ah! Along with a scream, Danzo, who was behind Natsuo and about to attack him, lost his arm, cut off by Natsuo's ninja sword. What made Danzo even more panicked was that the few Sharingan that had not been used were already useless. Natsuo pinched Danzo's throat, picked him up, and said expressionlessly, "You're a piece of trash that all you do all day is conspire against everyone. At first I didn't care much about your participation in the Uchiha clan massacre, but you continued to bother me, so I decided it was time to take out the trash." While his brain was spinning, Danzo, who hadn't had time to use the last Izanagi, found himself sitting on a small stool. Natsuo picked up a kunai from the table casually and blew on the kunai. "This is my illusion space, it was created based on my Mangekyo Sharingan technique, Tsukimi, along with other secret techniques related to the mind. Let me tell you that you are the first to experience it, since I couldn't use it on other people for fear of destroying their consciousness. Also, Danzo as an Uchiha, I want to tell you that Izanagi is not perfect and that the Kenjutsu also has great flaws. Think about it carefully. When your consciousness collapses, your soul is damaged, and you no longer have independent consciousness. Do you think Izanagi can still save you?" Puffed. The kunai penetrated Danzo's middle finger, like a large chopstick, piercing bone and flesh, and split Danzo's left middle finger in half. Ah! Harsh, shrill screams erupted in space, and the pain that penetrated his soul made Danzo unable to control himself. He had never experienced pain like this. Natsuo tested one of the effects of his space on Danzo, which consisted of all stimuli being amplified 10 times. He let Danzo enjoy this pleasurable and painful torture. The second. Natsuo lifted another of Danzo's fingers, and then with the kunai he split it in half. Then came the third, the fourth. Danzo was not given any time or opportunity to ease his pain. The pain that penetrated deep into his soul increased tenfold, almost breaking Danzo's will. Sitting on the small stool, his body was almost twitching and his intact left eye kept rolling upward. Perhaps it was uncomfortable to look at this eye, so Natsuo casually put the kunai into his eye socket. "Your voice is ugly, so." Puffed. The base of his tongue and vocal cords were cut, directly depriving Danzo of the opportunity to make a sound. Once, twice. Natsuo's speed is very fast. The kunai in his hand kept falling on Danzo. Natsuo needed Danzo to always be trapped in this kind of pain that penetrated his soul and he couldn't escape. As the blood spread throughout Danzo's body, Danzo stopped moving completely. The person is not dead, but his will has collapsed, and his soul has been severely damaged. Upon exiting the illusory space, Natsuo took out Danzo's right eye. He then thought, "I finally have Shirsue's eye." The battle ended. Natsuo also needed to clean up the battlefield, especially Danzo. If he wasn't dealt with properly, Hashirama's cells would soon go berserk. Fortunately, although Natsuo wasn't particularly skilled, he still knew sealing techniques. After making some effort, he picked up Danzo's body, then went to the dock to meet Yugao and the others. They were still stunned, completely unresponsive. They had never seen Natsuo demonstrate his full power. Yugao was the first to react and then said, Natsuo, you're actually this strong. Yugao widened her eyes. Although I knew you had decent strength, I didn't expect you to be this formidable. Yakumo rolled his eyes and said, Yugao, be happy. At least you know a little about our husband's true abilities. When I married him, I thought that when I recovered from my illness I would have to protect the Uchiha clan myself. After they calmed down a bit, Yugao, who was once an ANBU and knows Danzo's position very well, said with a worried expression, Natsuo, you actually killed Elder Danzo. Will this bring any negative impact on the Uchiha clan? Does Tsunade-sama have any thoughts? Does Shimura and the Sarutobi clan have any thoughts? Or should we just pretend this never happened? After all, with Danzo's style of doing things, no one should know that he came towards us. However, Natsuo shook his head. There is no need. I actually came to the battlefield for this purpose, plus he hasn't died yet. Then, Natsuo along with his wives, returned to the Konoha camp and, on behalf of the vice commander, summoned all the shinobi present. When everyone was still curious about why Natsuo called so many people, Natsuo directly opened the sealed scroll containing the bodies of Aburame Toryun and Yamanaka Fu, then discovered the stretcher where Danzo's body was in a vegetative state. Elder Danzo tried to attack me secretly, coveting the Sharingan of our Uchiha clan. Because Elder Danzo attacked me together with other ninjas, I was forced to use genjutsu to defend myself. Unfortunately, Elder Danzo could not bear it and was left in a coma. According to the system, as the vice commander, I will become your leader. I have finished speaking. He slowly opened his eyes, revealing a pair of Mangekyo Sharingan, emitting a powerful pressure. Who is in favor, and who is against? Chapter 133, Chapter 133, Eliminate Hidden Dangers. Inside the camp, the ninjas of Konoha were dumbfounded. Their vice commander, who normally didn't care about anything, suddenly showed the commander's wounded body, directly stating, I left him in a coma. From now on, I will be the commander. Who agrees and who opposes? This was too audacious. Many people instinctively wanted to say something, to rebuke this act of rebellion. But that's the Sharingan, right? It is indeed the Sharingan. There are so many, and they are all 3 Tomo Sharingan. Where did Danzo find so many eyes? Have you forgotten about the Uchiha clan massacre? It seems like you're the one who forgot. I remember that after the Uchiha clan massacre, none of their bodies were buried. They were all directly incinerated. At that time, there were still many people who regretted it because they wanted to investigate the bodies with secret techniques. It's a pity that they were incinerated directly. It would have been great if we could use them as materials. I didn't forget. You're just too foolish. It's because they were incinerated that there are so many eyes appearing on Danzo. That's right. It's because the bodies of the Uchiha clan were incinerated that there are so many eyes appearing on Danzo. Complete incineration makes it easier for the root shinobi to steal the eyes. But I remember that the incineration of the bodies was arranged by the third Hokage and entrusted to the ANBU. A Jonin subconsciously said. But after he finished speaking, he suddenly realized it himself. The third Hokage probably knew about this. In other words, it was a collaboration between the third Hokage and Danzo. Several members of the ninja clans around him had angry expressions. Even some civilian ninjas had a trace of anger on their faces. The ninjas of his own village were killed by a traitor ninja, and it was later claimed that their bodies were cremated, but in reality, were they taken by the village leader to obtain research materials? Who could tolerate this? Although their strength was weak and they didn't have any Kekkei Genkai, they generally wouldn't encounter such a situation. But they were still ninjas of Konoha. If Danzo could do such things to the Uchiha clan, one of the 2 major clans in Konoha, then what he could do to them would be even more excessive. It's not just the Sharingan of our Uchiha clan. Take a closer look at Danzo's shoulder. Natsuo coldly reminded from the side. Shoulder. Everyone was stunned and looked over. There was a pale face, eyes tightly closed, and the nose and mouth only had a few outlines, as if it were a face filled with plastic, very strange. But it's strange, this face seems somewhat familiar. Wait. First Hokage. The older generation of ninjas reacted and exclaimed, it's the face of the first Hokage. The crowd instantly exploded. Yes, it is definitely the face of the first Hokage. Yes, it really does look like the face on Hokage Rock. But why does Danzo's shoulder have the appearance of the first Hokage? Could it be? The people trembled and immediately noticed the Sharingan embedded in the arm, which led them to a certain realization. Danzo, he transplanted the cells of the first Hokage into his own body. Well, many ninjas actually didn't know how terrifying the cells of the first Hokage were in terms of erosion. Just a few cells could spontaneously form the face of the first Hokage. Subconsciously, they thought that Danzo had dug out the face of the first Hokage and pressed it onto his own arm. They were instantly filled with anger and shouted enraged. Danzo, how dare he treat the great first Hokage like this? That's the first Hokage. Although the expression, the first Hokage is indecisive, Uchiha Madara is decisive, has been circulating recently and has somewhat reduced the prestige of the first Hokage, and increased the impression of Uchiha Madara. But, no matter what, he is the founder of Konoha, who gathered countless shinobi. The first Hokage still holds unparalleled prestige in the hearts of the Konoha shinobi. And now, Danzo actually laid his hands on the head of the first Hokage. How could he do such a thing? He's so audacious. How could his audacity not be great? Do you still remember what happened at the Roots laboratory a year ago? There were plenty of materials there as well. Someone coldly spoke, revealing the events that were sealed by the third Hokage. He dares to attack Konoha's top ninja clans. Why wouldn't he dare to bully the declining Senju and Uchiha? As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd fell silent. But in the eyes of each person, flames of anger flickered. On the other hand, Shikaku reflected for a moment and looked at Natsuo curiously. Vice Commander, are you saying that Danzo, along with Aburame Toryun and Yamanaka Fu, the two elite jonin from Root, attacked you? May I ask how you managed to kill them? It's simple. Natsuo's answer was straightforward. Just with my own eyes. Only at this moment did all the ninjas present notice Natsuo's pupils that were different from the Sharingan. I will personally return to Konoha and inform the Hokage about Danzo's matter. Natsuo's voice was calm, his gaze focused. And now, all of you will follow my orders. Are there any objections? His voice turned cold, the chilling power of the Mangekyo Sharingan was completely released, making it difficult for everyone to breathe. Even just by looking at it, they could feel an incomparable pressure. This cold and arrogant appearance is completely different from his previous appearance. Are you finally going to stop hiding your strength? Amiri, who had been living quietly in the camp, her belly growing bigger and bigger, sighed softly, feeling 1,000 emotions. She has been married to Natsuo for so long and has been familiar with Natsuo's strength from the beginning. And now, Natsuo is finally no longer hiding. He recklessly unleashes his eye power without any concern, and the chilling aura makes all the ninjas feel like they've entered hell, unable to help but tremble. We have no objections. Shikaku is the first to speak. According to the system, it should be Natsuo-sama who takes over the camp. That's right, I'm willing to follow Natsuo-sama's orders. Danzo is already dead, someone must take control of the military power to stop Kirigakuru's attack. I also support it. Everyone speaks up one after another, although it's chaotic, no one rashly opposes. The most formidable weapon of a ninja is strength. When it's difficult for you to even speak under the opponent's pressure, no matter what the opponent says, it's best to obediently listen. Very well. Natsuo smiles slightly, and the pressure on everyone suddenly dissipates. Then I will first arrange the defense, and then go back to Konoha to solve the problem with Danzo. After these words are spoken, everyone looks at each other, hesitating. Do you really have to go back to Konoha first, Natsuo-sama? Nara Shikaku's mouth twitches, and in the end, he can't help but speak. With Danzo's death, we also have some concerns. Is it appropriate for Natsuo-sama to leave his position and go back to Konoha? It's not just inappropriate, it's extremely inappropriate. Where can you find someone who becomes the leader, takes on dangerous missions, and then just returns to the village like nothing happened? We are currently at war with Kirigakure. Although it's not a full-scale battle, we have small skirmishes every 3 days and major battles every 5 days. What do we do without a leader? It's okay, I'm just going to report to the 5th Hokage and I'll be back soon. Natsuo smiled faintly. And if you really encounter enemy attacks, it's okay. Just retreat and give up some territory. Anyway, when I come back, I will reclaim everything from Kirigakure. Everyone wanted to argue, but they didn't know how to speak up. Natsuo ignored them and went straight into his room. His wives had already started packing. Amiri silently walked over. Did anything happen at the campsite? Natsuo asked without turning his head. No. Amiri calmly replied. Danzo only targeted you. It seems he didn't pay attention to me. After all, he doesn't know you. Natsuo shook his head and chuckled. Your reputation isn't that great. He has seen you with his own eyes. Hearing this, Amiri became quite angry. Natsuo smiled slightly. In reality, he had made sure that Danzo didn't recognize her before bringing her to the battlefield. Otherwise, even if she stubbornly followed him, Natsuo would not have allowed her to come. After all, she was pregnant, and just traveling long distances is already a risk, even more so if Danzo knew who she was. But why do you insist on going to Konoha? Amiri curiously asked. Even someone like me, who doesn't have much power, can see that a newly appointed leader should not leave their troops and return to the village. Aren't you worried about losing your leadership? Natsuo smiled. If Tsunade hadn't specifically asked me to support the battlefield against Kirigakure, I wouldn't bother coming with leadership or without leadership. Sometimes power is much more important than authority. Amiri agreed with this. She was also the type of person who didn't care much about authority in Kirigakure. Although she had some subordinates, they were there to assist her with troublesome matters. She only wanted to rely on her own sword to control her own destiny. After thinking for a moment, Amiri asked, "But you don't have to return to the village, do you? Do you have a special purpose?" "Yes." Natsuo smiled slightly, nodded, and looked towards the direction of Konoha. "You know, for Danzo to successfully transplant the Sharingan along with the first Hokage's cells required enormous funding, many experimental materials, equipment, and test subjects. And it is impossible that he did it alone. It is most likely that the Hokage's other advisors supported him. So once the news of what Danzo has done is sent back to Konoha, what do you think all the people involved will do?" Amiri responded, "They'll probably try to eliminate anything that links them to Danzo." "Yes, they will try to do that. But now that Tsunade has regained most of Konoha's power, she won't allow them to do that. Plus this also involves the Senju clan, so it will be much more ruthless. That's why this time I'm coming back to warn those old guys that they better hide in their burrows and not provoke me or they'll end up like Danzo." Natsuo's goal was simple. First he was returning to Konoha to leave the children who were born to the Snake Princess, and second he was to control the consequences that may occur after Danzo's death. Chapter 134, The time has changed. Konoha Village. Hokage Residence. Countless jonin with grim expressions looked at the bodies below and at the unconscious Danzo, while the heads of the ninja clans gritted their teeth, their eyes filled with anger. Compared to the frontline camp ninjas, the ninja clan leaders hate the act of taking another clan's Kekkei Genkai even more. Tsunade's face also paled, and although she knew that it was normal for ninjas to carry out human experiments, since her grandfather Senju Tobirama developed many of his techniques that way. That's why she pretended not to know that Danzo and the third Hokage were secretly conducting experiments on humans, but she didn't expect them to be so crazy. So many 3-tomo Sharingan. And Sasuke, who stood here as a special personnel, had flames in his eyes. The young boy spoke with extreme anger. "I remember that the bodies of my Uchiha clan members were clearly arranged to be incinerated by the third Hokage's Anbu. Why did our clan's eyes appear on this man? Fifth Hokage, can you give my Uchiha clan an explanation for this?" Although Sasuke was somewhat arrogant, he could still be considered a polite young boy. At this moment, he directly questioned Tsunade, disregarding the presence of the clan leader, Natsuo, beside him. It can be seen that he was already angry to a certain extent. After all, Sasuke looked at the Sharingan on Danzo's arm, and his 3-tomo began to spin as if they were about to undergo a transformation. Among those Sharingan could be those of their parents. "I know." Tsunade sighed softly. "The village will give the Uchiha clan an explanation for this. At the same time, my Senju clan should also be given an explanation. Danzo not only obtained the 3-tomo Sharingan but also the cells of Senju Hashirama." Looking at Danzo's body in a vegetative state, Tsunade couldn't help but look at Natsuo's expression. She wondered if Natsuo knew about these matters and was waiting for the opportunity to attack Danzo. The root must be thoroughly cleaned. Tsunade took a deep breath and said, "Yamanaka Inoichi." "Here, Hokage-sama." Yamanaka Inoichi lowered his head and stood up. "I command you to carefully investigate the memories of Danzo, Yamanaka Fu, and Abirame Toryun. The focus is on the information about the root." Tsunade took a deep breath and said, "Even though I plan to disband the root, I can't let the village's assets go to waste. There may be some things in one of Root's laboratories. Everything must be returned to its rightful owner. Especially the parts of the major clans." Tsunade didn't say this out loud, but her words were unquestionable. The many leaders of the ninja clans present breathed a sigh of relief and felt a sense of agreement with Tsunade. They had wanted to do this for a long time, but they were always blocked by the third Hokage before. The third Hokage, truly a cancer of Konoha. The individuals responsible must also face accountability. Tsunade continued, "Especially Danzo's loyalists, and the ninjas who have harmed Konoha, they must be punished." A jonin from the Shimura clan couldn't sit still and couldn't help but say, "Fifth Hokage-sama, the ninja world is currently in a war. Why not go easy on them and let them redeem themselves? The Shimura clan is very supportive of Shimura Danzo. Most of the jonin in the clan are high-ranking members of the root. This wave of accountability will be very painful." However, Tsunade just coldly glanced at the Shimura jonin and said, "If we don't take strict measures in this situation, how can we gain the trust of the people? Why don't you ask the clan heads and jonin of the major ninja clans in Konoha if they are willing to go easy on them?" The next second, the ninjas of the Shimura clan felt countless gazes shooting at them like thorns, with a pervasive sense of killing intent, making their backs tingle. Go easy on them. What a joke. What do you think Danzo did to my clan back then? The Shimura clan's jonin silently swallowed their saliva. It suddenly occurred to them that this was no longer the era when Danzo and the third Hokage were still around. Without the third Hokage suppressing the anger of the major clans, without Danzo's intimidating reputation, how could he have the capital to make others compromise? Especially considering that the experiments carried out by Danzo were using the remains of the fifth Hokage's grandfather. But the Shimura clan's Jonin paused for a moment and then decisively said, I think a lenient punishment should be given. Fifth Hokage-sama, the power of the root is formidable, and there are too many ninjas implicated by Danzo. Are you really going to push Konoha into chaos? This is a threat. But there is no other way. Although speaking up this time would make their own clan unable to survive among the major ninja clans and in front of the fifth Hokage. But the Shimura Jonin knew very well what happened to Orochimaru's subordinates when Orochimaru defected. Just look at Mitarashi Anko. Clearly, she was a genius who was worthy of being a disciple of the Sannin, but because of the village's suppression, her promotion was forcibly halted, and her strength could not increase for years. The resources of her clan were suppressed from all sides. It wasn't until she sold herself to the Uchiha that her strength began to improve again. However, in reality, Anko's experience was the least severe during that turmoil. Although Mitarashi Anko was Orochimaru's disciple, Orochimaru's actions before leaving had already shown that he and this disciple did not have the same opinion. So compared to other silently disappearing ninjas, Anko was lucky enough to survive without undergoing excessive scrutiny and surveillance, and her clan was not completely suppressed. That was already very fortunate. But unlike Anko, the Shimura clan cannot be separated from their relationship with Danzo no matter what. If Konoha continues to pursue this, the entire clan will likely be implicated, and the Shimura clan will probably be completely destroyed. Fifth Hokage-sama. Shimura Jonin took a deep breath and said seriously, please consider carefully before taking action, Hokage-sama. If you dare to make a move against us, we won't just sit back and wait for death. Don't forget, we are currently in the midst of the Great Shinobi World War, and Konoha is at a significant disadvantage. Upon hearing this, even Tsunade was at a loss for words. The other clan leaders glared angrily but were unable to speak. Because no matter how angry everyone is, Konoha does not have the ability to suppress internal strife while also resisting external enemies. Compromise is an inevitable necessity. This is reality. Even if our hearts are filled with anger, reality cannot be changed. And at this moment, show leniency. You have quite the idea. Natsuo suddenly sneered, then turned to Tsunade and the other clan leaders and said, it seems that the disappearance of the corpses of the members of the Uchiha clan after their annihilation and the desecration they suffered afterwards may also be related to Shimura Danzo. After all, if you think about it carefully, with just Uchiha Itachi alone, even if his strength is strong enough to exterminate the entire Uchiha clan, it shouldn't be possible for the Konoha shinobi to have no reaction before the Uchiha clan was wiped out, right? Was there someone in the village cooperating with Uchiha Itachi? And there is a high possibility that it was Shimura Danzo. Sasuke widened his eyes, his body trembling. So there are still so many doubts about the annihilation of his clan by his brother. Is someone helping him with this matter? On the other hand, the leaders of most of the ninja clans remained silent. Of course most of them noticed that there was something wrong with the genocide of the Uchiha clan, but did they dare to even think about it with the third Hokage and Danzo handling the matter? Not to mention Shimura Danzo, even the third Hokage may attack them if they investigate the matter. But now you're saying it so clearly, Natsuo, aren't you afraid that the situation isn't chaotic enough? Tsunade frowned. Natsuo, are you suggesting? What I mean is, my Uchiha clan was persecuted, leading to the extermination of the entire clan. Natsuo's mouth curved into a cold smile. So as the current clan leader of the Uchiha clan and the only survivor within the clan, it's normal for me to lose my mind out of anger, right? Now, no matter what kind of revenge I take, it's normal, right? As soon as he finished speaking, before the Jonin of the Shimura clan could react, he instantly appeared in front of him. Splurt. Natsuo's arm went straight through the heart of the Shimura clan Jonin. Natsuo slowly retracted his arm, and blood instantly sprayed out, dyeing the entire conference hall red. Natsuo. What are you doing? Tsunade widened her eyes. Kill a Konoha ninja right in front of me. Although the Shimura Jonin deserved to die, the course of action regarding the Danzo incident has not yet been decided. However, the next second, the pattern of the Mangekyo Sharingan appeared in Natsuo's eyes. Mangekyo Sharingan technique, Amaterasu. Then black flames began to appear on the body of the Shimura clan member, and in a matter of seconds the body disappeared into nothingness. Everyone was shocked. What is Natsuo doing? He actually killed someone in front of the Hokage. Natsuo. What the hell are you trying to do? You just killed a Konoha ninja, do you want to rebel? Mitokato Hamura and Udatane Kohara finally came to their senses and looked at Natsuo angrily. Even Sasuke was stunned. Even he understands the consequences of directly attacking in front of the Hokage. Could Natsuo really want to become a traitor? Natsuo snorted in disdain, what's the point of keeping this tumor? Stop bothering me and worry about yourselves. It's obvious that Danzo got support from people in high positions within Konoha. Before they could say anything, Tsunade exploded first. Bang. Tsunade stomped her foot, causing the Hokage residence to shake. Utatane Koharu, Mito Kato Hamura, do you two know about this? Tsunade was tired of these two old men. Added to the news of what Danzo did and Natsuo's recklessness, she could only vent to these two and looked at them extremely angry. Once these two continue their nonsense, she will definitely shake her fist without hesitation. No, Tsunade, don't be impulsive, we were just surprised by Natsuo's attack. Mito Kato Hamura denied repeatedly. Originally they just wanted to hold Natsuo responsible to prevent them from being implicated in the Danzo matter. Seeing that the situation was going in the wrong direction, they quickly denied their relationship with Danzo. Tsunade's mouth twitched, but as Hokage, she couldn't allow Natsuo to act recklessly. Although it is obvious that the Shimura clan is very involved in Danzo's affairs, they cannot be killed directly without accepting the village's judgment. In the end, things ended so dramatically. Tsunade told Natsuo that he will stay at the Uchiha clan residence until his punishment is decided and then dismissed everyone. She has to return to deal with the consequences of Danzo's actions, and Natsuo's attack on a member of the Shimura clan, plus she has to investigate the people involved with Danzo. The members of the Shimura clan also left in silence, not even daring to mention what would happen to Danzo now that he had technically been left in a vegetative state. Natsuo's attack on one of their members and Tsunade's subsequent reprimand of the two advisors was a wake-up call for them. This Konoha is no longer the Konoha of before. The previous third Hokage took them very seriously, but Tsunade is different. This is a very strong shadow. The new age has no ship that can transport them. As Sasuke walked back with Natsuo to the Uchiha clan residence, he looked confused. After thinking about it, he realized that Natsuo was very powerful. He was able to kill Danzo and two other elite Jonin and was also able to instantly kill a Jonin from the Shimura clan. Does this mean that he already has the ability to take revenge on Itachi? But wasn't I given the task of taking revenge on Itachi? Now it sounds like Itachi's massacre of the clan was also shrouded in mystery, and Natsuo. His mind was in chaos, feeling a headache. Chapter 135, An Unexpected Situation. Residents of the Uchiha clan, underground laboratory. The space was meticulously organized, filled with jars, books, and scientific equipment. Kabuto, focused on a work table, is examining some blood samples when the door bursts open, revealing Natsuo with a smile holding Danzo's limp body on his shoulder. Kabuto, I have a small gift for you. Kabuto turns quickly, surprised by Natsuo's arrival with Danzo on his shoulder. Natsuo-sama, it is an honor. What is happening? Natsuo replied with a laugh, let's say Danzo decided to take a long rest, you know. A long sleep. Kabuto looks at Danzo's body with a neutral expression, disguising any emotion. I understand. What do you want me to do with this? Oh, I just wanted to give you a chance to test your skills, you know, the experiments with the Hashirama cells and that Sharingan arm Danzo has. I want to see if we can improve the revival number 1 potion a little. Kabuto nods, a spark of interest in his eyes. It will be an interesting challenge, Natsuo-sama. Although I must ask, are there any restrictions on my methods? Ah, just one. Danzo must live on, but you know what? Death would be too easy for him. I want you to see if you can make him aware of his surroundings while he's here. So, do what you want, but make sure he stays in this world as much as possible. Kabuto bows respectfully, hiding a subtle smile at Natsuo's peculiar request. Understood, Natsuo-sama. I will do my best to fulfill your wish. Natsuo places Danzo's body on an examination table with a nonchalant gesture. I knew I could count on you. Well, I have to meet with the Hokage-sama, so Danzo will be in your care. Kabuto begins to meticulously analyze Danzo's body, hiding his thoughts about the strange situation as he immerses himself in experimentation. Natsuo then headed to the Hokage residence to meet with Tsunade. When he entered the office, Tsunade glared at him. Natsuo chuckled and walked over to Tsunade's side. However, Tsunade continued to glare at him fiercely and said, "What were you thinking when you killed someone in front of me? Do you think I don't have enough problems? Behave." With that said, Tsunade pushed Natsuo, who was too close to her. Natsuo looked at Tsunade out of the corner of his eye and thought, so fierce. Tsunade continued to glare at Natsuo, but she was also worried about the situation. Natsuo had revealed Danzo's nonsense, but then he killed a Shimura clan ninja in front of everyone. What should they do next? Although the Shimura clan deserves severe punishment, they should not be killed without being convicted first. Furthermore, it is obvious that the Shimura clan was not the only clan involved in the corruption of Konoha during the third Hokage's rule. Seeing the tangled Tsunade, Natsuo spoke, I know you are worried that the Shimura clan will react violently due to Danzo's death and that I may retaliate against them. But you can use this opportunity to consolidate your power. We all know that there is no way that the Sarutobi, Shimura, Utatane, and Mitokado clans have not been involved in the corruption of Danzo and the third Hokage. The first thing you must do is disband the root and gather evidence. Then take advantage of this to remove the two annoying elders who constantly hinder you. Furthermore, you can offer the clans involved the option of going to the battlefield against Kimogakure and redeeming their mistakes with military exploits, and guarantee that I will not seek revenge for Danzo's affairs as long as they behave and do not provoke me. Tsunade looked at Natsuo, hesitated for a moment, and said, "Okay, I know all that. I'll put your matters aside for now and focus on resolving the consequences." Then Tsunade performed a special seal, and after a few seconds an ANBU appeared half kneeling in front of her. "Tell Nara Shikaku to come into my office." "Yes, Hokage-sama." After answering, the ANBU disappeared in the blink of an eye. Not long after, Shikaku knocked on the door and then entered Tsunade's office. He then said, "Hokage-sama needs me for something. You will lead the ANBU and go to the root base. From now on the root will be dissolved. I need you to coordinate the entire operation and take care of those who are absolutely loyal to Danzo, then the remaining members will reintegrate into the ANBU. Due to Danzo's methods, of course the root members who are absolutely loyal to him cannot stay in Konoha, since they know too many secrets, and if they rebel they can cause a lot of trouble. Although many ninjas were forced to enter the root, there are still many ninjas who are absolutely loyal to it. After learning of Danzo's fate and the dissolution of the root, who knows what they might do? They are completely unstable elements, and it is normal for them to betray the village at any time." "Understood, Hokage-sama." Shikaku replied and then left the office. "Humph." After Shikaku left, she snorted coldly, then looked at Natsuo and said, "Let me ask you, I told you that before doing anything, you should first stabilize Kirigakure's front line, so how did you end up here?" "When I arrived at the battlefield I did exactly that as soon as I arrived." Natsuo smiled. "I was just thinking about returning to Konoha quickly and solving the problems with Danzo, before immediately returning to the battlefield. I didn't expect you to make me stay. I thought you would send me back immediately." "You dare to say that?" Tsunade's anger surged. "You actually attacked a Konoha ninja in front of me, the Hokage, and you thought I was going to send you away right away. Do you still see me as the Hokage in your eyes? I didn't directly attack you, so you should be grateful." "Oh, thank you then." Natsuo smiled. "You." Tsunade's anger made her stomach ache. She waved her hand fiercely, glared at Natsuo angrily, but had to clean up the mess caused by Natsuo's actions. Facing the Konoha ninja who witnessed the turmoil caused by Danzo, and Natsuo worked hard to calm them down. At the same time, he had to coordinate the dissolution of the root and handle the interrogations of the members, to ensure that no problems arose later. After gathering the evidence that Danzo kept at the root base, she met with the two advisors, the new leader of the Sarutobi clan and a representative of the Shimura clan. After half convincing and threatening them, they agreed to send most of their members to the battlefield on the condition that she would not continue investigating corruption cases during the third Hokage's rule. Tsunade, who dislikes working, had to work hard until late at night. Finally, she finished her work and returned home. And before entering, Natsuo appeared next to her. "You better sleep obediently at the door tonight. Don't come inside." Tsunade looked at Natsuo and then quickly entered her house, then ran to where her daughter was. Looking at the angelic sleeping face, Tsunade, who was under a lot of pressure at work, finally felt a bit alive. After Natsuo entered the room, the little baby opened her eyes. The next moment a special energy was released from her, then Natsuo felt a sense of connection that he had never experienced before. The room seems to glow with a soft, comforting light as Natsuo approaches Hikari, who has just opened her eyes. As he extends his hand towards her, a flash of energy seems to flow between them, and Natsuo feels an inexplicable force being transmitted to his daughter, similar to the effects of the Rinshu no Kanki. A current of power, warm and comforting, establishes itself between father and daughter in an instant. Although surprised, his face lights up with a smile full of amazement and joy. Since he notices that he is constantly transmitting mental and physical energy to his daughter, he even vaguely feels that part of the lineages integrated into his body are being transmitted. Although the process is very slow and does not affect his own strength, over time his children can awaken their bloodlines or even awaken new Kekkei Genkai. The reason behind this connection with Hikari may be because Natsuo's children have a kind of special connection with him, and when combined with the Rinshu no Kanki, there was a kind of mutation in the ability. The influence of Hikari's talent and the special nature of the Rinshu no Kanki ability granted to Natsuo merged in a way that no other son experienced. Then Natsuo notices that this connection exists with all of his children, but the reason why it has not yet manifested could be due to the complexity of genetic inheritance and the different talents that each of his children possess. Some may require more time for their energies to match and harmonize similarly to Hikari's. Tsunade didn't notice anything unusual between Natsuo and her daughter. After seeing that her daughter had gotten up, she smiled at Hikari. The baby babbled and was very cute. Although Tsunade had to worry about Natsuo, worry about the village, and deal with the joint attacks of the major nations, she was exhausted. But when she saw the cute little face of the baby, she felt as if everything had become easier. Even though she only glanced at it, she felt as if no one could defeat her now. Tsunade regained her spirit. Meanwhile, Natsuo immerses himself in the mental connection he shares with his daughter. There is no need for words, it's as if his thoughts were intertwined and he felt a kind of comforting peace as he watched his daughter babble. Together, they generate an aura of complicity and affection that seems to transcend physical barriers. I remember that babies can call for their mothers when they are a few months old. Tsunade laughed softly, stroking Hikari's cheek with her finger. Come on, say, Mama. The baby blinked her beautiful big eyes. Dada. Tsunade. Hikari, you are amazing. Natsuo exclaims, watching how the girl responds with a melodious giggle. Natsuo begins to tickle Hikari, who laughs out loud as she tries to escape her father's fingers. Dada. 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 The child happily called out. Meanwhile, Tsunade's face became more and more somber. Chapter 136, Chapter 136, Not all Uchiha can be Uchiha Madara. Natsuo. Come here. Huh? What's up? Die. Huh? Natsuo faced Tsunade's fierce attack with a bewildered expression. She really went all out, using even her chakra-enhanced strength. And not only that, while they were fighting she screamed, "You stole my daughter. You stole my daughter." Natsuo looked innocent, but he could only defend himself against Tsunade's madness move by move. It wasn't his fault, the bond formed instantly as soon as he approached Hikari. Besides, isn't it normal for him to be close to her daughter? Natsuo sighed lightly. Tsunade vented her grievances fiercely and then turned and ran back into the room. But it didn't take long before she came out again, still angry. Natsuo. You stole my daughter again. Why is she only calling you now? And then she swung her fist. Natsuo. Natsuo thought, I was thinking of returning to the Uchiha residence, but seeing Tsunade's unreasonable temper, if I don't give her a punishment, it seems she won't calm down. That night, the Senju clan's house was in turmoil. The surrounding major shinobi clans were worried that Natsuo and Tsunade had separated and started fighting. The village cannot bear any more internal conflicts. The next day, many clan leaders gathered at the Hokage's office. After a day of effort, most of the root ninjas had been gathered and were being monitored by everyone. After it was confirmed that these people were loyal to Danzo, they were basically doomed, as unstable elements could not be allowed to exist within the village. But still there were some root ninjas who noticed that something was wrong when the cursed tongue eradication seal disappeared, so before the village ninjas arrived they had disappeared. Clearly, they had decided to defect. Tsunade didn't hesitate to label these people as rebels, but she found herself in a passive position. Apparently, according to the information provided by Natsuo, he may have damaged Danzo's consciousness and soul with his Mangekyo Sharingan technique, which caused the cursed tongue eradication seal to be released, alerting the root ninjas that something had happened to Danzo. Fifth Hokage, we must quickly adjust the defense arrangements in the 3 major battle zones. Narashikaka said, the betrayal of the root ANBU will lead to the leak of a large amount of intelligence information to other countries. If we don't rearrange the defense, the losses will be severe. Yes, I know. Tsunade took a deep breath, her expression serious. I have already informed Jiraiya and the others that the defense arrangements in the 3 major battle zones will be changed. But this also means that many of the fortifications that were previously built cannot be used. They will also leak a lot of information about hidden logistics transfer points, and we will have to do more to ensure the security of the front supply lines. Clearly, this is a serious loss for Konoha, which is already at a disadvantage. And all of this. It's Natsuo's fault. Tsunade glared fiercely at Natsuo. Natsuo, however, was indifferent and responded with a provocative look. This guy. Tsunade was even more angry. I'm not worried about Kimogakure. Narashikaka shook his head. Jiraiya-sama is powerful, and there are also the most Konoha shinobi there. Even if they lose the advantage of intelligence, they can still hold the line. I'm not worried about Tsunagakure either. They seem satisfied with the current results and are strengthening their defenses. But as for Kirigakure, Narashikaka sighed lightly. Tsunade-sama, according to intelligence, many root members have escaped in the direction of the battlefield against Kirigakure. Previously, Kirigakure's defense line was also under Danzo's control. I am afraid that the information leak here will be the most serious. There is no capable person in charge over there. Isn't it a bit? He hesitated to speak, but his attitude was already clear. Should we consider sending Natsuo to this place and let him redeem himself? Other ninjas also expressed their opinions one after another. Although they didn't say it directly, their words emphasizing the shortage of manpower on the battlefield and the urgent need for a skilled person to be stationed there have already shown their attitude. They hope that Natsuo will solve the problems he has caused by going to the battlefield to stabilize the front against Kirigakure. There are many reasons for the ninjas not to continue with the issue of the problems caused by Natsuo. On the one hand, Natsuo got rid of Danzo and solved an important problem for everyone, especially the ninja clans of which Danzo always kidnapped his most talented members to enter the route. Secondly, the Uchiha clan is the biggest victim of Danzo's actions. The Uchiha clan has been reduced to only Natsuo and Sasuke. It's only natural that he would seek revenge against Danzo, right? Thirdly, and most importantly, Natsuo is strong. Although many ninjas did not recognize the change in Natsuo's eyes before burning the Shimura clan member, but ninja clans with members who lived during Uchiha Madara's era still recognized what those eyes meant. Those eyes allowed Uchiha Madara to face the first Hokage Senju Hashirama. A strong person is always someone people can rely on. Even Uchiha Madara, who indirectly caused Senju Hashirama's death, was remembered by many ninja when the First Shinobi World War broke out, wishing in their hearts that he was still in the village. In the minds of the top leaders of the ninja clans, Natsuo's strength may not match that of Uchiha Madara, but he is definitely very strong. With such combat power, even if there are some faults, as long as he is willing to protect everyone, it is acceptable. Do you also prefer Natsuo? Tsunade's eye twitched, feeling dissatisfied. She slammed the table hard. Don't even think about it. Killing a fellow Konoha ninja who hasn't been convicted, this precedent shouldn't be set. He has to stay in Konoha now, and not think about going anywhere else. Everyone looked confused, completely unaware of why Tsunade was so angry. Just yesterday, Tsunade seemed to be taking a lenient attitude towards Natsuo, not even subjecting him to any punishment. So why did everything change so suddenly today? Natsuo, upon hearing this, couldn't help but smirk. Kirigakure headquarters. Are you saying that Konoha has a very powerful expert? Terumi Mei looked at Mangetsu with a serious expression. Yes. Mangetsu sighed. That Uchiha Natsuo is really terrifying. If he hadn't decisively given up the Hiramakari, he might have been killed by him. In that short confrontation he couldn't feel the slightest possibility of winning. And if the records of the Hozuki clan are correct, that person has the same eyes as Uchiha Madara. The Kirigakure ninjas suddenly became solemn. Has another Uchiha appeared, as powerful as Uchiha Madara? He probably isn't as strong as Uchiha Madara. Mangetsu noticed the expressions of the crowd and said, otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to escape from his hands. But it's still dangerous. Uchiha. Terumi Mei pondered for a while. Suddenly, an ANBU appeared and whispered a few words in her ear. Terumi Mei's expression changed slightly, then she followed the ANBU. After a while, she returned. Just now, a ninja who has defected from Konoha brought information. Terumi Mei's expression became serious. And the identity of the enemy who defeated Mangetsu has been confirmed. It is indeed the current leader of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Natsuo. He seems to be hiding something, or rather, he is truly an Uchiha. Despite fooling around with women every day, he still possesses such strength. Terumi Mei sighed lightly. He has already killed Shimura Danzo. Terumi Mei sighed as she recounted the news brought by the defected root ninjas. The expressions of the crowd suddenly became serious. First defeating Mangetsu, then killing Danzo, all this added to the fact that he has the same eyes as Uchiha Madara. But Mizukage-sama, according to what you said, that Uchiha Natsuo is now trapped in Konoha village by the 5th Hokage. A ninja present immediately understood the key point. So, does that mean that on our battlefield there is no powerful Konoha ninja leading their troops? That's right. Terumi Mei nodded. The information brought has been confirmed and it seems that Konoha's troops do not have a commander. There really are no high-level ninjas on the Konoha side. Doesn't that mean that the prosperous land of fire is opening up to us? The Kiri ninja's eyes lit up. The land of water is an island nation, with decent strength, but every time they reach out to the mainland, they are always beaten back. And now there is an opportunity to defeat the Konoha shinobi and swallow up a large amount of land. They couldn't sit still. Mizukage-sama, let's attack. Yes, how dare they have internal conflicts right before the battle? The people of Konoha really underestimate us. That's right. And whether Natsuo is powerful or not, let's teach them a lesson first. And what if it's an Uchiha? Not every Uchiha is Uchiha Madara. Everyone was extremely excited. Terumi Mei also said without hesitation, I think so too. Everyone, launch the attack. Show Konoha the strength of Kirigakure. Yes, Mizukage-sama. Everyone excitedly responded. Terumi Mei gave consecutive orders, and everyone received their orders and planned to increase the intensity of the attack. On the other hand, Mangetsu hesitated for a long time. Finally, when everyone left and only Terumi Mei remained, she couldn't help but say, Mizukage-sama, I think Natsuo may not be as. Although he may not compare to Uchiha Madara, his strength should not be underestimated. What if Konoha sends him to the battlefield again? Mangetsu looked worried. Terumi Mei fell silent for a moment and said, I have also considered what you're thinking, but now is indeed the best time to attack. You also know that the more advantage we have in the initial stages, even if we give up some land later, the more room we have to negotiate. Besides, we might not necessarily lose. Terumi Mei's eyes were firm and bright. Not every Uchiha is Uchiha Madara. I, Terumi Mei, am not weak either. Mangetsu breathed a sigh of relief at her words. Yes, not every Uchiha is named Uchiha Madara. Although Natsuo is not weak, our Mizukichi-sama is also a strong person. We might not necessarily lose. Chapter 137, Raza's Strategies. Kirigakure immediately launched an attack. Terumi Mei took action personally, releasing lava release and boil release consecutively. Hozuki Mangetsu, carrying the Kabuto Wari, Nuabari, and Shibuki, also moved across the battlefield. Mangetsu moves with deadly grace, wielding the three swords masterfully as the ninjas advance towards him. Using the Kabuto Wari, a massive sword with an axe on one end and a mace on the other, Mangetsu uses his weight to break through the ninjas' defenses, shattering the barriers they attempt to erect. Meanwhile, the Nuabari, the sewing sword, shines with Mangetsu's every precise movement. He takes every opportunity to weave a deadly web among the ninjas, trapping them and rendering them defenseless before delivering accurate blows with the Kabuto Wari. Suddenly, Mangetsu shifts focus from him to the Shibuki, an explosive sword. By skillfully manipulating it, he slams the ground creating shock waves that destabilize his opponents. Each impact of the Shibuki sends the ninja flying, breaking their ranks and wreaking havoc among them. Mangetsu's deadly dance with the three swords is a display of skill and strategy. He combines the brute strength of the Kabuto Wari, the lethal precision of the Nuabari and the explosive impact of the Shibuki to take on his adversaries with a unique blend of technique and strength. With every move, he leaves his mark on the battlefield, making Konoha's ninjas recoil from his might. He was the only one who could use all 7 ninja swords, a unique genius. Although most of the mystical swords of the 7 swordsmen of the mist had been lost. Kiba is in the possession of Ringo Amiri, the Kubikura Bocho is in the possession of Momochi Zabuza, the same Hada is in the possession of Hoshigaki Kisame, and the Hiramakari was taken by Natsuo. But Hozuki Mangetsu can still recover the remaining 3 swords with a scroll in his possession, and although he is not as strong as when he has the Hiramakari, he still possesses Kaga-level combat power. Konoha also made a great effort, but even with a member of the Nara clan as temporary leader, who was second only to Shikaku in strategy, setting up several ambushes and using explosive tags as traps. Managing to sacrifice many Kiri ninjas, they were finally defeated step by step. In the final analysis, there was a gap between the high-level combatants. Didn't Natsuo say he would be back soon? How come the enemy has already reached this point, but he still hasn't come? The Nara clansmen cursed but had to continue fighting and trying to minimize the speed of the front line's collapse. The only thing he could do was constantly request reinforcements from Konoha. However, it wasn't just the front against Kirigakure that had problems. The root ninjas also leaked information to the front line against Kimogakure and Sunagakure. Because these people were absolutely loyal to Danzo, after thinking he had died they went crazy. Which led them to leak information on all battle fronts. The root ninjas were very decisive, showing no mercy when it came to selling Konoha's information. This was even more impactful than when Orochimaru defected, because although Orochimaru also targeted Konoha in some aspects, he didn't sell information to all of Konoha's enemy countries like they did. Or rather, this was actually the legacy left by Danzo. Under Danzo's leadership, Root prioritized its own interests. For the sake of Root's interests, they had betrayed Konoha's own people more than once or twice. But previously, Danzo was still in charge. Besides his actions to become Hokage himself, he did prioritize Konoha's interests and wouldn't allow others to erode Konoha. However, these root ninjas did not have the same loyalty and love for the village. Danzo is willing to sacrifice Konoha's ninjas for their own good to become Hokage, so why can't they betray the village to avenge Danzo? Plus Tsunade started hunting them so they needed chaos to escape the chase. After receiving the information from the root ninjas, the Kimo ninjas were momentarily stunned. What? Uchiha Natsuo is actually a Kaga-level expert. He's really good at hiding. The 4th Raikage was dumbfounded. The others also widened their eyes, with an expression of disbelief. What should we do about Samui's mission? With someone of that level in the Uchiha clan, how can we obtain their bloodline? The 4th Raikage became somewhat irritable. He had originally planned to send Samui undercover to the Uchiha clan, gather information on his and Konoha's defenses. They would then launch a direct attack, using a team of elite jonin to capture Uchiha Natsuo and bring him back to Kimogakure. With Uchiha Natsuo's ability to have children, they could rebuild the Uchiha clan within Kimogakure. But now that Natsuo's strength has been exposed, how can her mission be completed? Raikage-sama, we don't have time to think about these things now. Elite Jonin C said, the root ninjas have already provided us with information about the Konoha forces we are facing. This is a great opportunity. Please make a decision, Reikage-sama. The others immediately spoke up, please make a decision, Reikage-sama. This is simply the best time to attack. I understand. The fourth Reikage took a deep breath. And then immediately increased the intensity of the attack, pressing forward with his army. Although Jiraiya's strength was not weak, and his forces were the strongest among the three major fronts, they had lost the information and suffered consecutive defeats. On the other hand, Sunagakure was very mysterious. They also got information from the root ninjas, but strangely, there was no change in their behavior. After receiving the report from the root ninjas, Sunagakure simply received the information and did nothing else, as if the information was somewhat irrelevant. Well, you can't say that they haven't made any moves. While they did not make any strategic arrangements, they suddenly gathered many masters from the land of wind. Then they made a big fuss so Temari would learn etiquette, history, how to behave properly in front of a large crowd, how to manage a large estate, arts and music. Temari was confused. Clearly, we are at war, and I can accept practicing some ninjutsu. But what kind of training is this? However, when the Suna ninjas heard this news, their morale rose. No wonder he is the fourth Kazekage. He has the victory in his hands. Yes, he even has time to educate his own children. This is proof that our chances of winning are extremely high. That's right. The Kazekage has already seen the dawn of victory, whether it's Konoha, Kumo, or Kiri, all under his calculations. The high-level officials of other ninja villages were also shocked when they learned this information. Kazekage Raza suddenly made a big fuss about educating his own children. Could it be to boost the morale of the Suna ninjas? It seems so. Look at how ordinary Suna ninjas are excited, and their morale is rising. Raza is so calculating. It looks like he's going to make a decisive move. We need to be on guard. Raza. I just found out that Natsuo seems to be under house arrest in Konoha and is being treated unfairly. I want to increase my bargaining power and see if I can bring Natsuo back to Sunagakure. I have a damn plan. But Raza's ability to strategize, which allows him to achieve maximum benefits with minimal sacrifices, has already made many ninjas wary. Chapter 138, Chapter 138, The Duties of the Hokage. Due to the leak of information on the fronts against Kumogakure and Kirigakure, more pressure was placed on the already weak Konoha. This can't go on like this. Tsunade saw it very clearly but could only curse Shimura Danzo and Natsuo for causing so much trouble. Apart from that, she couldn't do much. Because the manpower in the village is really tight. Now Konoha is outnumbered. Although they still have the forces of ordinary ninjas, the problem is that they lack high-level ninjas who can go to the front. At this time, Narashikaku and others once again suggested using Natsuo. Natsuo-sama was just blinded by anger, and his actions are understandable. Narashikaku advised earnestly. I hope Hokage-sama can understand Uchiha's predicament and, considering Uchiha's contributions to Konoha, deal with him leniently and let him redeem himself. Tsunade wanted to continue refusing. However, as the situation in the war changed, Tsunade has enough excuses for Natsuo to redeem himself for his foolishness without affecting Konoha's public opinion. During dinner that day, Tsunade said to Natsuo, Natsuo, now you realize how much trouble your actions caused. Natsuo responded nonchalantly, yes, I realize that. Hearing Natsuo's tone, Tsunade's expression changed, but she still said, since you recognize your mistake, I will forgive you this time. Go to the battlefield against Kirigakure and redeem yourself. Why should I redeem myself? Natsuo looked at Tsunade indifferently. Shimura Danzo deserved death and everyone knows it. As for killing the member of the Shimura clan, at most I can give them compensation. If they still insist on continuing to look for a culprit, I will simply threaten them so that they will drop the matter. Tsunade's heart skipped a beat. Not good. The concept that a Konoha shinobi should serve Konoha was deeply ingrained in her heart, and she had never encountered someone like Natsuo who didn't care about Konoha. But Tsunade recovered quickly. Seeing that Natsuo didn't care about Konoha, she tried to offer him benefits. What price do you want to go to the battlefield? Tsunade's expression was solemn. There are a limited number of Kage-level ninjas in Konoha. Unless Tsunade herself acts personally, the only person who can be mobilized is Natsuo. What do you think? Natsuo chuckled, his eyes scanning Tsunade's body. You. Tsunade immediately understood that Natsuo wanted her to have another child. Then she became angry and raised her fist. Natsuo didn't mind. After defending against each attack, he just smiled and walked to the side. Don't be fooled by Tsunade's exaggerated reaction now, but given the current situation, she will compromise sooner or later. Why should he sacrifice himself for the land of fire without receiving anything in return? Did Konoha cease to exist just because the other nations took territory from the land of fire? The only ones who benefit or harm from this war are the daimyos. Natsuo continued to stay calmly at Tsunade's house, without any rush. He could use this time to accompany Hikari. Natsuo really doesn't need to be in a hurry to get involved in this war. All of his wives have already separated from the Konoha ninja combat system, and now the Uchiha clan's business is not only limited to the Land of Fire, so this war will not affect his lifestyle. Plus all the people Natsuo cares about are in the Uchiha clan residence, and Konoha will not be destroyed by this war. No matter how cruel the war is, it has nothing to do with him. While Natsuo was in Konoha waiting for Tsunade's response, Ichikishimaheim and Taguriheim also gave birth. So Natsuo went to Ryuchi Cave to pick up his children. The two snake princesses gave birth to a total of 7 children, of which 2 were highly talented and gave great reward. Offspring +1, the comprehensive potential evaluation is 195, you receive chakra +17, Keki Igenkai, Shizen Chikara. Offspring +1, the comprehensive potential evaluation is 191, you receive chakra +17, Sage Art would release, true several thousand hands. As Natsuo received the rewards, he thought, the Ryuchi Cave is truly my sacred land. I directly obtained one of the most powerful wood release along with a very useful Keki Igenkai. The Keki Igenkai, Shizen Chikara, is an instinctive ability that allows the user to absorb and make use of natural energy without any training in senjutsu. It is very similar to the Keki Igenkai that Yugo's clan had, the only difference is that it does not have side effects, such as mental instability. Combined with the Keki Igenkai, Rinshu no Kanki-ai, Natsuo can now eventually allow his wives to also practice senjutsu. Although the snake princesses are Kage level, apparently surpassing the potential of 200 is very difficult, and requires a lot of luck or a very powerful bloodline, as in the case of Tsunade. Natsuo mused in his mind. At the moment I believe that my wives who do not possess a powerful bloodline or much power can begin to become stronger with the new abilities I gained before continuing to have children. I should also use this time for Yugao and my other wives who I taught sun breathing to develop their own breathing style. Natsuo decided to increase the physical bond with his wives during this period in order to strengthen them as quickly as possible with the Rinshu no Kanki-ai. But I also can't stop working hard to revive the Uchiha clan. So Natsuo decided to take the time to visit Ryuchi Cave and inject vitality into the snake princesses. After all, when he got the snake princesses pregnant back then his power wasn't as strong as it is now. Who knows, with all the rewards I got there will probably be some kids with a potential of over 200. A few more days passed. Tsunade made efforts to mobilize troops and sent reinforcements. But the situation got even worse. The front against Kirigakure was on the verge of collapse. Narashikaku and other high-ranking officials repeatedly asked Tsunade to send Natsuo to the battlefield. At first they tried to persuade Tsunade, but as the situation on the battlefield became more unfavorable, they began to demand that Tsunade issue the mobilization order. Tsunade was in a difficult position. It's not that she didn't want him to go, but he himself didn't want to go. She couldn't even tell them that the condition Natsuo set to be able to go to the battlefield was that she had a child for him. Unless she wants Uchiha and Konoha to separate again. Damn it. It was Natsuo who caused this mess, why do I have to be so troubled? Tsunade became more and more angry the more she thought about it, and she felt more and more at a disadvantage the more she stepped back. In her anger, she wanted to go into battle directly, but was forcefully restrained by everyone. Konoha now faces pressure from multiple fronts, unlike other ninja villages that only suffer pressure from one battlefield. If the Hokage appears on a battlefield, that battlefield naturally becomes stable. But what about the other places? When they know that Konoha's last defense, the Hokage, is no longer in the village, the other ninja villages will definitely break loose and launch a full-scale attack. Tsunade had several exchanges with Natsuo, but each time they ended on bad terms. Even as they talked more and more, Natsuo's demands became even higher. From the initial, help me have a child, to later, help me have a few children. This made Tsunade extremely angry, and every time they communicated, it ended with her losing her temper and resorting to violence. But during this time, as Konoha retreated step by step, Iwagakure finally couldn't take it anymore and launched an attack on Konoha. Tsunade finally had to compromise. Alright. You win. Tsunade was full of anger, her chest heaving, attracting Natsuo's gaze. If you can deal with Kirigakure, I will accept your conditions. Are you satisfied now? Natsuo smiled faintly, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Deal. Chapter 139, Chapter 139, A Sign of Trust. Hokage's orders have been issued. The news spread, and the high-level officials of Konoha finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that this Hokage has a strong belief in rules. Even though Natsuo is such a powerful support, if it were the third Hokage, he would have found an excuse to let him go a long time ago. But the fifth Hokage clenched her teeth and didn't speak up for so long. In the future, it's better not to violate the law in front of the fifth generation. Due to the previous problems, Natsuo was under Tsunade's surveillance, so he did not appear in public during these days. But whether it was killing Danzo or defeating Kirigakure's Hozuki Mangetsu, his achievements had spread throughout Konoha. After hearing this news, many of the kunoichi in Konoha completely exploded. Is Natsuo really that strong? If it weren't for despising his reputation as the shame of a jonin at that time, I would have accepted the mission to bear a son for the Uchiha clan. Many women regretted not having taken advantage of the opportunity. After Natsuo showed his strength during the Konoha crush, he became someone who harbored ulterior motives and hid his true strength. But now after this incident, Natsuo has become the one who caught the evidence of Shimura Danzo's guilt from the mouths of these repentant women, someone who remained hidden and bore everything on his shoulders before accumulating enough power to eliminate the corruption. Clearly, he is an ambitious and resilient outstanding young man. Natsuo's reputation instantly transformed from the shame of a jonin to the current Prince of Revenge. Natsuo's wives are very happy for him now that his reputation has improved. They even gathered to congratulate him. Of course, not all women are so happy. Samui's expression is somewhat stiff. Reikage-sama, we made a big mistake. Samui screams in her mind. How can we proceed with our plan to seize the Uchiha bloodline? Samui has been married to Natsuo for a short time, and as an elite jonin of Kimogakiru, the seductive tactics of the Uchiha obviously have not overcome Samui's innermost thoughts. Even though her belly is growing, she still cares about her mission. But now, how can you complete this mission? Her expression is extremely complicated, just clapping her hands with a forced smile, while her inner thoughts keep changing. Similarly, Sasuke also has a complex expression. Natsuo ani. Sasuke remained silent for a long time before finally speaking. Do you already have the strength to defeat Itachi? Sasuke, the power of a ninja is not so easily divided. I have my trump cards, and Itachi has his own. Natsuo doesn't directly answer his question, but instead smiles and says, but our missions and objectives are clearly defined. You go complete your mission, I'll go complete mine. Forget already. I'm responsible for reviving the Uchiha clan, you're responsible for dealing with Itachi. As for how to solve it, that's your problem. Sasuke opened his mouth, but his body felt light. He had witnessed his parents covered in blood in front of Itachi, a scene that was too shocking and caused him, a mere student of the ninja school, to activate his Sharingan. Since then, the responsibility of seeking justice from Itachi weighed heavily on Sasuke's shoulders. For a certain period of time, that was Sasuke's sole purpose for living. If Natsuo took away this purpose from him, Sasuke couldn't imagine what he would become. However, Sasuke accurately grasped Natsuo's words of how to solve it. The previous method was to kill Itachi, seeking revenge for his parents and the Uchiha clan. But with the revelation of Danzo's involvement, there were many doubts surrounding the Uchiha's extermination, and Sasuke had some suspicions as well. And now, Natsuo's words almost directly informed Sasuke, yes, your doubts are correct, there is indeed something wrong with the Uchiha's extermination. Regardless of whether your solution is to kill Itachi or spare him, or any other form of punishment, it's your problem. Natsuo only told him, do not let others guide your destiny or impose ideals on you beyond your capacity. Analyze all the facts objectively before making a decision, and whether you forgive or kill Itachi, I will support you. Thank you, Natsuo and I. Sasuke took a deep breath and lowered his head. Natsuo's words indicated that he had given up on seeking revenge from Itachi. Everything depended on his decision. But Sasuke understood that the Uchiha clan massacre is more complicated than it seems, so he will take his time to investigate everything that happened that year. He will then confront Itachi and decide his fate at that moment. Sasuke's expression was incredibly complex. However, he took a deep breath, and his face once again became resolute. I will make a decision after knowing the whole truth of that year. Sasuke said seriously. On the other hand, Natsuo didn't think too much about it. He actually didn't feel much for the Uchiha clan. When he had just transmigrated, his parents had already died, he had northwest siblings or close relatives, he only had a house. Because he didn't possess much talent at the time, the Uchiha clan, apart from giving him some extra support due to his parents, didn't really give him anything else. Most members of the Uchiha clan were relatively distant and proud, so Natsuo had limited contact with them. This caused their relationship to not be deep and he had little communication with other members of the clan. So no matter what decision Sasuke ultimately made, Natsuo could accept it. After all, from a perspective of self-interest, if it weren't for Itachi wiping out the entire clan, making it convenient for him to use the Uchiha clan's resources to establish a foundation for himself and gather wives, Natsuo probably wouldn't have this kind of strength now. Natsuo comforted Sasuke a few more times, then shifted his gaze to Ringo Emuri. Emuri's belly was getting bigger, and she was approaching her due date, so she obviously couldn't go out with him like before. And this time, he was prepared to end things quickly and didn't plan to bring his wives to the battlefield. Oh, by the way, Emuri. Natsuo thought for a moment and slapped his forehead. I have a surprise for you. As he spoke, he took out a storage scroll. With a round of applause, the Hiramakari appeared. It seems that the beating you gave Hozuki Mangetsu was harder than I thought. Emuri's mouth twitched, and she sighed lightly. That guy is really unlucky. So Natsuo, you are now She hesitated and looked at Natsuo, making some guesses but not daring to believe it was true. It's for you. Natsuo smiled. Do you like it? I remember that our agreement only included the lightning blades. Amiri swallowed a mouthful of saliva and pretended to be indifferent, saying, You had already given me the lightning blades in advance. Now that you give me another of the mystical swords of the 7 swordsmen of the mist, aren't you afraid that I will run away and leave the Uchiha clan? Except for you, no one here can stop me. Then I must have misjudged you. Natsuo blinked his eyes. Upon hearing this, Amiri felt somewhat moved. She seemed to not want others to see her current expression, lowered her head slightly and said, Is that so? Anyway, the ninja code is all about deception. Maybe I have deceived you. It's not too late to regret it now. Oh, is that so? I regret it then. Amiri suddenly raised her head, her eyes wide open. But Natsuo laughed heartily and pushed the mystical sword towards her, saying, I was just joking with you, but after accepting my gift, shouldn't you show some gratitude? To be honest, doing the same thing over and over again can get boring. How about after you recover from giving birth, you can show me your rebellious personality like the first time we met? Upon hearing this, Amiri's face turned red, filled with embarrassment. Ignoring her big belly, she grabbed the sword and swung it towards Natsuo. Hey! Don't be impulsive. Be careful with the child. Be careful with the child. Chapter 140, It doesn't matter, I will take action. Interior of the Uchiha mansion. Uchiha Rayon, Natsuo's first son with Yukino, frowned as he placed his small fingers on the book he was reading, the words on the paper mixing with his thoughts. His eyes, flashing with a mix of confusion and concern, rested on the open page. Rayon whispered to himself, What is happening to me? Suddenly, a strange sensation came over him. His vision sharpened, as if a veil had been lifted from his eyes. He could see tiny details in his room, things that would have gone unnoticed before. The sounds became clearer, every step, every whisper, echoing with almost unearthly clarity. He was startled when he felt the presence of the servants working in the gardens, a considerable distance from his room. Uneasy, he stood up, feeling a widening of his perception, as if the world around him was expanding. Then, in his mind, memories of his recent changes flooded his thoughts. The ease with which he mastered the ninja arts, the inexplicable changes in his physical ability and the release of that strange aura when his brother had been hurt. Intrigued and frightened by these changes, he decided to look for his mother, Yukino. Uchiha Rayon left the book on his desk and hurriedly left his room. His footsteps echoed in the hallway as he hurried towards his mother's room. Rayon knocked on the door. Mother, can I talk to you? The door opens, revealing Yukino chatting with a servant showing her a series of documents. Seeing him enter, she looked up with a warm smile, but seeing Rayon's worried expression, she motions for the servant to leave them alone. After the servant leaves the room, she immediately takes Rayon into his arms. Yukino says with concern, Rayon, what's wrong? Why are you so worried? Rayon, breathing quickly, said to Yukino, Mother, something strange is happening to me. My vision, my perception, it's like it's changing. And there are other things too, strange changes that have been happening lately. After Rayon told Yukino about all the changes he's been experiencing lately, she said with concern in her eyes, Rayon, this is unusual. But don't worry, I'll be here for you. It may be something to do with your innate abilities as an Uchiha. We'd better tell your father. Wait here. Yukino said in a soothing voice. She broke away from the hug and walked with quick steps towards the room where Natsuo was. She knocked on the door and entered, finding Natsuo who was accompanying Amiri, after she had managed to calm down from her outburst. Sorry to interrupt, Natsuo. Yukino said with seriousness in her tone of voice. It's about Rayon. We need to talk. Natsuo nodded, noticing the seriousness in Yukino's expression, and briefly said goodbye to Amiri. He stood up and followed Yukino back to her room, where Rayon was waiting anxiously. After entering the room, Natsuo felt the same connection that he felt with Hikari. He felt the same bond forming with Rayon. He also noticed that the bond created a kind of union. It could be described as a father-son union of absolute trust. Oblivious to the changes occurring, Yukino said to Rayon, Rayon, talk to your father. Tell him everything that is happening. Rayon was distracted while he noticed the bond that was formed with his father. He realized that he felt a kind of absolute trust in his father, which helped him calm down. After hearing his mother's reminder, he told Natsuo all the changes he had recently experienced. Natsuo realized that the bond he shares with his children due to his system is more complicated than he initially thought. Perhaps because Hikari's talent is the greatest among all of her children, and because she is still a baby, she only gave the impression to Natsuo that a connection was formed between them. And he thought that that connection would only allow his Renshu no Kanki to passively strengthen her permanently without needing physical contact with him. But the changes in Rayon have shown that these changes may be greater in some of his children. After realizing this, Natsuo said to Rayon, "Son, you must have noticed the connection that has formed between us. This is part of my special ability. This ability makes my children form a connection with me and allows them to grow stronger as time goes by. And in some cases like yours, special abilities manifest. But don't worry, it's a good thing for you," Natsuo said as he stroked Rayon's head. "I understand, father," Rayon said as he felt a strange energy in his body. "Rayon, as you may have realized, the changes that some of my children will experience are not under my control. So I wanted to give you the task of helping me keep an eye on your siblings and help them calm down while they experience these changes," Natsuo said as he squatted down to look into Rayon's eyes. "Can you take care of it while I'm not home?" "Yes, father, I will live up to your expectations," Rayon responded, returning to his usual seriousness. Due to Rayon's situation, Natsuo decided to stay at home one more day to help him adapt to his improved abilities, and in the process see if any of his other children had begun to awaken special abilities. Seeing that none of his other children showed anything strange or formed a bond with him, he decided to head to the battlefield against Kirigakure. The situation on the front line against Kirigakure was quite miserable. Although Kirigakure had fewer people, it was second only to Sunagakure in terms of poverty. But it has many high-level ninjas. Not only do they have 2 Kuga-level ninjas, but even ordinary ninjas also have the qualifications that place them among the best in the 5 great shinobi villages. After all, being in a country with frequent internal conflicts, they often engage in life-or-death battles. Those who are not strong enough or cautious enough have long been taken out by others. Even after Terumi Mei's efforts, the Kirigakure ninjas still have a certain level of distrust among their teammates. But they are still much stronger than the Konoha ninjas, who are at an absolute disadvantage in terms of quantity and quality of high-level ninjas. Large tracts of land have been occupied, a large number of military installations have been captured, and a large number of Konoha ninja have been killed. Even with Temporal Commander Nara's blood, sweat, and tears, he is unable to stop Kirigakure's progress. And now, Natsuo has finally arrived. "You finally came." The Nara clan member grabbed Natsuo's arm, his eyes filled with anger. "You said you would come back soon, but is this your idea of soon?" Even with the cautious nature of the Nara clansman, he was still able to clearly express those words, which showed how great his resentment was. Natsuo shrugged. "First, you should ask Tsunade about this matter, and second, you should ask yourself. I clearly said that you could give up the territory to buy time while you waited for me to return. Why did you have to fight the enemy to the death?" In reality, although Kirigakure has the advantage, Konoha should not have suffered such heavy losses. If Natsuo's plan had been followed, ceding territory and allowing Kirigakure to act freely, the loss of territory might have been significant, but the casualties would definitely not be as severe as they are now. However, how could the Nara clan member do such a thing? This is the territory of the Land of Fire. The Nara clan member shouted loudly. "How could we give up the territory?" Natsuo smiled slightly, then stopped worrying about that matter and asked directly, "How is the current situation on the battlefield?" The Nara clansman took a deep breath. "Kirigakure has captured our supply warehouse. Hozuki Mangetsu led a team to attack our transportation convoy, and we are facing a shortage of supplies. On the front lines, Terumi Mei led a major offensive. We keep retreating, and our current camp was just repaired yesterday, so it has very little defensive capability. We have suffered heavy losses these days, and the village's support has reached its limit. There is no more support available. Meanwhile, the Kiri ninjas have several high-level ninjas. Not only that, the Kiri ninjas, who used to have internal unity problems. Now that they have gained a large amount of war spoils due to their multiple victories, their morale has risen, and they are more united than ever. It's all bad news. Not a single piece of good news." The Nara clan member's voice sounded tearful as he spoke. At this moment, the alarm in Konoha suddenly sounded. The enemy ninjas were attacking again. How do we fight this?" The Nara clansmen completely collapsed. The Konoha shinobi were already at their limit, while Kirigakure's attacks were relentless. How do we fight this? However, Natsuo looked in the direction of the Kiri ninjas approaching in the distance, then smiled slightly. He stood up and walked towards them with long strides. Then he said, "It doesn't matter, I will take action." Chapter 141, A Long Night. Natsuo walked out of the command room. The Konoha shinobi outside were in a panic. They all had terrified expressions. It's clear that they have been losing miserably during this period of time. In the distance you could see the faces of the Kiri shinobi, full of madness. The morale of Konoha had already collapsed to the extreme, even though many capable ninja had set traps and personally conducted reconnaissance on the outskirts, issuing early warnings. But most of the ninja had already collapsed. Even though the mental resilience of ninja is stronger than that of ordinary people, after several defeats, it was enough to make them collapse. At this time, the Kiri shinobi had also rushed over. Kill. Slaughter the bastards of Konoha. Let the weak and incompetent Konoha see what a real ninja is. The Kiri ninjas burst into wild laughter and rushed forward. Next second, a colossal creature suddenly rose from the edge of the Konoha camp. It was dozens of meters tall, its entire body presented a black-purple color, like a majestic warrior in armor, imposing and emitting a sinister aura. Susanoo. Natsuo stood calmly within the crystal on Susanoo's forehead, his expression indifferent. The fierce wind howled, causing Natsuo's clothes to flutter, and his deep black hair danced incessantly. What is that? The Kiri ninjas were stunned. Next second. Suddenly, the Susanoo giant raised his arm, holding a sword with one hand and then brandished it. The blade caused a violent sword aura that cut everything in its path mercilessly. With formidable strength, it fiercely struck the ground. Boom. A ferocious shockwave spread from the point where the sword landed. At the same time, a huge crack appeared on the ground, expanding in the direction of the Kiri shinobi. Countless Kiri ninjas didn't even have time to cry out and were instantly swallowed by the sword energy. The crack grew larger and larger, as if it wanted to tear the earth apart. Just with this one sword, it directly swept away a quarter of the attacking Kiri ninjas. The endless wave of energy caused by the sword swing also engulfed everything around. Everything, absolutely everything, was affected by the wave of energy generated by the sword swing and blown far away. For a moment the chaotic battlefield instantly fell silent. Whether it was the shocked faces of the Konoha side or the previously aggressive Kiri ninjas, they stood still in astonishment, motionless, and looked at everything before them with unimaginable eyes. At the same time the Nara clan member finally ran out of the command post. He looked at everything before him in amazement, staring at the deep and endless crack. Suddenly, he remembered the words Natsuo said before. It doesn't matter, I will take action. Yes, no matter how dangerous the situation is, as long as he takes action, everything, absolutely everything, will change completely. No wonder he asked me to buy time by ceding territory, waiting for his return. The Nara clansman smiled bitterly, with a guilty expression on his face. I thought I had put in so much effort and made a great contribution. Who would have known that it would only cause the village to shed more blood? He looked ashamed and regretful. As temporary commander, the Nara clan member has exhausted all strategies and worked hard to confront the enemy using Konoha's weak forces, at the cost of stopping the invasion of Kirigakure and limiting their aggression to one area. He has always believed that he has done well, thinking that even if it were the clan leader Nara Shikaku, it would be impossible to achieve the same military achievements as him. He managed to protect a significant amount of the Land of Fire's territory from Kirigakure's attacks. But now, upon closer inspection, the bloodshed to protect this territory was completely in vain. It would have been enough to just wait for Natsuo to return. This power. What kind of power is this? Terumi Mei, at the rear of Kirigakure army, suddenly exclaimed, her face filled with disbelief. Wait. Is that person Natsuo? Terumi Mei looked up. With her strong ninja vision, even from hundreds of meters away, she could still clearly see the young man inside Susanoo. Is he the one who defeated Mangetsu, scaring him so much that he didn't even dare to take back his ninja sword and just ran away? Is he the one who killed Danzo, the darkness of the shinobi? Who possesses the same eyes as Uchiha Madara? Terumi Mei looked at the towering Susanoo, feeling the extremely cold chakra, and shivered. Not only Terumi Mei, but also the other Kiri ninjas were all dumbfounded. With one strike, a quarter of the army was destroyed. This is the power of one person against an entire nation. No wonder Uchiha Madara rampaged through the ninja world, even if he was alone, the major nations still didn't dare to provoke him. In other words, the Kiri ninjas are enough for him to swing his sword 4 times. How the hell can you fight that? Suddenly, in front of everyone's eyes, Susanoo moved. He took large steps forward, the sword in his hand retracted, gathering momentum to strike. He's still attacking. The Kiri ninjas panicked instantly. Countless Kiri ninjas didn't hesitate and turned their heads to run. Even some high-ranking officials couldn't help but shout, "Spread out! Spread out quickly!" As they ran far away, their faces filled with fear. But while others could escape, there was one person who couldn't. Stop! Terumi Mei shouted. Don't even think about hurting the Kirigakure ninjas. She took a deep breath and then forcefully spat out a large amount of corrosive slime. Lava release, melting apparition technique. A large amount of acid surged out, thick and viscous, like melted lava, covering the sky and rushing forward. The Kiri ninjas were shocked to see this. It's Mizukichi-sama. Our Mizukichi-sama is still here. As long as we have Mizukichi-sama, we can definitely. Natsuo remained calm. Susanoo completely ignored the surging acid and swung his arm, directly slashing through. Boom. With one swing of his sword, a huge shockwave was created. In an instant sand and rocks flew, as if a hurricane was approaching. Relying on this gust of wind, the corrosive liquid was easily swept away. At the same time, sword energy swept across the entire field. Terumi Mei hastily jumped up, dodging it. But just because she, with her Kage-level strength, could dodge it, doesn't mean others could. The Kirigakure ninjas were instantly thrown into chaos, blood flowing. Curse! Terumi Mei gritted her teeth slightly, her gaze drifting to the feet of Natsuo Susanoo. The range of the previous lava release was large, and it was a preemptive strike. Not all of the acid from the lava release was blown away by the shockwave created by Susanoo, some of it still splattered onto Susanoo's body. But sizzle! 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 The acid made a sizzling sound. Lava release is extremely aggressive. Even Susanoo couldn't completely withstand it. However, Terumi Mei's expression turned grim. So resilient. Lava release can indeed corrode Susanoo, but it's too slow. Terumi Mei is very knowledgeable about lava release, and based on her observation of the corrosive efficiency of lava release, even if she were to throw Susanoo into the pool of lava release, it would not be dissolved in a short period of time. I like men who are not easily dissolved. Unfortunately, as the Mizukage, I must stop you here. Terumi Mei takes a deep breath. Boil release, skilled mist technique. A large amount of acidic mist surges out. However, Natsuo's response is the same as before. Just raising and swinging his sword. The reason why Susanoo is considered one of the strongest techniques is because of its incomparable offensive and defensive power. Being one of the strongest and most resistant defenses that exist in the Naruto series. With this offensive and defensive power, all other attacks become extravagant tricks. Terumi Mei's Kekkei Genkai is very strong. In the Naruto series, her boil release dissolved Sasuke's Susanoo, and her lava release was also effective against Uchiha Madara's Susanoo. But the Susanoo at that time, compared to Natsuo's full Susanoo's offensive and defensive capabilities, have a big difference. Terumi Mei, who is also a seasoned Kage-level expert, quickly understood the advantages of Susanoo. But all she could do was wave her hand. All Kiri ninjas, listen up. Use the hiding in mist technique and quickly retreat. She then spews another puff of corrosive vapor, spraying it towards Susanoo's face. The Kiri ninjas quickly join forces and start forming seals. The surrounding mist becomes even denser, but Natsuo doesn't pay it any mind. He doesn't even deliberately swing his weapon to disperse the mist. Only the strong wind caused by their large steps forward causes the concentration of the fog used by several ninjas to hide to decrease. Don't lay your hand on my subordinates. Terumi Mei shouted loudly, appearing in front of Susanoo without anyone noticing when. Her feet moved quickly, and she suddenly leaped. She jumped directly onto the forehead part of Susanoo, where Natsuo was located. Oh! Upon closer inspection, you are a truly handsome man, no wonder you have captured the hearts of Kirigakure's spies. Terumi Mei's mouth curved into a smile, with a hint of charm. Young man, why be so impulsive? Instead, let me give you a melting kiss, and experience the joy of a long night, wouldn't that be nice? As she spoke, 3 blobs of dissolving liquid splashed onto Susanoo's head, making a loud noise. Terumi Mei was just speaking in line with her own personality. Although she has never had a boyfriend, she really enjoyed teasing the younger boys. However, what she didn't expect was that Natsuo actually responded. Sure. Huh. Terumi Mei was taken aback. The next second, Susanoo violently shook its head, throwing off the acid. And with large strides, it charged towards Terumi Mei. Terumi Mei's expression changed slightly as she assumed a defensive posture. But contrary to her expectations, it seemed that Susanoo had lost its defensive function, and it actually absorbed her directly. Natsuo reached out his hand and embraced the beauty in front of him. A long night, who needs sleep? Miss Mizukage, did I understand correctly? Chapter 142, Chapter 142, do you also have lava release and boil release? Natsuo smiled. What a soft body. Terumi Mei was different from other women. Although she had never been with a man, her every movement exuded a strong sense of seduction, making people want to hug her. Natsuo was no exception, so he exerted a little more force with his arm, allowing that softness to press even closer to his chest. Different from many women, Terumi Mei's personality seemed very open, and she was full of seductive charm. With a very seductive appearance, she seemed like the apple of the Garden of Eden, moving the hearts of men to fall into sin. But unlike her seemingly frivolous language and extremely seductive appearance, Terumi Mei was an inexperienced woman. Even in the Boruto series she will still be single many years later. So when she was embraced by Natsuo, she was completely stunned. His arms surrounded her body, his face right in front of her and the scent of a man faintly emanating from him. She could even hear Natsuo breathing. Even though Terumi Mei was a seasoned kunoichi, she suddenly felt inexplicably flustered. But after all, she was a strong and ruthless kunoichi, and her nervous feeling only lasted for a moment before she quickly regained her composure. She stared at Natsuo with a teasing look. The night is long, and you can't sleep. So, how about I come with you? He will give you a kiss that will make you melt. As she spoke, she quickly formed hand seals, and her chakra also showed signs of movement. Sure. Natsuo smiled lightly. However, he directly lowered his head and kissed her. Terumi Mei. Her eyes showed a bit of panic for a moment, but she didn't hold back in her actions. Her hands reached out decisively and hugged Natsuo's body, as if they hadn't seen each other in a long time, pressing her body tightly against his. The two hugged each other, their mouths connected, as if there were no spaces between their bodies. At first glance, they looked like a passionate couple in love. But Terumi Mei's expression carried a hint of mockery. She had heard before that Uchiha Natsuo was a pervert, who indulged in the pleasures of women, but she never expected it to reach such a brazen level. Did he really think my kiss was so easy to handle? Lava release, melting apparition technique. Terumi Mei made a move to kill, intending to burn the men in front of her to ashes. However, a hint of amusement flashed in Natsuo's eyes. Their mouths intertwined, as if they were in a passionate relationship. Terumi Mei exerted all her strength. But 1 second passed. 3 seconds passed. 10 seconds passed. Terumi Mei suddenly panicked. She forcefully shook her head, her flowing hair fluttering, and exclaimed in surprise. Why weren't you hurt? I used lava release. Shouldn't you have been burned to death by my lava release? Why do you continue as if nothing happened? Hurt? That I should be hurt. Natsuo smiled and said, wasn't it Miss Mizukage who willingly came to me? Don't tell me you're not in the mood now. Come on, let's continue. How could Terumi Mei continue? She struggled to twist her body, her softness colliding uncontrollably in Natsuo's embrace. Natsuo laughed heartily and withdrew his hand. At the same time as Terumi Mei retreated, her pupils contracted. She saw traces of her own lava release melting liquid at the corner of Natsuo's mouth. However, it seemed that this melting liquid had no effect. Natsuo calmly reached out his hand and wiped it off. Lava release. Has no effect on him. Terumi Mei was surprised when she noticed it. How is that possible? Terumi Mei widened her eyes. How could my lava release, which can corrode anything, have no effect on you? Natsuo smiled slightly as he thought, why no effect? Because I also have lava release. The melting liquid of lava release is unbeatable against almost all enemies, but for those who possess lava release, it can be easily resolved. This is evidenced by the fact that after Terumi Mei used the lava release, the acidic mud at the corner of her mouth had no effect on her. Or rather, as a nature transformation Kekkei Genkai, lava release can be decomposed and transformed into earth and fire attribute chakra in the hands of lava release bloodline ninjas. Natsuo has also gained the reward of lava release, so he naturally understands the essence of this ninjutsu. It is easy to decompose it back into chakra. Of course, Natsuo not only has the lava release, but also the boil release. So technically, Terumi Mei's strongest attacks will be rendered useless if she uses them against him. Terumi Mei was a little stunned, but as a Kage-level kunoichi with a lot of experience in using the lava release, she quickly figured out how Natsuo broke her lava release. Do you also have the lava release? Terumi Mei looked shocked. But then she recovered quickly and realized that the person in front of her was an enemy of Kirigakure and it was no time to try to find out why he also had the lava release. Boil release, skilled mist technique. She opened her mouth and exhaled a dense acidic mist. In fact, the destructive power of the skilled mist technique is no weaker than the melting apparition technique, and within Susanoo, the skilled mist technique can quickly increase the concentration of the acidic mist, making it even more powerful. Sizzle. 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 Susanoo's body made a sizzling sound, although due to its resistance it had not corroded much. But it was clearly starting to be damaged. However, Natsuo just laughed. Miss Mizukage, didn't you come to me willingly? Why give up after just a kiss? At the same time, he took a deep breath and sucked in the dense acid mist. Then, with a smile on his lips, he said meaningfully, if you don't accompany me, I will have to continue fighting on the battlefield. Terumi Mei widened her eyes, filled with disbelief. This guy can actually use boil release. How is it possible? How can he have both lava release and boil release? Terumi Mei was taken aback. But then she saw Susanoo suddenly move. She watched as the Susanoo raised the giant sword and swung it with ease. Then a huge sword aura swept across everything. The fleeing Kiri ninjas were hit head-on, and countless ninjas were severely injured or killed. Terumi Mei finally realized that they were still on the battlefield. And the most destructive force was the Susanoo she was standing on. I can't let him continue to control the Susanoo, the village will suffer too much damage. Terumi Mei didn't hesitate and took action directly. Boil release and lava release didn't work, but she was still a battle-hardened Kage-level kunoichi. Her body approached instantly, she clenched her fist tightly and punched directly. Natsuo's Mangekyo Sharingan began to spin, and he calmly reached out and caught it. But Terumi Mei didn't hesitate and struck with a knee. Natsuo blocked again. The two of them fought inside the Susanoo, exchanging punches and kicks. However, after only 10 rounds, Terumi Mei helplessly realized that her taijutsu was no match for the person in front of her. Chapter 143, Susanoo, Perfect Form. Terumi Mei is fundamentally a kunoichi who relied on ninjutsu to determine victory or defeat. Her taijutsu was strong, but only compared to that of ordinary ninjas. Compared to Natsuo with his Mangekyo Sharingan activated, she was no match at all. It seems that this guy is playing around, otherwise I would have been hit several times already. Terumi Mei felt heavy in her heart. But this was not a good thing. Terumi Mei herself didn't receive any attacks, but the Susanoo was not idle. With a few random sword strikes, most of the attacks landed on the empty ground due to the lack of focus on Susanoo. But only a small part of the attacks hit, causing a lot of damage to Kirigakure. The Kiri ninjas wailed in agony, falling to the ground. Terumi Mei gritted her teeth and directly attacked Natsuo with water release. Both of them were inside the narrow body of Susanoo, with limited space. Water release, unlike boil release or lava release, couldn't make Terumi Mei immune to damage. She launched the attack with the mindset of causing mutual destruction. However, a frustrating scene unfolded before her. A wall seemed to suddenly appear between her and Natsuo. The powerful water release was originally aimed at Natsuo, but it was blocked by the wall, causing Terumi Mei to be engulfed by her own water release. Natsuo smiled faintly. The Susanoo is an ability granted by the Mangekyo Sharingan and as such is formed through the materialization of the user's chakra, so in its full form the internal space can be freely controlled by the user. Otherwise, the Susanoo wouldn't be able to accommodate others inside. Natsuo directly divided the space where they were in two, so Terumi Mei's water release could only be endured by herself. Although the defense inside is much lower than the armor on the outside, it's not something that Terumi Mei's water release can easily destroy. But on the other hand, it's getting a little difficult to defend against Terumi Mei's water release. Natsuo thought. Besides, her mentality has not collapsed yet. So it is best to continue stimulating her. So. A sinister and immense power emanated from Natsuo's eyes. The next second. Susanoo changed. The originally imposing figure grew even larger. And this massive chakra is becoming more stable, as if it has formed a true giant warrior. Whether it's the fluctuating chakra on the sword or elsewhere, it has completely solidified, with no trace of movement. Suddenly, wings sprout from its back, resembling a flying humanoid. Susanoo, perfect form. Swoosh. Susanoo casually swings its sword. The enormous sword energy sweeps past, forcefully cutting off a nearby mountain peak. What is this thing? When the Kiri shinobi see this, their faces are filled with shock. As if they have witnessed a deity. Their limbs go weak, collapsing to the ground, their eyes lifeless, as if they have given up hope of survival. This is Uchiha Madara's power. The power he used to contend with the first-generation Hokage. When the Konoha shinobi see this scene, they too are dumbfounded, filled with shock. Oh no. If Natsuo launches an attack against the Kiri ninjas again. Terumi Mei panics. At that critical moment, Natsuo makes eye contact with Terumi Mei. Mangekyo Sharingan technique, Yumenso. At that precise moment, Terumi Mei, without realizing it, begins to feel a slight disturbance in her perception. She is immersed in a brief trance where she is involved in a sequence of quick and fleeting dreams, barely perceptible. In these dreams, she is shown images that evoke a deep sense of responsibility towards protecting her fellow Kirigakure, who are in grave danger from the power of the Susanoo. Within these dreams, Natsuo subtly introduces the idea that the only way to protect her companions and ensure their survival is to seduce Natsuo, suggesting that this action will somehow destabilize him and change the course of the battle. The sense of duty, mixed with the urgency of the situation, deepens into her subconscious as a viable and morally acceptable option. After the trance ends, Terumi Mei feels that as the Mizukage, she must stop the Susanoo's actions. In her desperate state, she instinctively rushes towards Natsuhiko and unconsciously uses her most powerful and convenient ninjutsu. Lava release, melting apparition technique. However, before the acid could be sprayed, Natsuo, aware of the influence planted in her subconscious, approaches her instantly, staying right in front of her. He embraced Terumi Mei, just like before, and used the same method of mouth-to-mouth contact to suppress her ninjutsu. At first, Terumi Mei struggled hard, but soon seemed to realize that the Susanoo suddenly stopped moving. Due to the seed of responsibility and urgency implanted in her mind during the trance, Terumi Mei finds herself torn between her logic and her sense of duty towards her companions. But then she noticed that the Susanoo began to move with very slow steps, advancing towards the direction of the Kirigakure ninjas. But other than that, there were no other movements. Then an idea began to arise in Terumi Mei's mind. Could it be because Natsuo needs to break my lava release, so he restricts Susanoo's movements? As this idea began to take root in Mei's mind, she began to get excited. To break down my lava release, he requires more energy and concentration, which does not allow him to control his own ninjutsu well. Although she didn't understand Susanoo, the more powerful the ninjutsu, the more focused attention it requires to maintain. Terumi Mei's face was filled with excitement. As long as I can hold Natsuo like this, I can buy enough time for the Kiri ninjas to retreat. Thinking this, she held Natsuo's body tightly, not allowing him to separate from her. And she continuously unleashed lava release attacks without letting up, not giving Natsuo a chance to escape. Come on, Terumi Mei. As long as you hold on, the ninjas of our village will be able to. Just as Terumi Mei was encouraging herself. Suddenly, she felt Natsuo's hand, which was wrapped around her waist, move downwards, and then he started to touch and knead Terumi Mei. She quickly widened her eyes and stared at Natsuo intently. He is intentionally enjoying this. As for why Susanoo stopped moving, it's probably this guy. Is he intimidate me? Terumi Mei is also a Kage-level expert, full of pride in her heart. After realizing this, in a fit of anger, she tries to break free from Natsuo's embrace once again. However, just as she was about to act, she suddenly noticed Susanoo lifting its sword again. Terumi Mei. Her body trembles, and she instinctively stops her movement. And Susanoo also cooperatively stops its movement. This guy. Terumi Mei widens her eyes. She has been participating in battles since the age of 9, and even now, the term experienced in 100 battles is not enough to describe her. However, she has never seen a battle like this before. The enemy delays the attack on our forces because of my beauty. What the hell is going on? No. No, that's not right. This guy is trying to force me to let him intimidate me in this way. Terumi Mei is angry, but she doesn't dare to break free. Although the situation is completely out of the ordinary and morally complicated, the sense of responsibility deeply rooted in her subconscious makes her consider the idea of continuing as an option to save her fellow villagers. She can only punch and kick Natsuo while being held. However, at that close distance, Terumi Mei cannot exert much force. How can she put up any resistance? Upon discovering this, Natsuo finds it exhilarating and enjoys the moment even more. The esteemed Mizukage is actually doing these little actions, which seems quite cute at first glance. He even had time to intensify the color of the Susanoo chakra, especially the area around him, dyeing it with a deep chakra to pure black, blocking everyone's vision. The purpose is obvious. To facilitate his further actions. Terumi Mei also understood his intentions, so she was extremely angry and was about to make a big move. However, the movement of Susanoo scared her and made her stop immediately. If Terumi Mei's resistance moves are small, Natsuo will simply ignore them. But if she tries to make a big move, then the Susanoo will prepare to attack. Terumi Mei was filled with anger and humiliation and began to doubt whether she should continue. As the 5th Mizukage, when has she suffered such injustice? But looking at the mountain that was completely cut off by the Susanoo not far away, and the Kiri ninjas who were fleeing in panic and fear. The strong responsibility implanted in his subconscious along with the idea that this situation was acceptable began to emerge again. So she just gritted her teeth and decided to endure it for now. She could only endure it. Ninjas have a mentality in which they believe they must endure and endure everything, for their teammates, for the village. Terumi Mei gritted her teeth. But she soon realized that things were not as simple as they seemed. Because Natsuo's actions were becoming more and more excessive. At first, he only held her slim waist, then his palm moved downward, and now his hands were gradually moving inside her clothes. Chapter 144, Chapter 144, a one-of-a-kind battle. What do you want to do? Terumi Mei said angrily, stopping the lava release. Can you defeat me? Natsuo blinked. Why are you answering me using a question? Terumi Mei asked. Because I think that question explains the situation better. Terumi Mei. She had a face full of anger and shame. If it weren't for the large number of Kiri ninjas behind her, she would have fought to the death with the men in front of her. But unfortunately, there were a large number of Kirigakure ninjas behind her. Her own death was insignificant compared to the future of Kirigakure. She could only endure it. Although Natsuo's actions became more and more excessive, she could only endure this humiliation. And what made her even more uncomfortable was that the Kiri ninjas might have had a mental breakdown over Natsuo's destructive behavior. Although many ninjas were still desperately trying to escape, there were still many ninjas who had lost hope and had a self-deprecating expression on their faces. Escape. Can we really escape? Either way, death was inevitable. Whether we died early or late, it was still death. Since that is the case, we should just lie on the ground and wait for death. Terumi Mei was so angry that she wanted to expel these ninjas from Kirigakure. Why don't you run away quickly? Terumi Mei inwardly shouted. I'm sacrificing myself to restrain Natsuo, why aren't you running away? Are you wasting my hard-earned time for you? But unfortunately, due to her excessive sense of responsibility, she couldn't just abandon those Kiri ninjas. There were too many Kiri ninjas who had given up hope and were lying down, already exceeding half of Kirigakure's forces. If she gave up on them, the losses for Kirigakure would be too great. However, even though Natsuo was casually controlling Susanoo and only moving at a slow pace, he would eventually reach them. Even if he didn't use his sword, just by stepping on them, he could easily crush this group of Kiri ninjas. If things continued like this, Kirigakure would be finished. Terumi gritted her teeth as she was facing another problem. Her chakra was running low. The lava release that they had been using also required chakra consumption. However, Terumi's chakra, although meeting the standards of a Kage level, is definitely the lowest among the 5 great shinobi villages. What does she have to compare with Natsuo, who possesses the sage body? Even if Natsuo maintains Susanoo, it is much easier for him compared to her. Terumi gritted her teeth, and after the influence of her subconscious affected her again, she finally made a decision. Natsuo, don't you want to have some fun? Terumi showed a hint of charm. Then let me escort you properly. Forget about those boring battles, let's have some fun and enjoy ourselves. Finishing speaking, she grabbed Natsuo's hand and willingly pulled him towards her. Her eyes still showed a bit of doubt and also some embarrassment, and she occasionally gritted her teeth, showing a bit of resentment. But her words were full of temptation, and her expression was very charming. For the village. For the Kiri ninjas. She has sacrificed too much. Even Natsuo was somewhat surprised as he glanced at Terumi. He thought that the manipulation of her subconscious would take time to take effect and that it would take time for her to reach the current commitment, but he didn't expect it to happen so soon. However. Of course. Natsuo smiled slightly. After a while. Whether it was the Kiri ninjas lying down or the Konoha ninjas who were still shocked, they suddenly noticed a problem. The Susanoo had stopped completely. It stopped chasing the Kiri ninjas, as if it had stopped working directly. After a while, noticing that the Susanoo still did not move, the Kiri ninjas who had lost all hope immediately stood up and tried to look into the distance at the glass of the Susanoo where Natsuo was. But even with a ninja's vision, they could only see a black curtain blocking their vision. Seeing that time continues to pass and the Susanoo did not move, the Kiri ninjas suddenly felt a surge of vitality course through their bodies. It's the Mizukage. Mizukuchi-sama must have restrained Uchiha Natsuo. The Kiri ninjas became excited, as they regained hope for survival. Since there was hope, why lie down and do nothing? One by one, they quickly got up, carried the wounded, destroyed the remaining supplies, and quickly evacuated. Of course, there were also ninjas who were even more excited. They shouted slogans like, Mizukuchi-sama, we will help her, and they ran towards the Susanoo. They began to perform the drama of throwing kunai at the Susanoo. For a while, there was a constant clanging sound coming from the Susanoo. In contrast, the hearts of the Konoha ninjas sank. It's not right. The Susanoo has been standing still for too long. Something unexpected must have happened. The Nara clan member's expression changed slightly. The historical records of the Nara clan were very clear, and he was very sure that Natsuo was now using Uchiha Madara's Susanoo. This was indeed a very powerful ninjutsu, but remember, how old is Natsuo? He's only in his 20s. Can this person, even if he has the talent of Uchiha Madara, really control Uchiha's strongest ninjutsu completely? Could it be that Susanoo is not moving because Natsuo has a problem controlling the ninjutsu? For example, the fact that the Mizukage entered the Susanoo is strange behavior. How can someone allow the enemy to reach the weakest position of his own ninjutsu? Quick! Let's go support Natsuo. The Nara clan member shouted. The other Konoha ninjas responded one after another and rushed out. As soon as they appeared, they engaged in combat with the remaining Kiri ninjas. Both sides understand very well that the battle between Natsuo and Terumi is at a critical moment. Whoever can give them more interference will determine the future of the battle in favor of that side. One is protecting Susanoo, the other is cheering for Terumi. They are fighting fiercely. Terumi, who is being harassed, is so angry that she wants to personally go down and take down the Kiri ninjas one by one. I have worked hard and endured humiliation, this is how you waste my efforts. Terumi's eyes are red with anger. However, although both sides are fighting fiercely, the number of people is not large. Most of the Kiri ninjas have already begun to retreat, but there are still some who have still stayed behind. They have left a few people who intend to help Terumi, but their number is much smaller than that of the Konoha ninjas. On the other hand, the situation is even worse for the Konoha side. They were already at an absolute disadvantage during the previous confrontations, so almost all of the ninjas were injured. Now, those participating in the battle are mostly injured ninjas who have not yet lost their mobility. One side has fewer numbers, the other side is injured. Even though both sides are fighting with all their might, it hasn't had much impact. Even the number of deaths is not high. After gaining the upper hand, most of the Kiri ninjas/Konoha ninjas will not take the opportunity to kill their enemies, but instead give Susanoo a heavy blow/apply a layer of earth release protection to Susanoo. And once someone is seriously injured, as long as they retreat decisively, neither side will pursue them. After all, the key point that both sides are fighting for is the battle between the 5th Mizukage Terumi-mei and Uchiha Natsuo. A one-of-a-kind battle began to unfold in the ninja world. The Konoha and Kiri ninjas have been fighting for about 10 minutes and both sides are exhausted. Terumi-mei finally breaks free from Susanoo. "Let's go!" She shouts loudly, her face still flushed. Most of the Kiri ninjas have already evacuated, and the remaining few brainless guys are not enough for her to continue sacrificing herself. "Yes. Mizuki-sama." Many Kiri ninjas responded and quickly retreated. Their number is already small, and the weak ninjas have long since been injured and retreated from the battlefield. Now those qualified to continue fighting Konoha are the remaining elites of Kirigakure. With their great strength, the speed at which they retreated is naturally very fast. And Konoha is not interested in chasing them at all. Natsuo also released the Susanoo and landed next to the Konoha ninjas. Similar to Kirigakure, only elites remain here. Led by the Nara clan member, they are covered in blood, but there are no serious injuries. "Don't chase them." Natsuo smiled slightly. "Your injuries are not light. Go back to the camp and rest." "Yes. Natsuo-sama." Including the Nara clan member, everyone shouted loudly. This time, it is a great victory for Konoha. They defeated Kirigakure and also eliminated a large number of Kiri ninjas, reducing Kirigakure's fighting power. Although Natsuo-sama was unable to fully demonstrate his abilities due to the outbreak of the 5th Mizukage Terumi-mei, it is still a miraculous victory. Whether it is the deputy commander of the Nara clan or the ordinary Konoha ninjas, they all look at Natsuo with a look of admiration. So this is the power of Uchiha Madara. What a terrifying power. It's a blessing that it's on our side now. Such formidable power. If it weren't for the first Hokage's suppression, wouldn't Konoha already be under Uchiha Madara's leadership, unifying the entire ninja world? Power brings prestige. There is no doubt that they have all become fans of Natsuo now. Thanks to Natsuo-sama, we finally have time to recover. We just have to wait a little longer and the village's reinforcements will arrive. Then we will have the ability to counterattack Kirigakure. However, Natsuo shook his head. "There is no need for that. I will personally defeat Kirigakure. Tomorrow I will launch an attack on Kirigakure myself." Natsuo said with determination, "It was fine when I wasn't here, but now that I'm here, Kirigakure can no longer be as imposing as before. On behalf of everyone I will teach you a profound lesson." Upon hearing this, everyone was filled with passion. Yes, Natsuo-sama. However, they did not know what Natsuo was thinking deep down. There is not enough time, I have barely started, and the most crucial thing has not been done yet. How can I waste the effects of the Umenso and waste time waiting for the village's reinforcements? 10 minutes is too short. There was barely time for foreplay. How could Natsuo be satisfied with the current profits? Chapter 145, The Strongest Mizukage. On the other hand, Kirigakure's forces have already retreated to their own camp. Terumi-mei's complexion gradually returned to normal after being flushed, but she did not recover her previous seductive state. Instead, she seemed somewhat angry. However, Terumi-mei raised her head and looked at the high-ranking ninjas around her, noticing that they all had unpleasant expressions. "We lost a third of our forces in just one battle. Although we still have the advantage in terms of numbers, resources, and occupied territory, what does this advantage mean in the face of that overwhelming power?" Everyone forced a bitter smile and sighed softly. Natsuo alone caused so much damage. Even if Kirigakure currently has a large number of ninjas, reserves of resources, and occupies a significant amount of territory in the Land of Fire, what does it mean? Natsuo can easily recover those losses in minutes. How the hell are they supposed to fight this? Of course, there are also people with strong determination. What are you afraid of? A sturdy man slammed the table. A bunch of cowards, what is there to be afraid of? Our Mizuki-sama has already stopped Uchiha Natsuo, hasn't she? As the conversation continued, the ninjas who stayed behind to help Terumi-mei fight Natsuo began to exaggerate things more and more, blowing the situation out of proportion as they became excited. With the sturdy men as the instigator, the conversation turned to how the Mizuki-sama has the same strength as Natsuo, which is why she was able to hold him back so they could escape. This means that our Mizukage has the same power level as Natsuo. Besides Natsuo, there is no one in Konoha who can stop us. Terumi-mei. I stopped Uchiha Natsuo. Who said that? Terumi-mei couldn't help but look at the sturdy man again and found that it was a ninja who looked familiar. She vaguely remembered that the Kirigakure ninjas had already decided to retreat, but this guy raised his arm and shouted, "If you are men, follow me to help the 5th Mizukichi-sama." So, he took a group of ninjas and went to help. But he should not be underestimated just because he is reckless. His strength is still quite good, meeting the standards of an elite jonin. He is fast and has extremely strong survival skills. So he kept helping until the end, and among the Kirigakure ninjas who left with Terumi Mei, the figure of him was there. So, when Terumi Mei recognized him, she roared in her mind, "You were one of the culprits by whom I was bullied for 10 more minutes." Looking at the Kiri ninjas who originally had low morale but now raised their heads with renewed hope, Terumi Mei realized that some of the high-ranking ninja wanted to use her to boost morale, and perhaps manipulate her later. Half-stunned, she tried to explain to them that she couldn't face Natsuo, but in the end they interpreted it as her being modest. In the end, Terumi Mei could only force herself to say, "I'm still not as good as Uchiha Natsuo, but if I use all my strength I can still stop him for a while." She thought, "I'll use lava release to tangle him for a few minutes, I already did it once, so I can do it again." But sacrificing more would be too much. However, as soon as Terumi Mei finished speaking, everyone became excited. Looking at the 5th Mizukage who fought against Uchiha Natsuo without any injuries, it was obvious that she still had plenty of strength. Some people in their minds began to think, if the 5th Mizukage can entangle Natsuo, then if we send more capable individuals to cooperate with the Mizukage, will we have any chance of defeating Natsuo? Everyone's morale instantly soared, and even many ninja who were not originally loyal to the village became excited. Soon in the hearts of many ninjas, Terumi Mei became the existence that every town dreams of. Of course, except Konoha. Even some ninjas began to say that the 5th Mizukage is the strongest Mizukage. Seeing the Kiri ninjas getting more and more excited, Terumi Mei was completely confused. Wait. How did things end up like this? I clearly said, I'm not as good as Uchiha Natsuo, did everyone forget that? When did I become the strongest Mizukage? Can you just listen to me? However, everyone completely ignored Terumi Mei's expression and discussed excitedly among themselves. Due to the constant internal conflicts within Kirigakure, some clan leaders saw this situation as an opportunity to weaken their rivals. So they began to divert the conversation towards Terumi Mei's strength, and as with such power she was unwilling to pressure the Kiri ninja to fully support the war efforts. Using this as an excuse, they attempted to pressure their rival clans into handing over their secret techniques and supplies to support the 5th Mizukage in the war. This led the ninjas who did not know these ins and outs to think that Terumi Mei was truly a benevolent Mizukage, a wise ruler who would not appear in Kirigakure again. So helping the wise and benevolent Mizukage defeat the evil Uchiha became her destiny. After all, Terumi Mei clearly possessed such terrifying power, but she did not use force to oppress others. How compassionate she was. Terumi Mei was completely confused. She couldn't understand why things had taken this turn. Well, if the 4th Kazekage, Raza, saw Terumi Mei's current situation, she could empathize. Yes, I was also pushed to become the strongest Kazekage this way. But seeing that the situation could get out of her control, she quickly said, before we fully understand Natsuo's strength, I suggest we focus on preserving Kirigakure's strength. Then without giving anyone the chance to speak, Terumi Mei continued saying, as ninjas we must gather more information about the enemy before making a decisive and fatal attack. I can't let the people of Kirigakure shed too much blood. Terumi Mei's face was filled with sorrow, but what she really wanted to say was, I don't want to sell my body and go distract Natsuo again. First, delay for as long as possible. It would be best to delay until she finds an excuse to sign a peace treaty with Konoha. Of course, the high-ranking officials present were even more moved when they heard this statement. There were even ninjas who immediately burst into tears and said, is this the benevolence of 5th Mizukichi-sama? Our 5th Mizukichi-sama has inherited the kindness of the 1st Mizukage by Akirin-sama. Back in the turbulent Sengoku period, 1st Mizukichi-sama traveled around, relying on his unique charisma to establish Kirigakure. By Akirin-sama, you have a successor now. Terumi Mei. She just wanted to find an excuse to delay time even more, but in the mouths of these guys it became another act of her benevolence. Although I love Kirigakure, but I'm not as benevolent as you say. But since things have reached this point, Terumi Mei can only pretend to show her benevolence and tolerance, then emphasize the need to buy time, investigate more information about Natsuo, and strive to make a strategic plan for a decisive blow in the future. The Kiri ninjas also agreed as they understood the importance of intelligence in ninja battles. Seeing everyone nod in agreement, Terumi Mei finally breathed a sigh of relief. All right. As long as I buy enough time, I'll be able to find a solution to escape this situation. Maybe tomorrow, Konoha will face a critical situation on any of the other battlefronts and Natsuo will have to deal with it first, right? Terumi Mei is very clear about the current situation in the ninja world. Even if Konoha has a ninja as skilled as Natsuo, it can't change the fact that Konoha is fighting the 4 major ninja villages in the world with the strength of a single village. If the situation wasn't so dangerous, Natsuo wouldn't have been able to get rid of the trouble he caused earlier so quickly. So, she has to buy time. Buying time is the key. However, Terumi Mei's plan was well thought out, but in the next second, boom. A huge shockwave came. The people gathered at this time were all experienced ninjas, so they quickly ran out. Then their expressions changed. Oh no. Uchiha Natsuo is attacking again. The Susanoo was unleashing its power without restraints. The Kiri ninjas panicked and fled. The high-level ninjas did not hesitate and stepped forward to stabilize the morale. Then they started shouting. Rest assured. We still have the 5th Mizukage here. Natsuo is alone, our Mizukage can stop him. Hold on for a while longer. The 5th generation will deal with him soon. Terumi Mei. She stood there in a daze, but she noticed that all the Kiri ninjas in the camp were looking at her with hopeful eyes. She felt a lump in her heart. Then she lamented in her mind, it seems that the plan to buy time will no longer work. Chapter 146, Natsuo's Siege, Mizukage's Blushing Retreat. Terumi Mei sighed inwardly, but her responsibility towards Kirigakure did not allow her to turn back, so she could only run forward. Her sexy and elegant figure stood outside the Kirigakure fortress, her strong back seemed immune to any setback. Natsuo. Who gave you the audacity to dare to attack Kirigakure alone? Terumi Mei said loudly, today, I will teach you a lesson. After speaking with righteous indignation, he immediately lowered his head and ordered the ninjas next to him, listen to my orders, immediately evacuate with all Kiri ninjas, destroy all supplies, and leave nothing for Konoha. The higher-ups were puzzled and asked, Mizukage-sama, why should we retreat? Now that Natsuo has come alone, with our help, you can kill him here. Kill him. Do you think you can do it? Also, if he comes alone, do you think that matters at all? Terumi Mei screamed inwardly, but on the surface, she remained calm and said, you don't understand. I am not his match yet. I need enough intelligence support to have a chance of defeating him. So you are worried about intelligence? The ninjas understood and assured her, Mizukage-sama, please rest assured. Even if we have to risk our lives, we will find his weaknesses for you. Terumi Mei's mouth twitched, her expression became serious, and she said, good. The Kirigakure I want to establish will not sacrifice its companions easily. Even if you can investigate his intelligence, what then? There will inevitably be a large number of casualties. Until we find a way to quickly defeat him, as the 5th Mizukage, I will not allow unnecessary sacrifices. I would rather slow down the pace of the war than increase the casualties of our ninjas. I, Terumi Mei, will never give up the life of any Kiri ninja, nor do I want any Kiri ninja to sacrifice themselves for me. Terumi Mei stepped forward, her voice filled with determination, I don't want that kind of victory. Upon hearing this, everyone was moved to tears. In Kirigakure, where strength is valued above all, high-ranking ninja have always used the lives of their subordinates as tokens to increase their own chances of success. Our great Mizukage-sama is really too kind. She really is the most suitable Mizukage for Kirigakure. She is our hope, our light. Listen to my command. Everyone, retreat. Terumi Mei shouted loudly. I don't need your help, I can escape from his hands on my own. And I don't need you to influence his state with your lives. Leave everything here to me. Are my orders clear? Upon hearing this, many Kiri ninjas, with tears in their eyes, shouted in the loudest voice possible. Yes, 5th Mizukage-sama. With that said, they looked at Terumi Mei fanatically, then turned decisively and left. They believed in their Mizukage-sama. A Mizukage-sama like this will definitely not lose to a mere Uchiha. Natsuo. He was a little confused. What's the situation with the Kiri ninjas below? The retreat is understandable, but why is their morale so high? Without looking at their actions, but only at their expressions, it seems that they are the victors, and that Natsuo is the one who is fleeing. However, he doesn't really care, especially since his target once again jumped into the Susanoo. You've come. Natsuo raised an eyebrow, with a brilliant smile. Why would not? Terumi Mei spoke firmly, Natsuo, as long as I, Terumi Mei, am here, you won't be able to harm a fellow member of Kirigakure. Oh, is that so? Natsuo's expression was strange, then you'll have to try harder. As he spoke, the crystal Natsuo was standing and began to open a space. For Kirigakure, I, Terumi Mei, will stop you at all costs. Terumi Mei's voice was full of righteousness as she leaped directly into the crystal space of Susanoo. The next second, Natsuo waved his hand. The extremely dense chakra dyed the surrounding space black. He had used this method before, after all, he wasn't interested in others observing his playtime. Pure high-density chakra could even block the observation of the Byakugan, concealing all internal activities. Even though there were countless shinobi with perception abilities among the army at this moment. But no one could see the movements inside that black space. The people of Kirigakure looked at the pure black space and sighed. Mizukichi-sama is once again in a death match with Uchiha Natsuo, who is a quite dangerous opponent. She has sacrificed too much for Kirigakure. Brothers, let us not waste the time that the Mizukichi-sama has fought to win for us. Retreat. Retreat quickly. As they spoke, they burned the stored military supplies and the Kiri ninjas retreated quickly. And inside Susanoo's crystal space, Terumi-Mei whimpered, "Lava release has already been released," while using both hands to desperately stop Natsuo's attack. But her breathing became faster and faster. After all, even though she is the Mizukage, she is just a girl in her 20s, in the prime of her youth. She hadn't even been in a relationship before, but now. Although she has a very open attitude, she is actually a girl without any experience. Her body quickly starts to heat up, her breathing becomes heavier, and the faint male scent in her nose makes her heart pound. Meanwhile, due to the influence of her subconscious, she continues to justify her actions in her mind. Okay. Terumi-Mei tries to calm down and maintain her composure. It's just a bit of physical contact, plus this time there are no idiots who want to come and help, so this time they will manage to retreat quickly. It only takes a few minutes, and the Kiri ninjas can escape Natsuo's attack range. It's only a few minutes, what can he do? I just need to endure a few minutes, as a Mizukage I can still handle it. Terumi-Mei justifies her actions, gathers her courage, and begins to find her actions reasonable, so her belief strengthens. However, it hasn't been long, and she immediately realizes that something is wrong. Wait. Terumi-Mei's expression changes slightly, she tilts her head back and angrily questions Natsuo, "I've clearly held you back, so why is your Susanoo still able to move?" Yes, the Susanoo is actually chasing after the Kiri ninjas. Although some time has passed and the Kiri ninjas have escaped for a while, most of the Kiri ninjas are still within Susanoo's field of vision. "I've already put in so much effort, why are you still pursuing them?" Terumi-Mei angrily questioned. But Natsuo simply smiled and said, "Of course I'm chasing them. It's reasonable that I can multitask, right? I'm I'm distracting you while I control the Susanoo. But compared to yesterday, this level can no longer distract me like it did at the beginning." Natsuo looked at Terumi-Mei's delicate figure with a look full of desire. "Obviously, you have to try harder so you can distract me." Terumi-Mei. She, a seemingly open-minded but actually innocent girl, still possesses some resistance to going further with Natsuo. But she knows how powerful the Susanoo's sword is, which begins to slowly rise to make an attack. Fine. Terumi-Mei's face was filled with shame and anger. "I will try harder." Saying that, she walked over, placed her arms around Natsuo's neck, and then began to take the lead. Natsuo smiled slightly and the Susanoo's movement stopped at that moment. A bitter battle of about 20 minutes. Which concluded with Terumi-Mei, with a blushing face, escaping from the Susanoo. This time, she still maintained her bottom line and tried some methods to successfully protect her own purity and the lives of the Kiri ninjas. But the shame on her face was hard to hide. She quickly retreated to the Kirigakure fortress in the rear and was immediately greeted with enthusiastic applause from the Kiri ninjas. "Our Mizukichi-sama has once again rejected Uchiha Natsuo. This is the strength of our Mizukichi-sama. The strongest Mizukage. Long live." Listening to this, Terumi-Mei couldn't help but wish to use lava release on everyone present and burn them all to ashes. But as she looked at the Kiri ninjas, regardless of their status or background, embracing each other and celebrating together, she could only force a bitter smile and swallow her frustration. After all, this was her responsibility. She just wanted to protect the Kiri ninjas and try to wait for an opportunity for the tide of the battle to change. Although it was based on his own lies and was a fragile illusion that depended on Natsuo. But this was her duty as Mizukage. What should we do next? Terumi-Mei thought as she forced a smile. Will Natsuo come again tomorrow? Do I have to? Just as Terumi-Mei had expected, Natsuo came again the next day. And just like before, Terumi-Mei had to personally intervene and suppress Susanoo's actions. Although the Kiri ninjas had the experience from before and could evacuate in an orderly and swift manner. But Natsuo's demands this time were even more demanding than before. Terumi-Mei had to sacrifice herself again to protect the lives of the Kiri ninjas. But after Terumi-Mei's blushing retreat, on the third day, Natsuo attacked the Kirigakure camp again. "You came just to intimidate me, didn't you?" Terumi-Mei's eyes were red, but because of her responsibility as Mizukage, she had to step forward and fight for the Kiri ninjas. Of course, although Terumi-Mei was affected by the manipulation of her subconscious, she had still considered changing the situation. So this time, she switched her weapon to explosive tags. As long as she could get close enough and attach the explosive tags, there might be a chance of victory. As for whether she could get close, Terumi-Mei wasn't worried. After all, Natsuo couldn't isolate her too far away if he wanted to intimidate her, right? It turned out that Terumi Mei's guess was correct, but she didn't think about what would happen if her plan failed. When she hugged Natsuo and attached the explosive tags to his back, the explosive tags exploded as she had hoped. But they were useless. Because without her realizing it, between the position where she placed the tags and Natsuo's body, an additional Susanoo defense had appeared. The explosive tags had considerable power but were unable to penetrate the Susanoo's defense. Terumi Mei's attempt failed. But that was normal, after all, she didn't believe that this little attempt could easily solve Natsuo. She was simply struggling to find a glimmer of hope to escape this situation. But the problem was that the cost of failure was too high. Because when the explosive tags exploded, Terumi Mei naturally moved away from Natsuo's side. Then Natsuo, who didn't need to divert his attention to fight Terumi Mei, directly controlled the Susanoo to attack the Kiri ninjas. That attack was a true representation of destruction itself, capable of demolishing a mountain. Even if Terumi Mei realized in time that something was wrong and quickly approached Natsuo, trying to divert his attention to reduce the power of the attack. However, this attack killed a large number of Kiri ninjas. You bastard. Terumi Mei's eyes were bloodshot, wishing she could fight Natsuo to the death. But in the end he had to surrender to the devil. When she returned to the Kirigakure camp, the Kiri ninjas did not blame her. After all, when high-level experts clash, it is normal for low-level ninjas to be affected by collateral damage. As ninjas, they didn't expect the Mizukage to be able to completely block all of Natsuo's attacks. They even comforted Terumi Mei, saying that this is the fate of a ninja, and they hoped that the fifth Mizukage wouldn't let this loss affect her state of mind and subsequently affect her battle with Natsuo. But the psychological pressure that Terumi Mei had to endure was immense. Because only she knew that she could actually stop all of Natsuo's attacks. If she was willing to pay the price. Terumi Mei lightly bit her red lips, and finally the last barrier in her mind, which did not allow the manipulation of her subconscious to affect her completely, collapsed. Chapter 147, Mizukage's Last Stand, R18. Step by step, she gave in, only to protect the lives of the Kirigakure ninja. She was a great Mizukage, but Natsuo still overwhelmed her with his strength. She faced great pressure. Terumi Mei took turns fighting and the Kiri ninjas retreated step by step. This kind of battle continued. Until one day. And before Terumi Mei could try her previous methods again, she discovered that she couldn't stop the Susanoo's movements no matter what. So, are you going to continue resisting? Natsuo smiled, happy to see a flame of defiance and desire burning in her eyes, her auburn hair surrounding her face beautifully. Don't think you can conquer me easily. Terumi Mei responded before breaking away and brandishing a kunai at him. Then things turned into a delightful duel, where she tried trick after trick, only to repeatedly fail. Defending himself was a monotonous task for Natsuo, allowing him to focus his attention on her spectacular body. She was beginning to show the first signs of exhaustion, sweaty, out of breath. But her condition was not what he focused on. No, his attention belonged to the way she dressed. She was wearing a dark blue long-sleeved dress. The dress only covers up to the top of her arm and the bottom of her breasts. Underneath her dress, she wears a mesh shirt that covers more of her upper body than her dress, but that wasn't important, not when the mesh could still show off her voluptuous contours. Her spectacular body was becoming more and more visible due to her sweat. But soon, his attention was focused on her face once again. The look of concentration on her face was understandable because she was trying to take advantage of the last opportunity to show that as a strong woman she can still make things difficult for him. At the same time, Natsuo managed to capture another emotion on her face. A thick layer of excitement. A sudden suspicion appeared in Natsuo's mind, and he increased the intensity of his assault, taking the initiative instead of allowing her to attack at her own pace, completely overwhelming her before she could even make an attack. And her excitement increased with Natsuo's dominance. Apparently, his manipulation of her subconscious, coupled with Kirigakure's respect for the strong, affected her more than Natsuo expected. Excitedly, Natsuo smiled as that particular detail significantly accelerated his plans. Then Natsuo swung his kunai with all his power, opening her guard completely, the perfect opportunity to end the battle, but he decided to take a step back. You just have to say that you surrender to me, no one will judge you. Is that clear? Natsuo added, giving her an intentional exit so that she could rest, fully aware that her pride would not allow her to utter those words even though she had already accepted what was about to happen. You don't. She began, but he didn't give her a chance to finish her words, charging forward. Even when she was surprised, she managed to defend herself against it by making the kunai collide with each other. Natsuo then grabbed her dress, trying to turn the battle into a hand-to-hand fight. She swung her kunai at him, forcing him back. He did so, but not before tearing off a large piece of her dress and her mesh shirt, leaving her arm and shoulder bare, with her cleavage being even more visible. Natsuo dodged her attacks again before lunging forward, getting close enough to her that he could deliver an explosive slap to her rear. Which made her gasp before screaming, "You're dead." But, paradoxically, her embarrassment and excitement colored her tone instead of anger. If you think so. Natsuo replied before dodging another assault and tearing off another piece of cloth in the process. Then, they fell into a routine. She attacked him, he dodged, but not before retreating with another reward. This entire exchange took place in no more than a few minutes, but Terumi Mei's attacks became increasingly furious, a behavior that contrasted greatly with the way excitement filled her face, ignoring her nakedness. Her dress was gone for all intents and purposes, the few remnants of her mesh shirt remaining failing to cover her spectacular breasts. Her shorts and her mesh leotard were in better condition, but only relatively. They were still torn enough to give a full view of her underwear, a sexy little black piece. Apparently, once she accepted what our fights would end up in, she expected it more than she wanted to show. Natsuo decided to end the games, and when he dodged her attack the next time, he grabbed her wrist instead of trying to tear her clothes. He then twisted her wrist to force her to release her kunai. She tried to resist despite her cry of pain, looking at Natsuo sinisterly, but the important thing was that her arousal had not dimmed, not even the slightest bit. Natsuo applied more force, enough to threaten a fracture, and she finally dropped her kunai, but instantly followed up with a punch, trying to turn it into a taijutsu fight. Natsuo let go of her wrist, because from the previous confrontations he already knew that she was only good at ninjutsu. So he didn't even bother to continue defending himself, he just gave her chest a playful squeeze. Her kicks resulted in further loss of the remains of her clothing, then she decided to use a grappling skill since it was the last thing she hadn't tried. Natsuo let her succeed with her technique. Her eyes widened in shock when their bodies collided, but not as much as when she found herself on the ground, arms linked behind her back and legs pinned. Slowly, Natsuo leaned forward, pressing his body against her butt, which was barely covered by the tatters of her clothes and the skimpy panties she was wearing. "Are you going to give in to me?" Natsuo whispered in his ear with a hoarse voice. "Never." Terumi Mei whispered through her teeth as she struggled. Although her resistance was not a desperate attempt to free herself from Natsuo's grip, but rather a game of friction against Natsuo's powerful presence that pressed against her rear. Each touch ignited a palpable excitement in her. "Are you sure?" Natsuo whispered, as he got rid of his clothes without letting go. When Natsuo approached her but again, it was his naked member that merged with that part of her body, her delicate panties were barely a barrier to prevent friction between their parts. And now. Noticing Natsuo's actions, Terumi Mei loudly declared her intention to fight until the delicious end. "I'll never give in to you. I can handle anything you do. Anything." Natsuo responded, using a guttural whisper, enough to make her shiver. Then, with agonizing calm, he began to strip her of the last fragments of her clothing, slowly tearing them apart. Each whisper of fabric tearing off her made her shudder, until only her panties remained on her body. Tiny, suggestive lace garments, too thin to hide her palpable arousal. Natsuo grabbed the hem of her delicate garment, and Terumi Mei arched her back in anticipation of her next move, subtly lifting her bottom to grant him deeper access. However, he only chuckled and let his fingers slowly slide up, calmly tracing the path of her spine. "Aren't you giving up yet?" Natsuo inquired. "Never." She whispered, attempting to emulate her previous determination, though her voice was laced with obvious longing that altered her tone. "I'm curious to know how long you'll last." He whispered, one hand still firm, maintaining control over her arms behind her back. While his other hand caressed her skin with slow movements that caused a wave of sensations that made her skin crawl, rising firmly towards her captivating breasts. She let out an involuntary moan as she felt his fingers sink into her breasts with overwhelming intensity, altering the rhythm to a more passionate one. Her response was a delight of pleasure as he explored her skin with passionate intensity. Without warning, he took his hand away from her, gently caressing her again, to which she unleashed a cry of surprise that echoed in the air, a mixture of indignation and excitement, creating a spectacular moment. "What a naughty girl," Natsuo said as he ran his hand through her auburn hair in a surprisingly gentle caress. Little by little Terumi Mei got carried away by the situation and her pride quickly lost importance. The reason was clear. Not only was it the manipulation of her subconscious to make her think this situation was okay, there was also the power that Natsuo had displayed, a power that completely overwhelmed her. As a Kage-level kunoichi and one of the strongest women in Kirigakure, Terumi Mei has always sought a man strong enough to dominate her as her partner. And now Natsuo meets her requirements, and the suggestion from her subconscious makes Terumi Mei accept Natsuo more easily. Natsuo continued caressing her, exploring with his tongue and occasionally brushing his teeth against the most sensitive areas of her. Finally, with deliberate slowness, he removed her panties, finally revealing her bare skin. After the little game Natsuo had played with Terumi Mei, he needed her to give in before continuing. Thus, he slid his shaft along her backside, grazing the entrance to her intimacy just enough to moisten the tip between her folds, without pushing forward. Suddenly, she arched her back, seeking the connection, but Natsuo was quicker, retracting just in time. She squirmed and cursed and moaned, but in the end she ended up pinned to the ground again, with her arms outstretched and Natsuo directly on top of her. "I give up," she whispered in sweet defeat. She couldn't say anything else because Natsuo's lips were on hers. After a few moments, Natsuo enveloped her with passion, penetrating her with a sudden and determined impulse that marked their union, breaking her barrier with a fiery gesture. Terumi Mei's eyes widened in surprise, as she had no experience in that aspect. Also at that moment Natsuo activated his Rinshu no Kankei, and upon noticing that he managed to form the mental link with Terumi Mei, he realized that Terumi Mei had completely surrendered to him. He then began to share a small part of his life energy and mental power with Terumi Mei, since the bond had barely formed. Meanwhile Terumi Mei closed her eyes, trying to process her experience. For someone who was experiencing this for the first time, aside from the obvious pain from the intensity of the experience, what Natsuo saw in her eyes was a kind of fierce determination. Suddenly, Terumi Mei raised her head enough to reach his shoulder. Although he wasn't surprised by her bite, he didn't expect her to be firm enough to cause an injury. "You didn't imagine that I would surrender so docilely to your wishes, did you?" Her radiant smile was interrupted by moans that drowned out her words. Although the increase in the intensity of Natsuo's actions caused a sharp pain in her intimacy, the only thing he perceived in her eyes was an unbridled, defiant and jubilant passion. Under this intense experience, her pleasure steadily increased until she suddenly overflowed in a whirlwind of sensations, leaving her trembling and moaning. Natsuo pulled out of her for a moment, grabbed her shoulder and moved her to a position where her chest rested against the floor. In a moment of surprise, she gasped as she realized his intentions and tried to break free of him. However, her brief hesitation gave Natsuo the opportunity to grab her arms and bring them together, keeping her under control with just one hand. Terumi Mei let out a moan as she felt Natsuo's movements again, which intensely stimulated her exhausted nerves. Despite her annoyed expression, her pleasure was evident. A series of moans came from between her lips while, from time to time, he pressed hard on her breasts. However, the most intense moment came when he grabbed her hair, tilting her head back to get the perfect angle, thus increasing their bond. Seeing her body glistening with sweat, with her magnificent figure and her curves, it was a captivating image. A few moments later, as she contracted around him in another moment of ecstasy, she brought Natsuo to the edge as well, triggering an explosion of sensations that culminated in the next instant, filling her as she intensified her moans. Terumi Mei fell exhausted, barely managing to roll over onto her back, her chest rising and falling with each labored breath, adding a delicacy to her appearance. The marks Natsuo left on her told a story of shared intensity, as she tried to assimilate the wave of sensations. Feeling tempted, Natsuo leaned forward to seal the moment with a soft, lingering kiss on her lips. The surprise on her face was simply charming. Terumi Mei let herself be carried away by the delicate caresses of Natsuo's lips. That unexpected closeness on his part caught her off guard more than any other action. A fleeting vulnerable expression crossed her face. Just at that moment Natsuo felt his mental connection with Terumi Mei grow a little stronger. He gently explored her figure with his hands, his touches light and ephemeral, while his fingers traced her curves. Her lips began to respond, initially cautiously and slowly, but soon her enthusiasm surpassed even Natsuo's, in a lively play of tongues. Then, her movements slowly changed, obviously planning something. Natsuo was curious enough to cooperate with Terumi Mei and kind enough to act shocked when she pinned his arms to his sides as she sat on him. "It's time for revenge," she said, pretending to be threatening. However, unfortunately for her, the Sharingan was sharp enough to pick up her growing blush even in the dark. Natsuo joined the game by trying a symbolic fight while she smiled, appearing to be threatening, although she only conveyed enthusiasm and excitement. Then, without him having a chance to say anything, she lowered her hips onto him, enveloping him with her presence once more, and began to ride him with unbridled passion. Natsuo remained still, even as the grip around his wrists loosened due to the pleasure she was experiencing, giving him the opportunity to release himself from her. Why would he do it, when the feeling of being dominated represented an exceptional change of pace and at the same time provided Terumi Mei with the long-awaited victory? It was clear that her subconscious had accepted the situation due to manipulation, but her pride as Mizukage drove her to fight. Despite knowing that he was stronger, she longed for enough strength to gain the occasional victory. Noticing that her face was twisted with pleasure, an unmistakable sign that she was approaching climax, Natsuo, considering his previous surrender as a sufficient gift, chose for that precise moment to free himself from her control. Her legs wrapped around him as he hugged her. Natsuo rolled and she was trapped between his body and the ground. He didn't bother to hold her arms, allowing her fingers to dig into his back, adding a slight pain to the pleasure. However, Natsuo had the sage body, so any injuries would be insignificant and would heal quickly. Satisfying her implied a small sacrifice as he kept her immobilized on the ground under her weight, penetrating her without mercy, her lips joined to his in an indescribable passion. The position lasted about 20 minutes and concluded as expected, with Natsuo depositing his seed into her. At the same time Natsuo also shared more of his life energy and mental power with her, through his Rinshu no Kankei. After doing that, Natsuo leaned forward once more. "Again," she muttered dazedly. Then her lips connected with an unmatched passion. 2 hours passed before they finally emerged from the Susanoo, and the only reason Terumi Mei was able to walk properly was because Natsuo shared his life energy with her. Chapter 148, Rumors and Realities, the Mizuki's Feat. During the Shinobi World War, all major nations attached great importance to intelligence. Somehow the news that Kirigakure was forced to retreat under Natsuo's devastating attack, using a power similar to that possessed by Uchiha Madara, and that the fifth Mizukage stepped forward to fight Natsuo quickly spread to all nations. After Terumi Mei returned from her battle with Natsuo. Half-dazed, she had blurted out some platitudes about the strength of unity after having managed to repel the evil Uchiha, which had spread throughout the Kirigakure camp. And before she had time to realize what was happening, the high-ranking ninjas had woven a historic battle where she alone stopped the giant summoned by Natsuo, giving them enough time to escape, as well as highlighting her kindness in not allowing other ninjas to sacrifice themselves in vain. She realized that everyone thought they could use this to pressure or manipulate her into doing what they wanted. Which, to be fair, they had already done once by involving Kirigakure in this war without her knowledge. The Kiri ninjas began exchanging stories about the fifth Mizuki's heroic actions during Natsuo's attacks. The stories were many and fanciful, but for each of them, no matter how extravagant, there were many willing to swear to their veracity, claiming to have witnessed how it happened with their own eyes. And so, as time passed, the legend of the strongest Mizukage in history grew. All major nations were instantly dumbfounded. A giant chakra humanoid shaped like a samurai warrior. Are you sure about this information? Tsuchika Jinoki widened his eyes. How could he have that power? This is impossible. Anoki said while tightly gripping the intelligence report brought by the Umbu. Anoki's eyes turned red. No one understood the power of Uchiha Madara better than him. He was truly a formidable force that could oppress an entire nation. On the other hand, ninjas of this generation don't know how terrifying the power that Uchiha Madara possessed was, so they don't think much about Natsuo's power. Don't worry, Tsuchika-sama. Kuratsuchi said carelessly. Isn't he just an Uchiha? Look, he hasn't been able to defeat the Mizukage for several days. What's so scary about that? Uchiha Madara was strong back then, but we, Iwagakure, are strong now too. Why panic? That's right. Kirigakure's Terumi Mei has been fighting Natsuo for several days, and although she has been steadily retreating, it is obvious that she was not seriously injured. Even if the rumors about the strongest Mizukage are true, our Tsuchikage is not weak either. Terumi Mei was able to resist Uchiha Natsuo, so old man you should be able to resist him too. Anoki's expression changed slightly, unexpectedly feeling that what his granddaughter said seemed to make some sense. He didn't know the true strength of the Mizukage. But considering his lack of fame and not having great achievements in battles, at most he could be considered in the upper tier of the Kage level, like Hanzo of the Salamander's strength, which is not impressive compared to Uchiha Madara. And if Natsuo, who could not defeat Terumi Mei despite multiple attempts, could be stopped by her, then he may have the same technique as Uchiha Madara, but that does not mean that he is on the same level. It seems that the shadow that Uchiha Madara left on me back then was deeper than I thought. I lost my composure too quickly, recognizing the technique of that time. Anoki thought. There should be a problem with his technique, otherwise, how could he be stopped by the Mizukage? Anoki once again affirmed his own thoughts. And once he came to that conclusion, he suddenly felt relieved. I'll pester Terumi Mei to fight Natsuo a few more times, preferably causing serious injuries, so we can have a better chance of detecting what the problem is with that technique. Anoki thought happily. However, Natsuo's deterrence power may not be as outrageous as Uchiha Madara's, but it is still very significant. He decided to be cautious and reduce Iwagakure's attacks. Before knowing what the weakness of Natsuo's technique is, he doesn't want to face Natsuo yet. Meanwhile, Raza has made a completely opposite decision. Attack. Continue the attack. Raza waved his hand. Such a good opportunity, not seizing it would be a waste. But Kazekage-sama, it is the power that Uchiha Madara possessed. Baki hesitated. If we attack too fiercely, will it attract Natsuo? Don't worry. Raza raised his head confidently. I've got everything under control, no need to worry about Natsuo. He was well aware of Natsuo's strength. Although Terumi Mei was called the strongest Mizukage by the Kiri ninjas, her strongest achievement before this was only suppressing the Three Tails Jinchuriki. She hadn't completely captured the Three Tails. Terumi Mei definitely couldn't be Natsuo's opponent. And if Raza remembered correctly, Terumi Mei seemed to be a very famous beauty. With these 2 points confirmed, it was easy to guess what would happen next. Natsuo is just playing around, but precisely because he's playing, he definitely won't have time to deal with a Sunagakure. Raza calculated in his mind. We can completely launch a full-scale attack before Natsuo gets tired of playing. The reason Raza didn't let the Sand Shinobi launch a full-scale attack was because he was worried that the firepower would be too strong and attract Natsuo. The current attack was more about gaining some advantages and then finding the best time to negotiate a peace treaty with Konoha. But obviously, the larger the territory occupied by Sunagakure, the more favorable the treaty they would obtain. Attack! Raza waved his hand, and countless golden sand surged forward. Although he was considered a disgrace to the Kage level. But it had to be said that Raza's ninjutsu was weak against individuals, but strong against armies and fortifications. He and the fourth Hokage were completely different types of ninja. The fourth Hokage relied on absolute mobility to maintain an absolute advantage in one-on-one combat. On the other hand, Raza is completely the opposite. In one-on-one battles, he is completely dominated by any of the five Kage. But when it comes to launching large-scale attacks on the battlefield, he is the strongest among the five Kage. The heavy and powerful sand gold, like a huge wave, surges forward steadily. Wherever it goes, it engulfs all fortifications, traps, and enemies. Even the defenses that Konoha had built, and all its preparations were easily crushed by him, in the absence of a high-level ninja who could contain Raza. Even while attacking, Raza still had the time to contemplate. Terumi Mei seems to be a very attractive beauty, and having the title of Mizukage is a bonus. Whether it's reputation or strength, she is much stronger than that wild girl from my family. No, Temari's training as a bride needs to be strengthened. On the battlefield against Kumogakure. Uchiha Madara's power? Is that little girl from Kirigakure really that strong? Reikage sat confidently in his chair, his sturdy physique causing the chair to creak under the weight. Gyuki said that, according to intelligence, it should be one of Uchiha Madara's techniques. Killer Bee shrugged. But he also couldn't understand why Natsuo couldn't defeat the Mizukage quickly with that technique. After thinking about it, it's probably because Uchiha Natsuo's body has some problems and can't exert the full force of that technique. Reikage analyzed. Both of Kumogakure's tailed beasts are the ones that Uchiha Madara personally captured. They have a deep impression of Uchiha Madara's power and do not believe at all that someone who is as powerful as him could be held back by a simple Mizukage. What should we do, big brother? Should we strengthen our attack or wait for the situation to change? Killer Bee asked. Reikage pondered for a moment and then decisively said, without hesitation. Continue the attack. He suddenly stood up, his tall figure obscuring the light in the conference room. His eyes were filled with determination. No matter what power Uchiha Natsuo has, he is not Uchiha Madara after all. Besides, even if it's Uchiha Madara, so what? B, our combination is invincible. Upon hearing this, Killer Bee excitedly began to rap. Yeah. Listen to the sound, I am Killer Bee, my style is very brave, with Big Brother, yes, we are invincible. Rap is my jutsu, my unpredictable flow. But no matter how excited the two were, the other high-ranking officials of Kumogakure repeatedly warned them, he may not have the same strength as Uchiha Madara, but Reikage-sama must be careful. Under their persuasion, Reikage had to reduce the intensity of the attack and allocate some manpower to consolidate the fortifications. However, seeing the worried expressions of the senior officials around him, Reikage thought of another solution. I remember that Samui is at the Uchiha clan residence. If we bring all the members of the Uchiha clan to Kumogakure, then we will also have the Uchiha clan, right? If we can cultivate a ninja who can master the same technique as Uchiha Madara, wouldn't that have the same deterrent effect that Natsuo has now? Thinking about it, he immediately arranged for someone to contact Samui. Chapter 149, Two Unexpected Surprises. Inside the Akatsuki organization. Nagato and Obito looked at Itachi with vigilance. The Uchiha clan actually hides such formidable strength. Fortunately, Natsuo's technique seems to have encountered problems, otherwise the war would have already ended, right? Of course, for Akatsuki at this time, apart from eagerly earning war funds, they didn't pay much attention to other things. But there is one thing that all members of Akatsuki have to take seriously. Itachi's defection, which seems to have some hidden motives. Danzo's actions have already been exposed, and various signs indicate that Itachi's defection is not as he claimed, a measure of his own capacity. So what choice will Itachi make next? Continue to stay in Akatsuki? Or return to Konoha and clear his name? Of course, Obito actually knows the truth about Itachi's defection. But he feels more than anyone else in Akatsuki that Itachi will return to Konoha. It is currently the time of war, and as long as all the blame is pushed onto Danzo and the third Hokage, Itachi can easily wash away his sins. Even 5th Hokage Tsunade would not refuse a Kage-level expert who is loyal to the village at a time like this. But Itachi knows too many Akatsuki secrets. With this in mind, his eyes are filled with even more vigilance. While everyone focused on Itachi, Kisame stared deeply into Obito's only visible eye. He then turned his gaze towards Itachi with amusement in his eyes. Uchiha Itachi keenly perceives the alertness in everyone's gaze, but his expression remains calm. Only the occasional complexity in his eyes indicates that he is not as calm as he appears. Natsuo, have you also awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan? When did you awaken it? Was it after you learned about the annihilation of our clan? Now that you have uncovered part of Danzo's conspiracy and have the power for revenge, why haven't you sought revenge against me? Do you have any thoughts on this? And also. He slightly raises his head and looks at the moon in the sky. Sasuke, how have you been lately? While other forces begin to take precautionary measures because of Natsuo, then Konoha was completely dumbfounded. That technique should be the Susanoo. Is Natsuo really that strong? Even Tsunade, who understands something about Natsuo, is a little surprised. But at that moment Tsunade suddenly remembered the deal with Natsuo: if you defeat Kirigakure, I will agree to have children with you as a condition. But honestly, she thought at the time that this mission was too difficult for him, but Tsunade now regrets not having added the additional condition of defeating Kimogakure, Iwagakure, and Sunagakure. On the other side, Terumi Mei was almost in tears. In addition to Sunagakure, Kimogakure and Iwagakure also contacted them, wanting to form a strategic alliance with Kirigakure and willing to support them with supplies for free. They only hoped that Kirigakure could bring more trouble to Konoha. In other words, they hope to use Kirigakure to discover what the problem is that is preventing Natsuo from exerting the full power of his technique, and if it is possible to seriously injure him in the process. Our two countries support you. But others don't know. Can Terumi Mei not know? Terumi Mei was so angry that she wanted to hit someone. If there really was a problem with her technique, would he still use it every day to intimidate a weak woman like me? Damn it. Don't talk about his technique having a problem. Last time he harassed me for 2 full hours, while keeping the technique activated the entire time. Terumi Mei had a resentful expression on her face. She had never seen someone maintain such powerful ninjutsu while also intimidate women. Forget it, I have already given up. Terumi Mei didn't really know how to feel. On the one hand she feels very safe being with Natsuo, but on the other hand she was bothered that their relationship is a secret from everyone. Kirigakure was not idle during this time. The elite ninjas of Kirigakure gathered one after another. Experts such as Hozuki Mangetsu and Ao, who were originally assigned to ambush Konoha's supply line, returned and launched attacks against the Susanoo, hoping to find Natsuo's weaknesses. However, it was all in vain. Terumi Mei was the strongest shinobi in Kirigakure, and if even she couldn't break through the defense, how could others? Furthermore, Natsuo was not recklessly using the Susanoo and charging directly into the trap set by Kirigakure. Terumi Mei could only distract Natsuo's attention while they fought. Well, actually, if it weren't for Kirigakure's higher-ups refusing to give up a portion of their power and surrender to Konoha, Terumi Mei would have surrendered a long time ago. She didn't want to be at the mercy of the enemy and still have to pretend when she returned to camp. Although her confrontations were very comfortable, and the truth was that she quite liked them. But as a proud heiress of a great clan, she didn't like having to do everything on the sly like a mistress. The Kiri ninjas began to gather to attack Natsuo, but his progress did not slow down at all. On average, Kirigakure's defense line would retreat about 50 kilometers per day. Although it may not seem like much in terms of a ninja's pace, even a genin could complete this distance in an hour. But they were getting closer to the coastline. In her mind, Terumi Mei had already made up her mind. Fight with Natsuo some more, then use the excuse that the defense line can't retreat any further once it reaches the coast, to propose some kind of final fight against Natsuo. As a consequence of the fight to the death and being defeated by Natsuo, Terumi Mei will send a request for peace to Konoha. After this time Terumi Mei's confidants should have been able to take control of much of Kirigakure, so the influence of the higher-ups should have decreased significantly, and the village should be more harmonious internally. Moreover, due to the spoils captured from defeating Konoha in the early stages, even if they had to give up all the occupied land, Kirigakure would only suffer a small loss this time. After all, thanks to Terumi Mei's efforts, apart from Natsuo initially using Susanoo to eliminate the Kiri ninjas, the losses suffered by Kirigakure are within the tolerable range, and the material resources gained are abundant. Of course, Terumi Mei took advantage of this situation to attribute all this success to herself. During this time, Natsuo battled fiercely with Terumi Mei every day. During this time he also received a pleasant surprise. Ringo and Muri gave birth and the child that was born brought a big surprise to Natsuo. Offspring +1, the comprehensive potential evaluation is 186, you gain chakra +16, Flying Thunder God Technique. Flying Thunder God Technique. This is a good thing. Natsuo immediately showed a joyful expression. With Natsuo's current combat power, the requirements for the techniques he needs are very high. That is why since he obtained the Rinshu no Kanki-ai, he decided to strengthen some of his wives to the maximum before continuing to have children with them. But still some of Natsuo's wives with considerable strength or a special bloodline can give him some surprises like now. Natsuo's speed is fast, and his strength is strong, but he has never touched space ninjutsu. This extremely powerful mobility skill, even for him now, can still enhance his strength. Therefore, Natsuo did not hesitate to create, in the style of the fourth Hokage, a large number of kunai with the seal of the Flying Thunder God. Then in the shortest time possible he scattered these kunai throughout Konoha, the battlefield and several other key locations. The emphasis is on one phrase, time management master. Natsuo used the power of the flying thunder god to quickly return home after defeating Terumime every day, take care of his wives, and then return to the front the next day. Of course, he deliberately concealed his actions. Aside from the wives he planned to focus on and use the Renshu no Kanki to strengthen them, such as Yukino, Anko, Yoko, and other wives, everyone else was kept in the dark. Also during the period of time in which he came and went from the battlefield he managed to form more connections with some of his children, the same connection that he had with Rayon and Ikari. As Natsuo hugged the seductive Terumime who was exhausted, with a smile on his lips he thought, this is called having a family and a wildflower. A few more days passed. Terumime decisively led a group of Kiri shinobi to launch an attack, using the excuse of, we can't continue like this, otherwise we will lose all our previous achievements. Naturally, they were defeated in the end. It was Terumime who stood up and fought Natsuo for 800 rounds, protecting the retreating shinobi. The Kiri shinobi felt ashamed, thinking that they had hindered the Mizuki's progress. Damn. If I could work harder and become stronger, maybe I could help our Mizukage defeat Natsuo. A young mist shinobi punched the ground, filled with resentment. Yeah, an elderly Kiri ninja sighed. It's all because our Kirigakure is too weak. It forced Lady Terumime to go into battle, and when she came back, she was exhausted and worn out. It's all our fault. Everyone clenched their teeth, tears streaming down their faces. They felt angry at their own weakness. They felt guilty for involving Lady Terumime, who had to stop Natsuo single-handedly. However, Terumime had a determined expression on her face. No, it's not that all of you are weak, it's that our Kirigakure is weak. Her voice was resolute, her gaze determined. We have been fighting among ourselves for far too long, putting all our energy into internal conflicts. While we were fighting among ourselves, Konoha perfected their medical system and trained a large number of elite shinobi. While we were fighting among ourselves, Iwagakure formed a massive earth-release shinobi force. While we were fighting among ourselves, even Sunagakure, which was considered weak, worked hard and produced a man known as the strongest Kazekage in history. We have wasted too much time. We have fallen far behind other villages. Terumime lamented. Fellow Kiri ninjas, wake up. We can't continue like this. What we must do now is abandon internal conflicts, unite and build a better Kirigakure. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at Terumime with admiration. It seemed that Terumime was not there, but rather a ray of light. A ray of light belonging to Kirigakure. A brilliant light, shining in people's hearts. Mizuki-sama. Many Kiri ninjas cried out in unison. For Kirigakure, I have decided to seek peace with Konoha. Terumime took a deep breath, her expression firm. We need a time of peace to resolve the lingering issues from the Bloody Mist era. What? Mizuki-sama, are you going to bow down to Konoha? Many Kiri ninjas became excited upon hearing this. We can still fight. We are willing to give everything for your dignity. Their first reaction upon hearing Terumime's proposal for peace was not about what benefits the village would lose. It was about losing Terumime's dignity. It is evident that this strongest Mizukage has already established her own authority during this time. All Kiri ninjas are her fans, admiring her from the bottom of their hearts. No. Kirigakure needs time. Terumime's expression remained resolute. As the Kage, I cannot sacrifice the lives of my comrades for a mere reputation. With that, her expression changed, and she smiled gently. Kirigakure needs to complete its recovery. There is still much work to be done. My dear comrades, are you willing to help me? Willing. Willing. I am willing to give everything for you. Please give me your orders, Mizuki-sama. Everyone excitedly exclaimed. Terumime smiled slightly, feeling relieved in her heart. She had finally fooled them. As the fifth Mizukage, I command all Kiri ninjas to send a signal of peace to Konoha village. Yes. Fifth Mizuki-sama. Everyone shouted in unison, their loud voices making it seem as if they were not the ones seeking peace, but rather Konoha sending a peace message. Soon, Terumime personally arrived at the Konoha forces where Natsuo was located, stating that she had dispatched ninjas to seek peace with Konoha and requesting the Konoha forces present to cease their attack. Natsuo accepted this, after all. Natsuo leaned in close to Terumime's ear and whispered softly, "Take good care of our child when you return to the village." Upon hearing this, Terumime's face blushed. Yes, after Natsuo's arduous battles, Terumime became pregnant. Chapter 150, Shadows of Betrayal. Terumime dispatched an envoy to deliver a letter of state, intending to sign a peace treaty with Konoha and formally withdraw from the Fourth Shinobi World War. Tsunade hesitated for a moment but finally agreed to Kirigakure's request. After all, the pressure on Konoha was truly immense. They were truly facing the entire ninja world with the strength of a single nation. Of course, the specific details still needed to be discussed. Kirigakure boldly declared that they wanted to claim a piece of land from the Land of Fire, while Konoha also made a bold statement requesting part of its territory. In reality, neither side believed that the other would actually give up land. But that's diplomacy. Making bold statements and bargaining are all normal tactics. Revealing one's bottom line in a negotiation will only allow the enemy to take advantage and become even more unreasonable. During this time, Natsuo remained on the front line against Kirigakure. Tsunade sent several letters, warning him to be careful of possible Kirigakure ambushes. For a ninja, sending a peace offering could also serve as a cover for their own actions. Natsuo replied, yes, you're right. But in addition to strengthening Terumi Mei using the Rinshu no Kanki-ai and checking the status of the child she was carrying, he spent the rest of his time using the Flying Thunder God technique to rush back home, continuing to fight for the revival of the Uchiha clan. Of course, just like before, except for some of his wives, no one else knew of his whereabouts. But both countries genuinely sought peace. So the negotiators from both sides started their discussions harmoniously, and it was expected that they would reach a complete agreement soon. As the news spread, the other countries, they didn't show much interest. After all, although the outcome was surprising, it was actually within everyone's expectations. The fact that Kirigakure had been able to hold on until now was what surprised the other countries the most. After all, the power displayed by Natsuo may not be on the level of Uchiha Madara, but it was still quite surprising to many, and that Terumi Mei was able to retain him, means that her strength is something they should keep an eye on. With the start of peace negotiations between Kirigakure and Konoha, all ninja villages, including the impulsive Kimogakure, have reduced the intensity of their attacks and are constantly on guard against Natsuo who might come to support their own front lines. Raza has directly ordered the entire army to hold their ground and once again begin constructing fortifications and trenches. After all, once Kirigakure and Konoha sign the peace agreement, Natsuo will be able to free his hands and fully confront the enemies on other battle lines. As a consequence, Konoha's pressure on all battlefields began to decrease. Konoha also breathes a sigh of relief, feeling much lighter. So this is Uchiha's deterrent power. I really wonder what kind of power Uchiha Madara had back then. Tsunade sighs. The leaders of the main clans smile one after another. Although the agreement with Kirigakure has not been finalized, it is already close to completion. Konoha's losses were stopped in time, and what matters most to them is that the losses of the main members of their clans who participated in the war are not significant. This is good news. However, for some people, it is not good news at all. Samui, who is pregnant, grits her teeth. Will Natsuo go to the front line against Tsunagakure or Iwagakure? No. If he returns, he will most likely go to the battlefield against Kimogakure. Samui does not have the intelligent support of Kimogakure, but just by listening to the discussions among the Konoha villagers, she can understand how terrifying the technique that Natsuo used on the battlefield against Kirigakure is. Once Natsuo faces off against Kimogakure's losses will be significant. And I still have a mission to complete. Samui's eyes carry a hint of coldness. She has a duty to Kimogakure and the expectations of Reikage. She intends to carry the lineage of the Uchiha clan to Kimogakure. It looks like I'll have to change my approach. Samui took a deep breath and decided to contact the village and take action. And so, Samui took the opportunity when Natsuo's stronger wives were not around and took immediate action. Uchiha Goro, Enko's son, with his innate cunning, quickly noticed Samui's presence. Despite his young age, his awareness was always alert. He watched as Samui approached his brothers, and something in his instinct told him that he should stay close to them because something wasn't right. Would you like me to take you to buy candy, little ones? Samui smiled kindly at Natsuo's youngest children. She couldn't risk getting close to the older children. Especially to Uchiha Rayon, she felt that boy was suspicious of her. As for the servants, he simply said, "My child will be born soon, and I want to try taking care of them, as a practice for when my own child is born." On the other hand, Uchiha Naomi, daughter of Kurenai, with her telepathic abilities, captured the presence of her brother among the group of children. Although she trusted her brother, her quirkiness sometimes made her uneasy. She decided to engage Goro in a mental conversation. "Naomi, what are you doing, Goro? Why did you join this group?" "Goro, I just want to see what she's planning." Rayon said that he didn't trust Samui Ka-sen very much. "Naomi, you have to be careful, Goro. We don't know what she's up to. Why don't you come with me, and we watch her from afar?" "Goro, no, Naomi. We are big and strong. We can protect our brothers." Naomi, knowing that she couldn't dissuade her brother so easily, decided to join the group to keep a watchful eye on Goro and at the same time make sure nothing bad happened. "Naomi, why did you join them, Goro?" "I don't think it's a good idea." "Goro, we have to be here to protect them, Naomi. Someone has to do it." Naomi, okay, but don't do anything risky, okay. So while Samui finished informing her servants and guardians, Naomi joined the group without her noticing. Meanwhile, the rest of their siblings, oblivious to Goro and Naomi's concern, were excited at the idea of buying candy. Laughing and playing, they walked towards the commercial street, unaware of the tense background that surrounded their exit. As for the very young babies who could not yet walk on their own, Samui did not try to approach them. After all, many of the babies had their own mothers nearby and it would be inconvenient to carry them in front of them. It was easier to attract children who could run and jump. Their mothers gave them more freedom and the only ones who watched over them were the servants or tutors who were in charge of their education. Furthermore, Samui was not a stranger, so there was no need for excessive caution. While Samui bought them everything the children asked for, Goro and Naomi shared a telepathic connection, their minds intertwined feeling the strange presences around them. Goro, hey, Naomi. There's something strange here. Isn't that exciting? Naomi replied seriously, Goro, stay calm. This is not a joke. There's something dangerous happening. Goro, but it could be fun. We could. Naomi interrupted him, no. Listen to me. This is serious. We can't take the risk. The explosion interrupts their telepathic conversation, unleashing chaos and panic. The surrounding pedestrians were shocked, and the children panicked even more. Oh no, it's an attack by enemy ninjas. Samui took the opportunity to shout. Is there anyone kind enough to help me take care of the children? Several Kimogakure spies who were nearby immediately stepped forward excitedly and said, we will help you. As Konoha ninjas, safeguarding children is the first thing we should do. Upon hearing this, Samui said, then I'll leave it to you. After exchanging signals with the Kimo ninjas, Samui approached the children with false urgency. Children, Konoha is under attack now, so you should stay with your brothers and sisters around you. To be honest, this acting wasn't particularly skillful. But she was only facing a group of children. Noticing the chaos increasing, Samui told the children, we need to move fast, children. Konoha is in danger. Come with me to be safe. The children, confused and scared, follow Samui's instructions. Naomi and Goro, aware but hiding their alert, follow the flow. So, Samui easily led them away, using the excuse of heading to a shelter, bringing them closer to the outskirts of Konoha. Goro, with his fearless nature, feels the urge to act impulsively when they are about to leave Konoha. Naomi, calmer and more focused, notices that Goro is getting restless and communicates telepathically with him to stop him. Naomi mentally tells him, no, Goro. Wait. Now it's not the moment. We must stay calm and wait for an opportunity. However, before they can finish their conversation, because some of the children began to get restless as they realized something was wrong, the Kimogakure spies acted one after another, knocking them unconscious and quickly taking them away. They were well prepared. As they approached the edge of Konoha village, the nearby Kumo ninjas immediately used explosive tags to create more chaos. Then, they left Konoha village, with many Kumo ninjas acting as bait, scattering in all directions. It will work. It will definitely work this time. Samui's eyes gleamed. This time, the Kumo ninjas who will sacrifice themselves to buy time will be significant. Basically all the ninjas who were left to create chaos and some of those who were used as bait, will not survive and will definitely be caught by Konoha. And at such a great cost, she also brought along 10 children. They are all between 2 and 3 years old. They will become the first members of the Uchiha clan in Kimogakure. Although I feel bad for betraying Natsuo like this. Samui's eyes darkened slightly, but quickly returned to normal. Although Natsuo was good to her, her loyalty to the village was even greater. Not all kunoichi would abandon their missions for the tenderness and financial satisfaction that a man can bring them. Samui is a ninja absolutely loyal to Kimogakure. Even if she sacrifices her body and her emotions, she will always be loyal to Kimogakure. Moreover, Kimogakure won't mistreat these children. They are still young and can be transformed into true Kumo ninjas without being discriminated against by the villagers. Samui thought to herself. The village will even provide them with wives and husbands in the future. Although their lives may not be as good as in the Uchiha clan, they definitely won't suffer. With this thought, the guilt in her heart diminished a bit. Let's go. Hurry up. Samui, with her big belly, said to the people around her who were carrying children. The pursuers from Konoha village could appear at any moment, so we need to hurry. Reikage-sama has already sent troops to support us. Keep going. Once we pass this section, we can go home. As spies who were inside Konoha for years, isn't the most anticipated day the day when they can openly return home and live a normal life? Thinking about it, all of the ninjas suddenly felt a surge of strength run through their bodies. And this time, they have completely accomplished their mission, with one fundamental difference from their colleague who tried to infiltrate the Hyuga clan and kidnap the patriarch's daughter back then. Everyone will be heroes of Kimogakure. Thinking this, their eyes sparkled. However, at this moment, a cold voice sounded. No, none of you can go home. The Kumogakure spy's footsteps stopped abruptly, their eyes looking towards the direction where the voice came from. Samui was the same, and when she saw the person who came, her pupils instantly contracted. Natsuo. Why are you here? Aren't you supposed to be on the battlefield against Kirigakure? Sensing their father's presence, Naomi and Goro quickly regained consciousness. Naomi immediately communicates with Goro. Naomi telepathically tells him, keep your composure. Wait. Don't cause problems for Dad. Chapter 151, The Weight of Choices. Samui's face was filled with fear. The other Kumo ninjas were initially stunned, then their scalps crawled. Damn it. It's Natsuo. How did he get here? Wasn't he supposed to be fighting Kirigakure? Natsuo noticed that the moment he approached the group, Goro and Naomi regained consciousness, but to his relief they continued to pretend to be unconscious. He then looked at the remaining children and seeing that they were not injured he sighed softly. How did he get here? Of course he chased them. Although talks had already begun to reach an agreement between Kirigakure and Konoha, Tsunade had still ordered Natsuo to stabilize the situation on the Kirigakure front and protect against any sneak attacks from the Kiri ninjas. But Natsuo knew that the Kiri ninjas did not have the courage to launch a surprise attack. Even if the Kiri ninjas took advantage of Natsuo's distraction and successfully attacked the Konoha camp, it would be pointless because Natsuo could go to the Kirigakure camp and make their losses even greater. The Kiri ninjas might not be aware of this, but Terumi Mei definitely knew. So she would do everything possible to prevent this situation from happening. So in addition to going to the Kirigakure camp to check on Terumi Mei's pregnancy status, Natsuo directly used the Flying Thunder God to return to Konoha and fight for the revival of the Uchiha with his wives. In addition to helping his children adapt to their new skills. Because the mental ties with his children are increasingly stable, some of his children began to manifest various abilities, as is the case with Goro and Naomi, where their bodies and senses were strengthened significantly, as was the case with Rayon. Today was no different. However, just as Natsuo arrived at the Uchiha clan residence, Yukino approached in a panic to inform him that Samui had kidnapped several of the children and was now fleeing along with Kumogakure's spies. Naturally, he immediately chased after them. Samui was surprised. This shouldn't be like this, you shouldn't be in Konoha. No. Even if you are in Konoha, you shouldn't be able to catch up with us so quickly. Before they left, Samui had disguised herself well. Normally, it would take some time for Konoha to realize that the Uchiha children were missing. After all, there were quite a few Uchiha children, and in the chaos, it wouldn't be unusual for children to be taken by their mothers and kept away from conflicts. It would be normal for them not to return home immediately. He shouldn't have caught up with them so quickly. Of course, Natsuo wouldn't explain to her that Rayon had been suspicious of her, and when he couldn't find his brothers and sisters, he immediately informed Yukino. That's why when he arrived at the Uchiha clan residence, he was immediately informed. And although Samui and the others did not have the mark of the Flying Thunder God, but thanks to the Bakudo No. 58 Kakushitsuijaku, Natsuo was able to find the approximate location of them, and thanks to the fact that he had left several special kunai with the marks of the Flying Thunder God in the surroundings of Konoha, he was able to reach them quickly. Natsuo calmly looked at Samui and sighed softly. So, in the end, you side with the Kumo ninjas. Samui bit her lip and said, I'm sorry, but I'm a Kumogakure spy. My name is. I know, Samui of Kumogakure. Natsuo sighed softly. I just didn't expect you to finally side with Kumogakure. Wasn't I good to you? You really do know. Samui had a bitter smile. She was aware of the many spies in the Uchiha clan. And as far as she knew, Natsuo was aware of the spies' identities, but he never interfered with them. Even if you were a spy, Natsuo would treat you fairly. It's not that you weren't good to me. In fact, during my time in the Uchiha clan, it was the happiest and easiest time for me. Samui sighed softly. But there are tasks that need to be done. Clearly, in her eyes, Kumogakure took priority over everything else. Natsuo is aware that at this point, with so many wives, it is impossible to think that they all love him. In the end, everything is based on mutual benefits and respect. And even though Kumogakure couldn't offer her as much as he could, she still chose them. I understand. Natsuo didn't think much about it anymore and simply nodded calmly. At times, he found it difficult to understand the sense of commitment and exaggerated love that shinobi have towards their villages. In the world of Naruto, loyalty to the village is embedded in its political, social, and military system. But from an external perspective, Samui's betrayal was a foolish action. Natsuo did not expect that every woman who saw him would betray her village and completely change her focus to become loyal to him or the Uchiha clan. That's unrealistic. Not wanting to harm your village is understandable. For example, Amiri still has an attachment to Kirigakure, and that's why she kept asking Natsuo to have mercy on the battlefield, but she only made one request. She didn't try to betray him or harm the Uchiha clan, but Samui. If you want to leave, tell me. Although I doubt I'll let you take our son, but... Natsuo sighed lightly and slowly closed his eyes. He suddenly opened his eyes. The pattern of the Mangekyo Sharingan appeared in his eyes. Why did you kidnap my children? The chilling power of the Mangekyo Sharingan burst from his eyes, enveloping the surroundings in a cold atmosphere. His voice carried a hint of coldness. Miss Samui, as a ninja, you chose to carry out a mission, so you must also be able to imagine the consequences of carrying out that mission, right? The chilling chakra pressed down on them like a mountain. There are 2 full teams of elite Kimogakure spies here, all of them skilled, with minimal Jonin-level strength. But they instantly felt a chilling sensation. As if everyone was going to die in the next second. Samui took a deep breath. Yes, I understand. Natsuo said coldly as he looked at all the Kimo ninjas. We must all bear the consequences of our actions. Hearing this, Goro and Naomi trembled slightly. The next second, Natsuo's figure disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. Kimogakure's elite spies trembled. They were all experts, but none of them noticed Natsuo's figure. Ah! A cry of anguish rang out. The Kimo ninjas sharply turned their heads, only to see that one of the 2 elite Jonin-level captains had died at the hands of Natsuo. Natsuo without hesitation puts all the ninjas in a powerful genjutsu. Genjutsu, Mangekyo Sharingan. Noticing that all the ninjas stand still, Goro telepathically tells Naomi, "It's our time, Naomi. We must act." Naomi quickly responds through the telepathic link, "Don't cause problems, Goro, our father is already upset. Let's just escape." Because the conversation takes place in their minds, everything happens in an instant. Then with precision and agility, Goro and Naomi free themselves from their captors. As they walk away from their captors, Naomi, with her telekinetic control, disarms the nearby ninjas. Naomi mentally tells Goro, "We need to get to our brothers and escape. So as not to be a burden to our father." Goro responds mentally, "I'm with you, sister." After using the genjutsu, Natsuo removed the sword that pierced the Kimo ninja, and before the ninja fell to the ground, he snatched his unconscious child from him. Then in the blink of an eye he disappeared and put his child away from the Kimo ninjas. He then instantly appeared near the Kimo ninjas who had been holding Goro and Naomi. Hinokami Kagura. The air seems to distort from the heat as Natsuo deploys this technique. Raging Sun. With agile movements, Natsuo lunged forward, leaving trails of flame behind him that danced in the air like ribbons of fire. 2 slashes of flame materialized, glowing with a dazzling radiance before engulfing the 2 Kimo ninjas in deep red flames. Natsuo, seeing that Goro and Naomi escaped taking 2 of his brothers with them, placed the sword in front of him before it returned to cover itself in dark red flames. He then moved the blade to his right side before raising it above his head. Hinokami Kagura. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of one of the 2 Kimo ninjas, from whom Goro and Naomi had taken the captured children. With a swift movement, the flaming sword cut off the Kimo ninja's head. In an instant, Natsuo's figure disappeared again, and he reappeared in front of the second Kimo ninja, leaving a trail of fire in his wake. The sword danced, unleashing a lethal thrust that culminated in the fall of another enemy. Once again, he disappeared and emerged, leaving behind him a burning trail that culminated in one last deft movement that decapitated the third Kimo, who was holding a child in his arms. As the last enemy fell, the flames came to life, forming a majestic fire dragon in the shape of a Japanese dragon. Sun Halo Dragon Head Dance. With the glow of the flames dispersing, Natsuo emerged, holding in his arms the child he rescued from the last Kimo ninja. In an instant, Natsuo arrived next to Naomi and Goro, handing them their sibling while asking them to stay hidden and take care of their passed-out siblings. He urged them to protect their unconscious siblings, ensuring their safety while he dealt with what came next. Natsuo immediately returned to where the rest of the Kimogakure spy team were. Because Natsuo had to use genjutsu on several ninjas at the same time, the effect did not last long. When he returned, the Kimo ninjas had freed themselves from the genjutsu. Waking up from the genjutsu and seeing that Natsuo had already killed several Kimo ninjas in a short time, the eyes of one of the Kimo ninjas turned cold. "Don't move." A Kimo ninja shouted, holding a kunai to the neck of the Uchiha child he was holding hostage. "If you dare to move, I'll kill him." The expressions of the other Kimo ninjas changed slightly, but they also performed the same action. They all took out their kunai and held them against the Uchiha children's necks. However, Samui, who had just freed herself from the genjutsu, changed her expression. "Wait, Raiden, Raikage-sama's mission is to safely bring these children back to the village. Is this the time to worry about that?" The Kimo ninja named Raiden said angrily. "Without this method, can we still bring the children back?" After speaking, he turned to Natsuo and said sternly, "Natsuo, I know you're strong, and no one here is your match. But if you disappear from our sight again, we'll kill your child first. Don't think we're threatening you." As he spoke, he was about to press the kunai down, intending to leave a blood mark on the child's neck and make a deep impression on Natsuo. A flash of coldness crossed Natsuo's eyes before his Mangekyo Sharingan began to spin. Tsukuyomi. The next second, Raiden felt the world change, and suddenly he found himself in a strange, empty space, tied to a cross, unable to move a finger. I wanted to try some of my techniques on you, but you had to make me even more angry. Well, forget it, enjoy your stay here. Schlick. Natsuo's figure appeared in front of Raiden, and his ninja sword slowly sank into his body. The blade penetrates to the bone. The pain penetrates the heart. Raiden let out a painful howl. The sound was incredibly loud, as if he wanted to drown out all other sounds. Samui noticed that the moment Raiden threatened Natsuo, all the Kumo ninjas began to stand still one after another almost simultaneously. The next second, Natsuo's figure moved among the paralyzed Kumo ninjas, while his ninja sword cut their throats. Although his speed was not very fast, but all the Kumo ninjas were easily killed by Natsuo. The moment their throats were cut, the Kumo ninjas showed a terrified expression on their faces, their eyes widened, their facial muscles tightened, and their eyes were bloodshot. It's genjutsu. Samui was stunned and quickly understood that in the moment before dying the Kumo ninjas were freed from the illusion. But she didn't know what kind of genjutsu Natsuo had used to make several experienced ninjas present show such a terrified expression. Now, only you are left. Natsuo's voice was calm, without a trace of emotion. Although the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and the Sage Body allowed Natsuo to use the Tsukuyomi several times in a row without side effects, using it on the remaining 6 jonin still consumed quite a bit. Samui smiled bitterly, but still didn't make any moves. Or rather, when she saw Natsuo, she understood that there was no way to escape from him. She had already given up resistance from the beginning. Natsuo didn't find it strange either. He picked up the unconscious children before taking them to Goro and Naomi. He then used the Flying Thunder God technique to bring all the children back to the Uchiha clan residence. This was repeated several times until it was Samui's turn. Whoosh! Samui only saw a flash before noticing that she was back in the Uchiha clan residence. This is the Flying Thunder God technique. Samui, being an experienced elite jonin, immediately recognized the nature of Natsuo's ninjutsu. Then she let out a bitter smile. Now he understood why, despite being so careful and having several Kumo ninjas serve as a distraction, Natsuo was still able to catch up with them in such a short time. After leaving Samui in a room, Natsuo took the unconscious children to their respective mothers, leaving Goro and Naomi alone with Natsuo. They were waiting for Kurenai and Anko to return since they also went to look for their children in the chaos caused by the Kumo ninjas. Amidst the general relief, the pent-up stress and tension burst out in Naomi. She, with tears in her eyes and her heart racing from past fear, throws herself at Natsuo, hugging him tightly. Naomi between sobs tells Natsuo. Dad, she was so scared. I didn't know what else to do at that moment. It was horrible. Natsuo, surprised by her daughter's display of vulnerability, since she always seemed very calm in any situation despite her young age. He hugs her tenderly but also with concern, before comforting her. You're safe now, Naomi. Everything's okay. Naomi continues sobbing. We shouldn't have followed Samui. When we realized, they knocked us out. Goro, noticing that Naomi was going to tell their dad how they ended up being kidnapped, quickly communicates with her telepathically, trying to stop her. Naomi, stop. Do not say more. But it's already too late. Natsuo, with a stern look, understands the implication of his daughter's words. Natsuo in a stern tone asks his daughter, have you gone after Samui? Did you follow her even though you noticed that there was something wrong? Naomi, with fear and remorse, nods, unable to hide what happened at that moment. Natsuo then reprimands his children for his recklessness. Acting without informing anyone puts everyone at risk. They shouldn't have acted like that, it's dangerous and irresponsible. I don't want them to put themselves in danger again. Goro and Naomi, embarrassed at having disappointed their father, nod silently, acknowledging their mistake and promising to be more careful in the future. Noticing Yukino approaching with Anko and Kurenai, Natsuo stops scolding them. Naomi runs to hug her mother between sobs, while Anko hugs Goro who only laments the punishment that awaits him. After Natsuo explained the situation to Kurenai and Anko and told them to discuss Goro and Naomi's punishment later, Natsuo left it in Yukino's hands to call the doctors from Konoha Hospital to check the children, before going to see Samui. What are you going to do to me? Samui forced a smile, raising her head and looking at Natsuo's face. Unlike his previous kind smile, Natsuo's expression is now filled with indifference. You're still carrying my child. Until the child is born, I won't punish your body. Natsuo looked at Samui, locked her in a secret room within the Uchiha clan residence, and spoke calmly. At least for a short time, you can rest assured. But instead of feeling calm, Samui suddenly felt a tightness in her chest. What are you going to do then? She asked anxiously. A person must take responsibility for their actions. Natsuo didn't answer, he just looked into the distance quietly. This responsibility cannot fall on you now, so it can only fall on Kimogakure. With that, Natsuo walked away from Samui. But Samui's face only showed an expression of endless worry. Natsuo, are you going to attack Kimogakure?